Fourth senior brother, why don't you join the dark web? I'll give you the position of leader, and I'm willing to assist you. No cure for that. Master isn't here, so I'll teach you a lesson. In his place, Ming Xinyin unleashed a palm strike towards Si Wuyai. Just as the palm was about to hit Si Wuyai's chest, boom! Another, even faster palm strike blocked it in front of Si Wuyai. That palm was extremely powerful, as fast as lightning, completely neutralizing Ming Xinyin's energy. Ming Xinyin turned his head, frowning as he looked at a girl who walked out from behind. I am Bai Yuqing of the White Tiger Hall, Underworld Sect. Greetings, Fourth Mr. Underworld Sect. Ming Xinyin took a few steps back and quickly looked around. Afraid that the eldest senior brother would suddenly appear, Bai Yuqing smiled and said, Fourth Mr., don't panic. The sect leader has a lot of things to do and can't come here. Ridiculous. Am I afraid of him? In his heart, Ming Xinyin breathed a slight sigh of relief. Bai Yuqing continued. Fourth Mr., I just heard some noise over here. The sect leader repeatedly instructed us not to interfere in the private affairs of you misters, but the sect leader also instructed me to protect Seventh Mr. completely. Fourth Mr., why do you have to be so aggressive, making things difficult for Seventh Mr.? Ming Xinyin raised his head, brushing his sleeves, and replied, Your sect leader has repeatedly instructed you, but you still dare to oppose me. As for your sect leader, the first person I'll kill is someone like you who doesn't follow the rules. Bai Yuqing was speechless after hearing that. Si Wuyai barely stood up. Fourth senior brother, why are you so angry? Even if you kill me, it won't solve anything. Ming Xinyin with his sharp eyes and cold face. My business is solving you. Si Wuyai was rendered speechless by this sentence. Si Wuyai looked at the fourth senior brother in front of him, and for a moment he suddenly felt that this person was very unfamiliar. He couldn't understand why fourth senior brother had changed so much. The Ming Xinyin he knew back when he was at the Demon Sky Pavilion had an attitude that wasn't much different from theirs. After pondering for a moment, Si Wuyai lifted his shirt, revealing his slightly thin but well-defined six-pack abs. It's hard to imagine that someone with a scholarly and weak appearance like Si Wuyai would have such a beautiful body. However, right in the middle of his chest was a glaringly large character. Written in seal script, the character was bright red, as if it had fused into his skin, looking extremely prominent. Si Wuyai pulled his shirt open. The glaring character almost covered his entire chest. Ming Xinyin frowned, extremely shocked in his heart. Body-binding curse! When he was at the Demon Sky Pavilion, in order to increase his cultivation, Ming Xinyin also studied a lot of books in the West Pavilion at that time. Ming Xinyin's Azure Wood Sutra had not yet been perfected, and his knowledge of various spells was also quite accumulated. The body-binding curse in front of him was an extremely terrifying method of binding cultivation. Ming Xinyin now understood why Si Wuyai hadn't fought back just now, because all of his cultivation had been sealed, and he wasn't deliberately hiding it. Si Wuyai smiled faintly. Fourth senior brother, do you know whose handwriting this is? Ming Xinyin replied, I didn't see it with my own eyes. How would I know? Ming Xinyin's answer made Si Wuyai even more sure that Ming Xinyin wasn't on the cloud-piercing flying chariot that day, when they went to the Pure Nether sect. So Ming Xinyin's presence at the Yellow Peak Mountain now wasn't ordered by the master. Thinking of this, Si Wuyai's heart eased a lot. Si Wuyai slowly said, This body-binding curse is from Master. Ming Xinyin was extremely surprised when he heard the two words, Master. He remembered that recently Master often used some extraordinary methods, from the Buddhist imprint to the Taoist imprint, which made him feel very strange, and now even the curse has appeared. Even so, Ming Xinyin still found it a bit hard to believe. Si Wuyai then said, Senior brother, don't doubt it, this is indeed the handwriting of Master himself. You will understand when you return to the Demon Sky Pavilion. Even if that's the case, you deserve it. The body-binding curse has caused me to lose all my cultivation. In the cultivation world, danger lurks everywhere. Many sects can't wait to skin me alive. Even senior brother can find his way to Yellow Peak Mountain. So what about others? Aren't you afraid that Master will also use such cruel methods on you in the future? Ming Xinyin paused slightly and then said, Stop trying to bewitch me with sweet words, betraying the sect and defying the Master. Even if Master kills you, I wouldn't feel strange. Come back with me to see Master. Si Wuyai claimed to be a divine strategist, But he didn't expect fourth senior brother to be so stubborn. The body-binding curse had such a great threatening power, but he could still ignore it. Then what else could he rely on to change Ming Xiyin's mind? Since talking doesn't work, he had to use other methods. Si Wuyai straightened his clothes and smiled faintly. Fourth senior brother, it's true that force is very important at times, but what really determines victory or defeat isn't just force. If you want to take me away, I'm afraid it won't be that easy, Ming Xiyin angrily shouted. You'll know after you try. The 4 words carried a powerful sound wave towards Si Wuyai. The space in front of him seemed to be distorted, but the sound wave hadn't even reached Si Wuyai's face when it was blocked by a transparent force, as if there was an invisible, thick wall in front of him. Ming Xiyin raised his head and looked towards the great seat holder of the White Tiger Hall, Bai Yuqing, who was standing in front of Si Wuyai. Bai Yuqing spoke up. I'm sorry, 4th Mister. I must ensure the safety of 7th Mister. Ming Xiyin then asked, What's your name again? Bai Yuqing cupped her hands. I am the seat holder of the White Tiger Hall, Bai Yuqing of the Underworld sect, Ming Xiyin. Your cultivation isn't bad. Why don't you join the Demon Sky Pavilion? Bai Yuqing was startled by Ming Xiyin's words. This, Bai Yuqing said embarrassedly. Thank you for 4th Mister's kind intentions. I have already joined the Underworld sect, so I won't think about leaving. As soon as she said that, Ming Xiyin immediately looked at Si Wuyai, a hint of sarcasm in the corner of his eye. See? Even she understands you can't betray your sect. Look at yourself. Si Wuyai didn't even bother with his senior brother's mockery. For many years, countless people had mocked him like that. Traitor, patricide, disloyal and unrighteous, shameless, scheming, treacherous, petty, and insidious. He was already numb to these curses. Ming Xiyin looked towards Bai Yuqing. Alright, I'll remember you. Even though Bai Yuqing's cultivation was higher than Ming Xiyin's, she still felt a little uneasy hearing those words. She thought of the sect leader supporting her and her brothers, and only then did she breathe a slight sigh of relief. Besides, Si Wuyai was also on the side of the Underworld sect, so how many more years could the Evil Sky Pavilion withstand anyway? In the cultivation world, the most valuable thing is time, and the most worthless thing is also time. Bai Yuqing cupped her hands. Thank you, 4th Excellency, for understanding. Please return. Ming Xiyin spat out 2 words. Return. Immediately, Ming Xiyin stomped his foot. Bam! The pavilions on both sides immediately collapsed, and Ming Xiyin's entire body soared into the sky, ascending higher than Bai Yuqing. Ming Xiyin stood in mid-air, looking down. Bai Yuqing's eyes met Ming Xiyin's. Deep down, she really wanted to spar with a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, she had heard so much about the legends and stories of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Everyone feared the Evil Sky Pavilion, especially its master, who was also the sect leader's teacher. The last time the 4 great seat holders faced the Evil Sky Pavilion together, they didn't dare make a move. Now that she had such a rare opportunity, how could she not be excited? Bai Yuqing smiled and said, 4th Excellency wants to make a move? Whoosh! Ming Xiyin's figure shot forward like lightning. Arriving in front of Bai Yuqing in an instant, Bai Yuqing's expression turned serious, not daring to be careless, and the two plunged into a fierce battle. In an instant, astral energies intertwined. Astral energy B scattered across the sky, and the astral seals of both sides collided endlessly. Seeing this, Si Wuyai shook his head slightly. The person in charge of Huangfeng Mountain rushed over, bowing low and saying, This subordinate is guilty. This subordinate should not have let a wolf into the house. Si Wuyai glanced at him. This matter is not your fault. The person in charge was relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, sect leader, for your grace. But now, you may retire and enjoy your old age in peace. Sect leader. This is the rule of the dark web. Considering your loyalty over the years, I will spare your tongue. Si Wuyai spoke these words with extreme composure. The person in charge wanted to say something, but seeing that the sect leader had already spoken to this extent, he didn't dare to object any further, so he sighed, bowed to Si Wuyai, and said, Thank you, sect leader, for your grace. This subordinate takes his leave. Si Wuyai didn't even look at him, and until the person in charge left, he didn't even turn around to look once. A great man does not dwell on small details, Some mistakes cannot be made, nor can they be allowed to exist. Not long after, another person came to see Wu Yai's side, looking at the battle in the sky while saying, "Sect leader, please enter the room to rest." How could Si Wu Yai be in the mood to rest at this time? He took a few steps forward to get a clear view of the fight between Bai Yuqing and Ming Shiyin, and then replied, "No need." That person immediately looked puzzled. "Sect leader, these two are fighting to a standstill. Who will ultimately win?" Si Wu Yai replied. "Don't worry, Bai Yuqing is a seven-leaf expert. Although fourth senior brother has a heaven-grade weapon, he is no match for her. Bai Yuqing is only being considerate," Si Wu Yai continued. "Although heaven-grade weapons are powerful, it is almost impossible to rely on them to fight across so many levels. This subordinate understands," Si Wu Yai then said. "Go and inform them that the intelligence point on Huangfeng Mountain has been exposed, and the core personnel should relocate immediately. Yes." Just at this moment, the trees all around shot up taller. Si Wu Yai sighed. "It seems that fourth senior brother's Azure Wood Heart Sutra is complete. Master, has he figured it out?" So like in the cultivation world, right? Whether you're talking about the Dao seals from Taoist sects, those chanting Dharma seals from Buddhist sects, freaky demonic meditation, or even the super noble vast righteous chi from Confucian sects. All of them got to use origin energy. They either use it to beef up some crazy strong astral shield, or, for some gentle healing vibes. No matter how fancy their techniques get, they don't really stray from that basic playbook. But the Evil Sky Pavilion's Azure Wood Heart art? Man, that's a whole different ballgame. This technique actually uses origin energy to make plants go totally wild and grow like crazy. At this moment, the tangled vines filling the sky simultaneously attacked Bai Yuqing. Bai Yuqing was secretly astonished, watching Ming Xinyin's figure flash, and telling herself not to hold back any longer. Bai Yuqing said, "I won't be polite." At this moment, a 7 zang tall Dharma body appeared. In the instant the Dharma body appeared, a powerful astral energy shot out, centered on Bai Yuqing. The azure wood was destroyed by the majestic astral energy in an instant. A droplet-shaped astral energy shield appeared in front of Ming Xiyin, floating in the air. In his hand, the departure hook flashed with a cold light. When the azure wood was shattered, Ming Xiyin immediately soared through the air. Bai Yuqing gasped. Feeling an extremely dangerous aura of threat, she immediately unleashed her entire body's primordial energy, and, in an extremely short period of time, her hands had struck out countless palm imprints. Ming Xiyin wielded the departure hook, constantly shattering the incoming palm imprints. Seeing the departure hook in Ming Xinyin's hand, Bai Yuqing recognized it as a heaven-grade weapon. Bai Yuqing shouted, "Worthy of being the fourth excellency of the Evil Sky Pavilion." Bai Yuqing's Dharma body suddenly shrunk, then expanded again. "From 7 zang to 1 zang, she confidently said. "But it's still far from enough," Si Wu Yai wondered. "This is the righteous heavenly astral energy?" The underworld sect is reputed by the world to be the #1 great demonic sect. Yet a member of the demonic sect is cultivating the righteous heavenly astral energy? But even if it is orthodox or demonic cultivation, the methods of cultivation between the two schools are still different. It's not strange that the underworld sect has a righteous heavenly astral energy expert like Bai Yuqing. In an instant, the Dharma body expanded, and the righteous heavenly astral energy struck towards Ming Xiyin with overwhelming force. The gap between their realms was too great. Ming Xiyin somersaulted several times in the air, flying backward to reduce the force of the incoming astral energy. This righteous heavenly astral energy attack was beyond Ming Xiyin's expectations. But Ming Xiyin had also prepared a defensive move. How could one of the 4 great protectors of the underworld sect not have some tricks up his sleeve? Ming Xiyin continuously spun around, retreating several hundred meters before controlling his body in mid-air. Even so, this righteous heavenly astral energy had caused his blood to surge and his whole body to tremble. If he hadn't prepared early, this move would have injured him. Ming Xiyin glared at Bai Yuqing in mid-air. Bai Yuqing withdrew her Dharma body, and everything became quiet again. Bai Yuqing didn't feel proud of having defeated Ming Xiyin. On the contrary, she was very surprised in her heart. Bai Yuqing humbly cupped her hands. I concede. She could gauge Ming Xiyin's strength. In other words, she felt that Ming Xiyin was still holding back his strength. Although Bai Yuqing was confident of 100% victory, she was still shocked in her heart. The evil sky pavilion is feared for a reason. Any disciple who has left the evil sky pavilion has the ability to dominate a region. This is absolutely not an exaggeration. Ming Xiyin spoke. Seventh junior brother, I underestimated you. You actually managed to invite someone to help you. Si Wuyai then replied. Fourth senior brother, why bother with such hardship? Ming Xiyin also said. Seventh junior brother, is it really necessary? Si Wuyai continued. Words are useless. Please return, fourth senior brother, and tell master from me that I am living well, and that the great senior brother and I won't do anything to upset him. Ming Xiyin rebuked. You scoundrel! How dare you say you won't upset master, you unfilial wretch! Then, Ming Xiyin turned to Bai Yuqing and said in a deep voice, I advise you to mind your own business, and scram. His shout carried sound waves that swept towards Bai Yuqing, but when it reached within a few feet of Bai Yuqing, it dissipated. Bai Yuqing shook her head helplessly. If fourth senior brother remains stubborn, then I won't be polite. Ming Xiyin frowned, feeling a bit unwilling as he looked at that primal body. He had meticulously investigated and laid low for a while, trying to understand everything, and finally found Huangfeng Mountain, lying in wait. All his efforts were now wasted because of this Bai Yuqing, gone down the drain. How could Ming Xiyin accept this? The 7 zang tall primal body reappeared, towering in the sky. The surrounding primal qi gathered at an incredibly alarming rate, and vital energy swirled around Ming Xiyin's body. Bai Yuqing lightly tapped her toes, and both she and the primal body soared into the air. Ming Xiyin felt the heavy pressure and quickly retreated. Bai Yuqing had no intention of showing mercy. Her whole body, along with the primal body, shot towards Ming Xiyin like an arrow. This was the most effective crushing method for opponents of higher realms. Previously, Elder Zhang Chunlai of the Zhengyi Dao had also used this method to break Zhu Honggong's 8 trigrams formation. All tricks were meaningless in the face of a primal body. Si Wuyai looked up in surprise at the scene in the sky, Bai Yuqing's figure rushing straight ahead, accompanied by the primal body like a shadow. Si Wuyai softly wondered, Great senior brother, is this really your intention? Ming Xiyin retreated rapidly. The primal body's speed was too fast. The members of the Dark Net couldn't help but look up at the earth-shattering attack of the supreme expert. It seemed that the fourth excellency of the Devil Sky Pavilion was going to suffer this time. After all, Ming Xiyin was a disciple of the Devil Sky Pavilion. How could he have any face left if he was crushed like this? Everyone shook their heads and sighed. In an instant, Bai Yuqing's primal body arrived before Ming Xiyin, and 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of Bai Yuqing. The 3 figures merged into 2. She closed her eyes and opened them again. Bai Yuqing muttered, What is this? 3 figures merge into 2. 2 figures, looking faint, like reflections on the water. 2 become 1. It was the figure of a cyan-robed swordsman. Her primal body had to stop. Bai Yuqing had completely stopped, unable to move forward, her long hair flying in the wind, wearing cyan robes. The figure stood with his arms crossed, floating in the air, with a long sword on his back that was constantly vibrating. The sword on the swordsman's back suddenly flew out, unsheathed. Bai Yuqing's heart felt as heavy as lead. A terrifying name flashed through her mind, Yu Shangrong. PF'd. The everlasting sword emitted a spiritual energy never seen before, like fireworks blooming in a fan shape, slashing straight at Bai Yuqing's primal body. Whoosh! The extreme speed astonished everyone. The primal body was instantly cut in half, dissipating in mid-air. After a few seconds, Bai Yuqing fell straight down, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Bai Yuqing's primal body was severely injured, and the entire sky was scattered with red liquid. Bai Yuqing fell freely. Seeing this scene, Ming Xiyin thought to himself, having the primal body destroyed is no different from being seriously injured. This one sword is enough for Bai Yuqing to rest for half a year. While falling, Bai Yuqing widened her eyes and looked up at the sky. Then she looked towards the cyan-robed swordsman. The cyan-robed swordsman also slowly descended from above, with a faint smile on his face, the wind blowing his long hair. The crimson everlasting sword was sheathed again. Ming Shi-yin was also completely stunned, looking at the cyan-robed swordsman's back with a puzzled expression. This was his second senior brother, the sword devil Yu Shangrong. He struggled with whether to thank second senior brother or not. After all, that earth-shattering sword was second senior brother's doing. But second senior brother was also one of the Devil Sky Pavilion's traitors. Si Wuyai's expression was unusually calm. Si Wuyai's subordinates all showed fearful expressions. Some trembled, some panicked, and some trembled and panicked. After the sword strike, the whole world seemed to have become silent. The one who broke the silence was Si Wuyai. Greetings, second senior brother. The others also bowed and saluted. Greetings, second excellency. At the same time, just as she was about to touch the ground, Bai King suddenly struck her dantian with a palm. Turning 180 degrees in mid-air, she landed on the ground on one knee, one hand supporting her entire body. Bai Qing stayed still, not daring to move. Cough, cough. She spat out another mouthful of blood, the blood staining the back of her hand, as red as a delicate plum blossom. Bai Qing panted, not daring to look up at all. She knew who had just arrived. This cyan-robed swordsman was the Devil Sky Pavilion's second disciple, Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong hovered in the sky, and then landed on the ground. He revealed a warm smile and waved to everyone. No need for formalities. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Shangrong's attitude surprised them. One of Si Wuyai's subordinates thought to himself, "This is hardly a heinous devil. He's clearly a gentle, modest, and polite gentleman." Ming Shi-yin, standing behind Yu Shangrong, felt differently. He was still struggling with whether to say thank you or not. HMPH, what's there to thank? Yu Shangrong helped him, but a traitor's still a traitor. What can Senior Brother 2 even do to him? With Master backing him up, he's not afraid of what Senior Brother 2 dares to do. Yu Shangrong turned around, a warm and gentle smile blooming on his face. Junior Brother 4. Are you hurt? Ming Shi-yin hurriedly grinned and replied, No. Thanks to Senior Brother 2 for lending a hand. Yu Shangrong's voice was extremely gentle and generous. We're brothers, no need to be so polite. Ming Shi-yin nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Yes, yes, yes. The unyielding backbone he'd spent half the day building up deflated like a punctured balloon in an instant. Ming Shi-yin didn't think that Senior Brother 2 would be like him, running around like an idiot looking for clues. Huangfeng Mountain is a desolate place, very difficult to find, Ming Shi-yin wondered. Senior Brother 2, why did you come to Huangfeng Mountain? Yu Shangrong replied with a smile. I had a prior appointment with Junior Brother 7. Hearing this, Ming Shi-yin suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps erupting all over. He looked towards Si Wuyai, who was standing straight as an arrow on the ground. If this Bai Qing was deliberately brought back by Si Wuyai to guard against experts arriving, then what was the meaning of him having an appointment with Senior Brother 2 to deal with Bai Qing beforehand? What kind of scheme is this? Ming Shi-yin couldn't help but want to give Si Wuyai a thumbs up. What a mind. The three senior brothers exchanged pleasantries for a while. Then all three of them turned their gaze towards Bai Qing. Bai Qing's Dharma body had been shattered by Yu Shangrong's sword, and she still hadn't caught her breath. Yu Shangrong looked at Bai Qing and asked, You are Bai Qing, chief of the White Tiger Hall under Senior Brother 1. Bai Qing swallowed a mouthful of saliva, enduring the pain, and slowly sat up straight, one leg still kneeling on the ground. She replied, Greetings, second mister. She wasn't angry, nor did she dare to be. Sect leader Yu had advised them that, on the path to the great cause of the Nether sect, kill gods when encountering gods, and kill Buddhas when encountering Buddhas. But there were only two people they must avoid. One was the founder of the Evil Sky Pavilion, and the other was Yu Shangrong. The four great protectors had always deeply ingrained this rule in their hearts. However, deep down they still had a desire to spar with such powerful experts. Only by truly exchanging blows would they know if the legendary sword devil Yu Shangrong was truly on par with the sect leader. If she still had a sliver of doubt before, it was completely gone. Now, Yu Shangrong's sword strike just now had exquisitely displayed the gap between them. Even though it was only a difference of one leaf, Bai Qing had lost completely, a thorough and utter defeat. Leaving her without a single word of complaint, Yu Shangdrong smiled and said, "Not bad," Bai Yuqing immediately said. "Thank you, second mister, for showing mercy," Yu Shangrong asked. "It seems you really like using your Dharma body to bully the weak." Being asked this, Bai Yuqing didn't know how to answer. She stammered. This, Si Wuyai's subordinates began to whisper among themselves. Bai Yuqing's move just now of using her Dharma body to forcefully suppress others was indeed bullying the weak. This subordinate was ordered by the sect leader to protect the safety of 7th Mister, but 4th Mister insisted on taking 7th Mister away. This subordinate had no choice but to make this move. I hope 2nd Mister understands. Hearing this, Yu Shangdrong's gaze shifted to Si Wuyai, junior brother 7. "Is this true?" As soon as he asked this, he continued, "No need to rush to answer. Think clearly. As long as you say it's not true, I will end her life with one sword. I am very willing to help senior brother 1 clear out these deceitful and lying disciples." Si Wuyai was speechless. Ming Xinyin also remained silent, a slight tremor in his heart. Senior brother 2 is always consistent, making him impossible to see through. Senior brother 2 is obviously very humble, but extremely elusive. It was very obvious that Yu Shangrong had placed Bai Yuqing's life in Si Wuyai's hands. Si Wuyai replied without hesitation. "Of course it is." Yu Shangrong immediately cupped his fist at Bai Yuqing. Bai Yuqing felt her scalp go numb and hurriedly cupped her fist in return. This subordinate wouldn't dare. Yu Shangrong didn't pay attention to Bai Yuqing anymore, but turned to speak to Si Wuyai. "Junior brother 7, if this is to protect you, then the fault lies with you." "Oops." Si Wuyai's eyelids twitched slightly. Yu Shangrong continued. "Junior brother 4 may seem shrewd on the surface, but he is actually a very loyal person. With his temperament, how could he do something that would endanger your life?" Obviously, senior brother 4 insisted on taking him away, but why did senior brother 2 say? Hearing this, Si Wuyai stuttered in confusion. "Senior brother 2, Yu Shangrong interjected. "No need to explain." Yu Shangrong looked at Si Wuyai calmly and said, "It is a matter of course for an elder brother to discipline his younger brother. How can you be so disrespectful to your elder brother?" Si Wuyai sighed softly in his heart and reluctantly replied, "Senior brother 2 is right." At this moment, Ming Shiyin also ran to Yu Shangrong's side. "Senior brother 2 is still the most reasonable. Old 7, obediently come back with me to see master." Yu Shangrong opened his mouth. "Junior brother 4, listen to me. Please speak, senior brother 2. Junior brother 7 is exceptionally intelligent. He has helped me a lot these past few years. Give senior brother face this once." Ming Shiyin awkwardly chuckled. "Then I'll leave it up to senior brother 2 to decide. Wuyai, hand over the peacock plume as compensation to your senior brother." Yu Shangrong smiled faintly and said, "Also so that your senior brother has something to show when he returns." Si Wuyai was extremely surprised by this request. He began to regret having arranged to meet senior brother 2 in this place. At the same time, Si Wuyai also realized that senior brother 2 seemed unhappy. This unhappiness must have originated from senior brother 1, or perhaps it originated from Bai Yuqing. Guessing was meaningless. Ming Xinyin immediately chimed in. "Senior brother 2 is right." Si Wuyai sighed and bowed his head to Ming Xinyin. "Senior brother 4, I was rude just now. I will accept the punishment. When has the Evil Sky Pavilion ever cared about these kinds of rules? These are all the old ways of those rigid orthodox sects." Having to suddenly act like a gentleman made Ming Xinyin a little uncomfortable, but he didn't dare to object. "Since you've said so, I won't haggle with you anymore. I've already prepared myself mentally not to be able to take you away." Ming Xinyin had come here originally intending to take a gamble on his luck, because Si Wuyai's strength wasn't bad. It's just that he didn't expect Si Wuyai to have his cultivation sealed, and by Master himself. But there was no point in talking about these things now. After returning to the Evil Sky Pavilion, he would ask the other senior brothers and sisters. Ming Xinyin reached out, holding his hand in front of Si Wuyai. "Hand over the peacock plume." Si Wuyai waved his hand at his subordinate beside him, and not long after, the subordinate brought the peacock plume over. "Sect leader, your peacock plume." From the outside, the peacock plume was cast from pure gold, shaped like a sparkling cylindrical tube. The cylindrical tube had 2 key ends, and when pressed, It could condense chi into power, then fire it out from the other end, looking as beautiful as a peacock, spreading its brilliant tail. However, in the moment you were shocked by this beautiful scene, it had already taken your life. Si Wuyai had no expression on his face. Ming Xiyin stepped forward to take the peacock plume, constantly clicking his tongue. After observing for a while, Ming Xiyin said, 1. You have no cultivation. 2. You have no weapon, but at least you still have your head. Si Wuyai gave a light laugh and asked, 4th senior brother wants to crack my head open. Out of respect for 2nd senior brother, I won't bother arguing with you. Don't blame this senior brother for not reminding you. The cultivation world is treacherous. Without the peacock plume and enough cultivation, be careful not to attract the attention of enemies. Si Wuyai cupped his hands and acted like he was seeing Ming Xiyin off. This matter doesn't need senior brother to worry about. Ming Xiyin snorted softly, too lazy to waste words with him. So he lightly leaped into the air, stepping on nothing as he left. Sooner or later, you'll fall into my hands. The sound gradually faded. Constantly echoing back and forth between the Huangfeng Mountains, Ming Xiyin's figure also slowly disappeared. Si Wuyai cupped his hands towards Yu Shangrong. Thank you, senior brother, for the assist. Yu Shangrong smiled faintly, saying, What assist? It's good enough you don't find me annoying. I wouldn't dare. 2 of Si Wuyai's subordinates whispered. Huangfeng Mountain already had Bai Yuqing protecting it, and Yu Shangrong suddenly appeared, not only injuring Bai Yuqing, but also taking away the sect leader's personal weapon. No wonder Si Wuyai said the sect leader was definitely regretting it. Yu Shangrong saw through this, but didn't say it. The one next to him immediately said, Don't spout nonsense, do you want to die? Yu Shangrong turned his head to ask Bai Yuqing, Did the eldest senior brother send you here? Bai Yuqing endured the pain and replied, The sect leader carefully instructed me I wouldn't dare disobey after Ming Xiyin left, and asked the reason for Bai Yuqing's appearance here. Yu Shangrong turned to say, After you return, tell the eldest senior brother I don't care what he wants to do and I'm too lazy to care, but don't go too far. Bai Yuqing was stunned, not knowing what to do. Bai Yuqing helplessly stared at Si Wuyai. Si Wuyai then said, Bai Yuqing, you should go back. She is the chief of the White Tiger Hall. Naturally aware of the conflict between Yu Shangrong and the sect leader, these two have never agreed with each other, and after leaving the Evil Sky Pavilion, this disagreement has only intensified. Bai Yuqing didn't dare to stay here any longer. It was best to leave as soon as possible. Yu Shangrong injuring her was clearly a warning to the sect leader. Bai Yuqing was just the cream caught between 2 Oreo cookies, unlucky enough to get caught. Bai Yuqing cupped her hands. In that case, 7th Mister, please take care. Ming Xiyin flew straight towards the Evil Sky Pavilion. Flying through the air for half a day, he finally arrived at Gangxin Town. At least he had the peacock plume in his hands. He would have something to show his master upon returning. And Ming Xiyin's worries lessened a bit. He hadn't had a good rest in a while, always carefully investigating Si Wuyai's affairs. His mind was exhausted, and the battle with Bai Yuqing, though he wasn't injured, still affected him somewhat. So, Ming Xiyin decided to stop and rest a bit at the Gangxi Town post station. In Gangxi Town, a woman looked towards Jinting Mountain and said, The Evil Sky Pavilion's barrier is weakening again. Gangxin Town wasn't far from the Evil Sky Pavilion, but you couldn't see it with the naked eye. Yet these people could sit here and discuss the Evil Sky Pavilion. Clearly there were many people silently paying attention to its every move behind the scenes. If things continued like this, the Evil Sky Pavilion wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few years. I really admire the way this old ancestor does things. A man has to have dignity when he's alive. I'd rather lose a bit of lifespan than let those bastards trample on the Evil Sky Pavilion. Ming Xiyin didn't find these words strange. The great wide world is full of strange things. The demonic path can still exist because of people with the same aspirations gathering together. The Evil Sky Pavilion is the most prominent sect of the demonic path, naturally feared and admired by those in the demonic path. There are quite a few who want to go to Jinting Mountain and become disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion. It's just a pity that the master is really old and doesn't take in any more disciples, the woman continued. Dignity doesn't last for many years. Yesterday, someone saw that the barrier's power had decreased by 1/3. The Evil Sky Pavilion doesn't seem to be planning to repair the barrier anymore. A scarred cultivator next to her chimed in. Barriers aren't easy to repair. It takes several years to possibly restore it. And after several years, The old ancestor, another woman, joined the conversation. That makes sense. I heard that the Heaven Sword sect is preparing to go to war with the evil Sky Pavilion. The Heaven Sword sect is backed into a corner now. Ming Xiyin glanced at the people chatting, not interrupting but silently drinking his tea. But the group dug deeper and deeper into the problem. Hearing this, Ming Xiyin immediately glared at the woman and pressed, "The Heaven Sword sect wants to attack the evil Sky Pavilion." Everyone found Ming Xinyin's behavior very normal, not at all out of place. The post station was that kind of place. People coming and going, information flowing freely. The scarred man continued. The sect leader of the Heaven Sword sect, Luo Chengfeng, died at the hands of the evil Sky Pavilion's old ancestor. Luo Jingkong only had one son. Moreover, you probably don't know that the Heaven Sword sect's eldest disciple, Zhu Jifeng, has betrayed and surrendered to the evil Sky Pavilion. It's said that this made Luo Jingkong so angry, he was furious for 3 nights. Luo Jingkong has sent out invitations to other major famous sects. It's possible that before the evil Sky Pavilion's old ancestor reaches his great tribulation, there will be another all-out attack. Ming Xinyin laughed and said, "That old bastard Luo Jingkong is getting so bold." The group all looked at Ming Xinyin and wondered, "Old bastard?" The man frowned and replied, "Brother, no need to use such harsh words, it's just idle chat, don't put personal feelings into it. Luo Jingkong sending out invitation letters is just for show." Seeing that Ming Xinyin didn't care much, the crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger, all gathering around Ming Xinyin to gossip. The man continued to reply, "That's right, all of the righteous paths, 10 famous sects, except for the Pure Illumination Dako, have received the invitation letters. I don't know if the Cloud Heaven Luo 3 sects will participate." The blonde woman on the left chimed in, "What is Luo Jingkong doing this for? The Heaven Sword sect is already like this." At this moment, the black-haired woman on the right spoke up. "You can't say for sure. Luo Jingkong has been in closed-door cultivation for many years. He can't be underestimated. What's more, the evil Sky Pavilion's barrier is weakening more and more. Perhaps this is an opportunity." "Ha ha ha!" Ming Xiyin stood up and laughed loudly. "They always say that every time they besiege Jinting Mountain, I'm tired of hearing it. Even if there's no old ancestor of the evil Sky Pavilion, there are still his disciples." The people nearby felt that was right. That made sense. At this moment, Ming Xiyin happily said, "I'll treat everyone to wine." The crowd of onlookers were delighted. They thanked him profusely. "Thank you, young master." But the shop owner poured cold water on their faces. "We only sell tea here, no wine." At the same time, in the great hall of the evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Xiao, with nothing to do, decided to draw a lottery. This lottery draw consumed 50 merit points, and he obtained reversal cards, quantity 3. Not bad luck. The last lottery draw used up all the luck points, and this time he got a reward right away. It surprised Lu Xiao a bit. Lottery draws really depend on luck and looks. Lu Xiao looked at the system interface. The selling price of the 8 methods of Dharma body was 20,000 merit points. Seeing this astronomical price, Lu Xiao decided to draw a lottery to test his luck. Draw a lottery. This lottery draw consumed 50 merit points, and he obtained Fatal Damage Block, quantity 5. Well, a little is better than nothing. This item card, except for the first time it was activated, hasn't been used since. It seems pretty useless. Lu Xiao continued to draw a lottery. "Please." This lottery draw consumed 50 merit points. "Thank you, host, for participating in the game. Luck points +1. The streak of winning finally ended. Lu Xiao was looking at the system interface when, just then, Xiao Yanhe ran in excitedly, happily saying, "Master! 4th senior brother is back! Good!" Lu Xiao's gaze looked out of the great hall. In the evil Sky Pavilion, Ming Xiyin entered, holding up the peacock plume with both hands. "Master, your disciple has investigated the situation at Cloudfinch Tower. It is indeed the plan of the traitor Si Wu Yai. Huangfeng Mountain is his intelligence base. Unfortunately, there are experts protecting Si Wu Yai. All I could bring back was his weapon," my disciple said. Lu Xiao, recalling the 2 times the system notified him for punishing Si Wu Yai, nodded. Ming Xiyin presented the peacock plume with both hands. "Ahem." Retrieving the weapon, cough, cough. This celestial tier peacock plume needs to be refined again before it can be used. This was Siwu Yai's weapon, a type of hidden weapon that was both extremely special and rare. Little Yanner had never seen the real peacock plume before. She'd only heard about it from her senior brothers and sisters. Now, seeing it with her own eyes, she was captivated by its beauty. Little Yanner happily exclaimed, "It's so pretty." Then she added, "But it's still a bit rough. Not as beautiful as my heaven-sundering ribbon." Ming Xiyin was speechless. Talk about a cat praising its own tail. Ever since she got the heaven-sundering ribbon, little Shimei hadn't found anything else pleasing to the eye. "Just a piece of red cloth, is it really that pretty?" Lu Jiao looked at the peacock plume and nodded slightly. "How did you find old Seventh's hiding spot?" Ming Xingyin perked up and answered seriously. "The story is kinda long." Lu Jiao waved his hand. "Nah, no need for the long version. I'm too lazy to listen. Getting back this treasure is already awesome." Lu Jiao picked up the peacock plume. Ming Xinyin's face went blank, like he just missed the perfect opportunity to show off. "Master, I also met Bai Yuqing, one of the underworld sect's 4 guardians, and also the traitor Yu Shangrong." Lu Jiao mused. "Old Seventh must have been restrained." The king's Yu Chao asked suspiciously. "Your Shidi's cultivation base was sealed by me, so it's not strange that you can defeat him. But Bai Yuqing's cultivation is much higher than yours. If Bai Yuqing was there, how did you get this thing?" Ming Xinyin thought for a moment the chance to show off was back. The young man replied, "Bai Yuqing is, after all, a member of the underworld sect. As soon as I mentioned Master, Bai Yuqing was so scared he peed his pants. How could he dare to stop me? Besides, the traitor Yu Shangrong was also there." Lu Jiao was curious. "Yu Shangrong wanted to stop you?" Ming Xinyin rambled on. "No, I reasoned with him a lot. He realized he was in the wrong, so he didn't dare to argue, and he didn't stop me either." Little Yanxue thought about this, remembering when she met second senior brother Yu Shangrong in Anyang City. Second senior brother seems like someone who can distinguish right from wrong. Ming Xinyin continued talking while gesticulating wildly. "Luckily I was smart and took his peacock plume before I left, to prevent him from causing trouble and creating countless waves in the future." Lu Jiao nodded with satisfaction. "You did well in this matter." Ming Xinyin bowed with clasped hands. "Thank you for your praise, Master. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave to rest." "Disciple has something else to report," he said. "On the way back to the Evil Sky Pavilion, I stopped by the Gangzi Town Post Station and heard that the former sect leader, Luo Jingkong, of the Heaven Sword sect, is sending out invitations everywhere. They want to besiege the Evil Sky Pavilion once again." As soon as he returned, Ming Xinyin deliberately observed the Golden Court Mountains barrier and discovered that the barrier's power had clearly been weakened a lot. He even sought out Elder Hua to confirm, and only believed it after receiving a definite answer. Ming Xiyin quickly looked around and saw that the barrier was indeed changing, because the weather was so hot, up to 42 degrees Celsius, so Pan Zhang and Zhu Jifeng were skinny dipping in a lake at the foot of the mountain. Seeing Ming Xiyin return, they were overjoyed. "Fourth senior brother is back!" Ming Xiyin continued to ponder, whether it's the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion or the external cultivators. Everyone thinks that the barrier's power has been absorbed by Master, and too many people saw the activity in the secret chamber. Lu Jiao showed a look of disdain. Luo Jingkong only has a crippled body left. Not worth mentioning. Ming Xinyin quickly bowed. "I am willing to leave the mountain and go to the Heaven Sword sect to kill Luo Jingkong." At this moment, from outside, Zhu Jifeng strode quickly into the main hall, arriving at just the right time. Zhu Jifeng entered and saluted Lu Ju. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." "Fourth senior brother. Ninth senior brother?" Lu Juju spoke. "What's the matter?" Zhu Jifeng replied timidly. "Hearing that fourth senior brother has returned, I deliberately came to greet him." "He looked like a shy maiden," Ming Xinyin said annoyedly. "Just say what you want to say. Stop beating around the bush. Instead of learning skills properly, why learn those stinky acting skills from the righteous sex?" Zhu Jifeng blushed red from Ming Xinyin's words, and he clasped his hands and said, "Pavilion Master, I am willing to go to the Heaven Sword sect. What are you going to the Heaven Sword sect for? Just based on your divine court realm, guiding Dao stage, Ming Xiyin mercilessly attacked Zhu Jifeng. Zhu Jifeng said embarrassedly, I can persuade them. Ming Xiyin was speechless at this narcissistic Zhu Jifeng. Lu Ju shook his head. You were once a disciple of the Heaven Sword sect. If you go, you will only provoke more conflicts between the two sides. Even if Luo Jingkong has been in seclusion for many years, I won't put him in my eyes. Ming Xiyin immediately patted his butt. Master is mighty. Zhu Jifeng bowed his head and said, Luo Jingkong's seclusion is not simple. When I was in the Heaven Sword sect, I heard that Luo Jingkong seemed to be cultivating a kind of technique that can increase his cultivation in a short time. We must be careful. Ming Xiyin sneered. Increase his cultivation in a short time? Isn't he afraid of chi deviation and exploding to death? I don't know the details. The path of cultivation has its own laws. If you want to break those laws, you have to pay a corresponding price. Leng Luo chose to explode himself to help the cloud-piercing flying chariot in order to resist the power of the Ten Vu. If Lu Zhao hadn't intervened, how would Leng Luo have survived to this day? As the saying goes, a visible spear is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. What if the old fart Luo Jingkong secretly runs over to play a game of mutual destruction like Leng Luo, who will be able to resist? Everyone looked at Lu Zhao, but Lu Zhao didn't care at all. Is just the Heaven Sword sect worthy of fighting with me? Ming Xiyin continued to flatter. That's right. When the 10 great experts besieged Master before, they couldn't do anything to you. The son died, and the old father jumped out. You can guess the ending without saying it, Zhu Jifeng replied. Pavilion Master is mighty. Little Yanyer suddenly jumped out. Stop with the mightiness or not. Hurry up and go, 9th senior brother. Do you have any instructions? Zhu Jifeng felt his hands and feet tremble as soon as he thought of the heaven-sundering ribbon, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Here comes another story. Little Yanner smiled and said, Hurry up and practice the synergy of the heaven-sundering ribbon with me. Don't worry, I was wrong last time. I guarantee I won't hurt you this time. Zhu Jifeng was frightened and wanted to run away, but how could he escape from the inevitable? And the old lady immediately dragged him away. Ming Xiyin's hair stood on end when he heard these words. Is this really Little Yan hair? The style seems wrong. They had never seen Little Shimei apologize to anyone other than Master. It all seemed like a dream. Lu Zhujiao nodded slightly. Little Yan hair seems to be more and more sensible. Ming Xiyin rubbed his eyes, feeling like he was dreaming in broad daylight. He thought to himself, I'll slap myself to see if it hurts. Ming Xiyin reached out and slapped himself. Ouch, damn it, it really hurts. What the HLL? It's not a dream, it's real. Lu Zhao frowned at Ming Xiyin's series of actions. Oh damn, does Ming Xiyin have stupid moments too? Ming Xiyin saw Master staring at him and explained in embarrassment. Master, I'm fine, I'm very normal, I really don't have mental illness. At this moment, Duanmu Sheng strode in holding the Overlord's spear. Duanmu Sheng's footsteps were strong and powerful. Each step on the ground made a heavy sound. Disciple greets Master. Duanmu Sheng came to stand next to Ming Xingyin and patted him on the shoulder. Ming Xingyin thought in pain. Why do you have to hit me so hard when you greet Master? Lu Zhao asked. How far along is the repair of the secret chamber? Duanmu Sheng replied. Since the last retreat, the secret chamber has been destroyed, and Lu Zhao still doesn't have a place where he can feel at ease to comprehend the heavenly writing. Although he can still comprehend it while sitting in the East Pavilion, he loses the feeling of immersing himself in enlightenment, as when he was in the secret chamber. It should be a few more days. While I was collecting sundries, I found an unusual chest. Please take a look, Master. Lu Zhu was curious. A chest. At this time, 2 female cultivators carried a large chest into the main hall. The chest looked very old, but the surface was clean. It must have been cleaned once. The material was also very special, resembling both leather and wood, with a dark brown color. When the 2 of them put the chest down, Ming Xingyin curiously went over and asked, What's in this? Duanmu Sheng replied. I don't know. Wouldn't we find out if we open it? If I could open it, why would I have someone bring it here? Duanmu Sheng glared at him. Ming Xingyin awkwardly replied, 3rd senior brother makes sense. Lu Zhao slowly stood up, put his hands behind his back, and walked down the steps to the chest. There were quite a few chests in the secret room, but he hadn't paid attention to them. Many of them had been covered in a thick layer of dust from not being cleaned for a long time. Duanmu Sheng reported to Lu Juju. After the secret room was damaged, all the other chests were broken, but this one remained intact. This disciple found it strange, so I brought it for you to see. Ming Xinyan chuckled. Master, this thing must be a treasure. Lu Zhao ignored the two, and bent down to observe the chest carefully. This must be something Ji Tiandao left behind when he was alive, but it's been too long, and the memories are hazy. Lu Zhao couldn't recall it for a moment. Restrictions. Lu Zhao saw dense patterns around the chest. He recognized this as a very special kind of restriction. The patterns ran around all 6 sides of the chest. If you didn't look closely, you'd think it was just an exquisite design. What's strange is that restrictions or formations can be activated just by pouring vital energy into them. So where does this restriction get its power? That day, he was in seclusion in the secret room, using the divine power of the Book of Heaven. Under the immense power of the divine ability, from the chests to the cabinets, including some weapons of inferior quality, were completely damaged. But this chest could withstand the power of the Book of Heaven without any damage? Either it's made of a special material, or it has extremely strong defensive power. Duanmu Sheng observed for a long time and couldn't find any clues. Master, you're very knowledgeable about formations and restrictions. What kind of restriction is used on this chest? Lu Zhao didn't say anything, just continued to observe. When Lu Zhao looked at the side of the chest, he saw a small hole in the middle of the surface, a keyhole. Ming Xinyan also stepped over to look, examined it, and said in surprise, Duanmu Sheng also saw the keyhole. Master, this disciple will go find the key immediately, Lu Zhao ordered. Go. Duanmu Sheng turned and left. The secret room was still a mess, and it would take some time to find such a small key. However, it was possible that the key was not in the secret room. While Ming Xinyan was relentlessly smashing the chest, Lu Zhao looked at the system interface. Sure enough, a reminder had appeared in the Lost Key quest. Used to open the lost treasure chest. There was no such reminder before, which meant that the chest in front of him was the treasure chest in the quest. The system reminder read, search for the lost key that can open the lost treasure chest. Talk about searching high and low, only to find it right under your nose. Lu Zhao flicked his sleeve and said, take it to the East Pavilion. This disciple obeys. Ming Xinyan carried the chest away. Lu Zhao casually waved his hand to retrieve the peacock plume and returned to the East Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. After 7 days of comprehending the Book of Heaven, Lu Zhao felt that the extraordinary power of the Book of Heaven had reached saturation. Lu Zhao nodded secretly, which meant that he could use the divine ability 1 or 2 times. Currently, he had mastered 2 types of divine power from the Book of Heaven. One was the divine power of universal sounds, which was sound-based divine power, and the other was the divine power of annihilation, which was a type of divine power that could repel opponents. Both types of divine power required a lot of the extraordinary power of the Book of Heaven, and to obtain extraordinary power, he could only comprehend the Book of Heaven. Lu Zhao sighed softly in his heart. 7 days, or even 10 days, to comprehend enough to use the divine ability once. Using the divine ability requires too much extraordinary power. But when he thought of its power, Lu Zhao felt relieved. The more you pay, the more you get in return. Outside, Xiao Yu's voice came. Master, Jiang Aijian sent a letter. She was flying in. Since Xiao Yanhair was obsessed with the Brahma lingo, the task of receiving letters fell to Xiao Yu, which was also good. Xiao Yu was more stable than Xiao Yanhair. Xiao Yu seemed more gentle. But somehow, when Xiao Yanhair received the letter, the bird could still fly, but now it looked like it was about to kick the bucket. Is this what you call gentle? Lu Zhao glanced at her and ordered, Xiao Yu, read it. Xiao Yu opened the letter and respectfully read, Old Senior, I have 3 things to tell you. One is that the former sect leader Luo Jingkong of the Heavenly Sword sect has sent out invitations to gather the righteous sects, calling for an attack on the Demon Heaven Pavilion. However, the other sects don't seem to be moving. Luo Jingkong is very angry. You must be careful. 2 is the leader of the Underworld sect, who is also your eldest disciple, Yu Zhanghai, has seized two small sects in the demonic path, the 100 Refinements sect and the 10,000 Demons sect. Gotta give it to him. Yu Zhanghai's been pretty energetic lately. 3. Please look at the next letter. Lu Zhao frowned slightly. Zhao Yu's face was blank after reading this. It was the first time she had read a letter from Jiang Aijian, and it wanted to blow her mind. If you didn't understand Jiang Aijian's style, anyone who encountered this kind of letter would be stumped by him. Couldn't this guy write the letter on a longer piece of paper? After reading the letter, Zhao Yu also felt a little embarrassed. It was awkward to stand there and awkward to leave.
Lu Ju was too used to it, he said calmly. Step back. After receiving the next letter, this disciple will come to report.
Zhao Yue finished speaking and left the east pavilion. Lu Zhao gently raised his hand, and the peacock plume appeared in his hand. Looking at the smooth surface of the peacock plume, Lu Zhao was secretly surprised. The time that his seventh disciple had received the peacock plume was much shorter than the time that Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong had obtained the heaven-grade weapon, which showed that Si Wuyai used the peacock plume very frequently. Holding the peacock plume in his hand,
for some reason, the three words, refinement talisman, appeared in Lu Ju's mind. If he refined this weapon, what would Si Wuyai think? Lu Ju casually waved his hand, and the last remaining refinement talisman appeared in his hand. Perhaps because the rapport had reached a certain level, Si Wuyai, who was sitting cross-legged in a small bamboo clearing, suddenly opened his eyes wide.
His thick eyebrows furrowed slightly as he muttered, "Peacock plume?" When the rapport between a heaven-grade weapon and its master reached a sufficiently high level, there would seem to be a telepathic connection between the two, which could not be explained or described clearly. This was the case between Si Wuyai and his peacock plume.
Sect leader.
A subordinate in a black robe heard the commotion and appeared nearby. Si Wuyai replied, "I'm fine." He didn't understand why he had suddenly thought of the peacock plume. The subordinate said, "Sect leader, how about I make a trip to the heavenly master path?" "No need." Si Wuyai slowly stood up. "Eldest senior brother has promised to send someone to the heavenly master path. If I send someone there again, it would be like not trusting eldest senior brother."
Second senior brother injured Bai Yu Qing, so we shouldn't provoke him at this time.
Then, how about I make a trip to Pingdu Mountain?
Si Wuyai didn't answer immediately. If it were before, he might have directly issued this order. But now he hesitated. "Wait, please give your orders, sect leader." Si Wuyai asked, "Has there been any movement from the Heavenly Sword sect recently?" The subordinate reported, "The Heavenly Sword sect has sent out invitations, vowing to attack the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Luo Jingkong couldn't help but want to make a move, but no other sects responded. The Heavenly Sword sect's power is weak and can't accomplish anything." Si Wuyai nodded and asked, "Has there been any response from Old Eight?" "There has been no movement from Eighth Gentleman for 10 days now," Si Wuyai also guessed. "As I expected, he must have been imprisoned in the Jade Cave. I didn't expect Old Eight to provide many clues anyway. He will be much safer in the Jade Cave." Many coincidences recently have made Si Wuyai suspicious. "Also, I suspect that there is a spy in the dark web. From today onwards, anything related to the Demon Heaven Pavilion, no matter how big or small, must be shown to me. Yes, the last matter. Tell the 5 rats, forget about rescuing Old Eighth. Switch to stealing the peacock plume." "As you command, sect leader." The black-robed subordinate then shot down the mountain. After the subordinate left, Yu Shangrong, who was playing with a bird nearby, said, "Seventh junior brother, doing this will waste all your previous efforts."
On a sky-high treetop beside the little bamboo grove, Yu Shangrong looked down at Si Wuyai with a faint smile. Si Wuyai replied,
"It seems I underestimated Master's abilities." Yu Shangrong pressed. "How did you know?" Si Wuyai slowly explained. "The reason I let Old Eighth return to the Nether sect was twofold. First, to ensure his safety, and second, I needed him to provide information on what was happening inside the sect. Though Old Eighth is clumsy, he won't meet a deadly end. If necessary, I can also order the 5 rats to rescue him." Yu Shangrong chuckled dismissively, shaking his head. "I'm afraid the 5 rats are just rats scurrying across the street." Next, I deliberately gave the peacock plume to 4th senior brother to test Master's abilities. But just now, Si Wuyai paused for a moment before continuing. "The peacock plume is in danger." Yu Shangrong chimed in.
The conditions for refining a heaven-grade weapon are extremely harsh. I've already helped you. You shouldn't regret it. Hearing this, Si Wuyai looked at Yu Shangrong. Second senior brother is right, Yu Shangrong calmly said. It's your turn to help me. Si Wuyai clasped his hands and replied. Please instruct me. Second senior brother, Yu Shangrong, opened his eyes. Sunlight piercing through layers of leaves, falling on his distinctly angular features. Yu Shangrong gently leaped down, his figure as straight as a willow branch. Flying in front of Si Wuyai, Yu Shangrong conveyed the message to the eldest senior brother. Even the best blade needs regular sharpening to maintain its edge. See you in half a year at Pingdu Mountain. Whoosh! Yu Shangrong flew back up to the treetop, truly living up to his title as Sword Devil, appearing and disappearing in a flash. After hearing Yu Shangrong's appointment with Yu Zhanghai at Pingdu Mountain, Si Wuyai's heart trembled. Since he founded Darknet, he had heard countless news. Some lived, some died. Every day there were special events happening, some as big as the sky, some as small as sesame seeds. But he had never been so shocked. Yu Shangrong's words made his heart tremble. Si Wuyai knew that the eldest senior brother and the second senior brother were always at odds, and also knew that their working styles were very different, and they were not satisfied with each other's way of doing things. He also knew that there would be a battle between the two, but he didn't expect it to come so early that he was surprised. Si Wuyai looked at Yu Shangrong on the treetop and said, Second senior brother, is it impossible to? Before he could finish his words, Yu Shangrong raised his hand to interrupt him. My mind is made up. I only hope that he will not be injured in these 6 months. Lonely masters will naturally hope that their opponents will respond in the best condition. Dealing with the weak is very boring. So boring that they don't want to take action. With the cultivation of the eldest senior brother, only Maester, the old man, can hurt him, so tell him not to provoke Maester. After saying that, Yu Shangrong gently tapped his toes, his whole body like a gentle breeze, flying away through the air. When flying in the sky, dozens of meters above the ground, Yu Shangrong suddenly flew back in front of Si Wuyai, instructing, Remember to take care. Si Wuyai also quickly replied, Please rest assured, senior brother, I can protect myself. See you later. See you later. The two clasped their fists and said goodbye. Yu Shangrong did not stay for long. He put his hands behind his back and flew away through the air, then disappeared into the horizon. Meanwhile, Si Wuyai was still in a salute posture. One was to respect the senior brother, and the other was that he was still frozen in place because of what happened just now. Si Wuyai shook his head and sighed softly. He returned to the little bamboo grove, looking at the mountain of intelligence piled on the table, and thinking about the things he needed to do in the future. For some unknown reason, Si Wuyai, who was originally calm and sober, suddenly became angry, waved his sleeves, and scattered the intelligence materials in front of him all over the ground. Si Wuyai asked himself, What am I doing all this for? At this moment, Si Wuyai suddenly cried out in pain. Another black-robed subordinate appeared, kneeling on one knee. Sect leader, your body, Si Wuyai frowned. I'm fine, it's just a backlash from trying to break through the body-binding curse, the subordinate said. Please take care of your body, sect leader. At the same time, in the nether sect, a system notification sounded. Punish evil disciple Si Wuyai, harvest 200 merit points. Although Lu Jiao didn't know what Si Wuyai was doing at this moment, the reward of 200 merit points made it clear that he was suffering a backlash. Lu Jiao shook his head, looking at the peacock plume. Want to break the shackles of the body-binding curse. Easier said than done. Don't say that this body-binding curse was cast by the system. Even if it was cast by a 6-leaf, 7-leaf cultivator of the celestial master Tao, once hit, Si Wuyai would not be easy to break through. Thinking of the various conspiracies Si Wuyai had made during this period, Lu Jiao shook his head slightly. Evil disciple, I'll take back your weapon first. He waved his hand, and the refining talisman disappeared. This was the first time the master and disciple had fought in the air, and Si Wuyai had completely failed. Lu Jiao put the peacock plume down. At this time, Zhao Yu's voice came from outside. Master, there are 2 flying letters. 2. One is Jiang Ai Jian's flying letter, and the other is a flying letter from the bottom of the mountain, Lu Jiao ordered. Read them. First. Zhao Yu opened Jiang Ai Jian's flying letter and read aloud.
Old Senior, the third piece of news is a major national event. I didn't want to say it at first, but after thinking about it, I thought it would be better to tell you. 4 deputy generals of Wei Zhuoyan led 50,000 troops to Liangzhou to quell the rebellion. 4th Prince Liu Pingkai returned to the court.
I know that the old senior doesn't care about the war, but now there is a major change in the palace. There will definitely be problems. Be careful of Mo Li. Hearing this, Lu Zhao's expression was still calm. After all, this news is related to the behind-the-scenes man Mo Li, and Lu Zhao is not interested in paying attention to other forces in the palace. Whether Wei Zhuoyan can do the job is his business.
Zhao Yu reported. Finished reading. Lu Zhuo ordered. Continue. Yes. Zhao Yue opened the second flying letter, glanced at it and said, "It's the challenge letter from Tianjin sect."
Lu Zhao heard this. His expression was still as calm as usual. "It's really a troubled time," Zhao Yu said awkwardly in summary. "Master, Lu Xingkong arranged a challenge arena, wanting to duel with Master. Don't sweat him? A measly little 1,000-sword sect?" Lu Zhu couldn't care less. Besides, right now his mind was totally occupied with that jade key and trying to get a handle on the heavenly book. Plus, he had to figure out how to deal with those 3 unfilial disciples.
Si Wu Yai, Yu Shangrong, and Yu Zhenghai.
He barely had time to blink, let alone bother with this nonsense.
This disciple understands. This disciple takes his leave. Zhao Yu turned and went down. But by the next morning, Zhao Yu was back in the East Pavilion with another flying letter. Master, this time Luo Xingkong sent someone with a letter. It's still a challenge letter as before. Luo Xingkong says his cultivation has greatly increased and he wants a fair duel with Master. Lu Zhujiao replied dismissively. Luo Xingkong's got some nerve. Usually, the 10 great sects would give the Evil Sky Pavilion a wide berth. Now he dares send disciples to deliver messages. He's really blinded by the hatred of losing his son. In the future, you don't need to report any letters from the Heavenly Sword sect to me. Disciple obeys. After that, for 10 days straight, the Evil Sky Pavilion received a challenge letter every day. The messenger got killed every time, but Lu Zhao didn't accept the challenge, and he seemed to get annoyed and impatient. All the letters were intercepted by Zhao Yu, until the 13th letter was brought before Zhao Yu by a female disciple, 5th senior sister. This is the 13th letter in the past 10 days. Zhao Yu thought it was another challenge letter, so she opened it to take a look. After reading it, she immediately raised her eyebrows and asked, "Where's the messenger?" The female cultivator replied, "At the foot of the mountain. They just left." Zhao Yu coldly ordered, "Catch them and hack them to death." After all, the 3 female disciples came from the Moon Dazzle sect, and they hesitated upon hearing this order. Zhao Yu's voice lowered, carrying a hint of anger. "Do it, yes." The 3 female disciples hurried down the mountain. The cultivator, who had gone some distance, turned back when they noticed someone chasing them. The girls were chasing each other in circles, panting heavily. The female cultivator shouted, "Please stop!" Seeing these cool babes, big bosom, the messenger then felt pleased. "You've finally come to your senses. Willing to come down the mountain to be my Dacio companions to find joy, huh?" Before he could celebrate not having wasted all the effort of coming here every day, he then saw the girls running over with knives, and he was shocked. Then he just saw the girls gathered around and then swinging their hands wildly. Red liquid splattered everywhere, followed by a shrill scream. At the Evil Sky Pavilion, Zhao Yu was extremely angry. Since returning to the Evil Sky Pavilion, this was the first time she was so angry. She walked coldly to the Evil Sky Pavilion. As soon as she entered, she saw Ming Xiyin feeding pigs nearby. Ming Xiyin asked, "5th junior sister, who messed with you?" She handed the letter to Ming Xiyin. "4th senior brother, take a look." Zhao Yu flicked her hand slightly, and the letter was wrapped in energy and flew towards Ming Xiyin. Ming Xiyin took the flying letter and read it. The expression on his face was very special. After reading it, he immediately cursed. "That old thief Luo Xingkong dares to call us trash, and dares to set up a life-and-death arena at Lotus Terrace to challenge the Evil Sky Pavilion? What's this?" Below the foul language was an oval shape, inside of which were small polygons that was shaped like turtle shell. Lu Xingkong probably thought Lu Zhao was turtle-heading, hiding like a turtle in its shell. Ming Xiyin looked at it strangely for a while and didn't know what it was. He was about to ask, when Zhao Yu said, "Senior brother, this must be reported to master." Okay. The two went into the Evil Sky Pavilion together, just in time to see Zhao Yanhair practicing the coordination and control of the Brahma sea bell in the courtyard. The girl tossed the Brahma sea bell and strangled several birds and pigs, wanting to make an animal feast. Zhao Yanhair excitedly bragged, "Senior brother, senior sister, look! My Brahma sea bell is more powerful than before." Awesome, awesome! Ming Shiyin and Zhao Yu had no time to hang out with little junior sister. He and Zhao Yu ran quickly into the main hall to pay respects to master. "Greetings, master." The two saw master holding a writing brush. Not knowing what he was writing, Ming Shiyin glanced at the paper on the table, on which was a drawing of the bronze key found in the secret chamber. Even the patterns on the key were drawn accurately to every detail, looking just like the real thing. Ming Shiyin quickly knelt down to salute. "I didn't expect master's calligraphy and painting skills to be so high, broadening my horizons," Ming Shiyin was thinking in his heart. Master's handwriting used to be worse than a dog's breakfast. How can it be so beautiful now? This calligraphy and painting thing isn't something that can be practiced in a day or two. Without certain talent and long-term practice, no matter how high your cultivation is, you can't draw so beautifully in a short period of time. Lu Zhao put down the brush in his hand and looked at Ming Shiyin and Zhao Yu. "What's the matter?" Ming Shiyin presented the 13th challenge letter. "Please take a look, master." Lu Zhao took it and glanced through it. Although the contents of the letter were not very decent, his expression didn't change. Ming Shiyin said, "Master, the Heavenly Sword sect is spreading rumors everywhere and dares to openly insult the Evil Sky Pavilion. We can tolerate it, but we can't endure the humiliation. Disciple requests to go down the mountain and kill them until they don't have a single piece of armor left." Zhao Yu followed suit. "Disciple agrees." Fortunately, Duan Musheng wasn't here. If he read this challenge letter, he'd probably rush down the mountain without even saying hello. Lu Zhao calmly said, "Luo Changfeng of the Heavenly Sword Sect died at my hands. Luo Jingkong doesn't have the guts to do this. He must have made preparations in advance." Ming Xinyin, battle blood was already rushing to his brain. Master ignored him. "What preparations? Since he has the audacity to provoke us, the Evil Sky Pavilion will not tolerate it." Lu Zhao nodded slightly and said, "Send a flying letter to Jiang Aijian. Tell him to investigate Lu Jingkong. No convenience at all. Investigate the thing in this drawing as well." Lu Zhao pointed to the piece of paper with the drawing of the bronze key. "Disciple will do it right away." Zhao Yu collected the drawing and turned to leave the main hall. Ming Xinyin took the letter, stepped forward, pointed at the oval shape and asked, "Master, your calligraphy and painting skills are extremely high. Can you explain to Disciple what this is?" He was purely curious because he couldn't figure it out after looking at it for a long time. Disciple doesn't understand, so of course I have to ask Master for guidance. Lu Zhao glanced at the drawing, then picked up the brush and redrew it once. After Ming Shiyin saw Lu Zhao's drawing, he immediately widened his eyes and shouted, "A turtle retracting its head." That's right, the oval shape in Luo Jingkong's letter was a turtle. And a turtle retracting its head and neck. How could the Evil Sky Pavilion endure this humiliation, Master? This matter, can you even tolerate this? Ming Xinyin was so excited that he almost bit his tongue. If it was the hot-tempered master from before, he would have led his disciples to a bloody battle without saying a word. Lu Zhao asked in return, "What do you think should be done?" This question made Ming Xinyin panic. How should I answer this? What trick is master playing again? Ming Xinyin pondered for a moment and still replied, "He who insults others will be insulted. Luo Jingkong deserves to die," Lu Zhao calmly said. "Then do it that way." Ming Xinyin was slightly startled, his eyes widened, and a feeling of excitement rose in his heart. This was the feeling he wanted. Ming Xinyin's blood was boiling. He couldn't wait to go down the mountain and start a massacre. He had been suppressing himself too much during this time, to the point where he was no longer himself. Not long after, Zhao Yu returned, holding another flying letter in her hand. Disciple has sent a flying letter to Jiang Aijian. This is a flying letter sent by 7th junior brother. Zhao Yu spoke very cautiously and carefully. This time, Si Wuyai had angered Master quite a bit, so Master probably wouldn't want to read his flying letter. Lu Zhao said, "Read it." Zhao Yue opened Si Wuyai's letter and read in a low voice, "Master is high above.
disciple has something to ask of you." As soon as Zhao Yu finished reading the first sentence, Ming Xiyin cursed.
"First, this bastard still dares to ask master for something.
Now, I really regret not being ruthless with him back then." Seeing that his reaction was a bit excessive with master present, the young Ming Xiyin had to restrain himself.
"Junior sister, continue."
Zhao Yu glared at Ming Xiyin and continued to read. Disciple begs master not to refine the peacock plumes. The coordination between the peacock plume and disciple has reached its peak. Back then, master rewarded peacock plume to me, and I've always treasured it. In this world you couldn't find someone more suitable to be peacock plume's master than me. I believe master wouldn't want to see anyone tarnish peacock plume's reputation either. I heard Heavenly Sword Sect has been sending out invitations, provoking the prestige of the Evil Sky Pavilion. I've thoroughly investigated it. Luo Xing isn't just grieving over his son, he's betting his life on this, and other righteous sects are sitting back, waiting to reap the benefits. Please grant me a month, master. I'll definitely wipe out Heavenly Sword Sect and avenge master's grievances." Ming Xiyin cursed again. What a self-obsessed narcissist. After reading the letter, Zhao Yu spoke up. "Well, that's alright. Senior Brother 7 really did put in a lot for the peacock plume." Lu Zhao was still pondering. How did Si Wuyai know I planned to refine the peacock plume? In other words, Si Wuyai's rapport with the peacock plume must have reached its peak, allowing him to communicate telepathically and sense the threat. Ming Xiyin asked curiously, "Master, I have a question. Si Wuyai's dark web is spread throughout the cultivation world, and most of them are ordinary people who can't even trust a chicken. How does he plan to deal with Heavenly Sword Sect?"
Lu Zhao shook his head slightly and said, "It's the Nether Sect."
When he cast the spell, he was clearly aiming for the person sitting on Kuiniu, but Si Wuyai was the one who got hit. That clearly shows that Si Wuyai and Yu Zhenghai are extremely close.
The destruction of the Pure Clarity School must be related to Si Wuyai.
Ming Xiyin scratched his head, feeling a little unwilling. With the Nether Sect taking action, can we relax a bit then?
Lu Zhao immediately replied, "No." Lu Zhao waved his hand and continued in a deep voice. "1 month is too long. Lu Xing is challenging us like this, so this master will fulfill his wish."
Your disciple obeys. Your disciple obeys. The two bowed simultaneously, master's words greatly exciting them. If Luo Xing isn't being arrogant like this, how could the Evil Sky Pavilion continue to suppress its anger? A new mission appeared on the system's taskbar. Restore the Evil Sky Pavilion's reputation. Reward 15,500 merit points. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, in the Evil Sky Pavilion's main hall, Lu Zhao scanned the crowd before him. All of them stood solemnly, quietly awaiting Lu Zhao's instructions. Only the old codger Pan Lishan had bleary eyes from waking up early and lacking alcohol, while the young Zhu Jifeng clutched Pan Zhong's portrait in sorrow, as if Pan Zhong was already dead. Granny Xiao Yanhair was extremely excited because she was about to fight, about to demonstrate the Brahma Lufan. Lu Zhao looked around with a headache, thinking to himself, Pan Zhong is seriously injured, Pan Litian ingested the Black Lotus root a few days ago and is still recuperating, and although Lang Luo has recovered some of his cultivation, he's still drained from using all his energy at the Shuyu Lake last time. Lu Zhao can't rely on these three. Master, Jiang Aijian's flying letter says pretty much the same thing as 7th senior brother, but there's one difference. Xiao Yu presented the flying letter in her hand and continued, Heavenly Sword Sect isn't without help, it's just that these guys aren't part of the top 10 famous sects. Their movements are secretive and couldn't be investigated. Lu Zhao nodded slightly, which showed that Jiang Aijian's information was much more accurate than Si Wuyai's. Lu Zhao didn't say anything more but clasped his hands behind his back and walked out of the main hall. Let's go! Yes! Hua Wu Dao, Duan Mu Sheng, Ming Xiyin, Zhao Yue, Xiao Yaner, Zhu Jifeng, Hua Yuexing, and 10 female disciples followed closely behind. Even women will fight when the enemy is at the door, and the female cultivators each held a knife high, ready to fight. Lu Zhao instructed Elder Leng and Elder Pan to guard the home, and the two old men coughed and replied, Yes, Pavilion Master. A moment later, everyone arrived at the cloud-chasing chariot. Ming Xiyin asked curiously, Senior brother Duan Mu Sheng, I heard from junior sister that your driving skills have improved a lot? Duan Mu Sheng waved his hands repeatedly.
Compared to junior brother, my skills are not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning? Ming Xinyin seemed to want to speak privately with Duan Musheng. I wouldn't lie to you, senior brother. Driving is great for cultivators. Besides, it has another advantage. Duan Musheng perked up his ears, and Ming Xinyin whispered, it can cultivate one's moral character, especially tempering one's temperament. Are you saying I have a hot temper? Ming Xinyin waved his hands repeatedly. Not at all. Not at all. Duan Musheng nodded upon hearing this and said, Fourth junior brother, how do you feel about my overlord's spear? Ming Xinyin praised, majestic and unparalleled in the world, truly a top-grade treasure. Duan Musheng sighed and shook his head, saying, Senior brother knows that you're not comfortable holding a useless weapon with no clear characteristics. Never mind, I'll drive well and temper my temperament. As for the weapon, as long as it's heaven grade, I don't care if it's majestic or not. Hearing this, Ming Xinyin jerked. Ugh, what the heck? Trying to scam him but failed. Duan Musheng patted Ming Xinyan's shoulder sincerely and gave him a hard push. Go, go! Ming Xinyin reluctantly flew to the driver's seat. I didn't say I liked majestic weapons. Ming Xinyin then turned his head to look at little junior sister, who was playing jump rope, and thought to himself, if there's a chance, I must let little junior sister drive to temper her temperament. She must feel uncomfortable holding that red cloth and waving it around every day. Ming Xinyin glared lightly at the drum, and the flying chariot sped away like a shooting star. After everyone had settled in, Duan Musheng approached Lu Jiao. He breathed on the overlord's spear, and happily wiped it until the spear body was glistening. With Ming Xinyin at the helm, the flying chariot flew smoothly in the air. Hua Wudao also approached Lu Jiao, clasping his hands and observing the surrounding scenery. The evil sky pavilion's barrier at Golden Court Mountain can also be clearly seen. Hua Wudao opened his mouth and said, I would like to ask Pavilion Master, did Pavilion Master absorb the barrier's power in the secret chamber that day to maintain his peak state? Lu Jiao glanced at him and replied, You think so too? Hua Wudao also felt that he was wrong, and lowered his head and replied, I wouldn't dare. Lu Jiao continued, This seat will repair the barrier. Outside, it is rumored that the power in the barrier is constantly decreasing, which is the same as saying that his strength is declining day by day. It's just that he has no way to repair the barrier at the moment. If he asked his disciples to repair it together, it would take at least 3 years. Lang Luo and Pan Lishan are both 8-leaf cultivators, but now they are both weak and sick, and cannot be relied upon. The fastest way to repair the barrier is to use the peak state card again. But how could Lu Jiao casually use his trump card? Hua Wudao then said, The Lotus Dice is a place for the righteous factions to discuss matters. I'm afraid Luo Xing is deliberately provoking us and setting up an ambush there. Luo Zhao nodded. Your worries are not without reason. Ming Xinyin was busy piloting the flying chariot but still nosy and eavesdropping. The young man exclaimed, Elder Hua, no need to worry. All schemes and tricks are useless in front of my master. Of course, I trust the Pavilion Master's abilities. Just then, Hua Yuexing approached. Perhaps because she had only recently joined the Great Void Sect, so she was still a bit restrained. Hua Yuexing bowed slightly and said, This subordinate has something to report. Lu Jiao ordered. Speak, Hua Yuexing softly said. When this subordinate was in the tower near the Heaven Sword Sect waiting for Elder Ye Cheng to appear, this subordinate saw an acquaintance. Lu Jiao pressed. Who is it? Hua Yuexing replied. The fourth prince, Liu Ping. Hua Yuexing hurriedly knelt down. She quickly reported. When this subordinate was still following Consort Yu, I once accidentally saw the fourth prince's portrait. When I saw the real person, I wasn't sure, so I didn't report it in time. Please forgive me, Pavilion Master. Lu Jiao thought to himself. The fourth prince, Liu Ping, has been stationed on the frontier for years. Because of his merits, the forces in the palace can't do anything to him. The question is, why did Liu Ping return at this time? Lu Jiao's gaze turned to Hua Yuexing, suddenly remembering Jiang Aijian's identity, and asked, Have you also met Jiang Aijian? Hua Yuexing nervously replied. When I was at Yunquei Tower was the first time this subordinate saw him, Lu Jiao ordered. Stand up, then said. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Hua Yuexing respectfully stood up. Did you ever transmit information to Jiang Aijian? Lu Jiao suddenly asked a question, taking advantage of her relaxed guard. Hearing this, Hua Yuexing was startled. Thump, thump, Hua Yuexing immediately knelt down, kowtowing, forehead full of sweat. Hua Yuexing wouldn't dare. Hua Wudao hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Hua Yuexing is a disciple of the Luo sect, strictly disciplined, and would never do such a thing. Ming Shiyin, who was drumming up a storm on the flying chariot, also cocked his head to watch the drama. Hearing Hua Wudao's words, Ming Shiyin turned his head and asked, strictly disciplined. Then why did she leave the Luo sect? This, Hua Wudao found it difficult to explain. Ming Shiyin frowned, glared, and said, Can't say it, huh? I thought I couldn't understand how Jiang Aijian knew everything, so it turns out he's following the path of old seven. Lu Jiao's eyes turned to Hua Yuexing. Just now, he repeatedly pressed her, but Hua Yuexing's loyalty didn't drop at all, which shows that she wasn't lying. Stand up. Then said, Yes, Lu Jiao asked. Your talent is not bad. Have you been to the West Pavilion to see the classics? Hua Yuexing replied. Still, haven't had time to go yet, Lu Jiao casually said. In the West Pavilion there is a cultivation method called swiftly condensed gang qi, which is very suitable for you. Hua Wudao hurriedly waved his hand. Why aren't you thanking the pavilion master? Thank you, pavilion master. Hua Yuexing knelt down again. Seeing this, everyone was speechless, not knowing what to say. Truly the habit of people in the palace, kneeling at the drop of a hat. All a bunch of rotten rules. Hua Wudao continued. The Luo sect doesn't have the swiftly condensed gang qi cultivation method to teach you. Archers are strong in attacking from a distance, but the weakness is also very obvious. Once other cultivators get close, archers usually don't have enough time to condense qi to shoot. This swiftly condensed gang qi cultivation method can just make up for the archer's shortcomings. Hua Yuexing immediately nodded solemnly. Thank you, Elder Hua, for your guidance. This subordinate will definitely work hard. Loyalty plus 10%. Sometimes Lu Jiao felt that although Hua Yuexing had many rules, she was a simple person who hadn't been completely assimilated by this world. Giving a reward of cultivation method wasn't such a big deal, but it increased her loyalty by 10%, which surprised him. At the same time, in the clear tranquility cottage, Si Wuyai opened his eyes. He looked at the rays of sunlight filtering through the cottage door to estimate the time. Sure enough, soon after, a cultivator in a black robe flew from afar, kneeling down to report. Pavilion Master, as you expected, someone is indeed leaking information to the Great Void Sect. Si Wuyai then asked, Do you know where the information came from? No. The cultivator in the black robe replied concisely. Inside the palace, Si Wuyai immediately raised his eyebrows, puzzled. Master always disdained interacting with the forces in the palace. Why is it like this now? Si Wuyai ordered. Tell the eyes and ears in the palace to investigate. Yes. Si Wuyai's eyebrows relaxed, revealing a confident smile. It is normal for Master to trust this person. Since that's the case, we'll use their plan against them, and cooperate with them. Should I go look for Senior Ma? No. Si Wuyai shook his head. Go to Pingdu Mountain. This subordinate obeys. The cultivator in the black robe turned and left the clear tranquility cottage. Si Wuyai took off his robe, the word curse written in red seal script emblazoned across his chest, looking extremely jarring, hardly concealing anything. Si Wuyai sighed softly. Since being hit by this divine curse, he has repeatedly tried to break through it, but unfortunately, the curse hasn't diminished in the slightest. Pilly. He looked at the pile of materials and books related to the curse piled up on the table, then shook his head slightly. Reading all this is useless. He had tried to apply the curse-breaking methods in the books, but they had no effect whatsoever. Si Wuyai changed into another robe, then raised his head to look at the sky. Is anyone there, Swish? 3 cultivators in black robes suddenly appeared in the cottage. Pavilion Master, they are ready to await your orders. I want to make a trip to the Lotus Dais. The leading cultivator immediately raised his head upon hearing this, cupping his hands and saying, Pavilion Master, you currently have no cultivation. For you to go there is too dangerous, this subordinate suggests. Si Wuyai had finished tidying his clothes and replied, I know, but some things if I don't do them myself I will feel uneasy. the cultivator worried. But Siwuyai turned to look at his subordinates, loudly. No buts. Do you think I'm useless or something? The subordinates were shocked. This subordinate wouldn't dare. This subordinate would die to protect the pavilion master. Siwuyai nodded, a look of helplessness on his face. He sighed and said, "You have followed me for many years, risking your lives to protect me completely. How can I risk your lives? After so many years, you should understand who I am." The several cultivators in black robes lowered their heads. Not daring to say anything, Siwuyai instructed, "Notify the 5 mice, it's time to set off, let's go." This subordinate obeys. On the lotus dais, one standing in the middle said loudly, "The lotus dais, a place praised as the Holy Land for discussing Tao among the great sects. The lotus dais is located in the north of Yangju, 10 miles away from the Huai River." The lotus platform was split into 2 levels. The upper level was a platform for discussions, while the lower level was shaped like blooming flower petals, with the lotus leaves spreading out in all directions, creating an area several miles wide. On each petal there was a huge pillar, big enough to hold at least 5 braziers to provide light at night. The lower level was covered in bluestone, while the upper level was paved with marble. Surrounding the lotus platform were all kinds of guests and restaurants. Observing the lotus platform from these places wouldn't be restricted in terms of visibility. On the marble stage, outside the lotus platform, were all sorts of unexpected encounter spots, with magnificent buildings all around, a great view. Right now, the area around the lotus platform was bustling, with quite a few people. Someone piped up, "What you're saying doesn't seem to match what we're seeing, huh?" That guy immediately glossed over it. That's how the travel guide described it. Probably the writer didn't know what they were writing either. Details aren't important. Day after day, year after year, today is the 14th day that the Heavenly Sword sect sent a challenge letter to the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Another guy, showing off his 2 missing teeth, loudly chimed in. "They've already sent 13 letters. They'll probably send another one later. Heard yesterday's letter was full of insults. With that old devil's temper, he's bound to show up. Wonder whose idea this is." Cultivators in the top 5, top 3, have been gathering around the lotus platform, constantly watching. 13 challenge letters sent. And still no one from the Demon Heaven Pavilion has bothered to show up. Some people even reckoned the Demon Heaven Pavilion wouldn't come at all, so everyone's guts grew bigger, and they all got closer to the lotus platform to watch the fun. On the lotus platform, Luo Jingkong was closing his eyes to rest. He sat quietly on his chair, pretending to be deaf and blind, not giving a damn about the discussions of the cultivators outside. Behind him, on 10 chairs, a group of cultivators in robes of various colors were sitting, each carrying a sword. Luo Jingkong was the same, wearing a white robe, with a banner hanging behind him that read, "Blood debt for killing my son, irreconcilable." Several elders looked resentful. The bald one spoke up. "Sect leader, is that Demon Heaven Pavilion devil really not coming? Don't rush, Thilakrush." Luo Jingkong opened his eyes wide, his gaze profound as he looked at the sky. "I've humiliated the Demon Heaven Pavilion so much, he'll come sooner or later. That old devil has a hot temper. He won't be able to hold back." Another one added, "Sect leader, maybe the power of the barrier has been absorbed by that old devil. His strength must be very strong." Now Luo Jingkong transmitted his voice. "No need to persuade me. The arrow is already on the string. There's no turning back. I've been in seclusion for so many years. How could I not have some tricks up my sleeve? With Changfeng dead, there's no point in me living. If that old devil comes, follow the plan I've prepared." The cultivators behind him replied in unison, "We respectfully obey the sect leader's orders." After a while, still no sign of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, and the audience around started to get noisy again. "Sect leader Luo, hurry up and send the 14th challenge letter. I suggest you ask about his parents." Although Luo Xingkong was the previous sect leader, he was considered the current sect leader. Luo Xingkong glanced at the crowd without saying anything. "Trisk, trisk. I thought there'd be some exciting stuff to watch. Looks like the rumors are true. The Demon Heaven Pavilion isn't what it used to be. Back then, the Demon Heaven Pavilion was so powerful, who would dare say no to them?" Sigh. The Heavenly Sword sect wants to make a name for themselves in the cultivation world. One guy raised a flag and cheered. Following him,
Some people who called themselves righteous gentlemen always supported the Heavenly Sword sect. Demonic cultivators cause trouble everywhere, act recklessly, kill innocent people. Everyone should punish them. But not many people bothered to agree. There were also some cowards, with no stance, hiding in the tea houses around the lotus platform, watching the movements over here with wide eyes. The elders and disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were all present on the lotus platform. Luo Xingkong shook his head slightly and gave his order.
Send the 14th challenge letter to the Demon Heaven Pavilion.
At this time, a Heavenly Sword sect disciple came to Luo Xingkong's side and whispered, "Sect leader, the disciple in charge of delivering the 13th challenge letter hasn't returned yet. I'm afraid he's met with misfortune."
Luo Xingkong's face darkened, and he continued, "Send the content in the challenge letter written by yourselves. As long as you can force the Demon Heaven Pavilion to come down the mountain, anyone who is afraid of death will be immediately expelled from the Heavenly Sword sect. Whoever is willing to deliver the challenge letter will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold and the intersect's Tai sword technique. There will be heavy rewards. Bravery is found where rewards are given. The wealthy buy their lives with money. The poor earn money with their lives. That's always been the case." As soon as Luo Xingkong said this, several outer sect disciples volunteered. Elder Luo Zhen angrily said, "Let the public write this challenge letter." Yes. The Heavenly Sword sect prepared a long sheet of white paper, a foot long, spread out on the table. Just as the brush, ink, and inkstone were brought out, they heard someone shout, "What's that?" Someone piped up, "Looks like a shooting star?" Another one disagreed and retorted, "Wrong! When have you ever seen a black shooting star?" In the distance, an object with a long tail flew through the clouds and slowly appeared in everyone's view. Many knowledgeable cultivators recognized its bright, long tail, cloud-piercing flying shuttle. It's the Demon Heaven Pavilion's cloud-piercing flying shuttle. Several cultivators shouted as they ran for their lives, "It's the Demon Heaven Pavilion's cloud-piercing flying shuttle! Run!" One busty girl even ran so fast her slippers fell off. The crowd standing on the lotus platform immediately dispersed, running towards the lotus leaves. Some cultivators who had just learned to fly lost control due to nervousness, and their primordial QO became unstable, and they fell straight to the ground, dizzy. The scene was chaotic. The Demon Heaven Pavilion may not be what it used to be, but the little characters who like to watch the fun can't afford to provoke them. Everyone fled far away, watching from the lower level. They didn't think the Demon Heaven Pavilion would shift its target from the Heavenly Sword sect to dealing with low-level goods like them. Luo Xingkong's group's eyes were blazing with anger as they looked at the cloud-piercing flying shuttle flying in the sky. Old man Luo Xingkong glared and muttered, "Finally here." Luo Xingkong wasn't afraid at all. His eyes even had a look of expectation and strong fighting spirit. "You are about to die. What is there to be afraid of?" On the contrary, the 10 elders behind him were restless and uneasy. Their faces were ugly. Luo Xingkong looked around. The crowd stood densely on the lotus petals, looking towards this side. Only a few Phantasm Sea Realm cultivators could fly, floating above the crowd. The cloud-piercing flying shuttle slowed down and stopped in the sky east of the lotus platform, a few dozen meters away from the arena. Everyone looked up. Lu Zhu and Hua Wudao appeared in everyone's sight. "This is the master of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, the master of the 9 great devils." Some cultivators who had never seen Lu Zhao's true appearance until now couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. That little girl should be the youngest female disciple, Zhu Yaner. Although her life experience is not much, she can kill people in the blink of an eye. The rest of the people in the flying shuttle were hard to recognize. The audience could only guess. Lu Zhao's eyes looked at the Heavenly Sword sect disciples on the lotus platform. This old master is very pleased. His voice, full of confidence, echoed throughout the lotus platform, and the surroundings became quiet again. Zhao Yanher ran into the flying shuttle and pulled out a chair, placing it behind Lu Zhao with a giggle. "Please sit, master." Lu Zhao nodded and slowly sat down. This girl is finally all grown up and has been growing in the direction of being the master's caring helper. Elder Hua's face flushed red with embarrassment. If one knows to respect elders and care for the young, shouldn't you have gotten yourself a chair too? Seeing this, a female disciple hurriedly brought a chair for the elder to sit. "Thank you." Hua Wudao clasped his hands and sat down. Lu Zhao looked at Luo Jingkong, who was leading the Heavenly Sword Sect formation. Are you Luo Jingkong? Lu Zhao's voice formed a sound wave that flew down to the lotus platform. The audience standing around all praised. As expected of the founder of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, the older he gets, the tougher he is. Not inferior to back then, his voice is still full of energy, extremely loud, Luo Jingkong said in a deep voice. I thought you wouldn't dare to come. Even so, I had to send 13 challenge letters. Since when has the Demon Heaven Pavilion become so timid, afraid of trouble? Lu Zhao didn't bother to answer him and turned his head to say to the disciples standing behind him, It's just the Heavenly Sword Sect, leave it to you all. Granny Zhao Yaner was the most active, and she immediately accepted the order. Disciple obeys. Ming Xinyin waved to Zhao Yue, 5th junior sister, come steer. Ming Xinyin was in a hurry to die at this moment, and immediately called someone to replace his position. Stabilizing the rudder doesn't require someone with high cultivation. Zhao Yue alone is enough, Zhao Yue agreed. Ming Xinyin jumped out and looked at the people below. You old geezer, you're not worthy to fight with my master, Luo Jingkong immediately retorted. Worthy or not, is not for you to decide. Ming Xinyin's eyes widened and he grinned. Hey, Luo Changfeng is your son, right? A guy like him deserved to die. And you even had the guts to send a challenge to our Evil Sky Pavilion. Luo Jingkong didn't seem flustered at all. He raised his head and said, What a foul mouth. You're just one of the 9 beasts of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The cultivator, watching the excitement, hurriedly shouted, Everyone lie down and watch. Don't get accidentally hurt. The audience lay down to watch, their blood boiling with excitement. They didn't expect the Sky Sword Sect to dare humiliate the Evil Sky Pavilion in public, and a wave of fighting spirit began to spread fiercely on the lotus dais. Luo Jingkong's eyes stared straight at Lu Zhao. You lot aren't worthy of making this old man take action. The only one who can make me act is you. The last 3 words he said to Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao still had his eyes closed, seemingly not paying much attention to the old man Luo Jingkong. Ming Xinyin immediately spoke up. If you want to fight my master, you have to defeat me first. As soon as he finished speaking, Ming Xinyin flew into the air, his azure energy radiating extremely powerfully. Luo Jingkong waved his hand, and 5 people stepped out from behind him. The Sky Sword Sect's 5 great disciples. Who dares to come and fight? The Sky Sword Sect's intense fighting spirit was beyond the audience's expectations. Is the Sky Sword Sect really not afraid of death? Duan Musheng gripped the Overlord's spear tightly. Too much, let me! Just as he was about to jump off the flying chariot, someone suddenly flew up and shouted loudly, Let me deal with this one, he's... Elder Luo Zhen of the Sky Sword Sect, Hua Wudao, slowly stood up, cupping his hands. It's better to let me go first. In front of everyone, Hua Wudao stepped down slowly, his eyes still fixed on Elder Luo Zhen. Hua Wudao's whole body radiated extremely powerful energy, but Luo Zhen took a step back. The 5 great disciples immediately rushed forward, surrounding Hua Wudao in the middle. Ming Xinyin finally understood the other side's strategy and turned his head to say, Master, this old fox is playing trick. Lu Zhao still didn't open his eyes, just gave a slight nod. Tianji's horse racing. Meaningless. Lu Zhao continued to ponder. Besides, Hua Wudao has already entered the 7-leaf realm, and his 6-harmony Dao seal is unparalleled in the world. These 5 are only in the Divine Court realm. How could they be Hua Wudao's opponents? The 5 Sky Sword Sect disciples stood in a circle, surrounding Hua Wudao in the center, the long swords in their hands emitting vibrating energy. Luo Jingkong sneered, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's Yun's sect. Elder Hua Wudao, I really feel ashamed for you. Hua Wudao stood upright with his hands clasped, the expression on his face unwavering. In the past period of time in the Evil Sky Pavilion, he had thought clearly that from the moment he joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, he would definitely have to face these things. Hua Wudao clenched his fists and shouted loudly at the 5 Sky Sword Sect disciples, Make your move! The 5 disciples waved their swords, slashing towards Hua Wudao. 6-harmony Dao seal. Hua Wudao took a step forward. 6 large seal characters surrounded his body. The sunlight could not even overshadow the light emitted from the 6 characters. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The crowd watching were shocked. All the sword energy slammed into the 6-harmony Dao seal. Hua Wudao was calm and collected.
not affected at all, and took another step. Luo Xingkong was slightly startled. I've heard about Hua Wu Dao's 6 Harmony Dao seal before. Many people sneered at this turtle shelling technique, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I know that this technique can be used like this. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The disciples unleashed their full strength, but the 6 Harmony Dao seal had far exceeded their expectations. Like ants trying to topple a tree, they couldn't even make the 6 Harmony Dao seal budge an inch. Hua Wu Dao took another step. Luo Zhen shouted, "What are you waiting for? 5 swords unite." The 5 Sky Sword sect disciples replied in unison, "Yes." Immediately, the 5 great disciples simultaneously flew into the air, the 5 people merging into one. Just at this moment, a huge green circle suddenly appeared where Hua Wu Dao was standing. The diameter of the circle was about 5 meters. This wasn't Hua Wu Dao's 8 trigrams energy seal, or the Buddhist technique, mirror platform. Mind, like a mirror platform, seeing clearly all things and the enemy's movements. The recipient of the blessing will have a great increase in cultivation, while the one corroded will have a very rapid decrease in cultivation. This is an harm others, benefit self-ultimate technique. To perform this technique, one must have at least a nascent soul realm powerhouse. The higher the cultivation, the more terrifying the effect. The Sky Sword sect is directly under the Taoist sect. How could they cultivate a Buddhist ultimate technique like this? But Hua Wu Dao wasn't afraid at all. His expression was indifferent. He continued to step forward, and the 8 trigram circle appeared under his feet. The remaining 3 characters of the 6 Harmony Dao seal also appeared. Luo Xingkong began to offer rewards. Disciples, listen to the order. Anyone who kills a member of the Evil Sky Pavilion today will be heavily rewarded. Hua Wu Dao shouted softly, "I'm afraid you won't be able to kill a single one." The 6 Harmony Dao seal suddenly swelled. 9 large seal characters glittering with golden light shot out in all directions. The 5 great disciples' sword techniques hadn't even had time to land before they were blown away by the large seal characters. 50. The 5 people looked up to the sky and vomited blood. Their long swords left their hands, and their energy was like glass that was shattered in an instant and dissipated in the air. Even the support technique that increases power, like the mirror platform, could not make up for the difference between the 2 sides. The Sky Sword sect disciples' screams rang out, "I just showed my face and I don't want to die." But it all seemed too late, and all that could be seen was Hua Wu Dao standing in the middle, launching a palm strike. The Sky Sword sect disciples all spat out fresh blood. A female cultivator with a big heart observed Hua Wu Dao and exclaimed loudly. Someone hiding behind shouted, "Everyone pay attention to your own safety. We won't compensate you if you die." Even if you stacked up all the Buddhist monks and made Fuqiang as big as a mirror stand, it wouldn't make up for the difference between them. Hua Wu Dao is a prime example of using a realm difference to crush opponents, leaving them almost no hope. The audience felt like they were watching Grandpa beating up his grandson. They weren't even on the same level. Who says turtle-style techniques can't counterattack? Who says turtle-style techniques can only take hits? The audience watched with boiling blood, then erupted in exclamations. I didn't expect Elder Hua of the Yun sect to really join the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Evil Sky Pavilion has gained a powerful helping hand. The Sky Sword sect is screwed this time. Old man Luo Jing stared at Hua Wu Dao without looking away. He gave you a glance when he saw Hua Wu Dao approaching. Hua Wu Dao's 6 Harmony Dao seal was extremely dazzling. Although it's a turtle-style technique, when he unleashes it, it's actually very aesthetically pleasing, extremely beautiful to watch. Especially when the 9 large seal characters scattered outwards, the golden light blooming like golden camellias. Lu Koxing ignored the light seal, and the mirror stand on the ground slightly raised its eyebrows. Hua Wu Dao continued to move forward, and the 6 Harmony Dao seal appeared again. The 5 great disciples had all fallen to the ground, 4 were unconscious, and 1 vomited blood and died. Seeing this scene, Ming Xinyan shook his head slightly. In the end, it's because he stayed in the Yun sect for too long and couldn't bring himself to be ruthless, but it seems he has made some progress. Remembering when he first joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, Elder Hua wouldn't dare to kill anyone. Lu Jiao still kept his eyes closed. He was thinking about the lost jade pendant and key, while considering how to capture those rebellious disciples, completely ignoring the admiration on the lotus dais. Hua Wu Dao was still moving forward,
With each step he took, another large seal character appeared around Hua Wudao, glittering with golden light, extremely gorgeous. Luo Xing, while watching Hua Wudao approaching, said, "Hua Wudao, I really didn't expect that you, as an elder of the Yun sect, would actually help the enemy. After this, I will definitely go to the Yun sect to demand justice."
Hua Wudao's figure suddenly flashed, and his 8-trigram 7-leaf avatar stood tall in the sky. The Sky Sword sect disciples facing the avatar all collapsed to the ground. They were too close and completely suppressed by the avatar. The Sky Sword sect disciples tried their best but still couldn't stand up. Too strong. The 5 great elders and Luo Jingkong all looked up, their faces showing shock, while the audience gaped. 7 leaves.
This is the 7-leaf avatar that many people can't achieve in their entire lives. With Hua Wudao alone, the evil sky pavilion is already impossible for the Sky Sword sect to overcome.
The audience buzzed with chatter. How can they even fight anymore? What's the point of fighting? The Sky Sword sect really brought this humiliation upon themselves. Just then, Ming Shi Yin, standing on the cloud-piercing flying chariot, suddenly smiled and said, "Elder Hua, don't bully the small with the big like that."
Hua Wudao nodded slightly and lightly tapped his toes. The avatar immediately disappeared,
his whole body as light as a swallow, flying back to the flying chariot.
"The difference is too big. It's not interesting to win. I'll do it."
Granny Xiao Yanhair immediately flew down. The audience standing hidden around, observing, were all puzzled. What kind of trick is this? Isn't Hua Wudao alone enough? Why change people? But on the contrary, the audience were all looking forward to seeing such a scene. After all, the scene of crushing isn't interesting. Seeing the little girl Xiao Yanhair hovering in front of them, the people discussed, "This is the Evil Sky Pavilion's 9th disciple, Zhu Yanhair." A dumb idiot then spoke up. "Why is she carrying a bright red rag? Does she want to get married?"
As soon as he finished speaking, the little girl Xiao Yanhair controlled the Brahma Sea, coiling like a dragon, and swooped over.
The people were so scared that their souls flew away, immediately retreating backwards. That person didn't even have time to react. And the Brahma Sea swiped quickly. He was just a cultivator who had just entered the spiritual guidance realm and was immediately slapped to death by the Brahma Sea. A miserable scream rang out, and red fluid splattered everywhere. Xiao Yanhair coldly said, "Rag, I'll smash your grave." The people who witnessed this scene couldn't help but exclaim in horror, "What a fierce little girl." Some discerning people immediately exclaimed, "Heaven-grade weapon! I didn't expect that to be a heaven-grade weapon. I've heard that there are many treasures on the Evil Sky Pavilion, and now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's true, it's better not to be nosy. This brother is really miserable." Xiao Yanhair didn't bother to look at the audience outside the field. The Brahma Sea, like a majestic red dragon, flew back and hovered around her. Xiao Yanhair smiled slightly and looked at the people of the Sky Sword sect, and she quickly pointed her finger at Luo Jingkong. "Old man," she taunted Luo Jingkong. "Old man, I'll fight you." The Sky Sword sect disciples took a step back. Many people already felt regret. Why did they have to go head-to-head with the Evil Sky Pavilion? Even the weakest little devil in the Evil Sky Pavilion is so scary, how can they even fight? Standing among the elders behind Luo Jingkong, Luo Zhen couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "Little girl, I'll fight you!" His surging sword broke through the air and flew over, and sword essences formed on the lotus platform. Crescent moon-shaped sword essences appeared all over the sky. Someone exclaimed, "Luo Zhen is a nascent soul realm that hasn't bloomed a leaf yet, and is considered one of the current masters of the Sky Sword sect. I heard that the Evil Sky Pavilion's 9th disciple's cultivation is only in the Shrine realm. The Sky Sword sect should be able to save some face." The cultivator was still speaking when he suddenly jerked back in shock. The actual situation was very different. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Luo Zhen is actually being suppressed. Xiao Yanhair didn't dare to be careless. She took 2 steps back, and Brahma Sea swung up to block the sword essences. Xiao Yanhair's Brahma Sea suddenly danced, and what was unexpected was that Xiao Yanhair's Brahma Sea kept attacking Luo Zhen, and he could only try his best to block the blows. Xiao Yanhair took to the skies, stepping on the Fan Tianling, her figure flashing and appearing all over the place. This is the 7 stars colorful cloud steps. Boom, boom, boom. She used the Fan Tianling to grind Luo Zhen into oblivion. Luo Zhen totally didn't expect his opponent to be so strong. His face darkened as he retreated back to the mirror platform. Just as Luo Zhen retreated into the circle of the mirror platform, his avatar suddenly lit up. One of the guys recognized the power and shouted, "Under the effect of the mirror platform, Luo Zhen's avatar will explode with leaf energy, and the power of his sword Q will skyrocket." Ming Xian immediately yelled out a reminder. "Junior sister, be careful!" Luo Zhen, with murder in his eyes, pointed his sword straight at Xiao Yanhe, yelling, "Take my sword!" Luo Zhen stomped his feet hard, his whole body flying straight forward, holding his sword with both hands, shooting out like an arrow towards Xiao Yanhe, golden light flashing on the tip of the sword. Ming Xian raised his eyebrows hesitantly, wondering whether he should step in and help Xiao Yanhe. The surrounding crowd marveled. Xiao Yanhe's avatar appeared behind. Moreover, the way the avatar appeared was a bit special, looking like a child that had grown up, or rather, her avatar was a zang taller than before. Everyone gaped in shock. Does this mean her avatar is sprouting leaves? Is it possible she's sprouting leaves? Sprouting leaves in battle? Is the nascent soul realm one leaf, not the divine court realm? Xiao Yanhe's performance has changed everyone's perception of the evil sky pavilion. Many people have the talent to cultivate, but only Xiao Yanhe has entered the realm of the nascent soul realm, one leaf, in less than 6 years. Unprecedented. Xiao Yanhe looked at Luo Zhen attacking. Not only did she not retreat, but she also stepped forward to meet him. Too late, Luo Zhen snorted coldly, his sword multiplying in his hand from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, from 4 to 8. 8 sword Q attacks. Under the influence of the mirror platform, the power of the sword increased greatly. Xiao Yanhe's wings grew out again. The surrounding crowd exclaimed, "What is that? No way! Yunsheng dance dress?" Not only is it the Yunsheng dance dress, but also cloud stepping shoes. Cloud stepping shoes combined with the 7 stars colorful cloud steps. Xiao Yanhe wielded Fan Tianling to welcome Luo Zhen's sword Qi. Hearing the reminder, the audience noticed that Xiao Yanhe's body was emitting the blue light of clothing and shoes, and the sword Qi was completely nullified. Luo Zhen gritted his teeth and endured the pain, sweat pouring down his face like rain. At this moment, Xiao Yanhe was already in front of Luo Zhen. She smiled playfully. "You're too weak." Then she lightly kicked him in the lower jaw. Boom! Just in time to see Xiao Yanhe kick Luo Zhen away, she kicked him in the head like kicking a shuttlecock. One kick was enough to send Luo Zhen flying out of the arena, the system announced. Successfully killed a nascent soul realm target, gaining 1,000 merit points. Both levels of the Lotus Dais became silent. The audience swallowed a mouthful of saliva, their eyes wide open as they watched Luo Zhen fall straight to the ground. One of them exclaimed, "The dignified elder of the Heaven Sword sect was kicked to death with one kick." Luo Zhen's body lay sprawled on the ground. 2 disciples ran up to check. Elder Luo Zhen is dead." Xiao Yanhe didn't care at all. She floated in the air and beckoned to Luo Xingkong. "They can't take a beating, you come up." The 4 great elders of the Heaven Sword sect couldn't bear it any longer. Luo Xingkong ordered Elder Luo Yong, "Capture this girl. Avenge Luo Zhen." Luo Yong is one of the 5 great elders. He raised his super huge black sword with murder in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Ming Xian frowned. Ming Xian quickly flew out of the flying chariot and rushed to junior sister. "Your speed is too slow, let me handle him." Xiao Yanhe rounded her eyes and pouted. "Senior brother? I haven't fought enough yet." Ming Xian immediately picked up Xiao Yanhe and pushed her away. "Be good. You've shown off enough." Xiao Yanhe snorted coldly. "Let me play a little longer. My hands and feet are still itchy." The audience's eyes shifted to Ming Xian, presumably the 4th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Xiao Yanhe stepped back into the flying chariot. Ming Xian stood with his fingers raised on the lotus platform, looking towards the Heaven Sword sect people opposite and challenged. "I'm not like my little junior sister who doesn't know how to measure. Come on." The audience now understood that the Evil Sky Pavilion not only wanted to destroy the Heaven Sword sect, but also wanted to prove to the cultivation world that the Evil Sky Pavilion was still as strong as ever, and even wanted to recreate the glory of those years. Everyone has overlooked a very important thing. What about the great disciple, the 2nd disciple, and the 7th disciple? It is true that they have left the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, the Evil Sky Pavilion still has other disciples.
In this posture, they have the spirit of Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shengrong back then. Arrogant, Luo Yang held the longsword in his hand, tilted it 45 degrees. His eyes were cold, as if he had seen through life and death. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then slowly opened his eyes again. This is Luo Yang, one of the 5 elders who is most skilled in the one-hit kill technique. It is rumored that cultivators who stand in front of him do not live more than 3 moves. The surrounding crowd gaped. Is he that strong? Very curious. After all, he is an elder of the Heaven Sword sect, and he is not afraid of death. The evil Sky Pavilion is making a profit. Should Hua Wudao be called out to fight next? There was no expression on Luo Yang's face. He just stared at Ming Xiyin standing in front of him. The long sword shook, and the primeval essence burst out. His figure flashed, leaving behind after images. The crowd exclaimed, staring intently at this scene. Luo Yang's speed was so fast that it seemed like dozens of figures were attacking Ming Xiyin at the same time. Ming Xiyin smiled. With a strange look in his eyes, his figure flickered, and he rushed forward. The surrounding crowd was puzzled. Why is he suddenly smiling? Swish! The sound of tearing spread throughout the lotus platform. The sound of primeval essence vibrating and the sound of the sword body fluctuating suddenly stopped. What's going on? Many people with low cultivation levels could not see the moves just now. Clearly, they only felt that the 2 figures touched briefly, and stopped in an instant. The battle ended just like that. There was no gorgeous collision of Genki, no Dao seals or Dharma seals appeared, but there was a very clear tearing sound. Luo Yang's eyes widened, his whole body was motionless, and a lot of fresh blood spurted out of his mouth, the system announced. Killing a nascent Soul Realm target, rewarding 1,000 merit points. Luo Yang struggled with his last breath, his lips trembling. How could it be? This is impossible. Thump. He fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the young Ming Xiyin stood coldly with his arms crossed, indifferent as if nothing had happened. Luo Jingkong frowned and looked at Ming Xiyin. The audience was completely shocked. Wait a minute. From beginning to end, he only used 1 move. How is that possible? How? Our cultivation level is too low? We can't see how he made his move at all? Only 3 of the 5 great elders are left, and they can't do anything. Ming Xiyin's faint voice sounded. Anyone else? Failure is certain. The Heaven Sword sect is finished. Only 3 of the 5 great elders are left. What can they do now? The audience shook their heads. With the help of the mirror platform, they were still crushed like this. The cultivation world has underestimated the evil Sky Pavilion. The remaining 3 elders are only at the peak of the divine court realm. How can they be the opponents of the evil Sky Pavilion? A roadside stall vendor grabbed a flag, pointed to a seat with a good view and advertised, "There is a good viewing location there. We have professional commentators." Ming Xiyin glanced at the crowd, and then opened his mouth. "Luo Jingkong, you come up," an observer exclaimed. Luo Jingkong didn't move at all. Although he was extremely angry, he still sat still, as if he was waiting for an opportunity to strike. He would occasionally look up at the flying chariot. It's a pity that Lu Xiao on the flying chariot always had his eyes closed, showing that he didn't care about the world. Lu Jingkong felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. He turned his head again and looked towards his rear. Empty. The group behind them continued drinking, and as the wine flowed, so did their gossip. How could he see that? Luo Jingkong fumed. Duan Musheng brandished his overlord's spear. "4th junior brother, it's my turn." Ming Xiyin was speechless. "You're even fighting over a fight? First come, first served. Don't be like that. I haven't shown off enough yet." Ming Xiyin's eyes darted around, then widened as he said, "3rd senior brother, a small-scale fight like this doesn't need you to get involved. You should be like Master. These kinds of opponents would lower your status." He actually managed to say it, but these words, reaching the audience's ears, took on a different meaning. One guy, munching on sunflower seeds, blurted out, "Could it be that the 3rd disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion is at the same level as the ancestral founder?" This speculation is very likely true. A female cultivator with, ample assets, chimed in. After all, the eldest disciple, Yu Zhenghai, and the 2nd disciple, the sword devil Yu Shengrong, are both top-notch cultivators of the era. Rumor has it they've already reached the 8-leaf realm. The 3rd disciple entered the sect a long time ago.
so his cultivation must be very high now, Ming Xinyin said to the people of the Heavenly Sword sect opposite him. No one else. His voice was low, and the atmosphere became tense. Luo Jingkong turned his head to look at the three elders behind him. Those three elders unexpectedly took a step back. Damn it! How are we supposed to fight the evil Sky Pavilion? Any random disciple they pull out can crush a Heavenly Sword sect elder? Are they supposed to just rush forward and offer their heads to the enemy? One elder suddenly threw his longsword to the ground. I withdraw. The Lotus Dais instantly erupted in commotion and chatter. In righteous sects, betraying your sect and retreating in battle are unforgivable acts, despised by the world. The Heavenly Sword sect, one of the 10 great sects, actually dared to do such a thing in front of the world. How could Luo Jingkong not be furious? I also give up. Another elder spoke up. 2 of the 3 elders had already tossed their longswords away.
Luo Jingkong's eyes changed, and he lifted his right hand, a golden shimmering hand seal flying towards the 2 elders.
The remaining elder was also about to stand up, his mouth trembling as he said, I also. Before he could finish speaking,
Luo Jingkong's golden shimmering hand seal flew towards the 2 elders who had given up earlier. Boom! Red liquid splattered everywhere. The 2 elders died instantly.
Luo Jingkong, without changing his expression, said, Heavenly Sword sect elders Luo Jiang and Luo Hong betrayed the sect in battle, executed on the spot. The remaining bald elder paled and quickly sat down.
The audience was filled with terrified gasps. Such ruthless methods. It seemed they had realized that the conflict between the 2 sides had reached a boiling point, signaling what was to come. Everyone looked at Luo Jingkong, whose face from beginning to end only showed coldness, anger, and hatred.
Just then, a voice suddenly came from the cloud-soaring flying chariot. Sect leader Luko, what's the need for this? Everyone turned their heads to look.
The one who spoke wasn't Lu Zhuao, nor was it Hua Wudao, but the former eldest disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, Zhu Jifeng. Luo Jingkong raised his head and glared, rebuking. Traitor, first. Zhu Jifeng glanced at Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao didn't open his eyes, but simply waved his right hand, signaling him to continue. With Lu Zhao's permission, Zhu Jifeng stepped off the flying chariot. He stopped in mid-air, looked at the surrounding crowd, and shouted loudly, Everyone, today I need to clarify a truth. A gossipy person immediately perked up.
Looks like we have drama to watch. That's just how people are. What's important isn't the fight or the outcome. Everyone strained their ears, looking at Zhu Jifeng hovering in the air. He used to be the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, so his words have a lot of credibility. Seeing the crowd pushing and shoving, the innkeeper announced,
Guests in the back, please form a line. We still have a spot here. Zhu Jifeng's appearance made the gossiping crowd extremely excited.
After all, the one-sided crushing battles from earlier weren't interesting anymore. 1 or 2 matches were impressive, but too many became boring. The Heavenly Sword sect disciples immediately started cursing when they saw Zhu Jifeng. Zhu Jifeng, traitor of the Heavenly Sword sect, you've already joined the evil Sky Pavilion, yet you still have the nerve to show your face here.
Traitor! You damn traitor!
Since ancient times, traitors have been looked down upon by the entire cultivation world, whether it's the demonic path or the righteous path, especially in a situation where the Heavenly Sword sect and the evil Sky Pavilion are in conflict, and the Heavenly Sword sect is even provoking the evil Sky Pavilion with death.
In this critical situation, what is Zhu Jifeng suddenly appearing for? Luo Jingkong raised his head and said in a deep voice, Zhu Jifeng, this old man truly regrets not telling Zhang Feng to kill you with one palm, to let you live until today.
Zhu Jifeng turned to look at Luo Jingkong, then replied, Luo Zhangfeng nurtured me only to enhance his own cultivation realm. He killed my parents, shamed my whole family. Who am I supposed to settle this debt with?
Zhu Jifeng's words, though calm in tone, were filled with abundant primordial qi, spreading throughout the Lotus Dais. The crowd whispered in discussion. Luo Zhangfeng is considered a role model for righteous sects. How could he do such a thing? Moreover, Zhu Jifeng was one of the disciples Luo Zhangfeng valued the most. The faces of the audience were filled with disbelief, but it was truly lively. This trip seems to be worthwhile after all. No way! This melon is huge. Innkeeper, another packet of sunflower seeds. Luo Jingkong immediately denied it, saying, Nonsense. This old dog has always been upright and honest, with a clear conscience. Now that you're a member of the evil sky pavilion, you dare to spout such slanderous lies? Zhu Jifeng had long anticipated that no one would believe him, so he raised his voice and said, "My original surname is Jiang, from the Jiang family in Yizhou." Someone exclaimed, "The Jiang family? The Jiang family in Yizhou that produces cultivation geniuses every generation. Zhu Jifeng is from the Jiang family. How can this be proven?" Zhu Jifeng continued, "I have a special mark from the Jiang family on my body, and my cultivation path is completely compatible with Luo Zhangfeng." The nascent divinity realm is divided into three major realms: Dao origin, convergence origin, and harmonious Dao. Only harmonious Dao can merge two into one. Zhu Jifeng then handed the megaphone to a female cultivator. "Hold this for me, thank you. Oh, and can I borrow your sword?" The female cultivator accepted the megaphone with one hand and handed Zhu Jifeng her longsword with the other, replying, "Here, your fate is so miserable, I'll lend it to you." Zhu Jifeng then performed a few sword forms. Someone who saw this exclaimed, "The longsword in Zhu Jifeng's hand is humming." It soared up and circled a few times. As the primordial chi vibrated, the longsword transformed into several afterimages, finally merging into one. The onlookers sighed in admiration. As expected, it's the sword control technique that Luo Zhangfeng is most skilled at. No one in the Heavenly Sword sect has learned it. Yet Zhu Jifeng can actually master it. Swish! Zhu Jifeng's longsword brushed past him, the myriad sword shadows controlled with extreme precision, the clothes on his body being cut off by this one sword. The crowd let out another gasp. Although this move wasn't very powerful, such precise and meticulous sword control was still rare. As fast as the wind, yet as light as willows. It's truly Luo Zhangfeng's cultivation path. Zhu Jifeng's bare back appeared before everyone's eyes. On his left shoulder was a long, narrow birthmark, extremely distinctive. With such a large crowd, there was bound to be someone who recognized it. Seriously, that's definitely the Jiang family's unique mark. In the Jiang family, every newborn gets this mark on their back, this birthmark, no doubt about it. A cultivator who knew a thing or two piped up. 30 years ago, the entire Jiang family was wiped out in one night. They say a swordplay master was the culprit. From atop the flying chariot, Zhu Jifeng looked around and corrected in a loud voice. "It wasn't the evil sky pavilion that destroyed my family, but that so-called righteous sect. It was Luo Changfeng of the Heavenly Sword sect." His voice echoed around Lotus Dais, his hand pointing straight at the Heavenly Sword sect. One or two people might not believe it, but when a whole crowd says it, even those who don't believe it will gradually be convinced. I spit on that. I can't believe the Heavenly Sword sect is so despicable. They always claim to be a righteous sect, yet they did something. Something that makes both gods and men furious. The excited and indignant onlookers condemned them, spitting everywhere. The combined mouths of the crowd could erode gold. Once they start cursing, it's 10 times worse than those 13 challenge letters. Luo Xingkong, I'm so ashamed for you. You have such a shameless son, and you still openly demand to punish others. If I were you, I'd find a deserted place and just slit my own throat. The cultivators kept cursing Luo Xingkong as a man obsessed with face. He couldn't tolerate even a grain of sand in his eye, and wouldn't allow any disgrace to tarnish his reputation. How could he bear being humiliated by everyone? You! Luo Xingkong glared at Zhu Jifeng standing mid-air, staggering backward. Ptui. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The disciples worriedly cried, "Sect leader!" 2 disciples rushed over, never expecting him to be angered to the point of vomiting blood. The people around didn't stop their insults. On the contrary, they mocked him even more. Serves him right. Punishment fitting the crime, retribution. All sorts of jeers and curses made Luo Xingkong dizzy. Ming Xinyin calmly sneered. So, the old coot had internal injuries from before. Ming Xinyin continued to glance knowingly. Judging by Luo Xingkong's condition, he won't live much longer. No wonder he wanted to take revenge so quickly. Zhu Jifeng quietly looked at Luo Xingkong, then shouted, "I can't kill Luo Changfeng to avenge my family myself, so now I'll kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Jifeng launched his attack. The longsword on Zhu Jifeng's person immediately moved dozens of sword beams neatly flying towards Luo Jingkong. Luo Jingkong lifted his hand and pointed. With a light tap, the sword beams and Zhu Jifeng's sword spun 180 degrees and shot back toward Zhu Jifeng. The lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if Luo Jingkong was angered to the point of triggering his old wounds, a divine court realm cultivator like Zhu Jifeng couldn't possibly bully him. Seeing this scene, Zhu Jifeng's face turned deathly pale. Too frightened, the young man could only stand rooted to the spot. Boom! A dharmic body suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Jifeng, blocking all of Luo Jingkong's attacks. Ming Shiyin said with a smile, "Your opponent is me." An unlucky pig had an incoming sword stuck in its butt, and it complained in pain. Holy moly, what bad luck! Luo Jingkong's eyes seemed to burn with fire. "You can block my attack." Ming Shiyin waved his hand dismissively. Trisk, they're right. You really are shameless, old man." Luo Jingkong turned his head to look at Lu Zhao and said coldly, "You killed my son, and I'll kill your disciple. That seems fair." He no longer looked at Lu Zhao but focused on Ming Shiyin floating in midair. Luo Jingkong held up his right hand, and narrow streaks of primal qi appeared between his fingers. A treasured sword suddenly flew out from the row behind him, Bipei's sword. The Bipei sword spun in Luo Jingkong's palm. Luo Jingkong and the sword suddenly burst into flames. Luo Jingkong then jumped and soared into the air. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Sword beams formed a storm-like assault. Luo Jingkong put in even more effort. "You're just at the one-leaf stage. How dare you challenge me?" Nearby, a chubby guy exclaimed, "That's a heaven-grade weapon." "Fancy weapon, huh?" Ming Shiyin retracted his dharmic body and descended. Boom, boom, boom! The separation hook appeared. The youth Ming Shiyin's eyes were just as fierce as the old man's. Suddenly, Ming Shiyin broke through the sword beams. Dodging and darting forward, the separation hook slashed straight ahead. Luo Jingkong slightly lifted his hand, and the collision of qi created a shocking sound. Luo Jingkong quickly retreated. The surrounding crowd, witnessing the intense situation, couldn't stop exclaiming, "Amazing! That close-quarters attack was excellent! No wonder he's a disciple of the evil sky pavilion. He knows to avoid the sharp edge and play to his strengths. This close-quarters attack is no joke." Under the influence of the heaven-grade weapon separation hook, Luo Jingkong had to take several steps back to barely stabilize his body. Ming Shiyin stood upright and smiled. "Who told you I'm only at the one-leaf stage?" Luo Jingkong raised an eyebrow. "Two leaves wouldn't make a difference either." Ming Shiyin smiled again. "Who told you I'm only at the two-leaf stage?" The audience was shocked. But when Ming Shiyin looked down, the circle emitting a golden light under his feet shone again. The circle under the ground unexpectedly grew larger and larger, perfectly encompassing Ming Shiyin. It's the Buddhist's mirror platform again. There's a Buddhist expert around here. The mirror platform is considered a type of formation that can only be used once after being set up. If you want to continue using it, a Buddhist master nearby must cast the spell. This proves that there's a Buddhist master hiding in the shadows, assisting the Heavenly Sword sect. Seeing this circle of light, Ming Shiyin couldn't help but wonder, is this the backing the Heavenly Sword sect has to set up a life-and-death arena? At the same time, behind Luo Jingkong, suddenly about 10 people flew over. A voice echoed, "Seek tolerance and magnanimity." The crowd standing around the lotus platform were all attracted, and the nuns of the Yunzhao nunnery around them let out bursts of exclamations. More than 10 nuns descended and bowed to the group. "This humble one is Wu Senian of Yunzhao nunnery. Greetings to all benefactors." The appearance of Dharma Master Wunian of Yunzhao nunnery silenced the entire lotus platform. The fatty nearby exclaimed in shock, "With such help from the Heavenly Sword sect, the outcome is still uncertain." Ho Wu Dao turned his head to look at Lu Zhao, who was closing his eyes to rest, and said softly, "Did Pavilion Master know?" Lu Zhao still didn't open his eyes and said, "Of course." Lu Zhao was already mentally prepared for the opponent to have support, and not just one group. Lu Zhao Jingkong clasped his hands at Wu Zhaonian. "Thank you, Dharma Master, for your assistance." No one expected Yunzhao nunnery to choose to help the Heavenly Sword sect. Wunian looked at Luo Jingkong, one hand clasped in front of her chest, gently chanting a Buddhist mantra and waving her horsetail whisk. Under Luo Jingkong's feet, a light blue circle of light appeared, sparkling with specks of light.
The fat guy quickly recognized it as the Buddhist's healing technique, universal salvation. Luo Jingkong was very moved and spoke again. "Thank you, Dharma Master." Wu Shenyan nodded slightly and turned to look at Ming Shiyin, saying,
"Benefactor, this humble nun has been observing in the pavilion over there for a long time. The Heavenly Sword sect has been seriously injured. The Nether sect bullying the weak with their strength is not the way of a gentleman." Ming Shiyin grinned.
"Haha, why are you talking to me about the way of a gentleman? Am I a gentleman? I just like bullying the weak with my strength, so what? If you're not convinced, come and fight me." After saying that, Ming Shiyin looked up at his master. "I freaking love this feeling of a dog relying on its master's power." Wu Tianyan replied, "Benefactor, why must your words be so vulgar? Justice resides in the hearts of people. Where there's smoke, there's fire." This humble nun couldn't bear to watch any longer, so I came out to discuss the principles with you. Ming Shiyin rolled his eyes. "Another nun who likes to preach principles," Wu Sinian continued.
"This humble nun only wants to settle things peacefully and does not want to aggravate the situation."
Ming Shiyin laughed.
"Why didn't you come out when he was beating up people from the Nether sect just now?"
"Now you're running out to protect your little sweetheart."
Wu Kanian was speechless upon hearing this, as she was extremely angry. Wu Kanian was a master of Yunzhou nunnery, and had always been respected and praised by the world, so how could she endure such humiliation? Just as she was about to get angry, Wu Kanian, the call suddenly entered the ears of everyone around the Lotus platform, and they all heard the sound very clearly. The sound came from the cloud-piercing flying chariot. The crowd looked up. Dharma Master Wunian looked up, a trace of surprise appearing on her old face, and then immediately said, "Old benefactor." Lu Zhao slowly opened his eyes and stood up, stepped to the edge of the flying chariot, put his hands behind his back, and observed the scene below. Lu Zhao asked, "You recognize this seat?" Wu Xinian shook her head.
"First time meeting you." Lu Zhao continued to ask, "How is Jingyan doing lately? Does the old benefactor know my master?" Wu Zhanian was shocked in her heart, and her voice became excited. Lu Zhao sighed and said, "It is the teacher's fault for not teaching strictly. How can Jingyan have a disciple like you who can't distinguish right from wrong?" Wu Xingyan glared in surprise. Why did the old benefactor say these words?
This Siat originally thought that bestowing the jade whisk to Jingyan would allow her to cultivate in peace and manage Yunzhou nunnery. What a pity. Speaking of the three words jade whisk, Wu Minian's expression immediately changed. The jade whisk comes from the Nether sect. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Seeing Wu Zhanian's unsightly face, Luo Jingkong quickly said, "Dharma Master, don't be deceived by this old devil, help me." Lu Xingkong stood in front of Wu Nian, looked up at Lu Zhao. "Too arrogant, old devil. Do you think this old man is afraid?"
Lu Zhao looked at the pavilions around him. He had always wondered where the other person hiding in the shadows, helping the Heavenly Sword sect, was hiding. Isn't he showing himself? This seat thought that you, as the former sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, would be able to distinguish right from wrong, but the events that just happened on the Lotus platform have greatly disappointed this seat. Lu Zhao's voice was both strong and gentle, calm and full of righteousness and morality, but he exterminated the entire clan, claiming to be the righteous path but speaking vulgar words, and still does not know himself or others, stubbornly believes that he is right, and all the faces of the sect leaders of the Heavenly Sword sect have been lost by you, old fool.
You, Luo Jingkong, suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, especially since these words came from Luo Zhao's mouth. The killing power was even stronger.
Ming Shiyin seized the opportunity to add another knife. "Could it be that you don't know everyone is laughing in your face?"
Laughter spread from all around the Lotus platform. Does anyone care if you are righteous or demonic? A famous sect or a small sect? They only remember the acts that Luo Chengfeng committed that made people despise him. Right now, all Luo Jingkong heard was cold laughter from all sides, and the insults just kept getting worse. Luo Jingkong, what a waste of living for so damn long. You can't even beat someone else's disciple, yet you dare to challenge their master? You're shameless. This old geezer thinks way too highly of himself. He's just an old, weak dog barking nonsense. Utterly shameless. Tui, Luo Xingkong's eyes went wide, and all the air that had been building up in his chest forced out a mouthful of blood. Sect leader. Sect leader. The Heavenly Sword sect disciples cried out in worry. Luo Xingkong's eyes were bugging out like they were about to pop, and his chest heaved violently. Seeing this, Abbot Wu Nian immediately said, "Amitabha, quickly, stand back." The Heavenly Sword sect disciples took a step back. Wu Nian waved her jade whisk, and a faint blue light fell on Luo Xingkong. "Tui?" He spat out another mouthful of blood. Ming Xinying clicked his tongue and shook his head, saying, "He's suffering from qi deviation due to anger. A healing technique like the Qihang Universal Rescue will only kill him faster." Hearing this, Abbot Wu Nian quickly glanced at him, then withdrew her jade whisk. 10 nuns stepped forward, surrounding Luo Xingkong, placing their palms together in a salute, and chanted, "Sutras." The sutras were extremely difficult to understand. Purification mantra. "I will send you off. I send you far away." Ming Xiyin choked on a laugh. "Old geezer, don't bother trying to hold on. What's the point? If you live, you'll just keep getting humiliated by the world." You, Luo Xingkong gasped for breath. "Death ends all debts. And you won't have to worry about anything anymore. Take my advice. Close your eyes and go on your way. Anyway, you have no chance of beating my master. This way is good too. You'll be the first opponent Mao Tianges makes die of anger. It's kinda glorious, you know." Tui. Luo Xingkong's qi was in chaos from his rage, and his meridians burst, red liquid shooting upward in a long spray. He immediately breathed his last, his head lolling to the side, and he collapsed to the ground. The entire lotus dais became deathly silent. The nuns chanting the purification mantra also stopped. The audience looked blank, not understanding what had just happened. The former sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Luo Xingkong, just died of anger like that. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Lu Xiao heard the system notification that he'd received 500 merit points. Looks like Lu Xingkong really was angered to death by Ma Tiange. Lu Zhujiao really didn't expect Lu Xingkong to die like this. He didn't even have a chance to make a move. He feared this would become the biggest joke in the cultivation world ever. Ming Xiyin innocently said loudly, "Don't look at me, everyone. How is this my fault? I was just giving him some good advice." Amitabha. Malicious words wound people. This humble nun has done her best. Wu Nian sighed softly, then turned to look at the 10 nun disciples and said calmly, "Let's go." Lu Zhuhao suddenly spoke out, "You can't leave." Wu Nian and the nuns were stunned. The disciples understood his meaning. The first to move was Duanmu Sheng, who had been holding back for so long. Duanmu Sheng waved his hand, raised the Overlord's spear high, and threw it with all his might. The Overlord's spear was enveloped in gang kui, the tip of the spear glimmering with light, tearing through the sky. Any discerning person would know with one glance that this was a top-grade heaven-tier weapon. Even heaven-tier weapons had different grades, but there wasn't a clear ranking system for them in the cultivation world. For example, Yu Shengrong's longevity sword could cut off Zhuo Ping's twin hero swords, from which you could tell the differences. Moreover, only cultivators at the nascent divinity realm could control the heaven-tier weapons. 1 leaf is just the door. Only at 5 leaves are you considered among the powerhouses. Strength and cultivation base combined well with weapons can bring out the greatest power. So when Duanmu Sheng threw the spear, a burst of thunderous applause erupted. The Overlord's spear carried a stream of gang kuis and plunged straight into the ground in front of Abbot Wu Nian. Taking the spear tip as the center, cracks appeared on the ground extending for more than 10 meters. At the same time, Xiao Yanhair tossed out the Brahma sea silk. The brilliant red silk stretched out into a path. She walked on the Brahma sea silk and appeared in front of the nuns. This grandma shouted loudly, "My turn." Wu Nian glanced back. Ming Xinyin crossed his arms, casually walked over to the nearest pillar, and slammed the departure hook fiercely into the pillar. A grin filled the corner of his eye as he whispered to himself. The audience became even more excited. Perhaps because of the opponent's identity, their excitement was even higher than before. After the affair with Heavenly Sword sect's Luo Xingkong, most people felt disgusted by the Heavenly Sword sect's ways of doing things, and the nuns of the Yunzao temple seemed hypocritical and annoying to everyone. Wu Nian asked in confusion, Amitabha, what does this old benefactor mean by this?
Lu Zhao stood on the flying chariot, looking down at Abbot Wu Nian, his gaze falling on the jade whisk in her hand. Leave the jade whisk and cripple your cultivation. Then you can leave.
Abbot Wu Nian and the nuns were speechless. Lu Zhao's voice was unhurried, neither loud nor soft, as if he were saying something very ordinary and unremarkable. But because of Lu Zhao's identity, everyone fell silent and listened when he spoke. Although Lu Zhao did not use primordial qi to transmit his voice, everyone could hear him clearly. Wu Nian appeared innocent. Old benefactor, Yun Zhao Temple, and Ma Tiange have no grudges. Why must you target this humble nun? Lu Zhao sighed and shook his head, not bothering to question her, but simply said, Did Jingyan never tell you? Abbot Wu Nian didn't understand. Her intuition told her that the sect leader of the Ma Tiange on the flying chariot had a special relationship with her master, Jingyan. She entered Yun Zhao Temple from a young age and grew up there, taking Jingyan as her teacher. But in the past 100 years, she had never heard her master mention Ma Tiange even once. Abbot Wu Nian put one hand in front of her chest. Old benefactor, this humble nun is confused. Please explain clearly, Lu Zhao scolded. Shameless! Lu Zhao could know about this because of Jian Tiandao's memories. Recalling the events that happened 100 years ago, Jian Tiandao's memory of this was extremely clear, but unfortunately things had changed and the scenery was no longer the same. Wu Jianyan questioned. Old benefactor, why the name-calling? The 10 nuns behind Wu Nian immediately formed a battle formation, surrounding Dharma Master Wu Nian in the center. Wu Nian muttered scriptures. The 10 nuns of the Buddhist sect also put one hand in front of their chests, chanting. Dharma Master Wu Nian sighed and said to Lu Zhao, Although this humble nun does not know what the relationship between the old benefactor and my teacher is, this humble nun has a clear conscience. If this humble nun could invite the old benefactor to Yun Zhao Nunnery, this humble nun would be willing to discuss the Tao with the old benefactor. Farewell. Wu Nian and the group of nuns decided to leave together. With the formation protecting them, circles appeared under the feet of the 10 nuns, which was an upgraded version of the Mingjing stage that could move with their steps. There were complex patterns and unique energy fluctuations within the circle. The square-faced cultivator pointed and said loudly, This is one of the most commonly used tricks, and also the most difficult auxiliary trick of the Buddhist sect. The 10 of them float in the air, with Wu Nian as the center. A halo covers all 10 of them, and then they fly up. Duanmu Sheng snorted lightly and stepped into the air, arriving instantly. The Overlord's spear on the ground was quickly drawn in by a surge of energy, emitting a buzzing vibration. Whoosh! The Overlord's spear flew back into Duanmu Sheng's hand. Duanmu Sheng thrust forward with his spear. This is Duanmu Sheng, the 3rd disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. It is said that he cultivates the Heaven One technique with extreme domineering ferocity. Seeing it with my own eyes today, the rumors are indeed true. The circle lit up. Boom! The Overlord's spear struck the halo. The 10 of them continued to fly up. Duanmu Sheng glared and shouted, 100 Tribulation Cave Illumination! The 2-leaf golden lotus Dharma body appeared beside him, the 2 lotus petals rapidly spinning. The speed was so fast that it looked like 10 petals combined into one. Dharma Master Wu Nian shook her head and sighed, Amitabha, let us all board the small boat and cleave through the waves. Dharma Master Wu Nian frowned. Amitabha, break! The jade whisk suddenly emitted a burst of light, and grains of Gangqi fell from within the halo like a torrential rain. The chanting of the 10 nuns grew louder and louder. This novel fighting style of the Buddhist sect shocked everyone, leaving them gaping in astonishment. A pillar of Gangqi shot towards Duanmu Sheng's 100 Tribulation Cave Illumination. Everyone focused their attention on Duanmu Sheng, the 3rd disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Duanmu Sheng swept the Overlord spear horizontally. Bang, 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 the Dharma body blocked the rain of Gangqi, but due to the force of the impact, Duanmu Sheng had no choice but to descend. When he landed, his 2 feet stomped hard on the marble floor, causing stone fragments to fly everywhere, and huge cracks appeared on the ground. The audience all retreated, but their eyes remained fixed on the sky. Let me! Hua Yuexing stood on the roof of the flying chariot, drawing his bow. Hua Yuexing shot an arrow, his Gangqi flowing like water and clouds. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. The square-faced cultivator exclaimed. There's even an archer! The evil sky pavilion is too heaven-defying. Although this arrow could not break the Mingjing stage of the Buddhist sect, the power of this arrow is probably at the nascent soul realm. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 more Gangchi arrows shot out, streaking through the air with 10 golden lights. The nuns and Wu Nian continued to maintain their defensive formation. At this moment, Zhao Yan'er and Ming Shiyin also rushed forward like lightning. The scarlet heaven-splitting silk bloomed in the sky like a rose, attracting the attention of most of the cultivators. Ming Shiyin's eyes were firm, and the separation hook in his hand shone with a strange color. Ming Shiyin, Zhao Yan'er, and Duan Musheng all charged towards Wu Nian. Seeing this scene, Dharma Master Wu Nian let out a soft hum and said, "You are seeking death, Amitabha." Her eyes flashed with killing intent, and 4 Buddhist Dharma seals flew out from the jade whisk. The 10 nuns suddenly scattered, forming a large circle. The halo under their feet was stretched out, becoming extremely large, almost covering the entire center of the lotus platform. The energy in the halo poured down below like a flood. Wu Nian muttered, "Another little girl, a pretty little girl, her name is." Immediately after, Wu Nian unleashed the skill Boundless Sea of Suffering. The sound of chanting scriptures concentrated in one place. A feeling of suffering enveloped the surroundings, causing those nearby to fall into a state of mental and physical exhaustion. Ming Shiyin, Zhao Yan'er, and Duan Musheng were all enveloped by this energy and could not advance. Just as Hua Wudao was about to get up, Lu Jiao, who was sitting next to him, raised his hand to stop him. Lu Jiao took out a card-type item and said coldly, "I will personally reap the consequences of the karma that I have sown." Hua Wudao nodded slightly and stepped aside. The observing cultivator commented, "The evil sky pavilion's ancestor is finally about to make a move." All the cultivators behind them stood up. Lu Jiao stepped into the void and flew out of the cloud-piercing flying chariot. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Lu Jiao. The aura on his body was not strong. He slightly raised his hand and said, "Shameless." A low and powerful hum reverberated throughout the lotus platform, reaching the ears of Dharma Master Wu Nian and her nuns. They saw Lu Jiao stepping into the air and appearing, and their hearts immediately tightened. The evil sky pavilion's ancestor has finally made his move. Lu Jiao gently waved his sleeve, flicking forward in a relaxed and unhurried manner. The space slightly trembled, and primordial energy gathered in the palm of his hand, as if space itself was twisting. A giant bind character, as large as a hand, rapidly shot forward. Some discerning people recognized the origin of this bind character at a glance. Binding Curse! This binding curse flew even faster than Hua Yuexing's Gangchi arrows. There was no grand display, nor was there any dazzling light. Bang! The bind character, looking like a shooting star, effortlessly flew through the halo of energy, piafed. Before anyone could react, the binding curse struck Dharma Master Wu Nian. How is this possible? Wu Nian cried out in pain, her mouth filled with fresh blood, and the chanting stopped immediately. The cultivator in front exclaimed in horror. The nuns couldn't withstand the backlash of energy, and were all blown away, spitting out blood. Bodhi is not a tree, nor is the mirror a stand. The greater the power of the Mingjing stage, the more energy it requires. Without Dharma Master Wu Nian in the center transmitting energy, their technique was like a building with its support pillar removed. No matter how large the structure, its fate was only collapse. The energy dissipated outwards and then disappeared. The nuns were blown hundreds of meters away, and the cultivators behind them clamored, "Don't block our view of the show." Seeing Wu Nian fall, Ming Xinyin cursed in disbelief. "What kind of trickery is this again? I'm out." He stepped into the air to dodge. Dharma Master Wu Nian's expression changed drastically. She wanted to mobilize the primordial energy in her body, but found that her body was empty, without any trace of energy fluctuation. When the energy circle dissipated, it was also the moment she fell straight to the ground. Zhao Yan'er retracted the heaven-splitting silk, and Duan Musheng's overlord spear suddenly changed direction, turning and plunging straight into the ground. Clang! Duan Musheng stood on the end of the spear, his face unchanged, and watched Dharma Master Wu Nian fall. Bang! Dharma Master Wu Nian's entire body crashed onto the marble floor, kicking up dust everywhere. Cultivators without cultivation could only fall straight to the ground. With her current level of physical condition, Wu Nian's entire body was like a lump of iron slamming hard on the ground, creating a human-shaped crater on the lotus platform. It was deathly silent. The audience rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. The #1 expert of Yunzhou nunnery was laid flat by the evil sky pavilion's ancestor with a single strike. A cultivator raised a large sign, "Line up if you want to see the next good show." Meanwhile, Lu Zhao remained perfectly calm, as if he hadn't expended much effort at all. Hua Wudao exclaimed in admiration, "Pavilion Master's methods have truly broadened my horizons." Hua Wudao was also considered to be knowledgeable. This binding curse technique was almost impossible to execute without extremely high cultivation, let alone with Dharma Master Wu Nian being strengthened by the Mingjing stage. Pavilion Master is too strong. Whoosh! With a flicker, Lu Zhao left the flying chariot. Lu Zhao descended from mid-air, one hand behind his back, the other stroking his beard. The crowd around him didn't even dare to breathe, their eyes wide open as they stared at the #1 demonic master below. Wu Nian was sprawled out next to a pile of rubble, her horsetail whisk flung not far away. Her eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. A thread of blood trickled from the corner of her lips, her face was pale, and her lips trembled uncontrollably. She tried to push herself up but couldn't move an inch. Jade whisk. Lu Zhu flicked his hand slightly, and the jade whisk flew into his palm. The system notification popped up. Jade whisk retrieved. Requires re-refining before use. Lu Zhao recalled the events from 100 years ago. Although these were just Ji Tiandao's memories, they felt like his own, leaving a very clear aftertaste, as if he had fallen into a strange realm. At that time there was a nun holding an alms bowl, begging Ji Tiandao. "Benefactor, give me a coin and I won't bother you," Ji Tiandao coldly and decisively replied with one word. "Get lost." On Yunzhou Peak, the nun kept pestering him. "Will you give or not?" Ji Tiandao was still very decisive. "No, I'll leave immediately if you give me a coin." Debating scriptures on Yunzhou Peak, watching the moon on Ziha Mountain, fishing at Baiye Lake. Every scene flashed vividly before Lu Zhao's eyes. The nun continued to say, "Amitabha, if Benefactor Jian doesn't give, you will go to hell," Ji Tiandao still insisted. "Scram, don't bother me." As if thinking of something, Lu Zhao asked, "Is Jing Yan still well?" Wu Nian's eyes widened as she looked at the old man in front of her. "My teacher has long since passed away." Hearing the words "passed away," Lu Zhao's attitude remained calm. Lu Zhao sighed softly. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. The cycle of reincarnation. There is no reason in this world for all living beings to be reincarnated. Living is the greatest principle. Xiao Yunhe saw that her master seemed troubled, and she was secretly surprised. Since joining the Evil Sky Pavilion, she had never heard of her master having any friends, male or female. Now, suddenly, a former female mage appeared. According to her master, the relationship between the two was not bad. Lu Zhao being like this suddenly surprised all three of his disciples. Xiao Yanker curiously raised her head and asked, "Master, who exactly is Jing Yan?" Lu Zhao didn't answer her, but looked at Wu Nian and opened his mouth to ask, "Who ordered you to meddle in my affairs?" Wu Nian shook her head. "No one ordered me. This poor nun accepts defeat. I accept defeat." Lu Zhuo keenly noticed her choice of words. Gamble. What gamble? Betting on which side is still standing on the lotus dais. Betting on whether the Heaven Sword sect wins or the Evil Sky Pavilion fails. Wu Nian coughed and spat out another mouthful of blood. She tried to support herself on the ground again. Rustle. Finally, using all her strength, she managed to crawl out of the pit. Seeing Wu Nian's miserable state, the audience was secretly shocked, swallowing their saliva in amazement. The methods of the #1 demonic master of the time were unexpectedly so terrifying. Lu Zhukao continued to ask, "Where is Jing Yan buried?" Wu Nian immediately replied, "Near Yunzhou Peak, inside Baiye Lake." Lu Zhao was silent for a moment. Then he shook his head and said indifferently, "I remember that the Jade Whisk recognized Jing Yan as its master. How did it fall into your hands? Answer honestly. If there is one lie, then next year on this day will be your death anniversary." Wu Nian's whole body trembled slightly. She originally thought that with her ability,
Even if she wasn't a match for the evil Sky Pavilion, she could at least leave comfortably without having to look at their faces. Now she realized how ridiculous her thoughts were.
Wu Nian said in a low voice, "After my teacher passed away, this poor nun had no choice but to take over as the abbess of Yunzhou Nunnery.
The jade whisk was bestowed upon this poor nun by my teacher." After speaking, Wu Nian cowered. Lu Zhao looked at Wu Nian and said, "Shameless thing, how could Jing Yan have a disciple like you?" Wu Nian was silent. She had no more words to say. Lu Zhao put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "I will take back the jade whisk and cripple your cultivation. Do you accept it?" Hearing this, Wu Nian's eyes widened immediately. No, no, no. She was both frightened and flustered, and hurriedly crawled to Lu Zhao's side. The arrogance and sense of superiority from before had completely disappeared, leaving not a trace. Just as Wu Nian was about to grab Lu Zhao's sleeve, she was knocked back by a surge of energy. The square-faced cultivator continued to speak. "The nuns of Yunzhou Nunnery all fly up and gather in the air. At the same time, from the lotus dais in the distance, there was a voice from the third pavilion. Withdraw, the plan has failed. From the fifth pavilion, the plan has failed. Retreat. From the eighth pavilion there was also a voice. The plan has failed. Everyone retreat." In each pavilion, a large number of cultivators left as quickly as possible, not daring to look back even once. But in the ninth pavilion, an order suddenly rang out. "Prepare to act!" Lu Zhao didn't bother to look at the 10 nuns, but walked towards Wu Nian. When the 10 nuns gathered in the air and flew over, Duan Musheng's and Bawang Zhang's figures flashed. Duan Musheng's Bawang Zhang once again burst out of the ground. Bawang Zhang pierced through one person. Zhao Yanshare swung her Sky Brahma ribbon, strangling another nun's neck, successfully killed 2 Divine Court Realm targets, earning 300 merit points. At the same time, Hua Yuexing concentrated and resolutely drew his bow. "Leave the rest to me." The 3 of them listened to Hua Yuexing and stood still on the spot. A series of arrows flew straight into the bodies of the remaining nuns without deviating an inch. Peefed, PFFT, PFFT. 7 arrows scattered in the air and shot towards the remaining 7 nuns of Yunzhou Nunnery. All 7 of them spat out blood and fell straight down. Hua Yuexing said awkwardly. "Really, I'm sorry, I was a little short on strength," Ming Xinyin continued. "It's alright, just use a little more force next time and it'll be fine." "Thank you, 4th senior brother, for the encouragement." Threads of blood appeared in Wu Nian's eyes. She looked at the 10 nuns with unwillingness. Karma. It really is karma. Wu Nian wanted to stop it, but sadly, everything happened too fast, she couldn't do a thing. At the same time, Lu Zhao didn't hesitate to raise his hand. Even though he only had a Divine Court Realm cultivation base, he was still more than capable of dealing with someone whose cultivation was restricted. Primordial Qi condensed, forming a surge of energy in his palm, which then flew towards Wu Nian's dantian. Bam! Wu Nian was sent flying. She screamed miserably, writhing in pain on the ground. Lu Zhao, with his hands behind his back, said, "The owner of the jade whisk should be someone untouched by the world's dust, undisturbed by worldly affairs, and unmoved by fame and fortune. This is a small punishment for you." Wu Nian lay paralyzed on the ground. With that, Lu Zhu tossed the jade whisk to Zhao Yanhair. She caught it. She clearly remembered that her master had once promised to reward her with the jade whisk. Who knew it had already been given away? She examined the jade whisk in her hand for a moment. She used to think it was some kind of great treasure, but now seeing that old granny use it, she couldn't help but shudder slightly. "Master, your disciple already has the Brahma Lutian. This jade whisk should go to a senior brother." With that, Zhao Yan'er immediately threw it to Duan Musheng. He thought about how the 4th's weapon didn't have any characteristics to speak of, and he guessed that junior brother must be feeling down. Seeing this, Duan Musheng quickly unleashed a surge of energy, hitting the jade whisk in midair, causing it to spin around and fly towards Ming Shiyin. "4th, take it, bro." Ming Shiyin reluctantly accepted it. Ming Shiyin rolled his eyes and said, No, this thing just isn't my style." He waved his hand, and the jade whisk flew back towards the cloud-chasing flying chariot. "It's better off with Elder Hua." Hua Wudao frowned. Things like whisks are indeed suitable for old men, but he always felt that swinging a whisk around all day was something only Taoists and monks did. Since he isn't one of them, what would he do with this toy? Forget it. Let's give it to someone else. Hua Wudao shook his head. When the female disciples in the flying chariot heard this, their eyes lit up immediately. Such good stuff was always something cultivators like them yearned for. It was something one could only hope to encounter but never seek out. Regardless of whether it was a whisk or whatever, whether it suited them or not, they all wanted it. Badly. Hua Yuexing also liked the jade whisk a bit, but not as desperately as those female disciples. The surrounding spectators were all dumbfounded. Something that others pursue their entire lives can be so worthless in the eyes of the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion that it is tossed back and forth like trash that no one wants? This is truly infuriating. Lu Zhao looked at this scene and said in a deep voice, "How audacious!" The flying chariot immediately fell silent. Xiao Yaner was startled and quickly lowered her head. Disciple knows her mistake. Will store the jade whisk properly. Lu Zhao's voice was calm, but with a resolute tone, causing the female disciples on the flying chariot to immediately give up their aspirations. Come to think of it, what could they do with the jade whisk with their cultivation? A man is not guilty, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Those who don't have the ability to protect themselves and their weapons are better off without them. At this moment, Wu Nian struggled to sit up. She raised her head to look at Luo Zhujiao, then turned her head to look at Luo Xingkong's corpse. The auxiliary effect of the mirror of clarity had completely disappeared. Her eyelids twitched, and she muttered, "This poor nun was wrong." A wisp of gas gradually rose from Luo Xingkong's corpse, becoming increasingly black and red, as if there was a dark flame constantly burning on his body. The Heavenly Sword Sect wasn't just targeting the Cloud Reflection Temple. It seemed they were also colluding with other forces. The rising black and red gas clearly said it all. It was too late for Wu Nian to regret. Luo Xingkong's corpse continued to emit the black and red gas. No wonder Luo Xingkong had been injured before, so this was his trump card. The crowd watching saw this scene and were extremely surprised. What is that? Is Luo Xingkong cultivating evil arts? The Heavenly Sword Sect disciples also looked puzzled. Lu Zhao looked towards Luo Xingkong's corpse. Wu Nian was also sweating cold. "This is a sacrifice," Lu Zhao said coldly. Hua Wudao also realized this, and said, "This place cannot be stayed long. Please, sect leader, get on the flying chariot." Lu Zhao nodded slightly. The act of sacrifice was of course to elicit some kind of powerful force. In other words, before Luo Xingkong came here, he had sacrificed his body or soul to someone else. There must be a trap set on the lotus dais. Lu Zhao looked around. He had waited so long, but only managed to lure out the Cloud Reflection Temple. The person behind the scenes was even more powerful. Was he finally about to appear? The crowd around the lotus dais also realized that something was wrong, but they couldn't quite put their finger on it. Some of the more courageous cultivators hurriedly left the lotus dais. "Let's get out of here. My eyelids have been twitching non-stop. Something's about to happen." In the third pavilion, a flying chariot suddenly left. "The Nether Sect! The Nether Sect is here!" The voices of the cultivators were abuzz again. "That's not right! The Nether Sect is leaving! They're running away!" That flying chariot was indeed leaving quickly. Not only the Nether Sect's flying chariot, but some cultivators in groups were also fleeing the lotus dais. "Run! Something's about to happen!" Human nature is like this. Even if nothing is happening, if they see many people running, they will also run along. Hu Qi! Luo Xingkong's corpse was still performing the sacrifice. The crowd immediately panicked. Lu Zhao rose into the air, observing the surroundings. As soon as Zhao Yanher saw the Nether Sect's flying chariot, she perked up. "Master, there's the Nether Sect's flying chariot. Should we chase after it?" Lu Zhao shook his head. The Nether Sect's flying chariot had already flown away. How could we catch up? Ming Xiyin and Duan Musheng rose into the air. "Boom! Rumble!" The square-faced cultivator shouted again. The huge pillars around the lotus dais suddenly exploded. A black and purple energy shot out from the central area of the lotus dais, and the energies connected together. "I feel like the tourists and I are about to be screwed," Hua Wudao said. "It's the power of sacrifice. A great shaman is manipulating a puppet. Lu Zhao calmly flew back to the flying chariot, then stood with his hands behind his back, observing the scene below. A black and purple skull appeared. Is this Luo Jingkong's power? Lu Zhao took a sip of milk tea and speculated. Mo Li was severely injured. How could he obtain the power of a great shaman? A great shaman is equivalent to an 8-petal golden lotus cultivator, let alone devouring the sacrificial power of Luo Jingkong. Among the cultivators fleeing in all directions, a few suddenly exuded a black aura. Hua Wudao said softly, "It's the art of control." It seems that the Heavenly Sword sect has been preparing for this conspiracy for a long time. Lu Zhuo took a few sips of milk tea and pondered. It's just wedding clothes for someone else. Zhao Yanhe, Ming Shiyin, and Duan Musheng had also flown back to the flying chariot, hiding behind a boulder near a pavilion in the distance. Si Wuyai quietly looked at the cloud-chasing flying chariot on the lotus dais. The Heavenly Sword sect really is betting everything. A subordinate of Si Wuyai said, "Sect leader, this place is dangerous. Let's leave quickly." The lotus dais had been manipulated by the great shaman. The cloud-chasing flying chariot couldn't fly out. Si Wuyai shook his head. "No need to run?" He frowned slightly. "Wait a moment." The cultivators below were constantly screaming. 9 large pillars around the lotus dais fired black energy, like chains, and merged into one, becoming a giant net covering the sky above the lotus dais. "Run, these Heavenly Sword sect bastards." The Heavenly Sword sect dares to stand here and scold the evil sky pavilion. How could they not have any tricks up their sleeves? They are desperately betting once to seek revenge. This is exactly Luo Hengkong's intention. A large net woven with black energy, connecting the 9 sky-piercing pillars, has been formed. The cultivators were running for their lives. Asses on fire. Run, run. One guy was standing there, head bowed and silent, making the dude next to him wonder, "Bro, why aren't you running?" The cloud-piercing flying chariot started moving. From the crowd, a ghostly voice suddenly echoed, "Old devil, you can't escape, huh?" That guy let out an eerie laugh that reverberated throughout Lotus Terrace. The cultivators, seeing this weirdo, were confused. What did this guy do? Scared him stupid? No. There's a strange black aura emanating from him. There's another one here with black energy. It's a puppet. A murdering puppet. The cultivators started screaming in panic. "Help! Why are you killing me? There's a puppet here too!" And here, Lu Zhao raised his hand and commanded, "Stop!" The cloud-piercing flying chariot immediately halted. The eerie black aura had enveloped the entire Lotus Terrace. The 9 large pillars, situated on 9 lotus petals scattered across Lotus Terrace, meant this black net was prepared from the beginning. Swoosh! Swoosh! Around Lotus Terrace, heads were flying. Those puppet cultivators, exuding a dark aura, were on a killing spree. The cultivation levels of the audience were too low. They had no way to resist this sudden turn of events. The group of puppets rampaged indiscriminately everywhere. Lotus Terrace was in complete chaos. And there were still so many people there. Lu Zhu showed no expression. Hua Wudao and Hua Yuexing frowned at the scene below. After all, they were from famous orthodox sects, and couldn't accept such a cruel method of killing. The Great Wizard controls the puppets through devouring, a method that is extremely ruthless. Lu Zhao wasn't worried about these things. What he cared about was that the mastermind behind the scenes hadn't revealed himself yet. Lu Zhao was waiting for him. Whether the flying chariot left or not wasn't important. As long as the mastermind appeared, Lu Zhao wouldn't hesitate to use the lethal strike card in his hand. A great wizard was worth at least 1,500 merit points. Ming Xinyin spoke up. "Master, there's no need to save them. These people came here to watch the show. Their deaths have nothing to do with us," Zhao Yaner chimed in. "That's right. Before we came here, they probably cursed the evil sky pavilion plenty." Just then, a puppet cultivator couldn't help but attack the cloud-piercing flying chariot, as fierce as a wild beast. At the same time, the black keys surrounding him hummed non-stop. Duan Musheng roared, "Get lost!" The Overlord's spear was thrown. Boom! The puppet's 5 senses were covered in black energy, and his eyes glowed green. The puppet raised both hands slightly, and the Overlord's spear was sent flying, spinning 360 degrees in the air. Duan Musheng reached out, and the Overlord's spear flew back into his hand. Lu Zhao said calmly, Clean it up. Your disciple obeys. Duan Musheng wasn't convinced. If this spear didn't hit, I'll just stab a few more times. Duan Musheng jumped off the flying chariot, his feet treading on thin air, each surge of ki under his feet creating ripples that spread in all directions. If he didn't make a move, then so be it, but when he did, he would give it his all. Boom, boom, boom! Duan Musheng used crushing force to attack the puppet. Thousands of spear shadows fell down. And me too. Ming Xinyin excitedly jumped down. Hey, I want to join the fun too. Xiao Yanhe, wearing cloud-stepping shoes, stomped down hard, creating a shockwave. The Brahma lariat flew out, attacking 3 other puppets. Hua Yuexing raised her bow, her left index and middle fingers forming a key arrow, and shot it at the puppets below. But those puppets only took a few steps back, and didn't fall down. They still bared their fangs and waved their claws. Hua Wudao observed the situation and said, "Attack their weak points." Yes, Hua Yuexing once again used her archery skills. More and more puppet cultivators were appearing around Lotus Terrace. Hua Wudao noticed an anomaly and said, "It's not just the sacrificial offerings. Everyone who is killed will be controlled by the Great Wizard." Zhang Yu, still maintaining the flying chariot's levitation, was shocked to hear this and immediately asked, "You can come back to life after you die? This is too scary." Hua Wudao explained, "This isn't resurrection. Ordinary cultivators condense Qi into Gang Qi to control objects. Witchcraft uses formations, runes, and rituals to mobilize the power of the Earth's origin energy, thereby controlling human will. Even experts like Leng Luo were controlled by others, let alone these small fries," Zhao Yu said. "But what's the benefit of doing that? These people have such low cultivation levels, they can't do anything to us." No, Hua Wudao shook his head. "To deal with these dead cultivators, you must kill the Great Wizard, or use a force stronger than his to shatter the Black Shuo. Otherwise, they will be fearless, pain-insensitive puppets, and this sacrificial formation is constantly absorbing the power of the dead, accumulating little by little, and cannot be underestimated." Zhao Yu clasped her hands in a student's salute. "So that's how it is." Lu Zhao remained silent, his eyes constantly observing the battle below. He was wondering where the Great Wizard was hiding. Was the Great Wizard related to Mo Li? Or was he related to the 4th prince guarding the frontier that Hua Yuexing mentioned? As long as he could take care of this Great Wizard, he wouldn't have to worry about anything else. Boom, 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 boom! Duan Musheng's entire body erupted with terrifying energy, and thousands of spear shadows finally shattered a puppet. Damn it! That was tiring. Why is this thing so hard to kill? Boom! Not far away, Ming Xinyin's separation hook also shattered a puppet. Ming Xinyin reminded his senior brothers, "Just break the witchcraft, they are already dead." Everyone looked at Ming Xinyin, whose figure flickered back and forth, constantly attacking the black energy patterns on the puppets' bodies. Everyone was slightly startled. 4th is still the smartest. Duan Musheng saw 2 puppets approaching in the distance, and the Overlord spear immediately flew out, piercing through them, and the 2 puppets fell down again. Xiao Yanhe initially stood there stunned, but then her eyes flashed with determination to eliminate more than her 2 senior brothers. But more and more puppets were appearing around them. The number of puppets controlled by black energy on Lotus Terrace had reached 50. Hua Yuexing continuously fired arrows. Knowing their weaknesses, she frantically shot at the black energy lines. Although Hua Yuexing's cultivation level was not high, her archery skills were amazing. At a distance, she didn't need to run back and forth like Duan Musheng, and still managed to take care of quite a few puppets. The puppets fell to the ground, and the black energy flew out, absorbed by the chains in the air. Lu Zhao saw the anomaly and thought to himself, "No merit points? Does this mean that all these dead people are below the ocean of life realm? This trip is a loss." Lu Zhao shook his head. Fortunately, he has many disciples to help. If he were alone, he wouldn't know how many item cards he would have to use to deal with these people. He probably would have died long ago. Hua Wudao wasn't good at attacking, so he simply stood still on the flying chariot. From her spot, Zhao Yue observed the situation and exclaimed, "As expected, more and more puppets are attacking the cloud-piercing flying chariot." Suddenly, Hua Wudao used the 6 Harmony Dao seal, and the light bloomed. In an instant, Hua Wudao's 6 Harmony Dao seal enveloped the entire flying chariot. All the puppets that crashed into the 6 Harmony Dao seal were blasted away. In the distance, Si Wuyai, observing this scene, immediately raised his eyebrows. Hua Wudao has indeed joined the evil sky pavilion. Has the conflict from 20 years ago been resolved? The giant pillar trembled slightly as the black net relentlessly absorbed energy. Si Wuyai frowned deeply.
Who could possibly use this method to absorb energy on the lotus dais?
Setting up a formation is impossible, everyone knows that. But to use the pillar for a sacrificial witchery, that's beyond everyone's expectations. Who would have thought Luo Jingkong of the Heavenly Sword Sect would willingly sacrifice himself? The pillar actually became an advantage for the sacrifice. The leader of the Underworld sect left, but now he's back. Should we go and say hello? The Underworld sect's flying shuttle is hovering near the third pavilion. No need. Yes.
Si Wuyai glanced at the Underworld sect's flying shuttle, thinking, will senior brother lend a hand?
As soon as the 6 Harmony Dago seal appeared, it blasted away the puppet cultivators. The cultivators fleeing everywhere were shocked, but they had no time to admire the Devil Heaven Pavilion. They just wanted to get out of the Lotus Dais ASAP. But the towering pillars around the Lotus Dais had formed a black shackle net, blocking their escape. From the outside, the Lotus Dais looked like a giant cage. Hua Wudao, watching the black mist being absorbed by the shackle net, said softly, "Pavilion Master, rest assured, as long as I'm here, the flying shuttle will be safe." Lu Jiao nodded slightly. With Hua Wudao's strength and cultivation, protecting the cloud-piercing flying shuttle was no problem. The point is, why set up such a large formation just to use witchery to control these low-level puppets? How can that be considered a match for the Devil Heaven Pavilion?
Lu Jiao was carefully observing his surroundings. He noticed the location of Luo Jingkong's corpse. Now, only a puddle of water remained. No sign of Luo Jingkong. After all, he was a cultivator expert. The shackle net must have absorbed a lot of energy from him. Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shiyin, and Zhao Yanhe had taken care of quite a few puppets. The low-level cultivators below were still scattered like lambs trapped in a cage, waiting to be slaughtered. Luckily, cultivators' minds are stronger than ordinary people's. Many of them understood that, in this situation, there was no other way but to constantly avoid the attacks. Crackle, crackle. On the chains made of black energy, there was a slight sound like electricity flowing. A blue-black halo flickered and disappeared around the chains. Hua Wudao thought, that person wants to kill everyone in the sacrificial area. What cruel methods. Each cultivator, after being killed by a puppet, would crazily rush to kill the 3 disciples. They grinned triumphantly. One puppet cultivator roared, "You can't escape!" Lu Xiao wasn't worried about his disciples' safety because he knew their abilities well. The remaining puppets occasionally pounced towards the cloud-piercing flying shuttle, but none could break through Hua Wudao's 6 Harmony Dao seal. What's that? Zhao Yu, in the driver's seat, had the best view. She saw something sparkling in the center area. At the intersection of the black chains, Lu Xiao mused. The energy gathering point is where the energy is strongest, and also the most dangerous. Hua Wudao nodded. That's right. This great witch wants to use the black energy to kill everyone. Is it very powerful? Zhao Yue felt that the puppets outside didn't pose much of a threat. The power of witchery doesn't lie in its strength, but in its corrosiveness. Then how do we deal with it? Crackle, crackle. The sound from the black chains became clearer and clearer, Hua Wudao continued. You can use the great tranquility mantra of Buddhism, the mind-cleansing divine incantation of Taoism, or the vast righteousness qi of Confucianism. Alas, I, from the Tunyun sect of Taoism, have only focused on researching the 6 Harmony Dao seal. Shame, shame. Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, each sect independently developed cultivation methods. The paths are different. No one can be proficient in everything. Zhao Yu glanced at the female disciples in the flying shuttle and comforted them. Don't be afraid. With Master here, this kind of witchery is useless. Lu Xiao didn't show any expression on his face, but in his heart he was thinking, if I can't see the caster, I'm helpless. Are we all gonna capsize in the ditch on this trip? The energy gathering point on the black shackle net was making louder and louder noises. The low-level cultivators below seemed to have noticed this. Everyone felt a strong sense of danger and gathered together, trying to resist. Puppets kept appearing. At the energy gathering point, the light was shining brightly
Everyone's eyes were fixed on it. Guests, gather around. Make sure you survive these chapters. At this moment, the light suddenly became as blinding as the sun, making it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. The low-level cultivators all looked up. All the puppets stopped moving, and Black Kui flew towards the net. Under the sun-like light, a blurry shadow appeared, and a loud voice resounded. Roar, yin gong, lion's roar. It's not a great witch. Hua Wudao immediately cast all 9 seal characters around the flying shuttle. The 9 seal characters sparkled with golden light, blocking all the sound waves. Ming Shiyin and Duanmu Sheng activated their protective ki and retreated a few steps. So strong, Xiao Yanhair seemed unaffected. Her cloud garment feather dress glowed with a light green light, neutralizing all the sonic attacks. Ming Shiyin couldn't help but feel envious. The opponent's methods were powerful. Definitely not just this one sonic attack. The Phantom had stopped and wasn't releasing any more sonic attacks. Lu Zhao said calmly, "Not human." His true sight had looked towards the Phantom, and he couldn't see any information related to humans. That only meant one thing. This Phantom wasn't human. In the Great Yan world, the Misty Forest and Rong Bay both had special ferocious beasts that humans couldn't grasp. Humans could control common beasts, but they couldn't possibly include ferocious beasts in that category. Zhao Yue asked doubtfully, "I don't understand. If it's not human, why would it appear here?" 2 female cultivators murmured in panic. "Even if it's not human, it can't just appear out of nowhere, right?" Lu Zhao looked at the energy gathering point and the Phantom and said softly, "It's a projection." Hua Wudao nodded slightly. "This is one of the advantages of witchcraft. This witchcraft cultivator is definitely a rare genius on the Lotus Dais. From the formation to the arrangement of the 9 towering pillars to make the great sacrifice formation, every step was meticulously planned." A black figure appeared, its low voice softly echoing, "You are the master of the Demon Sky Pavilion." The Phantom's tone was slow, as if speaking underwater, the sound indistinct. Lu Zhu responded, "Who are you?" The Phantom didn't answer but continued, "I only hope you can break this formation." If it were a normal sparring match, cultivators wouldn't give a witchmaster so much time to prepare. While witchcraft is powerful, its weakness is obvious. It requires a long preparation and casting time, but once successful, it's terrifying. The energy chains trembled, the crackling sound becoming several times louder. The Phantom was confident. "The #1 expert of Great Yan will ultimately fall by my hand." A ball of purple energy flew towards the flying chariot. At this moment, the flying chariot was shielded by golden gang qi. Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shiyin, and Zhao Yanhair moved simultaneously and shouted in unison, "Let your disciples block it." At the same time, the puppets also moved, snarling and howling, "Awu, awu!" The 3 were blocked by the puppets, leaving them to deal with them. The Lotus Dais became chaotic again, and as several balls of purple energy flew toward them, Lu Zhao suddenly soared into the air. Lu Zhao was incredibly powerful, astonishing everyone. First, Hua Wudao gaped, exclaiming, "Pavilion Master!" Then, Zhao Yu's jaw dropped, "Master." Even the aloof Hua Yuexing couldn't help but say, "Old Senior Lu Zhao is mighty." Alone, he left the flying chariot. Not far away, the Phantom exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Samadhi of attaining extinction of cognition and sensation?" The instant Lu Zhao left the flying chariot, the extraordinary power of the heavenly book indeed obeyed his command. A faint blue light emanated from Lu Zhao, and a dark blue lotus appeared beneath his feet, moving with each step he took. Hua Wudao was shocked again. Even someone as knowledgeable as Hua Wudao couldn't understand this scene. Whoever summoned a lotus without summoning a dharma body? This was the second time Hua Wudao had seen this dark blue lotus. The first time was when Lu Zhao was in seclusion. When the blue lotus burst with energy, the 9-character seal of the 6 harmonies Dao couldn't withstand a single blow, and was instantly shattered. Now seeing it again, how could Hua Wudao not be shocked? Barrier power? He could only assume it was the energy within the barrier. Dozens of purple energy beams shot towards him, but they were all blocked by the lotus and the blue light. Lu Zhao was incredibly powerful, withstanding everything. The Phantom, seeing this scene, cried out in alarm, its voice sounding agitated. "Stop him! The puppets all widened their eyes, staring in horror. All the puppets obeyed the phantom's command, flying into the air and rushing towards Lu Jiao. The green energy radiating from Lu Jiao became extremely intense. Seeing this, Hua Wudao felt a hint of doubt, recalling the last time the blue lotus in the secret chamber erupted with energy. The lotus was at its strongest when it bloomed. Okrid Stroud, Hua Wudao, Xiao Yanhe, Ming Shiyin, Zhao Yue, and Duanmu Sheng all looked towards their master and the blue lotus beneath his feet. The area where the energies intersected immediately expanded, radiating light. Dozens of puppets piled on top of each other, rushing forward. At the same time, the blue lotus bloomed, its petals spreading in all directions, unleashing powerful energy like ocean waves. This was the divine power of Dharma, extinction of cognition and sensation. All the puppets were reduced to ashes, and the energy on the chains dissipated. The phantom, trapped in the light, directly witnessed this scene and cried out in fear, trembling. This power! Before it could finish speaking, the light point was completely swallowed by the blue lotus and disappeared without a trace. The black energy chain sealing the lotus platform exploded like shattered glass, creating earth-shattering sounds. The black energy chains scattered everywhere and fell to the ground like a black rain. Then, they gradually dissipated until they completely vanished. Lu Jiao didn't observe the scene below but looked towards where the phantom had been. He didn't hear the system notification awarding him merit points. The blue lotus slowly shrunk until it disappeared completely. The entire lotus platform was silent. Lu Jiao frowned and shook his head, puzzled. Could it be that the power of the divine ability wasn't strong enough to kill this great witch? Lu Jiao still floated in the air, recalling the situation inside the secret chamber. Hua Wudao and the others were only slightly injured back then. But at that time, his understanding of the extraordinary power wasn't complete. Now that his power was full, he should have been able to kill this great witch, right? After pondering for a long time, Lu Jiao suddenly jolted. Huh? Lu Jiao felt that the primal qi within him had decreased significantly. Steady now, stay afloat. Damn it, don't fall. So many people are watching this old man. Lu Jiao slowly turned around, placing his hands behind his back. Huh, where did everyone go? The whole space was silent. Everyone from before seemed to have disappeared. In fact, all the cultivators had run away. After observing for a moment, Lu Jiao saw Ming Shiyin with his jaw dropped and eyes wide, flailing his arms and legs as he floated below. Duanmu Sheng was lying face down on the ground, his hands tightly gripping the overlord's spear stuck in the ground. Even Xiao Yanhe, with her ink cloud-flowing rain dress, was fearfully hiding behind a wall. The scene was truly comical. All three disciples had wide, terrified eyes, their faces pale as a ghost. Turning to look at the cloud-piercing flying chariot, Lu Zhu frowned slightly. The flying chariot's condition wasn't optimistic. It looked like it was about to collapse and had several cracks. The situation on top of the flying chariot wasn't any better. Hua Wudao was kneeling on one knee, one hand supporting himself on the flying chariot's floor, his face covered in sweat. After observing the whole scene, Lu Jiao felt helpless. This great divine power really didn't distinguish between friend and foe. He lowered his head to look below. Thankfully, the low-level cultivators were all right. They hid under the lotus platform and escaped a disaster. After the rain, the sun shines again. Seeing that everything had calmed down, they came out one after another, looking up at the sky. Before their eyes was the master of the evil sky pavilion, Lu Zhu, floating calmly in the air. The cultivators repeatedly thanked him. Thank you, Ancestor, for saving our lives. Thank you, Ancestor, for saving our lives. All the puppets are dead. Some even flattered him. Ancestor, I admire you so much. Everyone knelt down and kowtowed to Lu Zhu. The system then notified him. Received sincere worship from 225 people. Rewarded 2,250 merit points. A little is better than nothing. It's considered compensation for not being able to kill the great shaman. Looking at the people constantly kneeling, Lu Jiao waved his hand slightly. Get lost! The people immediately scattered in all directions, wishing they could quickly leave this place of trouble. Thank you, ancestors. Some even said sweetly, who said the evil sky pavilion's ancestor is cruel and tyrannical? From now on, ancestor is the person I admire the most. The disciples looked at this scene in a daze.
At the same time, beside a pavilion quite far from the lotus platform, a loud bang suddenly came. Lu Juqiao turned his head to look over, and immediately discovered a flying chariot, the nether sex flying chariot, swaying unsteadily as it flew into the distance. Duan Musheng, holding the overlord's spear tightly, said loudly to Lu Zhao, "Master, the nether sect's flying chariot is terrified by your divine might. Let disciple chase after them." Duan Musheng walked like the wind, gently stepping his foot, his whole body already flying into the air. Hearing this, Lu Zhao remained silent, because the current situation was not suitable for him to chase after them, and he didn't have the strength either. That flying chariot was speeding away quickly.
Elsewhere, behind the dense trees beside the pavilion, Si Wuyai was standing behind a supergiant ancient tree.
Si Wuyai frowned, his eyes filled with disbelief, his hand clenched until it turned white. Si Wuyai murmured, "Barrier power, as expected. Master has absorbed the barrier power." One of his subordinates, who was so scared that he peed his pants, peeked his head out to look around and said, "Sect leader, the old senior said his blade isn't dull yet, all the righteous sects have fled. Isn't this the result you wanted to see?" Si Wuyai frowned and replied, "No, my thoughts are completely the opposite." Si Wuyai explained further to his subordinate, "Once the barrier power is used up, what will the evil sky pavilion do in the future?" Only then did the subordinate understand the problem. Subordinate understands. Subordinate will send people to continue monitoring the actions of the righteous sects on the lotus platform. Lu Zhao slowly flew into the cloud-piercing flying chariot. From the outside he looked completely unharmed. Lu Zhao ordered Ming Xinyin to quickly take the helm of the cloud-piercing flying chariot. "Yes," Ming Xinyin replied. Lightly tapping his toes, leaping to the helm and pouring in primal qi, the flying chariot gradually stabilized. At this time, Hua Wudao breathed a sigh of relief, retracted his hand, and cupped his hands to Lu Zuya without saying anything more. Hua Yuexing's face was full of awe. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that the master of the evil sky pavilion could be so powerful. Completely beyond everyone's expectations, Grandma Zhao Yanshare finally flew onto the cloud-piercing flying chariot. After starting the cloud-piercing flying chariot, Ming Xinyin also discovered the current problem of the cloud-piercing flying chariot and reported, "Master, the formation patterns on the left wing of the flying chariot have cracked. It won't be stable during flight." Lu Zhao nodded slightly. "It's all right," Ming Xinyin respectfully continued. "Disciple will try my best to control the speed. We will definitely be able to return to the evil sky pavilion." Meanwhile, Xiao Yanhe was a little worried and hurriedly spoke. "Third senior brother hasn't returned yet. Aren't we waiting for him?" Ming Xinyin replied. "No need to wait for him." Ming Xinyin understood in his heart that although first senior brother betrayed the evil sky pavilion, he wouldn't act cruelly towards third senior brother, so he let it go. Just leave him be. After it's over, third senior brother will return on his own. Just then, Hua Wudao cupped his hands and asked, "May I ask, Pavilion Master, what is that blue lotus?" Lu Zhao took a sip of energy drink, then raised his hand to interrupt him. All kinds of divine powers have the same origin, whether it's Taoism, Buddhism, or even government. It's all like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea. The ancestors created classics and cultivation paths, and future generations need to learn, break through, and even create new paths. Hua Wudao bowed respectfully. "I have been taught. I originally thought that my failure in your hands 20 years ago was due to my bad luck. But now I see that the gap between me and you is not just in cultivation." Hua Wudao felt embarrassed. His expression dropped, and he was ashamed. So ashamed. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao just kept taking sips of his energy drink. Lu Zhao stroked his beard, walked to the helm, and looked towards the sky-piercing pillars on the lotus platform, muttering to himself, "Being able to use these pillars to set up a heaven and earth net, sacrificing this great shaman must be a genius shaman." The bodies of these pillars were already cracked. One strike of great divine power, the extraordinary power, almost destroyed the entire lotus platform. Luckily, the cloud-piercing flying chariot was behind him, and he was protected by the 6 Harmony Deo seal. But the nether sex flying chariot wasn't so lucky, even though they were standing very far away. But there weren't any masters specializing in defense like Hua Wudao on the flying chariot. The further the nether sect's flying chariot flew, the larger the cracks on the chariot body became. Creak, creak,
The sound grew louder and more frequent. The subordinate reported, "Sect leader, the flying chariot is about to break." Yu Zhenghai's face was stern as he ordered, "Don't stop." The horrified expression on Yu Zhenghai's face was obvious. He sat on the chair and repeatedly told his subordinates, don't stop no matter what." Creak, creak. The flying chariot was clearly cracking non-stop. Who knows if the flying chariot can even make it back? The Qinglong Hall's grand seat, Hua Zhongyang himself was at the helm, unable to resist wiping the sweat from his forehead. You can't make a lake out of broken dikes. No matter how good his piloting skills are, this broken flying chariot can't perform. The formation patterns on the chariot body are broken, the cracks are getting bigger, and the flying speed is greatly reduced. The other seats behind him encouraged Hua Zhongyang. "Hang in there, Hua Zhongyang." "Hua Zhongyang, what else can I do besides encourage myself? If the flying chariot stops, we're all doomed." They were nervously worried that Lu Zhu was chasing after them from behind. Once they were caught up, they would definitely die. Hua Zhongyang tried his best but couldn't hold on anymore, so he said, "Sect leader, the flying chariot can't take it anymore." Yu Zhenghai's expression was still extremely serious. He angrily shouted, "Shut up." Yu Zhenghai thought in fear. No matter how broken the flying chariot is, we have to run far away. The scene of the blue lotus blooming made him shudder. He really couldn't understand why his master, the old man, was still able to unleash such a powerful force even at his age. His eyes flashed. Yu Zhenghai decisively. "In short, just run for your life." Even knowing that the following words would be very unpleasant, Hua Zhongyang mustered up his courage and said, "What subordinate means is that the current speed of the flying chariot isn't even as fast as us flying on our own." Huh. Yu Zhenghai stood up abruptly. The disciples behind him continued to cheer. "Grand Seat! Hang in there, Grand Seat, you can definitely do it." Their sect leader and the 4 protectors were all masters of flight, while they were just trash. If they didn't have a flying chariot, how could they fly fast? They would be dead meat soon. Yu Zhenghai went to the helm to observe. The flying chariot was indeed about to fall apart. It was flying at a snail's pace. What difference was there between this speed and a normal person running on the ground? Flying on their own was indeed faster, Yu Zhenghai said. Abandon the flying chariot. Subordinates respectfully obey the sect leader's orders. The nether sect disciples all jumped out of the flying chariot. Whoever was slow would surely die. Hua Zhongyang saw that sect leader Yu Zhenghai hadn't jumped out, so he spoke to advise him. "Sect leader, if the flying chariot is gone, we can always make another one later." He didn't need to say the second half of the sentence. If the person was gone, then they would truly be gone. Yu Zhenghai nodded slightly. "There's some truth to that, huh?" He was about to jump up. Hua Zhongyang also waited for Yu Zhenghai to leave the flying chariot. Boom! The flying chariot, which was already swaying, immediately fell straight to the ground after losing its primal chi control. The two floated in the air, turning their heads to look at the flying chariot one last time. Just then, not far from the flying chariot, a burly figure holding the Overlord's spear charged straight at them. Duanmu Sheng, dude's huge, traitor, Duanmu Sheng, wielded the Overlord's spear, which was as long as he was tall. His entire body was parallel to the ground, and the spearhead emitted a fierce wind, like a drill bit. Yu Zhenghai staggered slightly, his eyes widening. "It's just third junior brother, not master. Thank goodness, thank goodness." Then, Yu Zhenghai stood up straight and met the attack with one hand, his right hand now enveloped in a powerful, firm seal. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Overlord spear's momentum was completely blocked by the ki surrounding Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai was secretly surprised, snorted softly, and then slapped out with a palm. Boom! This great dark heaven palm was several times larger than before. The two sides Q colliding, Duanmu Sheng switched from an urgent offensive to a defensive stance. Duanmu Sheng used his spear to block this extremely powerful palm print. He was immediately blown away, Duanmu Sheng's hands going numb. He spun several times in the air before landing on the ground. Yu Zhenghai then descended from the air, a strong ki still surrounding him. Seeing this, Hua Zhongyang rushed forward and clasped his hands, saying, "Leave it to your subordinate." Yu Zhenghai replied, "No need. Leave him to me." The three stood on the ground, and the nether sect disciples quickly gathered together, standing behind Yu Zhenghai and Hua Zhongyang.
The two sides were locked in a stalemate. Duanmu Sheng's overlord spear was plunged straight into the ground. He looked directly at Yu Zhenghai. Too big, traitor. Yu Zhenghai shook his head slightly. Third junior brother, after all these years your temperament is still the same.
Duanmu Sheng snapped back. At least it's better than yours.
Yu Zhenghai's eyes glanced behind Duanmu Sheng. Where is Master? Master ordered me to bring you back. If you admit your mistakes, Master might spare you the death penalty. Duanmu Sheng wasn't like Ming Shiyin. He didn't hold back when he spoke. How could Yu Zhenghai, in his current position, have poor judgment? He thought to himself, there's no one behind Duanmu Sheng, which relieved him greatly. After thinking about it, Yu Zhenghai smirked and leisurely said, Third junior brother, your heavenly unification art has improved a lot. Just now, if I hadn't used the great dark heaven palm in time, I would have been injured by you.
Duanmu Sheng remained firm and resolute. Stop talking nonsense. I'm asking you if you're coming back with me, Sing. Yu Zhenghai shook his head and sighed. Senior brother has too many unavoidable things. There are many people in this world who want me dead. The righteous path wants me dead, and the demonic path also wants me dead.
Duanmu Sheng looked at his senior brother in confusion, not understanding why Yu Zhenghai was saying these words. Yu Zhenghai continued, The world is so big, why can't it tolerate me? Duanmu Sheng's expression remained blank, not understanding what the heck was going on. Yu Zhenghai knew that Duanmu Sheng didn't understand, so he sighed again. You probably don't understand what I'm saying. If Old Seventh was here, that would be great. He would definitely understand my mood. Duanmu Sheng gripped the overlord spear tightly, still adamantly replying, If he comes here, I'll catch him first. Yu Zhenghai asked back, Can you catch him?
This. Duanmu Sheng looked at Hua Zhongyang, standing next to Yu Zhenghai. Although Hua Zhongyang hadn't made a move, he could still sense that this person was a master. A master who was completely stronger than him. Even if Hua Zhongyang wasn't here, Duanmu Sheng couldn't beat Yu Zhenghai. He originally just wanted to try his luck, hoping that his senior brother would be injured by the power of his divine ability. But unfortunately, this didn't happen. Knowing that he couldn't fight 2 against 1, Duanmu Sheng spoke. I'm asking you, does the matter of the Heavenly Sword sect on Lotus Terrace have anything to do with you? Yu Zhenghai chuckled and said disdainfully,
The Heavenly Sword sect isn't worthy of cooperating with the Nether sect.
Senior brother isn't lying to you. The Heavenly Sword sect is one of the targets that our Nether sect will soon destroy. Duanmu Sheng was stunned for a moment when he heard these words. Yu Zhenghai continued, Since Luo Changfeng's death, the Heavenly Sword sect has been declining. Luo Jingkong is only trying to prolong its dying breath. This is a good opportunity for the Nether sect to take advantage and destroy it.
Duanmu Sheng asked in surprise, You want to help, Master?
Yu Zhenghai shook his head and replied very frankly, I'm helping myself. Duanmu Sheng pressed further. What's your purpose?
Yu Zhenghai smiled faintly and slowly walked in front of Duanmu Sheng. Duanmu Sheng subconsciously took a few steps back. Don't be nervous. Yu Zhenghai then closed in, patting Duanmu Sheng's shoulder in a friendly manner. How is Master doing?
Duanmu Sheng's face was full of caution. You're doing very well, really. Duanmu Sheng said disdainfully. If that wasn't the case, why would you run away? Nailed it. Yu Zhenghai had to remain silent for a moment. Yu Zhenghai was momentarily speechless but quickly smiled. Have you ever seen anyone run away and fly so slowly? We're all experts. How can we use the word run?
Duanmu Sheng nodded in agreement. That's right. If I were you, I would have abandoned the chariot and ran a long time ago.
Hua Zhongyang tilted his head in confusion after hearing this sentence. Why are you speaking so truthfully? Yu Zhenghai still appeared calm, as if he were talking about something very ordinary. The two were silent for a moment. Yu Zhenghai suddenly asked, Does Master often mention me? Duanmu Sheng shook his head. He originally wanted to say, Why mention you and make everyone angry? Moreover, they were disciples. They didn't dare to casually say things that would displease Master.
Yu Zhenghai asked again, as if he were investigating. Does Master mention second junior brother? Duanmu Sheng glared and replied, Nope. Suddenly, Yu Zhenghai burst out laughing. That's good then. Yu Zhenghai's actions and words made Duanmu Sheng extremely confused. Yu Zhenghai patted Duanmu Sheng's shoulder again. "Go back." Duanmu Sheng looked at Yu Zhenghai seriously and said, "Give me half a year." Yu Zhenghai asked Duanmu Sheng again, curiously probing with his eyes. "For what?" Duanmu Sheng seriously said. "Half a year later, I will fight you." Yu Zhenghai looked at Duanmu Sheng for a long time. Then he patted Duanmu Sheng's shoulder and pulled him closer. Yu Zhenghai put his arm around Duanmu Sheng's shoulder, nodding and praising. "Having the courage to challenge me is very good. Remember to practice harder when you go back." Duanmu Sheng confidently looked at Yu Zhenghai and said, "I will defeat you." Yu Zhenghai frowned and sighed. "Your second senior brother also said these words before." Duanmu Sheng asked in surprise. "Second senior brother's talent is higher than Zhu Honggong's, but he's never defeated you, senior brother." He also knew about the conflict between his eldest and second senior brothers. Later on, the conflicts and clashes between them only increased. Second senior brother had challenged many experts and never lost, some of whom were on par with eldest senior brother in cultivation and strength. Yet the two had never truly settled the score. Yu Zhenghai stated with absolute certainty. Of course, Yu Zhenghai turned his back to Duanmu Sheng. "I only hope you don't follow the path of your second senior brother." Hearing this, Duanmu Sheng was momentarily speechless. Having said that, Yu Zhenghai lightly tapped his toes, and his entire body flew into the air. Duanmu Sheng stared intently at Yu Zhenghai, contemplating how, despite his own decent talent and diligent efforts, he was still 3 parts inferior to second senior brother. If even second senior brother wasn't a match for eldest senior brother, how could he possibly win? Duanmu Sheng watched Yu Zhenghai's receding figure and wondered, is he really not running away? Hua Zhongyan cupped his fist toward Duanmu Sheng and hurriedly followed, with the other nether sect disciples flying in step behind him. Yu Zhenghai's flying speed wasn't fast, he seemed leisurely along the way. Hua Zhongyang closely followed behind, knowing that the best news for Yu Zhenghai was that their master wasn't chasing after them. Hua Zhongyang suddenly asked, "Sect leader, now that the Heavenly Sword sect is gone, what's our next plan?" Yu Zhenghai replied, "Pick the soft persimmon." Hearing this, Hua Zhongyang didn't know what else to say. Yu Zhenghai stopped, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the scenery of mountains and rivers, his mood improving slightly. Yu Zhenghai then asked, "How is Bai Yuqing's injury?" Hua Zhongyang truthfully reported. "He probably won't be able to fight for at least half a year." Yu Zhenghai grunted. "It's all because I was too lenient with second senior brother." Hua Zhongyang helplessly shook his head. Although the 4 guardian kings were all experts, they could only helplessly accept the situation against an unpredictable super expert like the Sword Devil. In the nascent soul realm, after the 5-leaf stage, each additional leaf created a world of difference. Hua Zhongyang suggested, "Should I go find 7th gentleman?" "No need." Yu Zhenghai slightly shook his head. Second senior brother might still be by her side. Hearing that, Hua Zhongyang quickly lowered his head, not wanting to be slashed and have to recuperate for half a year like Bai Yuqing. That was if he was lucky enough to survive. Seeing that sword freak Chen Wenji wasn't coming, the opportunity to recuperate was gone, and he had been sent to the Western Heaven. Yu Zhenghai ordered, "Send people to investigate who created the sacrificial formation on the Lotus Dais, and also try to contact 7th junior brother." Hua Zhongyang cupped his fist to accept the order. "As you command, sect leader," he cautiously asked again. "What if we encounter Senior Sword Devil?" Yu Zhenghai replied very concisely, "Avoid him." The two continued to fly into the distance. Half a day later, at the Evil Sky Pavilion, the cloud-piercing flying chariot finally made it back, and the return journey was considered smooth. Before everyone could even disembark, Pan Zhong ran over, clutching his chest. "Pavilion Master, Elder Hua, you've finally returned." Seeing Pan Zhong's flustered appearance, Ming Xinyin jumped off the chariot and asked, "What's the big deal? Making such a fuss?" Pan Zhong was so anxious that his face turned red, and he stammered. Ming Xinyin incredulously pressed. "Theft? The Evil Sky Pavilion was robbed?" Pan Zhong blurted out. Ming Xinyin pressed again. "Don't talk nonsense. What kind of rat would dare to sneak into the Evil Sky Pavilion to steal?" Pan Zhong replied. This has to be asked of Senior Leng Luo. Luckily, Senior Leng Luo is here." Lu Zhao stood silently for a moment, then looked into the distance, thinking, who in this world doesn't covet the treasures of the Evil Sky Pavilion? Lu Zhao,
calmly raised his head to look at the Golden Court Mountain barrier. Although the barrier's strength was only 1/3 of what it used to be, it wasn't a place that ordinary thieves dared to approach. Lu Zhao clasped his hands behind his back and walked lightly. Although his extraordinary power had been exhausted after the outburst, his current state wasn't tiring. Before long, Lu Zhao entered the main hall of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Inside, many female disciples were waiting. Leng Luo stood up, cupped his fist at Lu Ju, and then sat down. Lu Ju walked up to the main seat without saying a word. Leng Luo was the first to cup his fist and speak. The ones who came to the Evil Sky Pavilion to steal were the 5 mice of Shangyuan City. The internal strife in Shangyuan City was originally caused by the 5 mice stirring up conflict. I ordered the 4 black knights to quell the disturbance, and then the 5 mice disappeared without a trace. I never expected them to dare to come to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Leng Luo paused for a moment, then added, "They certainly have guts." Hua Wudao nodded. The 5 mice of Shangyuan City are famous for their thieving abilities and are extremely cunning in the cultivation world. Their reputation is only second to that of Swallow 3. It's just that Swallow 3 prefers to act alone, while the 5 mice like to operate as a team. Ming Xiying curiously asked, "How did they get inside the barrier?" Even if the Golden Court Mountain barrier is weakened, it shouldn't be a place that ordinary rats can slip through, Leng Luo said. The reason the 5 mice are skilled at thieving is because they possess a secret technique. This technique is somewhat similar to my concealment technique, but not entirely the same. Over the past 10 years, the 5 mice have slipped through the barriers of many major sects to carry out thefts, which is why the cultivation world gave them the nickname 5 mice. Lu Zhao nodded, recalling when he captured Swallow 3. Even though Swallow 3 had been bound and captured in a cage, he was still able to hide deep underground. No matter what kind of thievery it was, there would always be particularly cunning methods. At this time, Pan Zong stepped forward and said, "Pavilion Master, the assets have been checked, and only some horn from the East Pavilion is missing." Little Yuan Ger blinked, her face blank and confused. Horn. Everyone who heard this was dumbfounded. Someone stole horns. Ming Xiyin then asked, "Nothing else is missing?" "No. Perhaps they got scared." Halfway through their operation, Pan Zhong felt that anyone who dared to steal from the Evil Sky Pavilion must have enormous guts. Then, Senior Leng Luo appeared, so they ran away. Ming Xiyin nodded. That makes sense. After Lu Zhao's group left, only a group of old, weak, and disabled soldiers remained on the mountain. It was understandable that they couldn't catch the 5 mice. This matter wasn't a big deal, but it wasn't a small deal either. It wasn't a big deal because nothing was actually lost, but it wasn't small because it was related to the Golden Court Mountain barrier. Once the barrier wasn't restored, even if they killed the 5 mice, other rats would still covet the Evil Sky Pavilion, especially since the barrier was constantly weakening. Lu Zhao felt that there was no point in repairing the barrier at the moment. His own cultivation wasn't sufficient, and it would take his disciples several years to repair it. Moreover, even if it was repaired, what then? The righteous sects would again take the opportunity of his impending life-threatening tribulation to besiege Golden Court Mountain. He wouldn't waste his trump card, peak state card, just to repair the barrier. Leng Luo then said, "I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask." Lu Zhao just straight up ordered, "Spit it out." Turns out the Black Knights had a run-in with the 5 rats. They're not exactly powerhouses, but they're sneaky little thieves, always swiping stuff for their clients, Leng Luo said. He paused for dramatic effect, then dropped the bomb. "I suspect the 5 rats are connected to Si Wu Yai, your 7th disciple from the Nether sect." That got Lu Zhao's attention real quick. Eyes snapped open. "Oh really? And what makes you say that? Gotta have some proof, dude," Leng Luo explained. "Well, I heard the 5 rats had ties to the dark web, and now they're waltzing into the Nether sect's secret chambers, even the East Pavilion, without touching a thing. It's like they knew exactly what they were doing. The 5 rats were probably here to snatch back the peacock plume. Now that they failed, they'll likely try again." Ming Xiyin, being the hothead he is, burst out, "Master, that traitor's already had his cultivation crippled, and he still dares to act so high and mighty. Let me go down the mountain and drag him back here for a good old interrogation." Lu Zhao stroked his beard, deep in thought. Then, without even looking up, he asked, "You think you can even find him?"
Ming Xiyin awkwardly admitted. About that, last time he had to search high and low just to stumble upon Si Wu Yai at Yellowwind Mountain. It was a pain in the butt. Now that he's stirred up the nest, Si Wu Yai will be extra cautious. How could Ming Xiyin possibly track him down again, especially since he's not the sharpest tool in the shed? Lu Jiao remembered the chest in the East Pavilion and slowly stood up, saying, "Dismissed." Everyone bowed respectfully and left. In the quiet bamboo grove, Si Wu Yai was meditating. "Lord, there's a carrier pigeon from the 5 rats. They failed." Si Wu Yai opened his eyes. If they had succeeded, they wouldn't send a pigeon. They would be bringing the peacock plume back here. His subordinate continued, "Right." Bai Qingyun, the leader of the 5 rats, mentioned that they encountered Leng Luo when they went to the nether sect and had to bail. Si Wu Yai shook his head. Leng Luo. Someone as proud as him, and Master still controls him. He sent the Black Knights packing with one move at Westlake. The 5 rats feeling intimidated, after being hunted by him, is not surprising. Well, the peacock plume is a lost cause now. We missed the perfect opportunity for success. The subordinate pulled something out of his robes. But the 5 rats brought this back. It was a crumpled pile of paper scraps. Si Wu Yai smoothed out a piece, revealing a sketch of a chest. It was just a rough draft, but he recognized it instantly. He smiled casually. "Send a carrier pigeon to the nether sect." The next day, at the nether sect, inside the East Pavilion. While the pigs and chickens were busy stuffing their faces, something was happening inside the secret chamber. Lu Jiao had spent the night trying to figure things out, but didn't manage to accumulate much extraordinary power. He opened his eyes and checked the system interface. Merit points. 19,380. His trip to Lotus Terrace had netted him a total of 7,550 points, but he was still over 600 short of buying the 8 Methods Profound Connection Dharma Body. It's not that Lu Xiao was obsessed with getting the Dharma Body, but he suspected that the system was making it harder and harder to win anything good from the lucky draws. It's just how gacha players are. Even if they know the odds are terrible, they still hope they'll get lucky. So Lu Xiao decided to try a few draws, to see if today was a lucky day or not. Alright, 5 draws and that's it. The system kept spitting out, "Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage." 5 of those messages in a row. After failing all 5 times, Lu Zhu sighed softly and muttered, "Guess I really should just save up for the Dharma Body." Just as he was about to start comprehending the heavenly book, he heard a voice from outside. "Master, Si Wu Yai sent a carrier pigeon." Zhao Yu was bowing outside the East Pavilion. Lu Xiao commanded, "Read it!" Zhao Yui reported. Si Wu Yai wrote that he knows how to open that chest, but he has a request. He wants the peacock plume back, and for the soul-shackling curse to be removed. Lu Jiao was silent for a long time, then he roared. That unfilial disciple, Zhao Yu, sensing her master's anger, quickly tried to soothe him. "Master, calm down. That traitor is overestimating himself, thinking he can make demands just because he left Golden Court Mountain." Zhao Yu nodded in agreement. "Master is absolutely right. Si Wu Yai has truly gone too far." The East Pavilion fell silent for a moment. Then Lu Jiao glanced sideways and asked Zhao Yu, "Any word from Jiang Aijian yet? It's been so long, and he hasn't responded." "This isn't like him," Zhao Yu replied with a hint of worry. "Reporting to Maester, there's still no word from Jiang Aijian. She was worried that Maester would get angry and take it out on her." Lu Jiao, still sitting cross-legged, said, "Dismissed." Zhao Yu didn't dare say another word, bowing respectfully and saying, "This disciple takes her leave." After Zhao Yu left, Lu Jiao calmed down and decided to check the system's task interface. The task to find the lost key was still incomplete. After a moment of thought, Lu Jiao decided to try to recall some memories related to the chest, hoping to find a clue. So many things happened in the distant past, now extremely vague in his mind. After a while of searching, Lu Jiao still couldn't find anything, and the old man could only frown in frustration. Lu Jiao guessed, "Could this chest be related to the missing memories from when I transmigrated?" By now, Lu Jiao was already used to this old body, and he wasn't worried about getting older if he reversed it. But these lost memories still hadn't returned. After thinking for a while and not finding any clues, Lu Jiao shook his head and continued to study the heavenly book. Morning came quickly. As soon as Lu Zhao opened his eyes and stretched, he saw Zhao Yu walking into the east pavilion with a carrier pigeon. Seeing her master standing in the courtyard doing strange exercises, Zhao Yu didn't dare disturb him and stood quietly for a while, before finally bowing and saying, "Master, there's a carrier pigeon." Lu Zhao, who was stretching and breathing in the fresh air, stopped and asked, "Who's it from?" Zhao Yu replied,
I originally wanted to ignore it, but the contents of the letter are quite important, so I brought it here. Lu Zhao commanded. Read it, yes! Zhao Yue opened the letter and read, Yesterday, this disciple was confused. Please forgive me, Master. Although this disciple has left Golden Court Mountain, I have never had any thoughts of opposing you, Master. To show my sincerity, I have ordered my people to offer a clue to Master. After reading it, Zhao Yu put away the letter and said, There is indeed a nun at the foot of the mountain asking to see you. I suspected that Old Seven was plotting something, so I stopped her. Please make a decision, Master. Lu Zhao was puzzled. A nun? Zhao Yue added, That nun is from the Cloud Reflection Convent. Hearing the words Cloud Reflection Convent, Lu Zhao's expression was calm, but his heart was full of doubts. Could there be an arrangement in the underworld? The memories related to Cloud Reflection Convent were still clear, and Lu Zhao didn't feel that Cloud Reflection Convent had anything to do with the key. Lu Zhao ordered Zhao Yu let her up. Right away. This disciple will bring her up immediately. Master, wait a moment. Zhao Yu left the East Pavilion. Lu Zhu continued to stand in the courtyard, stretching his muscles and bones. After a while, Zhao Yu led a nun to the outside of the East Pavilion and reported to Lu Zhao, Master, this is Reverend Xuanjing of Cloud Reflection Convent. The nun knelt down and bowed, saying, Xuanjing greets old benefactor. Lu Zhao sat on the main hall looking at the nun. She was quite old, with wrinkles on her face. She wore a simple Buddhist robe and held a string of prayer beads in her hand. Lu Zhao casually replied, Stand up and speak. Reverend Xuanjing slowly stood up, took out a gray brocade box from her sleeve and said, Return the item to its owner. Lu Zhao waved his hand lightly, and the brocade box flew into his palm. Reverend Xuanjing slowly continued. This item was left behind by Reverend Jingyan back then. This poor nun knows that old benefactor is looking for this item, so I set out to the nether sect to return it to you. Lu Zhao listened, completely confused. Jingyan's keepsake, Reverend Xuanjing continued. When the two of you discussed the Tao at Cloud Reflection Peak, old benefactor left this item behind. Unfortunately, many years have passed and old benefactor has not come to retrieve it. Lu Zhao stared at the gray brocade box in front of him, then mobilized his Gangqi, Fan. The lid of the box opened, revealing a very uniquely shaped key. The system announced, Ding. Completed the task. Find the lost key. 1/1. Reward. 1,000 merit points. After observing it for a long time, Lu Zhao was still confused. Inside the brocade box was indeed an ancient key. Perhaps because so much time had passed, his memories were extremely vague. Lu Zhao put the key in his robe and asked, What's the situation at Cloud Reflection Convent now? Xuanjing replied, Speaking of which, this humble nun must thank benefactor Lu for punishing Wu Nian. Wu Nian disobeyed the rules of the Yunzhao Temple, acting recklessly, so being punished is well-deserved. Now, Wu Nian has lost all his cultivation and is no longer the abbot of Yunzhao Temple. Wu Nian foresaw this ending. Lu Zhao nodded slightly. How did you know that I needed this? Abbot Xuanjing asked suspiciously. Wasn't it Si Shizhu of the Nether sect who sent the message? Zhao Yue quickly interjected. As expected, it's the traitor's doing. Abbot Xuanjing was puzzled, not understanding traitor. Zhao Yue immediately told the abbess that this matter was unrelated to her. The abbess had been living in seclusion at the Yunzhao Temple all year round, and naturally didn't understand the outside world. If there was nothing else, she should return. Zhao Yu had a very poor impression of the Yunzhao Temple after the Lotus Dais incident, and didn't know what relationship her master had with them. Even if Abbess Xuanjing's attitude was good, and she even criticized Wu Nian, the Nether sect wasn't a place she should visit. Abbess Xuanjing clasped her hands in front of her chest and said, This humble nun still has one thing to say. Lu Zhao asked, What is it? Xuanjing asked about Yunzhao Temple's weapon, the Jade Whisk, which was Yunzhao Temple's foundation. If possible, she hoped benefactor Lu. Before she could finish,
Lu Zhao calmly interrupted. The jade whisk was given to Jing Yan by me, didn't she tell you? Xuan Jing was shocked to hear this.
Regarding this matter, Lu Zhao continued coldly, I could give her the jade whisk, and I can take it back now. The meaning was clear. How dare Abbess Xuan Jing say more? She sighed, her face full of helplessness, and said, in the end, the Nether sect is not to blame.
If Wu Nian hadn't acted recklessly, how could Yunzhao Temple have ended up like this? Benefactor, please take care, this humble nun takes her leave. Abbess Xuan Jing clasped one hand in front of her chest, bowed to Lu Zhu, and turned to leave. After Xuan Jing left, Zhao Yu reported to Lu Zhao, disciple takes her leave. After Zhao Yu left, the east pavilion fell silent. Lu Zhao walked inside and saw the wooden chest lying against the corner of the wall, and waved his hand casually. The wooden chest, surrounded by Gang Qi, flew in front of him.
Lu Zhao took out the golden key he had just obtained, and as his finger touched the key, a faint chill penetrated his skin.
It seemed that the key wasn't made of ordinary materials. No wonder it had been placed in the human world for so many years without being corroded or damaged.
Lu Zhao inserted the key into the keyhole on the chest and turned it. Crack! The keyhole made a crisp sound as if someone's neck had been broken. Then, the patterns on the surface of the chest suddenly lit up, and golden light ran along the body of the chest through the patterns, looking like electronic currents. Lu Zhao clicked his tongue in admiration. Exquisite design. After the light disappeared, a rustling sound rang out, and the chest suddenly opened in half. Perhaps because it had been closed for too long, a musty smell emanated from inside the chest. Lu Zhao waved his hand to dispel the unpleasant smell, and looked into the chest. The system notification chimed. Ding! Obtained a fragment of the Heaven Scroll. Opening chapter. Ding! Obtained an ancient sheepskin map. As soon as Lu Zhao touched the fragment of the Heaven Scroll, opening chapter, it suddenly turned into specks of light and disappeared. He looked at the system interface, and, sure enough, a Heaven Scroll. Opening chapter item had been added to the inventory. Lu Zhao remembered that he had also been rewarded with a fragment of the Heaven Scroll. Opening chapter for the last mission to collect the Azure Jade fragment. In other words, this was a fragment used to learn another great divine ability. Lu Zhao felt full of motivation. Ancient sheepskin map. He picked up the map from the bottom of the chest and ran quickly to the large table. Lu Zhao carefully placed the map on the table. The outer layer of the sheepskin had long rotted away. Lu Zhao removed the outer layer and slowly unfolded the sheepskin. This ancient sheepskin map was very large, covering the entire table. Could this be a treasure map? He opened the sheepskin map, brushed away the dust on the surface, and an extremely blurry drawing appeared before his eyes. A geographical map. Gotta take a closer look. The map looked extremely blurry, and he could only vaguely make out that it was a geographical map. At the center of the map was Great Yan, and the other areas were not clear. Lu Zhu clasped his hands behind his back, observing the map and thinking. He knew the effect of the Heaven Scroll, opening chapter, but he didn't know what the map was for. The terrain wasn't clear, and there weren't even any symbols, mountains, or rivers drawn on it. He didn't see anything strange after looking at it for a while. Lu Zhao stopped observing and sat cross-legged, opening the system interface. Merit points. 2,230 points, leaving a surplus of 230 points. Lu Zhao decided to try a lottery draw first. Lu Zhao drew 4 times, just like before, and got, "Thank you for participating." Fortunately, he had accumulated enough 20,000 merit points, so he didn't feel too bad. Having a luck value of 10 could be considered consolation. Should I continue drawing or buy the 8 methods connection avatar? The psychology of a gambler is truly unstable. Lu Zhao thought. He was currently in the Nether sect, completely safe. Moreover, he had plenty of item cards, so even if the orthodox sects besieged Golden Court Mountain, he could easily repel them all. He could buy the avatar whenever he wanted, and he wasn't facing a cultivation bottleneck, so there was no need to rush. Let's check the prices of the item cards first. At the same time, in the small, tranquil bamboo forest, Siwu Yai was sitting cross-legged and circulating his energy. Suddenly, Siwu Yai opened his eyes and murmured, "Fortunately, the peacock plume is still safe." He lowered his head, lifted his robe, and looked at the glaring brand on his body.
The brand was blood red and showed no signs of fading. Si Wuyai frowned, touched the brand and sighed. This curse is so bizarre. He had tried almost every method, but there was no way to break it. A subordinate in a gray robe flew over from a distance, knelt on one knee and reported, "Sect leader, Great Senior has arrived." Si Wuyai immediately ordered the subordinate, "Quickly invite him in." Si Wuyai was about to stand up when he heard his eldest brother, Yu Zhenghai, laughing heartily. "Seventh junior brother, we meet again." Si Wuyai stood up, clasped his hands, and said, "Greetings, great senior brother." Yu Zhenghai walked in front of Si Wuyai and said casually, "We are brothers, no need for formalities." "See who I've invited." Si Wuyai looked over and saw an old man wearing a Taoist robe covered in countless talismans, his whole body blazing with gang qi like fire. Si Wuyai was extremely surprised to see him. "Yun Shan Taoist. That old dude's got a face that's seriously creepy too," Yu Zhenghai said. Yun Shan Taoist is one of the most powerful experts who understand incantations and the Heavenly Master Tao. To invite him, I had to put in a lot of effort. Si Wuyai felt grateful towards Yu Zhenghai and said, "Many thanks, senior brother, for going to so much trouble." Zhang Yunshan chuckled and said, "This humble Taoist had a personal relationship with the Grand Senior previously. Because of the conflict between the Nether sect and the 10 great sects, I was slow to come down the mountain. I hope 7th Senior will forgive me." Personal relationship? My ass. Who knows what's really going on? Si Wuyai was too lazy to ask for details. He simply said, "Sorry for the trouble, Yunshan Taoist." Yu Zhenghai turned to ask, "Are you confident, Taoist Yunshan?" Zhang Yunshan frowned and replied, "This humble Taoist has been proficient in incantations for hundreds of years. I wouldn't dare claim to be an artist, but no matter what kind of incantation it is, there is always a way to unravel it." Yu Zhenghai seemed pretty satisfied. "That's great, please." Zhang Yunshan and Yu Zhenghai went into the small bamboo serenity abode. Si Wuyai sat cross-legged. Zhang Yunshan's eyes looked toward the glaring red character on Si Wuyai's chest. First, Zhang Yunshan observed the character, then he nodded slightly, as if he understood everything. It would only take a moment to unravel this curse. Yu Zhenghai stood by with his arms crossed, observing. "With the Taoist's words, I can rest assured." Zhang Yunshan stepped behind Si Wuyai. Si Wuyai understood what to do, and sat cross-legged seriously. In front, Zhang Yunshan raised his right hand. A golden, oval-shaped Vajra seal appeared in his palm, containing talisman scripts, and then he struck it on Si Wuyai's back. Zhang Yunshan shouted loudly, "Break!" As soon as the Vajra seal struck, something bizarre happened. A burst of gang qi suddenly rebounded from Si Wuyai's back. Zhang Yunshan was suddenly horrified. Bang! Yunshan Taoist, standing at close range, didn't have time to react or defend. The golden light struck his chest, and he flew out. The small bamboo serenity abode was built of wood. The impact broke a pillar in half, and it fell behind. Si Wuyai felt nothing, and blankly turned to look behind him. Yu Zhenghai was even more shocked, and hurried to Zhang Yunshan's side. Both Si Wuyai and Yu Zhenghai shouted, "Taoist!" Zhang Yunshan was in a lot of pain. His face twisted in agony. But when he heard Yu Zhenghai's voice, he immediately looked up and smiled, saying, "This humble Taoist is fine. I was just testing the power of this incantation. It will be easier to unravel later." Yu Zhenghai gestured invitingly. "That's good. Please continue, Taoist." Zhang Yunshan lightly stood up and went behind Si Wuyai. Once bitten, twice shy. He wasn't daring to underestimate this body entrapment curse after his previous setback. Impressive body entrapment curse. This humble Taoist has unraveled body entrapment curses many times, but I've never encountered such a backlash. Yunshan Taoist raised both hands, creating 2 gang qi seals that shone with golden light. He poured all his strength into them. The golden light was much brighter than before. He stared at Si Wuyai's back and said in a deep voice, "Ah!" Both palms shot out. Bang! As soon as the gang qi seals touched Si Wuyai's back, a layer of steel-like gang qi suddenly appeared. Zhang Yunshan was blasted back out just like before, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Si Wuyai was also knocked over by the force of the gang qi seals, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. 7th junior brother, Yu Zhenghai's expression darkened. He waved his hand, and Gangqi gently supported Si Wuyai, placing him back on the couch. Yu Zhenghai didn't have time to worry about Zhang Yunshan's situation. He checked Si Wuyai's current condition. Si Wuyai's face was pale, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that he was seriously injured. At the same time, while Lu Zhao was sleeping, the system notified, punished disciple Si Wuyai, gained 500 merit points. Attempted to unravel the body entrapment curse. Lu Zhao shook his head and closed his eyes. Whatever. Lu Zhu continued to turn over, hug his pillow, and sleep. Teaching must be done constantly. Failing to unravel the body entrapment curse, and suffering a backlash resulting in injury counts as punishment for the evil disciple. At Si Wuyai's place, Yu Zhenghai furrowed his brow and called out, "Seventh junior brother." Si Wuyai sat up, forcing himself to say, "Senior brother, I'm fine, just a little surprised." Yu Zhenghai felt guilty and said, "I brought Zhang Yunshan here, and I can't escape responsibility for Si Wuyai's injury. Furthermore, Si Wuyai was struck by the body entrapment curse while saving me. Now Zhang Yunshan not only failed to unravel the curse but also injured Si Wuyai. This made Yu Zhenghai very guilty." Yu Zhenghai snorted softly and walked to Yunshan Daoist's side. Zhang Yunshan felt that Yu Zhenghai's tone was off. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stood up, wiping the blood from his lips and explaining, "Please give this humble Taoist another chance. I was momentarily careless. I didn't expect this curse to be so powerful. I've never encountered this kind of curse before, and it even has the power of backlash." Hearing this, Yu Zhenghai said indifferently, "The weak always make a lot of excuses," Zhang Yunshan shouted. Sect leader Yu Zhenghai turned around, supporting Si Wuyai, and shouted at Zhang Yunshan, "This seat has given you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it." Zhang Yunshan understood the meaning in these words. Zhang Yunshan said in a deep voice, "You promised this humble Taoist that as long as this humble Taoist unraveled the curse, the enmity between the underworld sect and the heavenly master Tao would be erased. Now do you want to go back on your word?" Yu Zhenghai didn't bother to say more to him, just glared slightly and waved his hand to send him on his way. A figure flashed, and space seemed to be distorted. Hua Zhongyang appeared. "Not only could you not break the curse, but you also wanted to steal the opportunity to harm 7th Senior." Hua Zhongyang, with cold eyes, continued. "When unraveling the curse, you secretly planted another curse in 7th Senior, which is why the power of backlash appeared." Bang! Zhang Yunshan was punched in the chest by Hua Zhongyang and flew backward. As Zhang Yunshan saw the figure gradually becoming clear, his stern face spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and he frantically scrambled to escape. But how could he outrun the sun? Hua Zhongyang, moving at over 300 banana trees per hour, gave chase. Hua Zhongyang's figure vanished, only to reappear above Zhang Yunshan a second later. Hua Zhongyang coldly added to Zhang Yunshan, "So, your death is not unjust at all." Zhang Yunshan was utterly terrified, a chill running down his spine, cold sweat pouring like rain. Suddenly, a massive Dharma body appeared, striking down on the one below. Si Wuyai didn't watch this scene and shook his head, saying, "Was that necessary?" Yu Zhenghai replied, "I know what I'm doing." "You planning to make a move on the Celestial Master's Tao?" Yu Zhenghai shook his head and stated bluntly, "Just a short interlude. If he wants to die, I'll grant him his wish." Si Wuyai remained silent. Yu Zhenghai sighed. "I just didn't expect this curse to be so powerful. Even Zhang Yunshan couldn't break it." "Senior brother almost harmed me," Si Wuyai replied. "It's nothing. It's been many years since I used force," Yu Zhenghai continued. 7th junior brother has such a generous heart. It's a shame you didn't join the Netherworld sect. No one is more deserving of the position of strategists than you." Si Wuyai felt helpless. Ever since the two brothers left the Demon Sky Pavilion, his senior brother had been inviting him to be a strategist every year. Si Wuyai quickly changed the subject. "Not long ago, 2nd senior brother visited my humble abode. Oh. He asked me to pass a message to Grand Senior brother, saying that a treasured saber must be constantly sharpened to maintain its sharpness. He wants to fight you in half a year." Si Wuyai didn't hide anything or twist the truth, completely conveying Yu Shangrong's words verbatim. Yu Zhenghai burst into laughter. The sound of Hua Zhongyang forcefully crushing Zhang Yunshan reached his ears. Yu Zhenghai then replied to Si Wuyai, I was thinking the same thing, Si Wuyai asked in confusion. Master once said that once you enter the Demon Sky Pavilion, internecine slaughter among fellow disciples is strictly forbidden. He won't ask about other matters. This has always been the only iron rule of the Demon Sky Pavilion. Are you really agreeing to this, senior brother? Yu Zhenghai replied. You should tell these words to second junior brother. Hearing this, Si Wuyai frowned. But you are the grand senior brother. That's right, he was the grand senior brother. As the big boss, he had to give way to the second. As the big boss, he had to be tolerant. As the big boss, he had to have the ability to protect his junior brothers and sisters. Whenever Yu Zhenghai thought of these things, he would remain silent for a long time. And this time was no exception. After a while, Yu Zhenghai patted Si Wuyai on the shoulder and said as he stepped out of the small hut, Don't mention unpleasant things anymore. I'll continue to think of ways to undo the curse on you. Senior brother doesn't need to put in so much effort. I'll figure out a way to undo it myself. Perhaps only Master can undo this curse, since he casted it himself. Yu Zhenghai stopped and asked, What are you planning to do? Si Wuyai only smiled without speaking, cupping his fist to Yu Zhenghai. Farewell, senior brother. Yu Zhenghai stood still for a moment upon hearing this. Then, Yu Zhenghai turned his head and looked back at Si Wuyai. Si Wuyai only smiled without saying anything more, and Yu Zhenghai had no choice but to leave. At the same time, at the Demon Sky Pavilion, Lu Xiao woke up from his state of comprehending the heavenly book. As if thinking of something, he got up and went to the table, looking at the ancient sheepskin map spread out on the surface. The incomplete open heaven scroll was placed together with the ancient sheepskin map. Lu Xiao observed the map for a while, then murmured, So the location of another part of the incomplete open heaven scroll is in the Imperial Palace. Previously, Lu Xiao had overlooked this logic. The ancient sheepskin map placed together with the incomplete open heaven scroll, how could they be unrelated? The most important function of the sheepskin map is to mark locations. Lu Xiao bent down, observing carefully examining every corner of the map. After a while, Lu Xiao discovered that the empty places on the map were truly empty. There was nothing there at all, and the places that looked hazy could only vaguely see a few lines. Fortunately, Lu Xiao had memorized the topography of Great Yan, so he could roughly guess the other areas based on the location of the Imperial Palace. Yang Province, Qing Province, Liang Province, Yi Province, Qing Province, Yang Province. Lu Xiao quietly counted Myast Forest, North Rong and West Rong. Towards the East Sea, the whirlpool of death. Suddenly, Lu Xiao's eyes widened, exclaiming, The empty border area. Lu Juju followed the borderline. Past Liang Province was the western region's alien races like North Rong. The geography of those places was all empty. Lu Ju's gaze returned to the location of the divine capital Imperial Palace of Great Yan. Better to believe wrongly than to miss something. Zhao Yue, Lu Xiao's voice was low, carrying powerful primal qi, spreading out of the eastern pavilion. Zhao Yue, who was cultivating in front of the southern pavilion, and Zhao Yanhe hurriedly stopped. She ran over to the eastern pavilion with a leap. Zhao Yanhe, seeing this scene, suddenly shouted loudly, Fifth senior sister, Zhao Yue, while running, turned her head back and said, Junior sister, I don't have time to practice martial arts with you right now, Master just called me. Zhao Yanhe also ran after her quickly. Senior sister misunderstood, I want to go with you. Thus they went together towards the courtyard of falling flowers. Before long, Zhao Yue and Xiao Yanhe had entered the courtyard. Disciple greets master, disciple greets master. The two stood outside the room and bowed. Lu Zhao stepped out, looked around and said, Send a flying letter to Jiang Aijian. Tell him to find something for the Demon Sky Pavilion. Zhao Yu spoke. Master, we haven't been able to contact Jiang Aijian these past few days, and we haven't received a reply from him either. Zhao Yan'er huffed and said, Disciple knew it. That shameless guy will break his promise. Lu Xiao stroked his beard, thinking, since contacting Jiang Aijian, he felt that Jiang Aijian was not the kind of person who was faithless. Moreover, this guy always cherished his life and feared death, unlike the kind of idiot who went around causing trouble everywhere. Lu Xiao suddenly remembered the last time he transmitted the news of Wei Zhuoyan leading troops to Jiang Province to quell the rebellion, saying that Li Jinyi would also go along.
Could this guy have run after her? Lu Jiao ordered. If you can't contact him, you must actively go find him. So, Zhao Yu, you take a trip to the palace. Zhao Yu's expression changed, and she said helplessly, Master, my cultivation is still low, or should fourth senior brother go? Lu Zhu looked at Zhao Yu suspiciously. Normally, whenever they were given missions, the disciples were very happy to accept them, only wishing they were given missions more often. Yet Zhao Yu seemed afraid. Lu Zhao pressed again. You're afraid? Zhao Yue replied. Disciple is only worried that I will ruin master's plans. Lu Zhao said, Call Lao Si here. Disciple obeys. Zhao Yue hurriedly turned around and ran outside. Lu Zhao watched her retreating figure. Her steps seemed hurried and flustered. This girl seems to have something on her mind. Since the incident with Ye Tiangxin, Zhao Yue's loyalty has always been increasing, and it still is now. But as soon as she mentioned going to the palace, she seemed afraid. Could Zhao Yue have some relationship with someone in the palace? Lu Zhao was reminiscing about the good old days of taking in disciples. He still remembered clearly that Zhao Yu came from a pretty ordinary family. Back then, seeing her decent talent, Ji Tiandao decided to take her under his wing. Shouldn't have anything to do with palace folks, right? Ah well, whatever floats her boat. And being too strict with disciples can backfire anyway. Little Yanner then bounced over, bragging, Master, my Fan Tianling has been making some serious progress lately. Oh really? Zhao Yanger then pleaded. Master, you haven't given me pointers in ages. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and nodded. He's usually swamped with a million things, so yeah, he's been a bit lax on the disciple guidance, Lu Zhao continued. If you have any questions, just ask. Disciple wants to spar with Master a bit, to find my shortcomings through combat. Lu Zhao didn't say anything, just kept stroking his beard. A fight between Master and disciple called sparring? Not exactly. It's more like a guidance battle, not aiming to defeat the opponent, but mainly to instruct and lead. This requires the teacher to have super high cultivation and a clear understanding of the disciple's techniques and cultivation weaknesses. Lu Zhao thought about his own cultivation level. Sig, better tell this little rascal to go play somewhere else. Just then, Ming Xinyin strolled into the Lu Zhao courtyard from outside, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Master. Then, the guy turned to Xiao Yanyer with a grin. Little junior sister. The girl giggled and greeted back. Fourth senior brother Lu Zhao stroked his beard and nodded. Send a flying letter to Jiang Aijian. Tell him to investigate if there's anything from the devil sect in the palace. If you don't get a reply from him, then you make a trip to the palace yourself. Disciple obeys. Ming Xiyin turned around, and just as he was about to step out the door, Lu Zhao's voice rang out. Hold on! Ming Xiyin stopped abruptly, turned his head back, and said, Please instruct me, Master. Lu Zhao slowly said, Your little junior sister has made progress. You spar with her a bit. Ming Xiyin nodded. Disciple obeys. Little Yanshi chirped excitedly. Heh! You're so dead this time. Ming Xiyin rolled his eyes and muttered, Recently, this disciple has been wholeheartedly studying the Greenwood Sutra and has also made some progress. If possible, I hope Master can give me some guidance. Xiao Yanher burst into laughter upon hearing this. Ha ha, oh dear, you're so dead this time. Serves you right for copying me. Lu Zhao's face darkened, and he sternly shouted, Preposterous! Hearing this, Ming Xinyin immediately knelt down, his face contorted as he blurted out, Disciple dares not. Disciple knows his mistake. Ming Xiyin finally realized he'd gotten way too bold. Little junior sister is doted on by Master, so she can make such requests, but for him to imitate her is just asking for trouble, isn't it? Lu Zhao said casually, Go find your third senior brother. Disciple obeys. Lu Zhao thought to himself, Duan Musheng's talent and cultivation aren't any worse than Ming Xiyin's. If he doesn't use any tricks, Duan Musheng is sure to win. Uh-oh, what if he also comes asking for guidance? Lu Zhao then thought of Hua Wudao, but Hua Wudao was the most likely one to come looking for a spar with Lu Zhao. After all, the defeat from 20 years ago was still a knot in his heart. Lu Zhao frowned, his head aching as he muttered, Who should I get to guide Hua Wudao? Since Leng Luo and Fan Lishan hadn't fully recovered yet, Lu Zhao called out to Ming Xiyin again. Hold on, Ming Xiyin spun around again, bowing and saying, Please instruct me, Master. In the battle at Lotus Dais, Elder Hua made contributions. If there's nothing particularly important, don't disturb the elder's cultivation. Ming Xiyin found it very strange. Why did Master suddenly mention Hua Wudao? That old guy is still hale and hearty. What's there to cultivate? But as a disciple, he had to listen obediently, not daring to question his master.
The mentioned old fogey Hua Wudao sneezed in the distance. Ming Shi Yin quickly bowed and said, "Disciple will relay the message." After speaking, Ming Shi Yin winked at Zhao Yanhe. The two of them left the Luo courtyard together. Lu Zhao returned to his room, looking towards the ancient sheepskin map on the table. Then he turned and walked behind the screen, sat down cross-legged, and opened the system interface. Xiao Yanhe's request had reminded him that cultivation was the most fundamental thing. The problem was, if he bought the 8 Methods Connection Divine Power now, and his cultivation was improved, the price of those prop cards would definitely go up again. He had to buy some beforehand to snatch them up. Lu Juju opened the shop and glanced at the prices. Huh? 10,000? A whole herd of alpaca ran rampant in his heart. Why did it go up again? Not long ago, he checked the price, and it was still normal. How did it increase so quickly? Lu Zhao looked at the new price list again. 1 fatal strike, 1,500 points. Damage immunity, 1,000 points. Healing in desperate straits, 600 points. Thunderous might, 500 points. Binding cage, 800 points. Could it be because he opened the treasure chest and received the fragment of the heavenly book of opening that the price went up? Indeed, this was the only thing he had done recently. If that was really the case, then all his previous deductions were incorrect. In other words, the number of uses, the number of purchases, and the improvement in cultivation were only part of the equation. The real factor determining the price of prop cards was the gains he obtained while using the system.
Just like an exam, the beginning is easy, but the later parts get increasingly difficult. Well, if it's gone up, so be it, lest he worries about gains and losses all day long, making his own life miserable.
The price just went up. It probably won't go up again immediately.
Right, Lu Zhu chose to purchase the 8 Methods Connection. The system notification appeared. Obtained the 8 Methods Connection Divine Power. Consumed 20,000 merit points. Lu Zhao immediately chose to use it. Lu Zhao closed his eyes, quietly sensing the changes brought about by the 8 Methods Connection.
Any cultivator who successfully condensed their nascent soul would undergo a transformation, their body condensing from flesh to spiritual will. To put it simply, the nascent soul shedding its mortal shell is also the cultivator shedding theirs.
The 8 Methods Connection symbolized tempering and transformation, experiencing all sorts of sensations, hot and cold, illusory and real, external and internal, yin and yang. Once the nascent soul is successfully condensed, the 8 methods connected, the cultivator would have a very high resistance to the sensations of hot and cold, illusory and real, external and internal, yin and yang, and would temper their endurance. In other words, their body would become stronger, less prone to illness, and capable of surviving in harsh environments.
During the condensation process, if any part couldn't withstand it, it would mean the nascent soul condensation had failed. At that moment, they would fall down and vomit blood, with many dangers and consequences following. But Lu Zhao used the system, so he wouldn't encounter such complicated problems. His unique cultivation method determined that he wouldn't be like everyone else. At the same time, in the imperial palace of the divine capital, within a palace, a woman in magnificent red attire was admiring herself in the mirror. She had snow-white skin and long, flowing hair. Suddenly, a figure flashed into existence. A man wearing a bizarre mask and black clothes spoke. "Junior brother Mo Li, you've given me a tough problem. This woman is really strange." Hearing a woman's voice but having a man's body, others have rolling hills. But this woman is flat as a board. With only 2 snails, Moline turned his face and replied, "I'm Junior Sister. In the future, Senior Brother, please call me Junior Sister." The masked man, face expressionless, turned to look out the window. "So His Highness the Second Prince has a thing for this kind of stuff, huh?"
Mo Li stayed silent, lost in thought. After a long pause, Mo Li finally spoke. "As long as it achieves the goal, even if it requires sacrifice, I'm willing." Masked man. Don't think the Great Yan Imperial family is as simple as you think. The fourth prince is back too, one more competitor to deal with, Molila replied. That's why I invited Senior Brother to help me. The masked man continued. I've already clashed with that old devil. The heavenly beast is heavily injured. I'm afraid it won't be able to fight for a while.
Speaking of which, Mo Li glared, sighed, and said, I didn't expect that old devil to have such tricks, but I still believe in Senior Brother. Senior Brother is the #1 genius witchcraft in Lulan for the past 300 years, in the prime of life, while the entire Great Yan cultivation world is waiting for that old devil to die. As long as he dies, there will be no one to hinder my plan. The masked man said nothing.
Mo Li continued. Now my injuries haven't recovered yet, so I have to trouble Senior Brother. Just then, a maid's voice came from outside, respectfully saying, Your Ladyship, His Highness the Second Prince requests your presence, Mo Li replied to the maid. I understand. The maid continued to report. His Highness the Second Prince said he wants to see what this cultivation genius you keep talking about is like. Hearing this, Mo Li laughed heartily. Mo Li then said to the masked man, Senior Brother, I told you, there's definitely a place for you to show off your talents in this Great Yan. The man remained silent. 2 days later, at the Demon Sky Pavilion, inside the Eastern Pavilion, a strange energy would occasionally change, sometimes scorching hot, sometimes freezing cold.
Zhao Yue, Zhao Yanhe, and Duanmu Sheng sensed the changing energy and came outside the Eastern Pavilion. Zhao Yue looked at the scene before her, stunned. What's going on? Zhao Yue immediately sensed, this is very strange, this energy is very strange, sometimes it changes, sometimes it's scorching hot, sometimes it's freezing cold like this. With his worldly experience, Duanmu Sheng immediately informed, this is energy fluctuation. Someone is condensing the 8 methods profound connection body. Shh, Grandma, Zhao Yasher put her index finger to her lips, whispering, Fourth Senior Brother said that no matter what strange things happen in Master's Place, we have to pretend we don't see it. Zhao Yue nodded. Makes sense, let's just pretend we don't see anything. Boom! An even stronger energy burst out, the hot air radiating as if a large fire had ignited. Not long after, Hua Wudao came with his hands clasped, appearing before everyone. Hua Wudao has extensive knowledge, so of course he knows what this type of energy fluctuation is. 8 methods profound connection.
His eyebrows twitched, staring at the fluctuating energy and essence on the Eastern Pavilion, his heart filled with shock.
This is... Hua Wudao pointed at it, wanting to say something but stopping. Zhao Yue asked curiously, Elder Hua, have you seen anything?
The disciples didn't understand what was going on. For them, everything Master did had always been unconventional. Hua Wudao nodded slightly. Your cultivation isn't enough. Look closely, he pointed to the essence and energy that were constantly radiating and said, the 8 methods profound connection is actually a method for tempering a cultivator's body and will. If a cultivator successfully condenses the 8 methods profound connection, their cultivation will increase greatly. But think about it. The Pavilion Master has long been at the perfected Yuan Shen realm, the peak 8 leaves. So why would he need to condense this low-level 8 methods profound connection body for? The 3 exclaimed in unison. Why, Zhao Yu, Zhao Yanhe, and Duanmu Sheng all listened humbly. Because quality is more important than quantity, Hua Wudao said profoundly. When cultivators of the same level face each other, if we don't consider weapons and defensive gear, what do you think will determine victory or defeat? Duanmu Sheng stared blankly, scratching his head, and said, luck. Hua Wudao was speechless. Zhao Yue and Zhao Yanhe also looked at third senior brother Duanmu Sheng, then looked into the distance, showing their approval, nodding slightly. Cough, cough, Hua Wudao said solemnly. It's skill and experience. Hua Wudao continued. Look at the fluctuating essences in the Eastern Pavilion. Whether it's hot or cold, yin or yang, it's all regulated extremely stably. When cultivators with low aptitude condense the Dharma body, they will cause chaotic essences, intense fluctuations during the condensation process, and they will fail if they are just a little careless. The 8 methods profound connection can almost always be successfully condensed within 3 attempts. Successfully condensing it on the first attempt is a genius. Successfully condensing it on the second attempt is someone with high aptitude. And successfully condensing it on the third attempt is an ordinary cultivator. Boom. The 8 energies in the Eastern Pavilion had all successfully converged, rotating, intertwining, and then slowly dissipating. Duanmu Sheng looked at the Eastern Pavilion and said, "I understand now that Elder Hua said that. When I first learned the Heavenly One technique, I felt it was extremely difficult. But now, when I practice the introductory volume of the Heavenly One technique again, it really feels very easy. When I use skills and experience, I feel like I've improved a lot." Hua Wudao also narrowed his eyes, looking towards the Eastern Pavilion. "That's right." Zhao Yue respectfully accepted the teaching. The aura in the Eastern Pavilion gradually dissipated, and the surroundings became quiet again. Ming Shiyin flew in from the outside, his figure floating in the air, obviously having just returned from completing a mission, Elder Hua said. "Extremely correct." Seeing Ming Shiyin coming, Grandma Xiao Yanhair called out loudly. Fourth senior brother, Ming Shiyin added, "I remember when Maester was cultivating in the secret chamber before. I accidentally disturbed him," Maester said. "I'm afraid Elder Hua won't believe it, but I couldn't even withstand one move with Maester's 8 Meridian Vein Sea Realm cultivation. If it weren't for Maester being merciful, I would have been injured." Everyone stared into the distance. Hua Wudao nodded. This is truly a strong person. Inside the secret chamber at this moment, Lu Zhu had successfully condensed the 8 methods profound connection Dharma body, slowly opening his eyes. Finally done. Still dazed after a long sleep, Lu Zhu fell face first to the ground. He didn't expect this condensation to take so long. His legs went numb from sleeping. However, other than taking a lot of time, it was no different from previous times. Without encountering bottlenecks, and without any problems during the condensation process, the mobilized essence and the condensed Dharma body were extremely precise. Lu Zhu Jiao felt that his cultivation had advanced to the divine court realm Yudao, only a short distance away from Huadao. Cultivators who reach this realm will be able to freely control their own cultivation path. In the Great Yan world, everyone's cultivation path will be decided in the early divine court realm Su Dao, either the Dao of the blade or the Dao of the sword, bow and arrow, hand techniques, or the Dao of the spear. Although many cultivators have decided on the path of cultivation since they started cultivating, they can only truly complete this in the divine court realm Su Dao. Then, in the divine court realm Yu Dao, the cultivation foundation will depend heavily on weapons. This is also the reason why celestial weapons are extremely precious. Lu Zhao took the opportunity to feel the extraordinary power of the Book of Heaven in his body. About 1/3 achieved. Not bad. Lu Zhao's muscles rippled, looking at these muscles. Who would have thought he was a godly court realm cultivator walking the path? Lu Zhao nodded in satisfaction. His cultivation speed was indeed something else. Comprehending the heavenly writings seemed faster than before. Hearing the commotion outside, Lu Zhu let out a soft shout. "How dare you!" This gentle shout carried a wisp of primal qi, rippling outwards from the Eastern Pavilion. The disciples and Hua Wudao all stepped back. Master/sect leader, even Hua Wudao, despite his status, wouldn't dare act recklessly in front of Lu Zhu. Lu Zhao angrily flung his sleeves and stormed outside, his gaze sweeping over everyone. "Got nothing better to do?" The disciples hastily replied. "This disciple wouldn't dare." Ming Xinyin quickly bowed and reported, "Master, I've been in contact with Jiang Aijian. He said the person you're looking for isn't in the palace. He needs to carefully re-examine the items from the Demon Sky Pavilion. He also suspects Si Wuyai is investigating him, so he won't be contacting the Demon Sky Pavilion for a while." Lu Zhao frowned, thinking, that unfilial brat again. The punishment of the body-binding curse still can't keep him in line. Ming Xinyin continued his report. Jiang Aijian also mentioned hearing about the incident at the Lotus Daois. The expert who fought Master was a Lu Lan person from Rongxi. Duanmu Sheng looked surprised. A Lu Lan expert? Xiao Yanhair widened her eyes like headlights, asking suspiciously, "Are they strong?" Ming Xinyin explained. "When Lu Lan and Great Yan fought before, life was extinguished everywhere. Countless people were displaced. This was due to the witchcraft of the Lu Lan cultivators. Even so, Lu Lan was utterly defeated, and since then Great Yan cultivators haven't dared underestimate witchcraft." Duanmu Sheng scratched his head, asking, "Doesn't Great Yan have witchcraft experts?" At this moment the old man Hua Wudao spoke up. "Witchcraft originated from Great Yan, but its weaknesses are too great, so few cultivators practice it. Only a handful of persistent individuals continue to cultivate witchcraft." Ming Xinyin nodded slightly, then bowed to Lu Zhao.
Master, this information should be reliable. Someone capable of creating such a large witchcraft formation on the Lotus Dai. We need to be wary. Lu Zhao still had some doubts. Ming Shiyin continued. The phantom image that appeared at the energy gathering point on the Lotus Dais wasn't human, but some kind of ferocious beast. So the opponent is likely the master of this ferocious beast. Lu Zhao stroked his beard from his high position and asked, "Did you expose yourself when you went to the divine capital?" Ming Shiyin confidently replied, "Absolutely not." Ming Shiyin, brimming with confidence yet again, continued, "Seventh is indeed very clever, but he can't possibly monitor this disciple to the point of having someone watch me even when I use the toilet, right?" The others glared at Ming Shiyin with disdain. Zhao Yue was speechless at this guy's antics, Lu Zhao thought to himself. While true, the analogy is overly vulgar. Moreover, with Ming Shinyin's methods, concealing his movements wouldn't be difficult. Boom. A loud crash suddenly interrupted. Lu Zhao turned his gaze towards the distance, looking up at the barrier. Although the barrier had weakened considerably, it still held. This sound wasn't caused by the barrier. Everyone turned their heads towards the sound, coming from the Stonewall Cave in the back mountains. Grandma's Xiao Yanhair was, as always, with eyes wide open, full of curiosity. Zhu Jifeng hurriedly ran from the back mountains, kneeling on one knee and reported, "Sect leader, something's happened to 8th senior brother." Lu Zhao said nothing, just waved his hand, flew down from above, and started walking towards the back mountains. The others closely followed behind. Ming Xinyin muttered, "Idiot. Can't this 8th keep quiet for once?" Zhu Jifeng, walking beside Ming Xinyin, said nervously, "8th senior brother has lost his treasured Chan robe." A moment later the group arrived in front of the Stonewall Cave. Pan Zhong was standing at the cave entrance, his face blank. As soon as everyone arrived at the cave entrance, they heard the sound of the stone wall breaking apart. "Boom, boom, boom," Pan Zhong kept muttering. "This is impossible. Absolutely impossible," Ming Shiyin asked. "What's impossible?" Pan Zhong felt his confidence severely shaken, his face filled with disbelief. 8th senior brother's cultivation was bound by my technique. How could it be undone now? Could it be that I didn't stab deep enough? Ming Shiyin glared at him. "I thought something serious happened. You're overreacting." Boom, bang, bang. Zhu Honggong continuously released gang seals, punching the stone wall. Hua Wudao, looking at the stone wall erupting with chaotic gang qi, quickly said, "Chaotic gang qi. This is caused by forcefully cultivating a technique. It needs to be suppressed quickly." Pan Zhong, confused, asked back, "Chaotic gang qi?" Hua Wudao explained the cause of chaotic gang qi. It usually happens when a cultivator cultivates an incomplete technique, wanting to advance their realm by supplementing the missing parts themselves. If they're a genius, they'll create a new technique with excellent effects, but if they're not, they'll end up like him. Hearing about incomplete techniques, the disciples shuddered, not daring to say a word, all of them looking at their master. Lu Zhao shook his head, looking at Zhu Honggong in the Stonewall Cave, and said softly, "Bringing suffering upon yourself? Why do you need to do this?" Saying that, Lu Zhao stepped inside. Zhu Honggong looked up and saw his master appear before him. "Master!" Zhu Honggong rushed forward, throwing a palm strike towards Lu Zhu. Just as his palms were about to strike, Zhu Honggong gritted his teeth and broke out in a cold sweat as he sensed something. A 9 tribulation lightning gang immediately forcefully reversed, striking his own chest. The reversed gang qi sent Zhu Honggong flying several meters away before he fell to the ground. "Ouch!" Zhu Honggong screamed miserably, then rolled around on the ground groaning. Lu Zhao, witnessing this scene firsthand, thought, "So he still knows who his master is," preferring to injure himself rather than attack his master, indicating that he still has control over his consciousness. Lu Zhao raised his hand. A golden, palm-sized hand seal shot out, quickly arriving in front of Zhu Honggong. This gentle hand seal struck Zhu Honggong's chest. Zhu Honggong felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, calming him down, and the chaotic gang qi erupting from his body gradually subsided. Everyone who witnessed this scene gasped in awe. Hua Wudao glanced at Ming Shiyin and Zhao Yu, saying softly, "This is the skill and experience I mentioned earlier. Zhu Honggong is, after all, a cultivator in the divine court realm, and the manhwa Dao primordial qi in his body is extremely chaotic. Forcibly suppressing it would cause a reverse reaction, but using a gentler and weaker Genki can be effective. Don't underestimate that palm just now. Without extraordinary, saint-like control, it would be difficult to avoid causing any damage at all, Zhao Yu chimed in, listening to Elder Hua's words. I've gained quite a bit of knowledge. Hua Wugadao lowered his head. It's not worth mentioning. Sometimes I really admire you guys. Ming Xinyin looked over and asked. Admire? Hua Wudao sighed. You were led onto the path of cultivation by your master. Although the pavilion master is busy with 100 tasks, perhaps doesn't have much time to impart all kinds of cultivation insights. Being personally taught by the pavilion master is far better than those empty theories. It's a pity that I'm too old and no longer have this opportunity. Ming Shiyin and Duanmu Sheng were left speechless. Doesn't this sound a bit weird? The two gossipy girls, Zhao Yanhe and Zhao Yue, stared at Hua Wudao, then nodded. Elder Hua's words aren't wrong, they just sound a bit off. Perhaps it's because of his status and position that it gives people that illusion. Surely he's not bootlicking, right? Lu Zhao stood up straight, silently watching Old Eighth. Hearing Hua Wudao's explanation, Lu Zhao was also speechless. Lu Zhao hadn't thought so much when he delivered that palm. He just wanted Old Eighth to calm down, and he didn't care whether it hurt Old Eighth or not. Anyway, Old Eighth was good at taking hits. Old Eighth immediately knelt down. He took a few slow breaths, tears and snot streaming down his face. After a while, he suddenly woke up and hurriedly crawled forward, saying, Master, you've arrived. Zhu Honggong recalled the 9 Tribulation Lightning Gang he had just unleashed. He was lucky he took action against himself, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhu Honggong immediately kowtowed incessantly. Lu Zhu Honggong and said, Get up! What happened? Zhu Honggong lamented. Master, 3 days ago, the 5 rats of Shangyuan City stole Disciple's Bodhi silk armor. The Bodhi silk armor has the effect of suppressing the chaotic Genki in Disciple's body. Please, Master, avenge Disciple. Zhu Honggong spoke, while sweating profusely, sobbing and sniveling. Tears streamed down his face. Lu Zhu asked, The 5 rats of Shangyuan. Old Eighth, Zhu Honggong suddenly raised his voice, appearing extremely righteous. They wanted to take Disciple away from Golden Court Mountain. How could Disciple be that kind of person? So I resolutely rejected their unreasonable request. The 5 rats, enraged, stole Disciple's Bodhi silk armor. How hateful! Zhu Honggong continued to wail. Disciple's loyalty to Master is witnessed by the sun and moon. Please, Master, investigate. Then he kowtowed repeatedly, smashing the stones beneath him to show his sincerity. Ming Xinyin was utterly speechless at this scene. Ming Xinyin thought to himself, Where's my simple, foolish Old Eighth? Is this eloquent guy a fake? Lu Zhao calmly asked. What level have you cultivated the 9 Tribulation Lightning Gang to? Hearing this, Zhu Honggong didn't dare to lift his head. Zhu Honggong was covered in sweat, stammering. Reporting to Master, 2 to the 7th level, Celestial Phenomenon, Lu Zhu sneered. You have some nerve. With your cultivation and experience, you dare to fantasize about supplementing the remaining 2 levels of the technique yourself. Zhu Honggong's face was pressed deep into the ground as he managed to croak out, Disciple wouldn't dare. Zhu Honggong's forehead touched the ground. Not daring to lift his head even slightly, he hurriedly said, Disciple is ignorant. When Disciple cultivated the 4th level, Hua accumulation, and the 5th level, oblivion of sentiment, in the 9 Tribulation Lightning Gang, some problems occurred, leading to primordial chi self-immolation, almost causing qui deviation. Lu Zhao asked again. So that sinful 7th took measures to obtain the Bodhi silk armor from Heavenly Selection Monastery to suppress your chaotic primordial chi for you? Zhu Honggong was like a deflated ball, unable to deny it. Yes. Ming Shiyin, standing outside, frowned and shouted, Master, 1,000,000 times, do not fall into Old 7th's trap. He's currently bound by the body-binding divine curse, so he wants to find a way to trick someone into taking action. Right? Lu Zhao slowly turned around to look at Ming Shiyin. Ming Shiyin continued to say, Disciple suspects that Old Eighth's condition can only be suppressed by the body-binding divine curse to suppress his cultivations. Otherwise, his primordial chi might become chaotic again and break the binding after the body-binding divine curse is cast. Only Master can undo it.
So disciple suspects that old 7th has left some kind of linked seal or incantation on old 8th's body. Through this method, he can resonate and undo the divine curse on himself. Zhu Honggong was left speechless. Ming Shiyin, with a cold gaze, continued to say, "This kind of linked incantation is also one of the secret techniques of the Taoist sect. For a certain period, cultivators with a linked incantation will share the same injuries or healing. Later, the Buddhist sect adopted this technique to improve the Buddhist light illumination, creating a secret technique with widespread healing, which can heal many people at the same time. But this secret technique consumes too much energy, so very few people use it." Ming Shiyin looked at old 8th, secretly laughing in his heart. "Old 7th, even I can't be fooled by your trick, let alone master, haha." Beside them, Hua Wudao suddenly spoke up. Ming Xiyin's words make sense. Lu Jiao neither nodded nor shook his head, but turned to look at old 8th, Zhu Honggong. "Lu Jiao, old 8th, this master is waiting for your explanation." Zhu Honggong was shocked. "Clearly, if the two of you weren't colluding, how could you have thought of this method of undoing the divine curse?" Two streams of tears flowed down Zhu Honggong's face. "Master, I'm wronged, I'm being framed." Ming Shiyin pointed directly at Zhu Honggong's face and shouted, "Framed my ass! Old 7th has helped you so many times, you have a strong motive to help him." Lu Zhu said softly, "Check him." Lu Zhu thought to himself, "Whether he's wronged or not, we'll know as soon as we check. If there really is a linked incantation on old 8th's body, then Ming Xiyin's speculation is completely correct." At this time, the three disciples, Duan Musheng, Ming Xiyin, and Xiao Yanhe, each with a weapon, rushed forward to give Zhu Honggong a lesson and make him confess everything. But the item in Ming Xiyin's hand was very strange. And let me tell you, with Duanmu's strength, even without using primordial qi, he can easily lift Zhu Honggong up like a hawk catching a chick. Duan Musheng reached out and searched Zhu Honggong's body, the primordial qi on Zhu Honggong's body flowing in all directions. Duan Musheng said seriously, "Don't move, haha. I don't want to move, third senior brother, but you're tickling me, haha." Zhu Honggong didn't want to laugh but couldn't help it. "So many people are watching, where am I supposed to put my face? At least I'm still a disciple of the evil sky pavilion, you know?" Duan Musheng ignored him and continued to carefully check everything. Not missing a single spot, Zhu Honggong didn't dare to use primordial qi to resist anymore, letting his senior brother search. I don't know what kind of scene is next with Xiao Yanhe and Ming Xiyin, chaha. Even a rabbit outside would have to cover its own eyes. Don't look, you'll go blind. After a while, Duan Musheng finished checking and bowed to Lu Jiao, saying, "Master, disciple has checked and found no incantation." Ming Xiyin froze. "Oh crap, I overthought it. Master's gonna chew me out for sure." But Lu Jiao shook his head and said, "Just because it isn't there now doesn't mean it won't be later." Ming Xiyin has a point. Zhu Honggong was crying his eyes out. "I've never been so wronged in my life." Ming Xiyin inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, then pretended to wipe Zhu Honggong's face with a cloth. "Old 8th, you shouldn't have lied in the first place. Those 5 rats stole your precious silkworm armor and didn't even take you along. You think old 7th's gonna help you? He's just using you." Speaking of the precious silkworm armor, Zhu Honggong flinched. That thing was his life-saving treasure. Without it, he was as good as done for. Zhu Honggong suddenly raised his head, standing up straight. "Master, I have something to say. Speak," Zhu Honggong immediately reported. "This disciple knows that Master wants to punish 7th senior brother, and I have a plan." Ming Xiyin was utterly bewildered. Everyone looked at Zhu Honggong with extremely complicated expressions. For him, with his below-average intelligence, to want to offer a plan, this just didn't sound reliable at all. Ming Xiyin scoffed. "You offer a plan? The best you can come up with are some dumb ideas." Zhu Honggong lowered his head and smiled embarrassedly. His skin had been tempered for a long time and was now very thick. Zhu Honggong uttered something shocking. "Master, I know where 7th senior brother and those 5 rats often meet." Ming Xiyin suspiciously asked. "With old 7th's skills, how could he let you know such a secret?" Zhu Honggong replied. "I only found out by chance once. Besides, 7th senior brother trusted me a lot back then." Ming Xiyin teased Zhu Honggong. "So,
You turned around and betrayed him right away. Fatty Zhu Honggong was rendered speechless by this statement. Zhu Honggong really wanted to cry. Fourth senior brother, can you please not say it like that? It's suffocating. Where? Lu Zhu asked. Zhu Honggong's clues might not be reliable, but better something than nothing. As for what schemes that unfilial disciple had, Lu Juju didn't really care. For Lu Juju, just seeing Si Wu Yai was enough. Other things didn't matter. Any scheme or trick would have to surrender before absolute strength. Zhu Honggong quickly replied, Chengfeng Purple Tower in Shengyuan City. Zhao Yu exclaimed in surprise. The Black Knights came to Shengyuan City to quell the riots. The 5 rats actually dare to stay in Shengyuan City. Ming Xinyin continued. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. No one knows the faces of those rats, so even if you meet them on the road, you wouldn't recognize them. It's not strange at all to meet in Shengyuan City. Lu Jujiao turned his head to look at Ming Xinyin and called out, Ming Xinyin, this disciple is here. This master has a task for you. Go to Shengyuan City and bring Si Wu Yai back, Lu Zhao continued to order. Also, tell the 5 rats that it's best for them to turn themselves in, otherwise they'll bear the consequences. Hearing the last 4 words, Ming Xinyin didn't dare to be careless. Si Wu Yai's cultivation base had been restricted, so it wouldn't be difficult to capture him. That failed encounter at Huangfeng Mountain had left Ming Xinyin unsatisfied. Now that he knew his whereabouts, Ming Xinyin would definitely seize the opportunity. A fall makes you wiser. With second senior brother's help, who could Si Wu Yai rely on this time? Second senior brother Yu Shangrong was a peerless figure. There's no way he'd be following him around protecting him all the time. This disciple obeys. Ming Xinyin retreated to the side. It was already dark, there was no need to rush to set out. Zhu Honggong kowtowed and said, Master, did I do a good deed? Please ask Master and senior brothers to help me retrieve my precious silkworm armor. Lu Zhu's gaze turned to Zhu Honggong. You wicked disciple. Knowing, and not reporting, what should be done? Everyone was startled. Old Eighth knew the contact point from before but hid it until now. It was clear he had ulterior motives. Zhu Honggong was startled and didn't dare make any requests. He hurriedly kowtowed, his mouth mumbling, This disciple knows his mistake. Lu Zhao put his hands behind his back and issued a punishment. Sentenced to 50 strokes. Duan Musheng will carry it out. Duan Musheng hurriedly replied. This disciple obeys. Seeing that his old master had no intention of leaving, Zhu Honggong was miserable. Clearly, master wanted to personally supervise the execution of the punishment. These 50 strokes would probably be more painful than the 100 strokes from before. Zhu Honggong was sweating cold and moaned, Senior brother, be gentle. Duan Musheng found a large tree and carried it to Zhu Honggong, coldly saying, I'm sorry, junior brother. The rules are the rules, so I have to do this. Senior brother is also doing this for your own good. Jinting Mountain is so large. If there are no rules, how can it regain its former glory? Ming Xinyin shouted loudly from behind. Turn your butt around quickly! Zhu Honggong's face was distorted, and snot streamed down his face. Ouch, no, it hurts, ouch. The screams of a pig being slaughtered rang out non-stop. In the distance, 2 rabbits sitting and watching felt a chill down their spines. After a while, when Zhu Honggong's screaming stopped, the system notified, Ding! Severely punished the wicked disciple, Zhu Honggong, gained 500 merit points. Lu Zhu didn't bother looking at Zhu Honggong and left the wall-facing cave with his hands clasped behind his back. Everyone bowed and saluted. Respectfully seeing off master. Respectfully seeing off master. Respectfully seeing off the sect leader. After Lu Zhu left, everyone felt a little more relieved. Ming Xinyin finished bandaging Zhu Honggong's butt and said with a smile, Serves you right, old eighth. 50 strokes is already good for you. Anyway, it's better than having your cultivation base abolished. You're very lucky. Thank you, senior brother, UIG. Duan Musheng carried the broken pole away and replied, You're welcome. Even if you're a cultivator who has practiced body tempering realm and has chi protection protecting your body, it's extremely painful to be beaten so rapidly by a stick like that. What's more, Duan Musheng was an upright person, and every stroke was very strong, hitting Zhu Honggong so hard that tears and snot streamed down his face. Ming Xinyin shook his head and said with a smile, I'll think of a way to bring the precious silkworm armor back for you. Zhu Honggong was overjoyed when he heard this, and while enduring the pain, he laboriously cupped his fist.
Seeing your brother is still good. Good to me. Zhu Honggong awkwardly tried to stand up and run to flatter Ming Shiyin, hoping to get his treasure back as soon as possible. Ming Shiyin didn't look at him again and turned to leave. Pan Zhang, standing outside the cave, hurriedly greeted him. Fourth gentleman is really prudent and more intelligent than others. If it weren't for fourth gentleman exposing the conspiracy inside, I'm afraid we would all be deceived by seventh gentleman. Ah no, we would have been deceived by the traitor. Ming Shiyin didn't answer him, and the young man crossed his arms and pondered for a long time. Ming Shiyin always felt that this guy was a bit strange, and asked, "Do you have something to do?" Pan Zhang replied very seriously, "No. What would I have to do? I purely admire fourth gentleman from the bottom of my heart, absolutely not exaggerating a single word." After speaking, Ming Shiyin glanced at him. "I really like listening to you talk. Although all of it is flattery and bootlicking, it sounds very sincere." After speaking, Ming Shiyin flew away. The name Pan Zhang was still standing below, waving his hands to see Ming Shiyin off. At the same time, in a quiet small bamboo grove, Si Wuyai, with disheveled hair, was pacing back and forth. On the table next to him were books about mantras, sleeping haphazardly. "Old master, since when did you gain such a high-level mantra secret technique?" Si Wuyai thought about it but couldn't find an answer. These books were collected from various places by his subordinates under his orders. Recently, he has been studying how to crack the mantra every day, and he has tried almost all the methods in the books several times, but none of them have been successful. At this moment, a subordinate in a gray robe flew from afar and reported, "Leader, it has been investigated that the evil sky pavilion has no contact with any Buddhist or Taoist experts." Si Wuyai slowly put his hands behind his back and asked, "The Buddhist experts at Runan Holy Altar, the Taoist experts at Dutianjiang, and the 9-syllable incantation Great Mudra appearing in Gengzi Town, and even the unknown force appearing at Lotus Terrace, are all unrelated to the outside world?" Si Wuyai had personally seen the scene at Lotus Terrace, and could confirm that the force came from the barrier. The subordinate lowered his face and replied, "No clues were found." Si Wuyai nodded slightly and chuckled. "Basically, we can confirm that our master is searching for a new method, just like before." The subordinate curiously asked further, "Cult master, should we continue investigating this matter?" Si Wuyai affirmed with certainty, "No need." Si Wuyai shook his head, then asked, "Have you found out who the spies from the evil sky pavilion are?" The subordinate continued to report in detail. "Currently, we only know that the opponent is very resourceful, but we still haven't identified who he is." "What about the palace?" "We haven't found any spies in the palace, but we did get another piece of information. A Lulan expert from Rongxi has entered the palace. This person is likely the one who set up the grand formation on the Lotus Dice. This Mo Li is indeed resourceful." Si Wuyai ordered the subordinate, "Withdraw." He obediently replied, "Yes," and immediately leaped away. Si Wuyai sat in the small bamboo grove, quietly calming himself and closing his eyes for a moment. After a while, another subordinate appeared. "Cult master, Shangyuan City has reported." "Speak, Shangyuan City." "The 5 rats stole 8th gentleman's precious silkworm garment, claiming to use it as a substitute for the reward for the trip to the evil sky pavilion." As soon as the report was finished, Si Wuyai suddenly opened his eyes and cursed, "Idiot!" The subordinate knelt down nervously and said, "Cult master, after all, the 5 rats of Shangyuan City are not part of our dark web, making them difficult to control. Should we take this opportunity to kill them all?" Si Wuyai didn't answer but pondered for a moment before opening his mouth. "Send a letter to the 5 rats, arranging a meeting in Shangyuan City 2 days later." The subordinate, worried for Si Wuyai, reported, "Cult master, in the current situation, you shouldn't show yourself. I can handle everything on your behalf," Si Wuyai said with a sharp gaze. "It's all right. The Lulan expert from Rongxi has arrived in Shangyuan City. We've been calm for too long. This is the right time to start a fire." "Yes, I'll do it immediately." The next day, just as dawn broke, inside the evil sky pavilion, Lu Xiao slowly woke up from his state of comprehending the heavenly book. He opened his eyes and felt the extraordinary power in his body. It was still half away from being at its peak state, but luckily the speed of comprehension was faster than before. Before, it took 7 to 10 days to reach the peak state. Now, it only takes about N days.
He didn't continue to study the heavenly book, but stood up and went to the table to look at the ancient sheepskin map. Compared to yesterday, the map hadn't changed at all, only the pattern of the imperial palace in the divine capital seemed a bit clearer, the rest was still blank and blurry. The remaining part of the incomplete heavenly writing, perhaps it's in the palace. But how can I find it? Jiang Aijian, even with his great powers and heaven-defying skills, finding this is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Especially since Jiang Aijian doesn't even know what the heavenly writing looks like. I have to go myself. Except for Lu Jiao, no one knows about the heavenly writing. Just then, Duan Musheng's voice came from below, reporting, "Master, Old 8th is having chaotic qi appear again, just like yesterday." Lu Jiao replied, "Tell Panzhong to go there and seal his meridians, Dantian, and Sea of Qi. If he can't seal them, then beat him up until his qi is exhausted." Duan Musheng was extremely happy and muttered, "Master is wise, I didn't think of that." Then he took off running as fast as he could. It's been a long time since anyone practiced together. As Duan Musheng was running away, Lu Jiao suddenly asked, "Where's Zhao Yu?" Zhao Yu's recent behavior seems a bit strange. I can't help but pay attention. Besides, usually Zhao Yu delivers messages. There's no reason for Duan Musheng to go today. Duan Musheng stopped and replied, "Junior sister Zhao Yu isn't feeling well. She's resting in the southern pavilion." Not feeling well? Reaching the divine court realm, a cultivator of the great Tao shouldn't be able to get common illnesses anymore. Lu Zhujiao walked out of the room and said to Duan Musheng, who was standing respectfully in the courtyard, "Go take care of Old 8th. Disciple will go immediately." Duan Musheng flew off. Lu Jiao leisurely walked to the southern pavilion. The southern pavilion was completely silent. The female cultivators bowed their heads and greeted Lu Jiao, "Pavilion Master." Lu Jiao responded, Then Lu Jiao met Zhu Jifeng, "Pavilion Master." Lun Jiao passed by the pets. They also opened their mouths and called out to greet Lun Jiao. Lu Jiao thought to himself, "If you weren't Xiao Yanhair's darlings, I would have stir-fried you all." After a while, Lu Jiao arrived at Zhao Yu's place. Lu Jiao stood outside the courtyard and called, "Zhao Yu, Master, Master." Zhao Yu's surprised voice came from inside the room, but she didn't appear. Lu Zhuao clasped his hands and walked forward, but he didn't immediately enter the room. He could hear that Zhao Yu's voice sounded tense and painful. Just as he approached the door, a cold yin energy suddenly rushed at Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao raised his eyebrows, and he immediately waved his hand. Boom! A burst of firm energy shot out. Breaking down the door, Lu Jiao slowly stepped in, his eyes looking towards Zhao Yu in the room. Zhao Yu wasn't resting. Instead, she was curled up, huddled in the corner of the room, trembling, with sweat all over her forehead and surrounded by cold energy. Zhao Yue didn't expect her master to suddenly visit, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. But she still tried to endure the pain, and knelt down. "Disciple greets. Greets, Master." Lu Jiao immediately understood what was going on when he saw Zhao Yu's appearance. He thought to himself, "None of these disciples can give me a break." The Nine Locks Jade skill is a cultivation method with mysterious power, and Zhao Yu had chosen to cultivate it of her own accord. When this cultivation method is used to its full extent, cold energy will permeate from the body, making it look like it's covered in frost. The Yuan Qi will be released to the outside world, where it will condense and then expand, making your whole body feel hot and cold at the same time. Zhang Yu has encountered a problem. Her cultivation methods are working fine, but it's clear that she wants to rush things to be successful faster. When you do not have enough firm energy on your body to protect yourself from the cold energy penetrating, you would have to undergo excruciating pain. She was soaking in ice and sweat with super big boobs in display, and the master couldn't help but stare at them. Lu Jiao stood in front of Zhao Yu, sighed, and asked, "Reason?" Zhao Yue lowered her head and said, "Disciple knows her mistake. Disciple shouldn't be so eager to cultivate, that's all." Lu Jiao was very concerned, and asked again, "More?" Zhao Yu hesitated. "Disciple doesn't dare to say." Lu Jiao told her to speak. The big-hearted girl honestly replied, "Disciple doesn't know what happened either. Since cultivating the full version of the cultivation method, the Yuan Qi in my body suddenly became uncooperative, and the speed of cultivation is no longer as good as before." Lu Jiao felt strange when he heard that. None of the other disciples have encountered this problem. After receiving the full version of the cultivation method, their cultivation speed has increased a lot. The fastest is Zhao Yaner, who entered the nascent divinity realm in a short period. Zhao Yu joined the sect much earlier than Zhao Yaner. Even if her talent isn't as good as the little girl, she shouldn't be left behind for so long. Lu Zhao gently raised his hand. Hold still. A wisp of vital energy shot into Zhao Yu. Lu Zhao thought to himself. As expected, when vital energy flows through Zhao Yu's 8 extraordinary meridians, that cold energy deliberately tries to push it out, repelling my vital energy. Wait a minute, this kind of cold energy doesn't come from the jade illuminating skill. It's extremely peculiar and eerie, as if it's been in Zhao Yu's body for a long time. Lu Zhao raised his hand, telling Zhao Yu to lift her head. Although Lu Zhao's temperament has changed a lot, perhaps due to the accumulated imposing manner over the years, it still makes Zhao Yu nervous. Zhao Yu looked up. Lu Zhao asked, "As your teacher, I ask you, before joining the Nether sect, what kind of cultivation method did you practice?" Zhao Yue shook her head. "None." Lu Zhu's sharp eyes stared at her. "Don't lie. The eyes are the windows to the soul." Lu Zhao saw that Zhao Yu's eyes were full of unease. Without a trace of falsehood, Zhao Yu replied, word by word. "Everything your disciple says is true." Lu Zhao nodded, stroking his beard. "I bestowed upon you the jade illuminating skill. How many levels have you mastered?" Zhao Yu replied, "Your disciple is foolish and has only learned 6 levels. The 7th level is not yet proficient. The 8th and 9th levels of the skill that Master supplemented are very difficult to understand, and your disciple has not had time to cultivate." Lu Zhao thoughtfully said, "In that case, the last 2 levels of the skill are not the main cause. At most, they only triggered the problem. The cold poison deep within Zhao Yu's body is the real cause." Lu Zhao sat down and asked her, "Think carefully. Before you practiced the jade illuminating skill, did you ever come into contact with any cultivators, practice any unclear cultivation methods, or suffer any injuries?" Lu Zhao pondered. This cold poison of unknown origin can't just appear out of nowhere. Although Zhao Yu's talent isn't considered top-notch among the 9 disciples, it's still much higher than average. While cultivating steadily, how could such a low-level mistake occur? Therefore, the cold poison is an external factor. Zhao Yu fell into contemplation. She lowered her head and said softly, "Your disciple joined the sect when she was only 9 years old, and there are many things she can't remember clearly." Lu Zhu asked, "Where were you before you were 9? Zhao Yu was startled, and a look of confusion appeared on her face. Lu Zhu scolded softly, "What else do you want to hide? Your disciple wouldn't dare." Zhao Yue hurriedly bowed, stammering, "There is. Someone told your disciple that your disciple is a person from the palace, but your disciple doesn't believe it." After speaking, she shook her head repeatedly. Lu Zhao asked, "Who told you that?" Zhao Yu lowered her head and replied, "Your disciple doesn't know. She only felt that he was a master, probably from the palace." At that time, your disciple had just met junior sister Tiangxin. Junior sister Tiangxin asked your disciple to activate the formation. Your disciple met this person when she went to Qingyang Mountain, and Master already knows what happened after that. Lu Zhao said to himself, how could he forget about Yi Tiangxin leading the cultivators to ambush Lu Zhao at Qingyang Mountain? Yi Tiangxin is the most daring of the 9 disciples. Thinking about it, Yi Tiangxin has been expelled from the Nether sect for a long time, and it is not known whether she is alive or dead now. Lu Zhiju continued, "If you really are a person from the palace, shouldn't the Liam family look for an opportunity to investigate the palace?" However, Zhao Yue affirmed, "Your disciple remembers the rules of the Nether sect. Once you step into the Nether sect, you must completely cut off from the past. Your disciple absolutely does not have the courage to violate them." Lu Xiao asked, "If I am not mistaken, you have been poisoned by the cold poison, which is the profound yin palm seal. This is an extremely insidious Taoist seal of the Taoist sect. Do you really not want to investigate?" Lu Zhao looked at the jade pendant and recalled the scene of accepting disciples that year. This is the jade pendant she has worn since she was a child. Now that I think about it, it is indeed very suspicious. How could ordinary people have such a valuable jade pendant? Lu Zhao called out. "Someone," a female disciple outside the door said. "Please give your orders, Sectmaster. Call Hua Yuexing here." "Yes. Not long after, Hua Yuexing appeared in the South Pavilion. She stood outside Zhao Yu's room and bowed. Hua Yuexing greets sect master. Hua Yuexing couldn't help but notice Zhao Yue's current appearance. Lu Zhao stepped out with his hands behind his back and asked, "How long did you work in the palace?" Hua Yuexing was startled and replied, "Reporting to sect master, less than a year." Lu Zhao helped Zhao Yu up and continued, "In that year, have you ever seen any masters use the profound yin palm seal?" Profound yin palm seal. Hua Yuexing was puzzled, then shook her head. "This junior has never met such a person, but there are many masters in the palace, coming from all kinds of sects. It is possible that some of them are proficient in the profound yin palm seal." Lu Juju thought to himself, "That's as good as saying nothing." Lu Zhou waved his hand slightly, telling Hua Yuexing to retreat. Hua Yuexing asked to be excused. After speaking, she turned around and left the South Pavilion. When she got outside, she thought suspiciously to herself, "Sect master is clearly very gentle." Lu Zhao returned to the room, then took off his clothes to reveal his bulging muscles. Lu Zhao looked at Zhao Yu's pale face and said, "Sit down." At this time, loyalty increased by 5. Zhao Yu was overjoyed when she heard this. She kowtowed repeatedly and said, "Your disciple thanks you, master." Zhao Yu seized the time to sit down cross-legged. The girl with a big heart, with her big eyes, was hoping for something. "He only has the cultivation of the Divine Tribunal Realm's Imperial Dao." Zhao Yue has long been in the Divine Tribunal Realm's Transformation Dao. Even Zhao Yu herself couldn't push back the cold energy, so with his cultivation, there was no way. Therefore, Lu Zhao planned to use the extraordinary power to try. Even if it didn't work, it wouldn't hurt. Lu Zhao began to circulate his energy and transmit it into Zhao Yu's body. Lu Zhao shouted, "Don't resist!" Zhao Yu obediently sat cross-legged and replied, "Yes!" Lu Zhao raised his hand, and vital energy immediately poured out like a tide. At the same time, he felt that the extraordinary power of the heavenly book once again obeyed his orders, and seemed even more cooperative than before. Boom! Vital energy passed through the acupoints, Paksu, protector of the heart, and then smoothly entered the meridians. Poofed! Almost without any warning signs, Zhao Yue suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. She only let out a painful cry before falling silent, not dodging or resisting at all. The cold poison is indeed fighting back, Lu Zhu said indifferently. "Just a mere cold poison dares to resist? Now that I've drawn my bow, I have to shoot. Soon." Lu Zhao mobilized his primal qi, while unleashing the extraordinary power of the celestial book. The originally transparent and colorless primal qi suddenly turned a deep blue like the sky, becoming incredibly beautiful. A layer of blue light enveloped Lu Zhu's hand. The cold poison within Zhao Yu's body was instantly crushed by the celestial book's extraordinary power, and Lu Zhu's primal qi. An illusionary layer of frost appeared outside Zhao Yu's body like mist, and heat rose from her head, but very quickly, the cold poison weakened significantly and gradually disappeared. A warm current ran through Zhao Yu's body, and the frost outside her body quickly melted away, leaving not a trace. At the same time, Hua Yuexing had just left the South Pavilion not long ago. She was holding a flower, lost in thought. The more she thought about it, the stranger it felt. When she was in the palace, she did whatever Yunfei told her to do, without thinking about the reason. Now that she was in the Fiend Temple, she was acting out of habit again. Hua Yuexing stopped, saying to herself, "Why did the pavilion master ask me that question?" She scratched her head, unable to figure it out. Just then, Pan Zhong and Pan Lishan came into view. Pan Zhong saw Hua Yuexing standing outside the South Pavilion from afar. He walked over and said, blushing, Miss Hua." "Hello." Hua Yuexing raised her eyebrows. "What did you just call me?" Pan Zhong changed his tune, scratching his head and laughing loudly. "Ah, that's not what I meant, big sis Hua." Hua Yuexing was speechless at this blockhead. She looked at Pan Zhong with a cold gaze. Pan Lishan slapped Pan Zhong on the head, lamenting his unteachability, and said, "Miss Yuexing." Pan Lishan corrected Pan Zhong's address, secretly despising him. "It's no wonder someone like you will stay single forever," Pan Zhong embarrassedly said. "Miss Yuexing." Hua Yuexing wasn't one to haggle over details, So she cupped her hands in greeting. Pan Lishan asked, "Have you seen the pavilion master?"
Hua Yuexing asked curiously. "Does Senior have business with the pavilion master?" Pan Lishan grinned. "This old man was fortunate enough to be granted the Black Lotus by the pavilion master, and now my Dantian's Qi Si has recovered partially. Such great kindness deserves gratitude, of course." Hearing this, Hua Yuexing's eyes lit up. Senior's cultivation has recovered? Hua Yuexing had also heard of the stories and legends of the #1 expert of the Pure Bright Path. This kind of character only existed in the old stories she overheard the elders talking about when she was a child. The recovery of his cultivation was truly exciting. Hearing that his cultivation had recovered, she was naturally very surprised. Pan Lishan closed his eyes and shook his head, indicating, "Not yet recovered, it still needs a lot of time." Pan Lishan clenched his fist, confidently declaring, "In less than 5 years, this old man can return to his peak state." Pan Zhong nodded and smiled. In recent days, Pan Lishan had often chatted with Pan Zhong. After a few times, the two became a little closer than others. However, time and again, Pan Lishan still refused to admit his identity as Pan Lishan. Not far away, 2 female cultivators looked at Pan Zhong and Pan Lishan and whispered to each other. Pan Zhong thought that the two were both from the Pure Bright Path, so the senior took care of him so much, so he didn't think much about it. Ignoring the age difference, they seemed like friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. Sometimes, they were a bit informal, but Elder Pan didn't care. Hua Yuexing clasped her hands in, "Congratulations, congratulations, Senior." Pan Lishan also returned the gesture. "You haven't told this old man where the pavilion master is yet?" "This old man has been to the East Pavilion and the main hall of the Fiend Temple, but I haven't seen the pavilion master." With her big heart, Hua Yuexing enthusiastically replied to Pan Lishan, pointing and saying, "The pavilion master is in the South Pavilion. They'll probably come out in a little while." The old man Pan Lishan said, thank you, Miss Hua. Pui, pui, pui." Pan Zhong desperately tried to cover his mouth. He spoke completely out of impulse, without thinking. Hua Yuexing was completely helpless. Suddenly, Pan Lishan saw something and asked in surprise. A blue energy radiated outwards, centered on Zhao Yu's room, surging like a tide. The old man Pan Lishan widened his eyes and shouted, "Be careful! Activate your Q shields!" The old man's words startled Pan Zhong and Hua Yuexing. They both stared wide-eyed at the blue energy. Hua Yuexing, Pan Lishan, and Pan Zhong simultaneously activated their Q shields, forming a golden barrier in front of them. Boom! But the barrier only lasted a few seconds before shattering into pieces. The old man cried out in horror, "This is too strong! Retreat quickly!" Pan Zhong also gaped and exclaimed, "Miss Hua, retreat quickly!" The 3 staggered back, and the energy slowly stopped. The 3 looked at Zhao Yue's room with horrified expressions. Pan Zhong couldn't speak. "This is?" Hua Yuexing also asked suspiciously. "What kind of power is this?" Pan Lishan slowly stood up, raised his head, and looked at the barrier in the sky. The old man said, "This is the power of the barrier." No wonder Hua Yuexing was still wondering why the pavilion master would use the power of the barrier. It wasn't just Hua Yuexing who didn't understand. Even someone as knowledgeable and experienced as Pan Lishan didn't understand it. Just as the 3 were still wondering, Lu Zhao stepped out of the room, his eyes sweeping over the 3, Hua Yuexing, Pan Zhong, and Pan Lishan, before finally settling on Pan Lishan and asking, "How does it feel to regain your cultivation? Although the distance to the peak is still far away, regaining hope is a good thing." The old man Pan Lishan stared blankly at Lu Zhao, and Hua Yuexing and Pan Zhong were no exception. Their eyes were wide open, showing only the whites. Hua Yuexing and Pan Zhong simultaneously looked at Pan Lishan. Pan Lishan lowered his head and quickly placed his beloved wine jug on the ground. Then the old man knelt down on one knee and thanked him. "This old man thanks the pavilion master for his grace. From now on, this old man's life belongs to the Fiend Temple." Lu Zhao stared at Pan Lishan with cold eyes. Lu Zhao also noticed that Pan Lishan's loyalty was steadily increasing, very stable. Lu Zhao frowned slightly, thinking to himself, these words expressed Pan Lishan's attitude, not hasty, not slow, not arrogant, nor humble. This kind of attitude gives his words power,
making people believe him. Only through trials and tribulations can one see his unyielding endurance, and only through hardship can one see his loyalty. But to think you can use such words to express your loyalty. Pan Lishan was the first. Not to mention whether he was sincere or not, just hearing it made people feel comfortable. Hua Yuexing and Pan Zhong both felt ashamed, thinking to themselves, "Old Ginger is spicier. Compared to him, we are just babies from head to toe, still smelling of milk." Pan Lishan clasped his hands and continued. "When this old one entered, I sensed a powerful energy emanating from you. Your cultivation is truly eye-opening for this old one. Such unique energy is something I've never seen before. I'm afraid only sect leader can accomplish such a thing in this world." Hua Yuexing and Pan Zhong looked up, dumbfounded by these words. This old man is quite the flatterer. Truly admirable. Old Ginger really is spicier. Lu Jiao didn't feel anything unusual. After all, Pan Lichen's words were all true. Lu Jiao suddenly remembered that Pan Lichen had traveled all over the country, and his knowledge was no less than his own. Lu Jiao then asked, "When Zhao Yu was young, she was struck by the profound yin palm print, and cold poison entered her body. Has Elder Pan ever heard of this technique?" Profound yin palm print. Pan Lishan frowned, pondered for a moment, and then replied, "The profound yin palm print is an extremely insidious Taoist technique. This old one knows someone who is very proficient in using the profound yin palm print." Hua Yuexing and Pan Zhong simultaneously looked at Pan Lishan in surprise. The old man's knowledge is truly admirable. Lu Jiao didn't say anything. Pan Lishan had not only traveled all over the country, but it was said that during the time he left the Jingming Dao sect, he had close contact with some figures in the palace. It's just that no one knew what he did during that time. The old man stroked his beard and slowly said, "That person is a top expert beside the Empress Dowager, Li Yunzhao." Hearing this name, Hua Yuexing widened his eyes. Li Yunzhao. Cough. Cough. Violent coughing came from the room. Zhao Yu had walked to the door. Zhao Yue said weakly, "Master, this disciple remembers now. The person who came to find this disciple that day was Li Yunzhao." In Zhao Yu's memory, that mysterious Li Yunzhao's face alone showed that he was not a good person. Lu Zhao didn't enter the room, nor did he turn around, and said calmly, "Are you sure?" Zhao Yue then affirmed, "Definitely. Absolutely sure, master." The old man Pan Litian said with a pensive face, "Li Yunzhao is the Empress Dowager's trusted eunuch. This person came from the Taoist sect, Vader. I don't know what evil kung fu he cultivated, but he went berserk and suffered a stroke of good fortune, and his cultivation improved rapidly. The Taoist sect expelled him from the sect for the sake of face. Many years later, he became a master of the inner court." Lu Jiao was a little surprised. It wasn't strange that there were many masters in the palace. Lu Jiao had entered the palace a few times before, but had never fought with masters in the palace. Perhaps it was out of fear of his reputation as the #1 great devil. Or perhaps this was the rule in the palace. It's just that he didn't expect Li Yunzhao to become a eunuch, which was beyond his expectations. Although such a master is just a eunuch, he still lives a life of luxury, and is flattered by many dignitaries. But unfortunately, he is no longer a real man. This is truly an amazing thing. Lu Jiao then asked, "Zhao Yue, when you were young, Li Yunzhao injured you. What is his purpose for coming to you now?" She bowed and replied to Lu Jiao quickly, "This disciple doesn't know." The cold poison in Zhao Yu's body had just been expelled and she was very weak now, lacking energy. Lu Zhao shook his head and said, "Forget it, rest and recuperate for 2 days." She was a little surprised when she heard this. After speaking, Lu Zhao waved his hand and walked out of the southern pavilion. Zhao Yujia stood up with difficulty and walked to the door. Seeing her master's distant back, she was lost in thought. Her master's words just now surprised her very much. Master is actually showing concern for others. Cough, cough. Zhao Yu coughed twice again, and her breathing gradually stabilized. She returned to the room, feeling that the cold poison in her body was gone, and the feeling now was really comfortable. This made Zhao Yu feel very surprised. Before that, she didn't know it was cold poison, and thought it was the effect of cultivating the bright jade skill. The person felt cold and hot, which just happened to match the characteristics of the bright jade skill. When cultivated to the peak, ice and bones would form outside the skin, which had the effect of preserving youth.
but she didn't expect it to be the cold poison of the profound yin palm print. She then mobilized her yuan qi, and once again her 8 extraordinary meridians were very smooth, and there was no more feeling of chaos, and the effect of using yuan qi to heal injuries was also much stronger than before. Lu Zhao's words had been said before. Rest well, and work hard every day. Recalling the words her master had told her before leaving, Xiao Yu felt even more ashamed. Compared to these things, what did the previous hardships mean? The system notified Lu Zhao. Successfully taught Xiao Yu, reward 200 merit points. What is called teaching? Seniors guiding juniors. And the strong teaching the weak is called teaching. Lu Zhao heard the system's notification. Although he was a little surprised, he also felt it was reasonable. Returning to the main hall of the Nether sect, Pan Lishan and Pan Zhong also followed him in. Lu Zhao, who was preparing to make a few bowls of noodles, asked, Elder Pan, do you know Li Yunzhao well? Pan Lishan also made a bowl of noodles, and then replied to Lu Zhao, After this old one left the Jingming Dao sect, I did have some contact with the palace. I really dare not hide it. In those years, this old one joined the army and went to the battlefield, and this old one killed countless enemies in Rongxi, so I rarely had contact with people in the palace, and I don't understand Li Yunzhao much. Pan Zhong was surprised to hear this. This ugly beggar actually had such an admirable, legendary past. It is not uncommon for cultivators to join the army, but most cultivators are focused on cultivating the Great Path. Hua Yuexing asked curiously. Anything else? Pan Zhong thought to himself. In an army of 10,000 people, there are usually only about 5 or 6 cultivators, and 1 great cultivator. Some centurions or commanders, who don't have the talent for cultivation, only cultivating to the body-tempering realm or the profound connection realm, have chosen to join the army to make meritorious contributions. I didn't expect Pan Lishan to do the same, Lu Zhao said. With your cultivation alone, you are enough to change the situation of the war. Isn't it as easy as turning your hand to make meritorious contributions on the border? It's just that I didn't expect old Pan to go either, Lu Zhao meant. You have meritorious contributions, so how did you become an old beggar? Both Hua Yuexing and Pan Zhong frowned in confusion. Pan Lishan replied, After this old one left the Jingming Dao sect, my cultivation has been greatly reduced, and only less than half of it remains. I am no longer a master, Pan Zhong said in surprise. Old Pan, did the Jingming Dao sect harm you? Pan Lishan was used to his way of addressing himself, so he replied, Better not to mention it, Lu Zhao said. In that case, I'll have to personally make a trip to the divine capital. Upon hearing this, Pan Lishan immediately said, This old servant is willing to accompany your excellency. Lu Zhao nodded slightly. Withdraw. At this moment, Pan Lishan and Pan Zhong moved the table out. This old servant takes his leave, this junior takes his leave. The girl Hua Yuexing also scurried after them. This junior takes her leave. The two, one old and one young, respectfully left the main hall. Lu Zhao stroked his beard while watching the backs of the two people, and said, Strange. The change in these two people's identities is very natural, and they don't seem to have encountered any psychological obstacles. This is the attitude that people in the Netherworld sect should have. Lu Zhao softly called out, Yan'er. Master! Xiao Yan'er jumped into the main hall, waving the Brahma wheel in her hand. She accidentally broke something while jumping around, so Lu Zhao told her to fix it. Yes, she flew up high, and returned a moment later, mission accomplished. Master? Lu Zhu then asked, Any news from Old Fourth? Xiao Yan'er replied, Not yet, but Fourth's senior brother set off early this morning, so he should be there by now. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and nodded. I'm tired. Hearing her master say this, Xiao Yan'er understood that she should let him rest, so she said, Disciple takes her leave. Lu Zhao had just used extraordinary power to help Xiao Yu eliminate the cold poison, and he had to focus on comprehending extraordinary power in the next 2 days. Without any prop cards, the great divine power of the heavenly book was his greatest support. As for Xiao Yu's background, he could only wait to investigate it further later. 2 days later, in Shengyuan City, at the Changfeng Purple Tower, in a room on the 3rd floor, Si Wuyai stood gazing at the entire Shengyuan City. Shengyuan City was the old capital of Great Yan,
but it was no longer as prosperous as it once was. The 5 mice caused chaos in Shangyuan City, and the rebel army added to the mess, so this city was almost destroyed. It's a pity that it hasn't regained its prosperity to this day. Just then, a cultivator, dressed in a black robe, bowed and reported, "Sect leader, our people are all in place. As long as you give the order, everyone will act immediately." Si Wuyai turned to look at him, then looked out the window again, and softly said, "Ye Zhiheng, how long have you been following me?" Ye Zhiheng was startled, not understanding why the sect leader was asking this, but he still replied, 10 years. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. This subordinate swears to follow the sect leader to the death, Ye Zhiheng said. Si Wuyai sighed and shook his head. "Zhiheng, do you think I've made a mistake?" Ye Zhiheng hurriedly bowed, confused. Why would the sect leader say such a thing? The dark net can be what it is today, all thanks to the sect leader. It was the sect leader who stopped tens of thousands of Rongbei cultivators. It was the sect leader who single-handedly supported Great Teacher and the Underworld sect. And it was also the sect leader who burned the Blackwood Forest. Si Wuyai raised his hand to interrupt Ye Zhiheng. Alright, every time this is mentioned, Ye Zhiheng rattles off those glorious events as if he's memorized them by heart. With a pensive look, Si Wuyai said, "Perhaps it's just my illusion, but recently I feel like many things are no longer under my control." Ye Zhiheng looked at Si Wuyai with a complicated expression. You can't lose confidence like that. He had changed his form of address. Ye Zhiheng suddenly knelt down and drew his long sword. Ye Zhiheng seriously said, "Whoever the sect leader tells me to kill, I will kill them. Even if it's the Netherworld sect." Si Wuyai raised an eyebrow and shouted, "How dare you?" Ye Zhiheng panicked. This subordinate wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to the Netherworld sect. "I just didn't know how to choose my words. Please forgive me, sect leader. Get up." How could Si Wuyai punish his trusted subordinate? These core subordinates were the only ones who were always by his side in the entire darknet, and they were his extremely capable arms. "Thank you, sect leader." Si Wuyai turned to look out the window at Shangyuan City again. "When will the 5 mice arrive?" Ye Zhiheng bowed and said, "They were supposed to arrive this morning, but this subordinate has something to say. I don't know if I should say it or not. Speak." The 5 mice took the 8 teachers' Bodhi silk armor without the sect leader's permission. This must have alarmed that old senior. The 8 teacher has always been... Ye Zhiheng paused for a moment to find a more tactful word than cowardly, but he couldn't think of one, so he stammered for a long time without saying anything. Si Wuyai quickly realized. "I understand what you mean. You're worried that old 8 will reveal our contact points?" Ye Zhiheng exclaimed in admiration. "The sect leader is wise. The sect leader and the 8 teacher have a close relationship, so we can't help but stop using some of our usual contact points. This subordinate is afraid that the old senior will fly into a rage and send people to ambush us here." Si Wuyai laughed and said, "Only 4th senior brother is the most difficult to deal with, but he can't do anything to me. What if the old senior comes himself? Run away." When he said these 3 words, Si Wuyai's expression was extremely calm, and he didn't show any embarrassment at all. Ye Zhiheng thought that was right, as expected of the sect leader, calm and unhurried, without any obstacles. When encountering a top expert like the old senior, running away was nothing to be ashamed of. Just then, a figure flew over from the roof of the building opposite, seemingly intentionally appearing in Si Wuyai's line of sight, but the others didn't notice at all. The figure only flashed once and disappeared. "They're here." Si Wuyai didn't look out the window anymore, but pointed to the chair opposite him and said, "Please, sit down." The figure appeared again, with afterimages appearing one after another, sometimes flashing, sometimes disappearing. The person finally stopped. The sect leader has sharp eyes indeed. A man with a rat-like beard, with a scruffy and unruly appearance, was squatting on the ground. Si Wuyai calmly asked, without looking at the person behind him, "Lu Lin, are you alone?" The rat-faced figure behind him crossed his arms and arrogantly stood there watching. Then he bared his 2 rat teeth and replied, "I'm enough on my own. The boss said you're too insidious, and if you set a trap to catch all 5 of us in one fell swoop, that wouldn't be good." The one who was answering was one of the 5 mice, Lu Lin. Si Wuyai asked, "Just tell me how you want to settle this." Lu Lin laughed and replied,
According to the rules of our 5 mice, whether you succeed or fail, you have to pay us our reward. Ye Zhihang snorted and glared at Lu Lin, scolding. According to the rules of the dark web, those who fail a mission must be punished, yet you dare ask for a reward. Lu Lin replied frankly. I'm not one of you dark web people. Don't use your rules to bind me. Ye Zhihang went straight to the point, replying, We're not one of you 5 rats people either. Don't use your rules to bind us. Heh? Wanna argue, huh? Whoosh! Ye Zhihang drew his sword, the cold light on the blade flashing straight into Lu Lin's eyes.
Lu Lin just chuckled, saying,
No, just kidding. Why do you two need to resort to swords?
Si Wuyai took a small sip of wine to warm himself up, then opened his mouth and said, Hand over the precious silkworm garment. Lu Lin frowned and replied, The precious silkworm garment is in the hands of our boss, not on me. Don't look at me like that. I just came to tell you. Although you're a Demon Heaven Pavilion disciple, we brothers can't beat you. But can't we escape? From now on, we'll cut ties completely. Separated by the horizon, no one owes anyone. Si Wuyai, hearing this, calmly replied,
I came to the 5 rats because I value your abilities, and I also hope you can work for me. Lu Lin noticed that Si Wuyai's voice had become strange.
Si Wuyai simply threw away the wine cup. Failing the mission to the Demon Heaven Pavilion, I originally didn't intend to settle accounts with you, but you should never, ever have taken away the precious silkworm garment. The young man had an extremely cold expression, his eyes sharp.
Lu Lin frowned, puzzled, asking, What do you mean? The wine cup shattered into pieces.
The subordinates in long robes, present all around, had begun to be vigilant.
Lu Lin was shocked and lost his composure. The entire room was surrounded by a special energy.
Ye Zhihang's gaze turned cold. The long sword in his hand vibrated. He quickly drew the sword, locking onto the target that was Lu Lin.
Ugh!
Lu Lin's expression changed drastically. He stomped hard with both feet, his figure leaping onto the windowsill like lightning. In his hand a golden flash of cold light appeared, cutting through the energy barrier enveloping the room. At the same time, from the opposite side, 2 figures in gray robes attacked. Bang! Lu Lin jumped out of the tavern, his figure as slippery as an eel, weaving through the streets.
Ye Zhihang said in surprise. No wonder he's one of the 5 rats.
Si Wuyai wasn't in a hurry at all. He still sat still. As if nothing had happened, Si Wuyai gave the order. You can make your move now, Ye Zhihang quickly replied.
Yes, sir. Ye Zhihang took a golden tube from his waist and took it to the window, lighting it. A loud bang echoed, and a flare appeared in the sky above the tavern.
The image that appeared seemed to be 2 flags, but they looked more like 2 meat cleavers. Ye Zhihang looked into the distance, sweating coldly. He looked at Si Wuyai, saying, That's not right. It's been shot at the wrong place. Concluding the firework display was the image of a mischievous smiley face. The common people walking on the street stopped to watch, and couldn't help but wonder, who's setting off fireworks during the day? This firework has a very strange shape, doesn't it? Suddenly, one person was shocked. He gaped, witnessing it with his own eyes, and exclaimed, Dozens of teams of cultivators have appeared in every corner of Shangyuan City and have begun to take action. They aren't attacking the common people, but are very organized and searching everywhere. Shangyuan City is in chaos. Run! Lu Lin, having just jumped out of the tavern, was being chased relentlessly by 2 cultivators in gray robes. He hid behind a wall. Lu Lin, bitter, bared his rat teeth, one big and one small, whispering, Si Wuyai, just you wait. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Lin's head bumped into someone walking on the street. Lu Lin angrily cursed, You dare bump into me. Get out of the way and scram. As soon as Lu Lin finished speaking, crack! The man in foreign attire squeezed his hand hard. Lu Lin felt as if his arm was being crushed. Lu Lin screamed in pain, My arm! The person squeezing Lu Lin's arm was a man dressed in foreign attire. The man dressed in foreign attire hurriedly said, in somewhat broken Great Yan language, Sorry, I didn't mean to. Lu Lin wanted to cry at this moment. He wasn't stupid. How could someone who could easily break the arm of a cultivator who had gone through body tempering be a normal person? But he didn't have time to argue. There were pursuers behind him. Once caught,
he'd be finished. Lu Lin immediately turned around to run. The man in foreign attire, with a walrus mustache on his face, spoke again. Don't run! The man in foreign attire refused to let go. Lu Lin wailed, This big brother, let go! Let go quickly! The foreign man calmly replied, Le go cannot. Let go, you run. I only fool, not stupid.
The two cultivators in gray robes had caught up, one blocking on the left, one blocking on the right. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Lin pulled out a knife and stabbed forward, hoping to escape. Very simply, the man in foreign attire neutralized the blade. The knife in Lu Lin's hand fell out. A strange glow still appeared on the blade. The man in foreign attire even widened his eyes in jest. Oh my, murder! The hand squeezed even harder. Crack! This time Lu Lin's arm was completely broken.
Lu Lin screamed miserably. At this time, he couldn't move even if he wanted to. No matter how much he exerted his strength, he couldn't pull his hand out. At this time, the two cultivators in long robes had arrived. They cupped their hands and happily said, Many thanks to this brave hero for lending a hand. The foreign man waved his hand, saying, Small matter. While Lu Lin was in so much pain that he was about to pass out, he continuously screamed, Pain! May I ask the brave hero's honorable name? The brave hero helped us catch this thief. We will come to your door to thank you another day. The foreign guy stroked his beard and chuckled. No need to be so polite. My surname is Nishi. Lu Lin, tears streaming down his face, desperately endured the pain in his arm and begged, Sir, whatever it is, let's talk it over slowly, The foreign man slapped Lu Lin hard across the face. There's nothing to talk about with you. Red liquid splattered everywhere. Lu Lin was stunned, his head buzzing, his face burning. Outside the city, which was gradually becoming lively, noises of a battle with swords clashing against each other, and later smoke and fire engulfed the city gates, igniting alarm signals. After landing, a faint smile appeared on Si Wuyai's face.
Fourth senior brother, why are you disguised like this? Fourth senior brother. The two cultivators in robes looked surprised. Lu Lin, whose arm was broken, also raised his head in shock. This person was indeed the Nether sect's fourth disciple, Ming Shiyin. Ming Shiyin turned his head and replied, Seventh, I'm disguised like this, and you still recognized me. From the inside out, from his clothing to his behavior, and even his way of speaking, he had changed everything, yet Si Wuyai saw through him. With a single glance, Si Wuyai chuckled. Few people have the guts to claim they are the Nishi. Ming Shiyin didn't respond, thinking, Is this guy for real? Ming Shiyin didn't dwell on it and said, Seventh, I helped you catch this little rat. Aren't you going to thank me? Lu Lin cowered him. If Ming Shiyin wasn't still holding his arm, he would have peed his pants already. Si Wuyai said, Thank you, fourth senior brother. Lu Lin pleaded desperately. Please, show some mercy. Ming Shiyin shouted, Shut up! Ming Shiyin glared at him. Daring to steal from our Nether sect, and you want to be forgiven, dream on. Lu Lin turned to look at Si Wuyai and said, 5 rats in the dark web have no grudges, so we don't want the payment. We'll do things by the rules. What do you say, sir? Ouch! Ming Shiyin increased the pressure on his hand, and Lu Lin screamed. Ming Shiyin threatened him in a low voice. You're not even from the dark web. What are you babbling about with rules? Lu Lin fell silent. Si Wuyai shrugged, looking helpless. Nether sect disciples, once they leave the sect, become overlords of their own domain, and don't join each other's forces. Ming Shiyin isn't from the dark web. What are you talking about rules with him for? And even if he was, so what? Ming Shiyin pressed him. Where is the emerald silk dress? Lu Lin endured the pain and said, I don't have it. I only came to meet sect leader C. From now on, we won't interfere in Nether sect's matters anymore. Please, sirs, have mercy. Who's your sir? You don't even deserve to be called sir. Ming Shiyin raised his foot and kicked him. Lu Lin grimaced and screamed, sweat pouring down like rain. Ah, this scream was even louder than before. This time, Ming Shiyin had broken his leg. Ming Shiyin slightly released his hand, and Lu Lin was sent flying towards Ye Zhihang. Ming Shiyin tore off his beard, threw away his cloak, and revealed his true face. Ming Shiyin smiled and said, Keep an eye on this little rat. I have some business to settle with your sect leader. Ye Zhihang caught Lu Lin and raised his sword in front of him. Fourth senior, please forgive me, but I cannot agree to your request. Scram!
Ming Xiyin said expressionlessly. After a few exchanges, Ming Xiyin was losing patience.
Si Wuyai stood behind him and said calmly, "Jishang, step back," Ye Jishang worriedly said. "Sect leader," Si Wuyai coldly ordered.
"What? You won't even listen to me, subordinate dares not?"
Ye Jihang stepped aside. Si Wuyai clasped his hands behind his back, walked in front of Ming Xiyin, and stopped half a meter away. Seeing him clasp his hands behind his back, Ming Xiyin copied him. "Yeah, standing like this does have the air of an expert." Si Wuyai smiled and said, "Fourth senior brother, please come to the tavern to talk." Ming Xiyin put on a "I've got this in the bag" face. "What's there to talk about? Second senior brother isn't here. No one will protect you." "Perhaps after hearing what I have to say, fourth senior brother will change his mind." "Not listening. I know you're good at bewitching people's hearts. Tell me, now that you've lost all your cultivation, how are these subordinates still so loyal? What kind of mind-altering drugs did you give them?"
Then, Ming Xiyin said to Ye Jihang, Hey, you, the brother who just drew his sword, are you interested in joining the Nether sect? No? You're not qualified yet, never mind. Ye Jihang was confused. Si Wuyai said,
"Fourth senior brother knows that I no longer have any cultivation. How could I not have any means to protect myself?" Suddenly, Ming Xiyin was startled.
The signal smoke was getting thicker and thicker, and the fighting nearby was becoming more intense. Some cultivators who could fly had left the battle and risen into the air. The square-faced cultivator felt strange, and exclaimed,
"Why has Shangyuan City suddenly become so chaotic?" Ye Jihang then spoke. "Fourth sir, I won't hide it from you. We currently have 3,000 brothers in Shangyuan City." Ming Xiyin remained calm and said disdainfully, "Trying to threaten me? A bunch of rabble. I wouldn't even give them a second look."
"All right, seventh. Let's go upstairs. I want to hear what else you can try to trick me with." Si Wuyai gestured and replied, "Fourth senior brother, please."
The group entered the Changfeng Tavern. The two gray-robed cultivators glared at Lu Lin, not giving him a chance to escape. There was no one else in the tavern at this time. The two men sat down opposite each other. Ming Xiyin urged, "Go on." Si Wuyai waved his hand slightly, and a subordinate immediately brought tea and poured water for the two of them. Only then did Si Wuyai say, "Actually, I knew senior brother would come, but I still appeared in Shangyuan City." "Do you know why?" Ming Xiyin replied. "I'm not a worm in your stomach, how would I know?" Si Wuyai continued. "Shangyuan City is already in chaos. The general guarding this place will inevitably mess up his own formation." Ming Xiyin glared and questioned, "What exactly are you doing, fourth senior brother? If I tell you, will you give up on taking me back? No? In order to have the qualification to bargain."
"Saying that I'm helping Old Man Master in Shangyuan City? Would you even believe it? Does that sound even remotely right to you? I don't find that convincing at all."
"The barrier around the Nether sect is weakening, and those famous righteous sects are always watching.
My people are in every corner of the world. I've received confirmed news." Ming Xiyin was very curious. "What news?" Si Wuyai raised his teacup, took a sip, and continued.
"The Imperial Court is targeting the Nether sect, and is currently organizing a large-scale siege unlike anything seen before." When he said these words, Si Wuyai's tone was very calm, and at the same time, he put on a believe-it-or-not expression. Ming Xiyin calmly replied,
"The Nether sect has been besieged plenty of times before. How many come, so many will kill." Si Wuyai shook his head slightly. "I admit that Old Man Master's blade hasn't dulled, but can it stop one attack? Or for a lifetime, senior brother? We all understand in our hearts. Why do you keep deceiving yourself?" Ming Xiyin fell silent.
Si Wuyai continued, "Putting aside the 10 famous righteous sects' siege, just the fact that Chenju is at the Crossing Heaven River, Shi Wu is at Gengzi Town, and the Grand Formation at Lotus Terrace, everything is pointing the finger at the Imperial Court. Just one Mo Lai has already given the Nether sect such a headache. The Nether sect has been too turbulent recently, to the point that the forces within the Imperial Court who were originally in conflict have now joined forces. Don't even talk about 5 years. Senior brother, can you guarantee that the Evil Sky Pavilion will still be this glorious in 2 years?" Ming Xiyin raised an eyebrow.
"We'll talk about what happens later."
"Later?"
Si Wuyai shook his head.
"If it were anyone else, I wouldn't bother explaining. But since you're my senior brother, I can only be honest with you. Besides, you're so smart, senior brother. How could I possibly fool you?" Ming Xiyin waved his hand dismissively. All right, Enough with the flattery, Si Wuyai chuckled, picked up the teapot, and poured Ming Xinyin a cup. Right now, the 10 great righteous sects aren't what they used to be. The pure bright Tao is gone, and the righteous unity Tao is just Zhang Yuanshan struggling to keep it afloat. The 5 Buddhist schools have always been self-absorbed, sticking to themselves. With Master's power, they wouldn't dare to make a peep for the next few years. But the imperial palace is different from the 10 great sects. The Great Yan Empire has been as solid as a rock since its founding. Do you know why? The answer is obvious. If the imperial court's power wasn't stronger than the 10 great sects, their experts would have been bossing them around long ago. Ming Xinyin asked incredulously. The imperial palace is really that strong? Si Wuyai slowly elaborated. Do you know what tempts people the most in this world? Ming Xinyin shook his head. Power, status, money, women. Compared to us, it's cultivation, techniques, fame, treasures, and things that are beyond comprehension but desperately sought after. It's just different names. Ming Xinyin cursed. Damn it, people aren't saints. How many people are extraordinary? 4th senior brother. If they're not extraordinary, then give me a parting speech. Haha, I'm just kidding. Si Wuyai continued. The imperial court happens to satisfy all these conditions. That's why the palace can attract talents from all over the world. Senior brother, don't forget. The divine capital's imperial guards haven't even made a move yet. Even when the Anyang city rebels were causing chaos, the imperial guards never mobilized. The Evil Sky Pavilion has so many heaven-grade weapons and techniques. Even if you combined all 10 of the great righteous sects, you still might not surpass the Evil Sky Pavilion. That's exactly why so many people in the grand world are eyeing the Evil Sky Pavilion. Ming Xinyin shook his head. So after saying all that, you're still implying that the Evil Sky Pavilion will be screwed sooner or later. You said you want to help the Evil Sky Pavilion. Is this how you help? Alarm bells were ringing throughout the city, and the sounds of fighting and slaughter could be heard everywhere. Many cultivators were falling from the sky. Si Wuyai stood up and looked out the window. This is a necessary sacrifice. Once the general guarding Shangyuan City dies, Shangyuan City will definitely be in chaos. Wei Zhuoyan has already sent troops to Liang province. If the palace still doesn't mobilize the imperial guards, then they'll have to use other forces to quell the rebellion, which means they won't be able to deal with the Evil Sky Pavilion. After a pause, Si Wuyai added, if once doesn't work, then twice. If twice doesn't work, then n times. Preft, Ming Xinyin, who had just taken a sip of tea, spat it all out. Is this your idiotic plan? Ming Xinyin laughed. Ha! Unless my head got stuck in a door, I would never believe you. You painstakingly built the dark web, spreading your intelligence network throughout the world, with every member being an elite, working with precision, just to do something like this? I would never believe you. Si Wuyai knew that Ming Xinyin wouldn't trust him, so he poured Ming Xinyin another cup and said in a strange tone, if 10 times don't work, then 100. 100 times, 1,000 times. Si Wuyai clenched his fist. Resolutely, I'll burn every inch of land. By then, no one will have the energy to deal with the Evil Sky Pavilion anymore. Hearing Si Wuyai say he would have people burn every inch of land, Ming Xinyin was at a loss for words. Ming Xinyin was silent for a moment. Slap! Ming Xinyin slammed his hand on the table and laughed loudly. So I finally understand. You just want to have this world, helping the Evil Sky Pavilion? That's just an excuse to protect yourself. Si Wuyai shook his head and slowly replied, I don't have that ambition, Ming Xinyin pressed. If it's not you, then who is it? As soon as he asked that question, Ming Xinyin suddenly froze. An imposing figure flashed through his mind. Ming Xinyin thought to himself, it's him, Si Wuyai said. Senior brother thinks my plan is child's play, so may I ask, does senior brother have any brilliant ideas? Ming Xinyin was silent. What brilliant ideas could he possibly have? If Ming Xinyin really had any brilliant ideas, then the Evil Sky Pavilion wouldn't have been besieged twice by those righteous sects. Clop, 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 clop. The sound of horses' hooves suddenly came from below. The soldiers had arrived to quell the rebellion. Ye Zhiheng peeked his head out of the window for a moment, then turned back and clasped his hands, saying, Pavilion Master, we should leave now. Si Wuyai looked at Ming Xinyin and said, okay. Then, as Si Wuyai walked away with Ye Zhiheng, he said, it's a good thing that eldest senior brother has great ambitions. At least the Evil Sky Pavilion won't be surrounded again like before. After speaking, Ye Zhiheng and Si Wuyai jumped out of the window and flew away. Ming Xinyin raised his teacup, nodded silently, and muttered, "It seems like he has a point." He gulped it down. Suddenly, Ming Xiyin felt that something was wrong. "That's not right. You could also use this plan by taking me back." Ming Xiyin threw the teacup out the window and gnashed his teeth. "Damn it, I've been completely fooled." Ming Xiyin immediately jumped out of the window, wanting to chase after them, but he couldn't see Siwuyai's shadow anymore. In the distance, Ye Zhiheng and Siwuyai were flying swiftly. Ye Zhiheng sighed. "The pavilion master's cultivation is still like flying. I admire him, I admire him." After a moment, Ye Zhiheng turned around and said to Ming Xiyin, "Fourth master, please don't chase after us anymore. I've never seen the pavilion master talk to anyone so much. In fact, even if the pavilion master didn't explain it, you still wouldn't be able to catch him." Outside, the sounds of fighting were raging. Boom, boom. Two apparitions of dharmic formations appeared in the sky. Ye Zhiheng pointed. "Look. Two four-leaf dharmic formations have appeared." Just when Ming Xiyin was acting all nonchalant, the two avatars suddenly merged into one, transforming into a six-leaf dharmakaya. With a flash of cold light, the great divine power technique was unleashed, and their figures completely vanished. That Lin Lu couldn't help but exclaim. So strong. Ming Xiyin glanced at Lu Lin and said in a deep voice, "What are you looking at? Keep staring and I'll gouge your eyes out," Lu Lin cried. No, fourth senior brother, please don't, please." Just then, Ming Xiyin saw a familiar messenger bird flying towards him at breakneck speed. Having crashed into something, splattering blood everywhere, Ming Xiyin immediately recognized it. Senior sister's letter. The young man quickly rushed to receive it, and a letter was now in Ming Xiyin's hand. Ming Xiyin opened it and read it, his brow furrowing slightly. What kind of chicken scratch is this? It took all my effort to decipher it. The young man was shocked. "No way. Master wants to go to the godly capital at this time? What kind of place is the godly capital? It's a place where experts gather, the home of the imperial guards, according to Old Seven. The forces in the palace have joined forces to deal with the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Now Maester going there is like walking right into a trap. Whose dumb idea was this for Maester?" Ming Xiyin shattered the letter, then grabbed Lu Lin by the collar and soared through the air towards the godly capital. As he flew over Shangyuan City, the city below was in complete chaos. Ming Xiyin shook his head and sighed. To avoid being mistaken for an enemy, he mobilized his vital energy and flew into the high sky before speeding away. Lu Lin kept begging, Fourth senior brother, please spare me." Ming Xiyin coldly snorted. "You had the guts to steal my junior brother's precious silken armor, but you're begging for mercy now. Mercy my ass! Ha ha!" All his anger was poured into those 2 hectares has. Lu Lin immediately broke out in a cold sweat. I can talk, big bro. I'll return the precious silken armor. Let's talk this over, Ming Xiyin roared. "Shut up!" Looking towards the godly capital, Ming Xiyin cursed in his heart. So damn far. Half a day later, in the forest outside the godly capital, Bai Xin slowly descended to the ground. Xiao Yanhair said, "Master, the godly capital is right ahead." Lu Zhao looked towards the godly capital, stroked his beard, and nodded. Xiao Yanhair ran to Bai Zheng's side, helped Zhao Yu down, and said, "Senior sister Zhao Yu, am I right? Sitting on Bai Zheng's back is much more comfortable than sitting on a flying chariot." Zhao Yue nodded in agreement. Perhaps due to her recent recovery, her expression was a bit unnatural. She raised her head and looked towards the godly capital. "Master, are we really going there?" Lu Zhao calmly replied, "It concerns your background, so we can't be careless." Since Master had spoken, Zhao Yu didn't say anything more. In truth, Zhao Yu wasn't interested in this trip at all. Having just been cured of the cold poison, she was more interested in cultivating. The 3 of them walked towards the city gate. Only Xiao Yanhair was overjoyed at the trip, because she got to visit the most prosperous place in Great Yan, the godly capital. Xiao Yanhair had wanted to visit the godly capital for a long time, but Master had never taken her there before. Now that she had the opportunity, she was naturally the happiest. Because they wanted to be low-key, the 3 of them didn't ride the flying chariot. Besides, the cloud-piercing flying chariot was damaged and needed careful repair. Entering the bustling city of Ji, the orderly streets, and the constant stream of people were beyond the imagination of the 3 masters and disciples. Lu Zhao was also surprised, but he wasn't attached to these things. Lu Zhao ordered, "Let's go." Zhao Yanhe had to calm her fluttering heart and reluctantly follow Master. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, was very obedient and well-behaved, following behind. That little girl, Zhao Yanhe, seemed to be drooling over some kind of candy and shouted, "I'll buy 10 skewers!" Hearing Master say let's go, she asked, "Master, where are we going?" Lu Zhao replied briefly, "Prince Qi's mansion." Prince Qi's mansion. Zhao Yanye's face was full of doubt. Zhao Yu came to her side and said softly, "It's an old acquaintance of Master," Zhao Yanyer curiously said while eating a roasted piglet. "Huh, someone like Master has friends too. What a glutton. Zhu Honggong can't even compare." Zhao Yu was shocked and quickly put her hand to her lips. "Shh," she thought to herself with a wry smile. "I should stay away from her. I'm not favored by Maester like that. In the past, if anyone dared to say such a thing, they would definitely be severely punished by Maester." The two secretly glanced at Maester, and only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the old man didn't look angry. Very quickly, in the blink of an eye, Zhao Yanhe had devoured the entire roasted piglet. She saw a candy hawthorn seller and rushed over. "Give me 100 skewers!" Lu Zhao, who was walking in front, suddenly stroked his beard and said, "Yanker, thump." Zhao Yanker knelt down on the ground. "Master, I was wrong. I won't do it again." The candy hawthorn seller was dumbfounded, his eyes wide with confusion. The people on the street quickly gathered around to see what was going on. Wondering why someone had suddenly knelt down, Lu Zhao turned around, a look of suspicion on his face. "Why did this girl suddenly kneel down?" Lu Zhao said calmly. "Stand up." The people on the street began to chatter. "I say, old man, your attitude isn't right. This granddaughter of yours is so well-behaved and lovely. How can you be so cold-hearted?" "That's right, this girl knelt down and admitted her mistake. I'm reminded of my good-for-nothing kid. There's really no comparisons. Young lady, I am Shimen Chui. I'll treat you to candy hawthorns. Come home with me." "Girl, get up quickly. Your grandpa is old and a bit muddled." Lu Zhao was speechless. These passers-by really had rich imaginations, chattering on and on. Zhao Yanhe suddenly harumphed and stood up, stomping her foot hard on the ground, her power erupting with a boom, cracking the ground. The people around desperately retreated, all of them wide-eyed and gaping in shock. Oh heavens, the contrast was so frightening, so ferocious. They only saw Zhao Yanhe's small foot stomp down, sending candy hawthorns and goods flying everywhere. Zhao Yanhe glared and growled, pointing and shouting, "If you keep talking bad about my grandpa, I'll beat you up." One person grimaced and said, all right. This difference is a bit scary, too fierce." The gossipy people immediately dispersed. Good intentions treated like malicious ones? Forget it. Let's not meddle in other people's business. Let's scatter. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and nodded. Zhao Yanjir's behavior wasn't bad, and, in the past, she would demand the destruction of people's entire families the moment she opened her mouth. Now, she only wants to beat them up. Clearly, she had made a lot of progress. Lu Zhao said, "Follow me." Yes. Zhao Yanhe and Zhao Yu simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. When they passed an intersection, Zhao Yanche pointed towards a group of low-level cultivators wearing masks and said, "Master, they're people from the Nether sect." Lu Zhao looked in the direction she was pointing. Zhao Yanhe wondered. The Nether sect is the #1 demonic sect of Great Yan. Other forces run away as soon as they see them. Yet they dare to blatantly recruit soldiers here. Does the royal family not care? Don't pay them any mind. Lu Zhao shook his head and continued to walk deeper into the city. Zhao Yu explained. The Nether sect is indeed a demonic sect, but to the royal family, the Nether sect is no different from the 10 famous orthodox sects, as long as they don't interfere with each other's affairs. The Nether sect's recruitment of disciples is no different from the orthodox sect's recruitment of disciples. Of course the royal family won't care, especially since the Grand Villain's methods. The traitor's methods are very clever. Oh, Zhao Yanhe nodded vaguely, not understanding what was going on at all. At least for now, the Nether sect hasn't touched any of the royal family's pie on the surface. They only hide in the shadows to seize the power of other demonic sects. This is a struggle within the cultivation world.
Leaving the bustling area, they arrived in a residential area which was much quieter. Following his vague memories, Lu Zhu led his two disciples closer to Prince Chi's mansion.
After so many years, this place had hardly changed.
Master, let me go knock on the door. It's different when you're rich. Even the steps leading up to the door have more steps than other people. That little girl Zhao Yanker rushed over with a fiery spirit. Before Zhao Yanker could rush up and punch the door down, the front gate creaked and slowly opened. A steward came out to open the door, raised his hand to stop them, and asked,
"Who are you?" Zhao Yanher turned her head to look at her master. Lu Zhao calmly asked, "Where is Qinjun?" A surge of anger rose within him, he was thinking, who is so bold as to dare call the old master by his given name. He immediately turned his head to look at Lu Zhao.
Suddenly, a servant stepped out and loudly said, "This steward isn't just any steward. He's worked at the Prince Chi's manor for over 20 years and is loved by the entire Chi family. He's meticulous and careful, with a great memory. He remembers the appearances and information of all the distinguished guests who frequent Prince Chi's manor, even their preferences.
He's a master of reading people." The steward squinted his eyes, sizing up Lu Zhao. "Huh." The steward's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had a vague impression. Not daring to be careless, he immediately turned to greet them. "Might I ask, is the old senior from Jinting Mountain? See his EQ and IQ?" He didn't ask their names or mention the evil sky pavilion, only if they were from Jinting Mountain. Completely avoiding offense, and not saying the taboo words devil or demonic cultivator.
Lu Zhao stroked his beard and slightly nodded. "You recognize this old man?" This was as good as confirming his question. The old steward didn't hesitate, and immediately knelt down, kowtowing and saying, "This humble one greets the old senior." He was still extremely careful with his words, not revealing the other's identity.
Then he ordered his two subordinates, "Quick! Drag him away from me!"
This scene surprised and bewildered both Zhao Yue and Xiao Yanhe. Master, the old man, has a reputation that precedes him. Even people who have nothing to do with the evil sky pavilion avoid him like the plague when they hear his name. This old steward, on the other hand, actually knelt down.
Judging from his appearance, Master must have some special relationship with Prince Chi, Zhao Yue said. "Answer the question." Xiao Yanhe opened her big round eyes, nodded, and pointed. "Go answer the question."
Rumor has it that there are many rules in the capital, and it's true. We haven't even reached the imperial city, and people are already kneeling at the drop of a hat, the old steward replied. This humble servant once went to the old master's study and saw a portrait of the old senior.
Lu Juju began to recall the portrait of this old man, remembering the scene when he first met Prince Qi. Qinjun, Ji Qiandao, definitely didn't leave behind any portraits. It must have been that Qinjun asked a painter to recreate him after he left. It's not a big deal. Later, after using more reversal cards, his appearance will become younger, and they won't recognize him. The steward immediately stepped aside, respectfully saying, "Old senior, please come in." The old steward really knew how to handle people. Knowing the status and position of the person who had come, he didn't even bother informing the inner chambers beforehand, and hurriedly stepped forward to gesture them in. Lu Zhao nodded in satisfaction and entered Prince Chi's manor. In the reception room, the old steward ordered people to bring out the best tea leaves in the manor to brew tea for the reception. A cup of excellent tea was poured. Lu Zhao didn't pay attention to these niceties and simply asked, "Where is Qinjun?" The old steward respectfully stood to the side and replied, "Reporting to the old senior, the old master has gone into the imperial city and will return in about half a day. Please, old senior, make yourself at home." Just as he finished speaking, a loud voice echoed from outside. "Old Hong, I heard we have distinguished guests." The old steward, Hong Fu, turned to look at the door. "Young master, young miss." A handsome young man and a graceful young lady were entering the room. The two of them immediately saw Lu Zhuao sitting in the master seat. According to the rules of the house, even distinguished guests couldn't freely sit in that position. But before the young man could speak, the old steward spoke up. "Young master, don't be rude to the guest. This is a distinguished guest whom even the old master must treat with respect." This steward Hong Fu was truly a shrewd one. He could see that the young master was hot-blooded and impulsive.
To prevent him from doing anything reckless, he spoke preemptively. The young man, Qin Shuo, nodded slightly, lowering his arrogant stance. Old Hong has worked in the manor for many years, and has always been meticulous and careful. Whoever could make him say such things must be someone to be respected. Although he didn't know who this old senior before him was, he didn't dare to be discourteous. Qin Shuo bowed to Lu Zhao. This junior greets the old senior.
Suddenly, Qin Shuo was shocked by what he saw. Lu Zhao raised his teacup and didn't reply to him. There was no need to interact with irrelevant people. Qin Shuo looked closely. Wasn't this the Da Hong Pao tea that his father treasured so much? Even when powerful figures from the imperial palace came to Prince Qi's manor, his father wouldn't easily bring out the Da Hong Pao to serve them. Just as he thought this, Steward Hong Fu stood seriously in front of him, gesturing for him to leave. Young master, the old senior has traveled a long distance. You should retire for now. Old Hong, you? Qin Shuo was very confused, but there was nothing he could do. The old man sincerely asks that you listen to Old Hong for once. If the young master wants to blame Old Hong later, I won't complain. The young lady beside him spoke up at this moment. Old Hong has followed father for 20 years, much longer than my brother and I. If Old Hong has said so, we can't be disrespectful. Qin Shuo nodded slightly and then bowed deeply to Lu Zhao, Zhao Yu, and Zhao Yanshare. Old senior, please rest well. This junior will take his leave. The old master asks the young master to take care, said the old steward. Qin Shuo and the others turned to leave. Lu Zhao calmly continued to enjoy the excellent tea. When Qin Shuo and his sister reached the turn outside the courtyard, he suddenly frowned. Brother, what are you worried about? Qin Shuo replied, I'm not worried. Old Hong is doing this for a reason. I'm just curious to know what kind of important figure would make Old Hong so respectful. The girl beside him added, We'll know when father returns. That makes sense. Let's go! The two of them left. Old Hong re-entered the hall and said, This humble servant has ordered people to prepare 3 rooms in the courtyard. Old senior and the 2 young ladies can rest assured. Lu Zhao stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and paced around. He looked around and sighed softly. 20 years have passed. I thought the scenery would have changed, but it's still the same. Old Hong nodded and said, The old master is a nostalgic person. Lu Zhao curiously asked, What is Qin Jun's status in the palace? If he hasn't returned yet, it's good to dig up some information from Old Hong's mouth. Old Hong has been in Prince Qi's manor for a long time, so he must know a few things. Old Hong truthfully replied, I dare not hide the truth. There's too much infighting in the imperial family, and the old master doesn't want to get involved, so he's always avoided power. Although his status isn't high, he has some connections everywhere. Lu Zhao directly asked, Do you know Li Yunzhao? Upon hearing this name, Old Hong's expression changed slightly. Old senior, this person is the Empress Dowager's favorite. Although he doesn't have real power, his status is very special. So many powerful people curry favor with him. He's considered a big shot. Lu Zhao nodded. Without saying anything more, Old Hong couldn't help with anything else. At the same time, Ming Xiyin dragged Lu Lin by the collar, flying towards Divine Capital. After traveling for half the journey, he looked tired and complained, Master, old man, really? Coming to Divine Capital at this time? Wuh! You have a mount, I have nothing. When will I get one? Lu Lin quickly said. Then just consider me farted out and let me go. I swear I'll return the brocade Bodhi vest to you, Ming Xiyin smirked and yelled. Shut up! You think the brocade Bodhi vest is just a treasure? Ming Xiyin used force again to squeeze Lu Lin's head. Lu Lin was in so much pain that he sweated profusely and looked like he was at his funeral and said, The Evil Sky Pavilion has so many treasures, you don't lack something like the brocade Bodhi vest, right? Why do you have to do this? If I die, my eldest brother will be angry. My second, third, and fourth brothers are all better thieves than me. They will definitely avenge me. Vengeance will beget vengeance. When will it end? Trisk. This Lu Lin, Ming Xiyin, was getting a little tired, so he kicked him hard, and he cried out in pain. Ming Xiyin swooped down to continue dragging Lu Lin's head and said in a deep voice, You're just a bunch of 5 mice, and you dare threaten the Evil Sky Pavilion? Do you know the brocade Bodhi vest is the life-saving treasure of my 8th junior brother? The pained Lu Lin cried out.
Taking the brocade Bodhi vest is no different than killing 8th junior brother? Let me tell you, in my eyes, the 5 mice are already dead men. That name, Lu Lin, just froze up. His brain suddenly went blank, and he fainted from fright. Ming Xinyin glanced at him, cursing, "What a waste! It's a pain to drag this guy around. This divine capital is so huge. Am I really gonna lug him all the way to see Master?"
Better head back to the Evil Sky Pavilion first, then to the Divine Capital. Shangyuan City, the Evil Sky Pavilion, and the Divine Capital are at the 3 corners of a big triangle. Heading back to the Evil Sky Pavilion now ain't too far out of the way. Thinking this, Ming Xinyin grabbed Lu Lin and flew towards the Evil Sky Pavilion in Shangyuan City. Changfeng Purple Tower. Those rats must have caught a whiff of something. The whole area around Shangyuan City is a total mess. Fires everywhere. 4 shadows darted across rooftops, speeding through streets, slipping through cracks unseen by soldiers and cultivators, rushing to the Changfeng Purple Tower below with all their might. Then the 4 stopped, looking up. Green Rat spoke. "Boss, this is where 5th Bro and Siwu Yai were supposed to meet up," Yellow Rat replied. "Let's go check it out, play it safe." White Rat chirped. Yes, Gray Rat was speechless. The 4 immediately rushed in. They followed their noses. One sniffing around, one keeping a close eye, and one on lookout duty. Only the boss stayed under the main gate of Changfeng Purple Tower, waiting for news. Soon, the 3 came back. "Boss, no sign of 5th Bro, and Siwu Yai's not here either," Black Rat said, panting as he ran up. "Boss, found this, 5th Bro's dagger." The boss took the dagger, glanced at it, and scoffed. "So, Siwu Yai thinks he can mess with me just 'cause he's a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, huh?" 2nd Bro piped up. "Boss, 5th Bro's definitely been captured by him. I told 5th Bro to watch out for Siwu Yai, but he didn't listen. That guy's a total snake. Sneaky, crafty, full of tricks. Sing, boss, we're all ears. What do we do now?" All 3 pairs of eyes were glued on the boss. The boss pondered for a moment, then turned to look towards the Evil Sky Pavilion. "There's no escaping fate. If Siwu Yai dares to break the rules, then we don't need to be so honorable." "What do you mean, boss?" The boss's eyes swept over the 3 of them, then he said, "We, the 5 rats of Shangyuan City, have never pulled off a big score. Now I'm asking you, brothers, are you willing to go for one with me?" Excitement sparkled in the 3's eyes. They'd done so many petty crimes, always sneaking around, treated like garbage by those righteous folks, like vermin. But who's laughing now? Everyone thinks they're just rats, running around dodging hits. But they don't know rats could even steal the Buddha's lamp oil. They've been chilling for too long, it's time to go wild again. Lots of folks feel this way, and the 5 rats are no exception. Fortune favors the bold. Everyone's drooling over the Evil Sky Pavilion's treasures, and the 5 rats have even scouted the place before. Let's bounce. The 4 turned into streaks of light blasting out of Shangyuan City. Evening fell on the Divine Capital, inside the Chiwang Manor. After the old butler, Hong Fu, arranged the lodging, he rushed outside the main gate to wait, his heart racing like ants on a hot stove. Seeing a servant running up from afar, Hong Fu didn't wait for him to get close, and urgently asked, "Has the master returned?" "Not yet. I heard there's something important happening, so the master can't leave the Imperial City yet." "Keep sending people to urge him." The servant's face was full of helplessness. "Butler Hong, normal servants aren't allowed in, can't urge him." Hong Fu was at a loss. This kind of thing couldn't be forced. The servant's status was too low. It was already good enough that they could enter the Imperial City. How could he expect them to reach the big shots in the palace? Hong Fu suspiciously looked at his young master, Qin Shuo. Young Master Qin Shuo was alone at the moment. He glanced around, then went to old Hong's side, whispering, "Tell me, who is this esteemed guest anyway? There's no one around me now." Hong Fu said awkwardly, "Young master, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but this matter is too big. Even if I have to die, I can't let the Chiwang Manor be implicated. Please don't ask anymore." Qin Shuo continued to pry. "The more you act like this, the more I want to know. In this divine capital, I can't think of anyone who'd make you this nervous. Even willing to use Father's scarlet robe." Qin Shuo sternly said, "If you can't explain, Father will punish you," old Hong replied. "Young master, I can swear on my life, this matter is extremely important. Let's just wait for the master to return and all will be clear." Qin Shuo decisively stood beside old Hong to wait. Alright, I'll wait then. Old Hong was highly regarded by the Chiwang. No matter how angry Qin Shuo was, he couldn't do anything to him. At most, he'd just scold him a few times, but Old Hong wouldn't bother with that. Doing so would only show that he wasn't magnanimous and wouldn't gain anything. Qin Shuo was, after all, an educated young master. He had to have some insight. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of a carriage appeared at the end of the alley. The subordinate, hearing the sound, happily pointed and shouted, "The master is back!" Old Hong and Qin Shuo immediately ran to greet him. The carriage came in front of Old Hong and Qin Shuo, and with a halt, the carriage stopped. Old Hong spoke first. "Master, you're finally back, father. You've returned." Qin Shuo bowed to his father. An old man wearing official robes and a hat stepped down from the carriage. Qin Jun waved his hand, then looked at Old Hong, who was full of anxiety and surprise, asking, "Old Hong, what's the matter that you're so flustered? You've always been stable and thoughtful. Why are you so out of line now?" Old Hong's anxious appearance at this moment was truly unbecoming. Qin Shuo laughed and said, "Father, there's an esteemed guest visiting the manor. Old Hong personally took out your scarlet robe to entertain the guest. How could he not be anxious?" Qin Jun frowned. "What's going on?" Old Hong went to Qin Jun's side, appearing to want to whisper something. "Master, come here." Qin Jun slightly bent down, reaching his hand towards Old Hong. Immediately after, his expression changed. His initially listless spirit suddenly became much more excited, his eyes widening. "Is this true?" Old Hong said with absolute certainty. "Master, I absolutely didn't mistake him." Qin Jun's pinky finger contracted, clearly trembling uncontrollably. Qin Shuo noticed this detail. His heart skipped a beat, thinking to himself, "Could it be that the old man visiting the manor is really a big shot?" Qin Jun hurriedly said, "Quickly summon the entire family here. Yes!" Looking at the panicked expression and the way his father rushed into the manor, Qin Shuo couldn't understand. Even when the emperor came, father wasn't this anxious. Could this person be even more powerful than the emperor? Qin Shuo followed in shock. He was also a member of the manor, of course. He had to gather with the clan. The sun had set. From top to bottom, all direct relatives of the Chuang had to gather in a short time and stand neatly in the courtyard. The ladies, concubines, and cultivation experts in the manor all blankly followed the order. The first concubine spoke first. "What's wrong with the master? Why so formal?" The second concubine curiously asked, "I wonder what's going on." The third concubine piped up, "I heard there's an esteemed guest visiting the manor." The fourth concubine was speechless. The plump lady also joined the fun. "Even so, there's no need to make such a big deal out of it. It's too sudden," the cultivation experts of the nobles thought, recalling that the last time the Chuang Manor made such a display was when the emperor himself came to visit. At present, everyone in the manor was suspicious, confused, and silent. Qin Jun's voice entered everyone's ears. "Without this Wang's permission, no one is allowed to speak." The crowd lowered their heads. Qin Jun turned and walked into the courtyard. Lu Zhao and his group, large in number, neatly and cautiously followed behind. In a flash, they all appeared in the courtyard. Old Hong whispered, "The old master is right inside." Qin Jun nodded slightly and walked towards the door. He took a deep breath, then quickly knelt down, the old man kowtowing deeply. "Qin Jun greets old mister." The courtyard suddenly fell silent. Seeing the old master being so respectful, everyone was baffled. They were all wondering who the big shot in the room was to make the old master perform such a grand salute. But they didn't dare to question, all silently waiting for the person inside to respond. "Come in." The voice was faint, very light. Qin Jun was about to speak when another voice came from inside. "Just you, old man," Qin Jun replied. Yes, Qin Jun didn't dare to be disrespectful, so he turned around and waved at everyone. Dismissed, making such a big commotion, gathering everyone here, not even getting to say anything, and then dismissed with a single sentence. The crowd was extremely stunned, but since the old master had spoken, who dared disobey? "Let's go." After the group left the courtyard, Qin Jun respectfully pushed open the door and walked up to Lu Zhao. He bowed deeply, greeting,
Junior Qin Jun greets old Mr. After saying that, he dared to sneak a peek at the old Mr., who was standing in the middle of the room appreciating the calligraphy and paintings on the wall. Cold sweat poured down the old man's face. It really was him. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, Qin Jun still felt extremely nervous. Lu Jiao looked at the calligraphy and paintings for a while, losing all interest. Qin Jun spoke up. If old Mr. likes these calligraphy and paintings, please accept them as a gift. Lu Jiao didn't bother with these worldly possessions, shaking his head and saying, "Sit." Qin Jun's heart trembled. Junior wouldn't dare. Junior prefers to stand. Lu Jiao didn't sense his cultivation, so he asked. 2 years have passed. How is your cultivation? Qin Jun hurriedly replied. Having received old Mr.'s guidance that year, Junior has diligently cultivated and has barely entered the divine court realm. Junior is foolish, disappointing old Mr. Lu Jiao nodded slightly, walked to the tea table, and sat down. Qin Jun respectfully said, "Old Mr.'s sudden visit is an honor beyond words. If old Mr. has any instructions, Junior will definitely do his utmost to fulfill them." Lu Jiao's gaze turned to Qin Jun. "I am pleased that you have achieved what you have today." Lu Jiao didn't beat around the bush, but said directly, "Do you know Li Yunzhao?" Qin Jun, startled, replied, "Li Yunzhao is Hongren by the Empress Dowager's side. Junior naturally knows him. This person is good. Tell him to come meet me." Qin Jun was stunned. He hesitated in his heart, unsure whether to ask the reason, but afraid of offending the old Mr. if he did, so he was torn. Seeing Qin Jun standing there blankly, Lu Jiao calmly asked, "Can't do it? No, I can." Qin Jun bowed and said, "Li Yunzhao's cultivation is profound, and he is probably a rarely seen expert in the palace. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't leave the imperial palace." Lu Jiao said nothing. Qin Jun also realized that what he said was problematic. Only mediocre people always looked for excuses and pretexts. He then continued, "Please rest assured, old Mr. Junior will definitely bring Li Yunzhao." Lu Jiao coldly said, "If there's nothing else, then leave." Qin Jun hesitated for a moment, but finally opened his mouth and said, "Qin Jun dares to ask old Mr. a question. Speak." Qin Jun began. Currently, rumors are circulating in the cultivation world that the barrier of Golden Court Mountain is weakening and will disappear in less than 5 years. All the major sects are eyeing it, hoping to plunder the treasures of the evil Sky Pavilion. When that happens, the world will surely be in great chaos. Is this true? Has Prince Qin Jun resided in the divine capital, and many of the news he received were just rumors, hard to tell the truth from the false. He wanted to ask directly in front of him if it was true. After a moment of silence, Lu Jiao replied, "There is indeed such a matter." Qin Jun exclaimed softly, "Those self-proclaimed righteous sects are truly hateful." Lu Jiao didn't expect him to say that. "The Daigan imperial family only hates that I didn't die sooner. Aren't you afraid of being overheard standing on my side?" "What's there to be afraid of? Junior's achievements today are all thanks to old Mr. If Junior were like them, he wouldn't even be as good as pigs or dogs." The people in Prince Qi's manor are not simple. Everyone knows how to talk. Looking back at his own disciples, none had Qin Jun's level of awareness. In his heart, Lu Junzhao cursed Qin Tiandao once again. It was a pity that Qin Jun's attitude alone wouldn't help, especially since Qin Jun's was only in the divine court realm. Lu Junzhao searched through his memories and said, "I only used you back then. Your illness back then was nothing to me." Used? Qin Jun sighed and said, "Who in the palace doesn't use others?" He was used to seeing maggots falling into filth, and had long become numb. Lu Jiao sat on the chair, calmly saying, "I didn't expect you to see through it so easily." Qin Jun clasped his hands in salute. Old Mr. overpraises. Qin Jun didn't dare to stay any longer, bowing and saying, "Old Mr., please rest more. Junior will take his leave." Lu Junzhao waved his hand slightly, not saying anything. At midnight, the entire Prince Qi's manor became quiet. A quiet, moonlit night with a cool breeze, the most suitable for comprehending heavenly books. Studying hard and striving upwards every day. Just as Lu Jiao was preparing to comprehend the heavenly book, A girl's voice rang out. "Little girl, Qin Rubing requests to see old Mr." Lu Zhao jumped. Huh? The old man almost lost his wits. Lu Zhao felt strange. Who would dare disturb him so late? The people in Prince Qi's manor weren't the type to do foolish things. There must be something else going on. Lu Zhao coldly opened his mouth. "Come in, Creek." The door opened. The little girl he had met in the main hall this morning appeared before his eyes again, only now she had changed into a different outfit, looking less formal but more elegant and simple. Her delicate and lovely face could also be considered a beauty. Lu Zhao glanced at her once and then closed his eyes. "What is it?" Qin Rubing knelt down properly, saying, "Qin Rubing heard that old Mr. came from the evil sky pavilion, so she deliberately came to apologize." Lu Zhao was speechless. If he was really such a petty person, would she even have the chance to kneel here and apologize? Furthermore, she didn't have any conflicts with Lu Zhao when they met in the main hall earlier, so what was there to apologize for? After kowtowing, Qin Rubing continued. "Qin Rubing dares to request to become old Mr.'s disciple." After saying that, she kowtowed again, her forehead hitting the ground with a thud. Lu Zhao slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the little girl Qin Rubing, who was sincerely kowtowing. Lu Zhao indifferently opened his mouth. "Who gave you the nerve to do this?" Qin Rubing had just entered the Qi condensation realm, and with her age, she could be considered to have talent in cultivation. Qin Rubing was afraid, but with her big heart, she mustered all her courage and said, "Qin Rubing has heard many stories about the evil sky pavilion since she was young, and since then, she has made it her ambition to become a disciple of the evil sky pavilion. From a young age, Qin Rubing has only admired one person, and that is old Mr. Please accept me as your disciple." Thud! Her forehead hit the ground with a loud sound. Lu Zhao was speechless. He didn't know what else to say. After all this, she turned out to be a hardcore fan of the evil sky pavilion. Lu Zhao, as a transmigrator, naturally knew about the existence of this kind of hardcore fan. The old demonic fiend dominated the world? Unmatched? How could he not even have one admirer? It was just that he didn't expect the esteemed daughter of Prince Qi's manor to be like this. Ha ha ha, Lu Zhao didn't know whether he should be happy or not. Taken a disciple, Qin Rubing's talent was too poor, and he still had to teach 9 disciples, which was too much of a headache. Just as he was about to refuse, Prince Qinjun suddenly ran in, and seeing Qin Rubing kneeling on the ground, he immediately slapped her as if heaven was falling. The girl didn't have time to react and took the full force of the slap, her face immediately swelling up. Qinjun opened his mouth and roared, "How dare you? Who allowed you to enter old Mr.'s room without permission?" Qin Rubing stared blankly at her father. Never in her life had she been struck by anyone, and she never expected her father to hit her for this. Qin Rubing felt extremely wronged, but dared not say a word, only covering her cheek with her hand. Qinjun knelt down, clasping his hands, and said to Lu Zhao, "Please forgive her, old mister. My daughter doesn't understand proper etiquette. This one will definitely punish her severely." Lu Zhao frowned. On the surface, Lu Zhao remained calm, but inwardly he sighed slightly. After all, she was someone who admired him. This slap was punishment enough for her. Lu Zhao waved his hand. "Withdraw." Qinjun reprimanded her in a low voice, pulling Qin Rubing out of the room. "Get out of here now." As Qinjun retreated, he proactively closed the door. Only then did Lu Zhao feel at ease, closing his eyes to continue comprehending the heavenly writing. Currently, when comprehending the heavenly writing, Lu Zhao could still sense the movements inside and outside the room, unlike before when he was completely immersed in comprehension and oblivious to everything happening. Therefore, Lu Zhao felt more at ease. The next night, Lu Zhao opened his eyes and sensed someone waiting outside. He asked in a low voice, "Who is it?" "This humble one is the steward Hong Fu. The old master ordered me to wait here. The old master left the palace for the imperial city and will return in less than an hour." Still, the old steward is very thoughtful. In fact, Lu Zhao already knew that he had been waiting outside the door for more than half an hour. Because the old steward wasn't clear about the habits of cultivators, he had been waiting there early. Lu Zhao clasped his hands and stepped outside. Lu Zhao muttered, "An hour." Hong Fu hurriedly bowed and said, "Eunuch Li is Hong Ren by the Empress Dowager's side. He needs the Empress Dowager's permission to leave the imperial palace." Lu Zhao nodded. He didn't care what methods Qin Jun used. After a night passed, Lu Zhao felt refreshed and extraordinarily powerful, having almost reached halfway. An hour later, a voice came from outside the living room. Eunuch Li, this way, please. Lu Zhao's gaze looked towards the living room. Qin Jun bowed and said, Old mister, Eunuch Li has arrived at this time. Li Yunqiao, wearing a long robe, a tall hat, with white hair and a thin frame, appeared at the doorway. This is the cultivation expert by the Empress Dowager's side, skilled in the profound yin palm, Eunuch Li. His appearance surprised Lu Ju. He truly had the innate appearance of a eunuch. Li Yunqiao did not rush into the hall but stopped to wait. When a young eunuch around 40 years old caught up,
Li Yunqiao finally stepped inside the hall. Qin Jun hurriedly said, This is the old mister this king mentioned. Li Yunqiao clasped his hands and raised his head. Their eyes met, Li Yunqiao staring intently at Lu Zhao. Around him, deep within the palace, no matter how well informed the news was, he had never had the opportunity to see a master of the evil sky pavilion. In their first meeting, he was suppressed by Lu Zhao's invisible aura. He knew that he had met an expert. Not only was he a master in terms of cultivation, but he also possessed the aura of someone high above. 3 feet of ice doesn't form from just one day of cold weather. Li Yunqiao had only sensed this kind of aura on the emperor. Lu Zhujiao spoke. Called by name, you must be Li Yunqiao. Before coming to Qi King Manor, Li Yunqiao had heard Qin Jun mention it. He knew who the person before him was, so he wasn't angry. I am Li Yunqiao, Lu Zhao called out. Zhao Yun stepped out from the side. A disciple understood their master's intentions. She turned to look at Li Yunqiao and confirmed, This is the person who came looking for this disciple on Qingyang Mountain. When Li Yunqiao saw Zhao Yu, he frowned slightly and said, It's you. Zhao Yue ignored him, obediently returning to her original position, keeping silent. Lu Zhao indifferently waved his hand, saying, Leave. Li Yunqiao smiled, clasping his hands and saying to Lu Zhao, I was a bit confused. The Qi King invited me here, saying there's an old mister from the evil sky pavilion and wished to be acquainted. But now it seems the old mister isn't pleased. Qin Jun immediately explained. This one was forced to use this excuse. I hope the old mister can forgive me. Lu Zhu waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. As long as Li Yunqiao appeared, that was enough. He didn't care about the reason. Lu Zhu opened his mouth. You should already know what I want. I won't repeat the question a second time. The atmosphere inside the hall became strange. Li Yunqiao glanced at Qin Jun, who silently lowered his head, not saying anything more. Lin Yunqiao looked towards Lu Zhu and Zhao Yu and said, I know the evil sky pavilion and the reputation of the 9 disciples. It is very unexpected that old mister has personally come to the divine capital. If old mister wants to know anything, please ask. I will answer whatever I know. Li Yunqiao's voice was very small and shrill, giving people goosebumps all over their body. Lu Zhao nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Yunqiao is someone from the palace. Li Yunqiao immediately replied, Yes. The cold poison in the profound yin palm. Did you leave it? Hearing this, Li Yunqiao was startled. His eyes widened, and he continued to answer. Yes, Lu Junqiao continued to ask. What is the reason? Li Yunqiao paused, no longer answering as decisively as before. This question seemed to have touched upon something important. After a moment of silence, Li Yunqiao replied, Old mister, I cannot say the reason, nor will I say it. Lu Zhao raised his hand. A ray of light suddenly flashed in the room. A card was used by Lu Zhao. Li Yunqiao widened his eyes. Retreating 3 steps backward, he exclaimed in horror, Old mister! Qin Jun shouted loudly. Pavilion master! In the sky at this moment, a dark blue vortex appeared. Lu Zhao with a palm strike. The dark blue vortex reached its limit. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. Quang! Li Yunqiao immediately used the profound yin barrier palm. A powerful shield enveloped the vast space around him. The lightning bolt pierced through the roof, striking Li Yunqiao. The powerful force directly penetrated the profound yin barrier palm that he was always proud of. The shield shattered. Li Yunqiao was almost just a skeleton. The powerful force directly penetrated Li Yunqiao's profound yin barrier palm, sending Li Yunzhao flying backward into the courtyard. Li Yunzhao hit the ground hard, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. His breathing was ragged and shallow, his eyes wide with disbelief. One hand clutched at his chest, the other braced him against the ground. The little eunuch who accompanied him stared wide-eyed at everyone, barely catching a glimpse of Lu Zhao's movements. Yet, a top-tier expert in the palace like Li Yunzhao didn't even have time to react before being sent flying with a single move. Just one move. The entire hall and courtyard fell into a deathly silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. A huge, circular hole appeared in the roof. The commotion was so massive that the guards of Prince Qi's manor rushed over. "What the heck is going on? In this room? Is that who did it?" Qin Jun roared. "Get lost! The evil sky pavilion has made a move. Who dares interfere?" The guards immediately changed direction and fled the courtyard. Li Yunzhao coughed twice, then struggled to his feet. He maintained a calm facade, but inwardly he was terrified. Li Yunzhao clasped his hands together. "There are many experts in the godly capital, but to defeat me in one move like that, I am thoroughly impressed. I yield." Lu Zhao's expression remained calm. "Consider this lightning gang card a small lesson for Li Yunzhao," Lu Zhao coldly ordered. "Speak." Qin Jun stood there, recalling his question from last night. Now it seemed utterly foolish. Even the Empress Dowager's red envoy couldn't withstand a single blow. Li Yunzhao shook his head, seemingly helpless. "I've heard tales of the evil sky pavilion's master's incredible abilities. I always hoped for a chance to spar, even if I lost. But you defeated me with just one lightning gang." He paused, then continued. "When Princess Yunzhao was giving birth, a blood moon appeared in the sky, marking her as an omen of ill fortune. I was ordered to eliminate the jinx." This single statement contained an enormous amount of information. Zhao Yue swayed, her face turning deathly pale. "Princess Yunzhao is my birth mother." Li Yunzhao bowed his head. "That's right." Li Yunzhao adjusted his clothes and knelt, saying, "Although you have no title, no imperial recognition, propriety dictates that I still pay my respects. I kowtow to you." This kowtow confirmed Zhao Yue's identity, an action that stirred up 1,000 waves. Qin Jun and even Zhao Yancher were astonished. Zhao Yu herself froze for a few seconds. The person performing the salute was none other than Li Yunzhao, the Empress Dowager's red envoy. Li Yunzhao rose before Zhao Yu could respond. Li Yunzhao continued, "Princess Yunzhao's life was destined to be difficult from the start. I couldn't bear to sever her bloodline, so I didn't act cruelly. I only left the profound yin palm seal in the child's body." Lu Zhao slowly stood up, all eyes turning to him. Lu Zhao placed his hands behind his back and walked to the center of the hall. "Who ordered you to strike when the blood moon appeared?" Li Yunzhao hesitated again. He stammered, "This." Lu Zhao strode forward, pressing. "Are you still not going to speak?" Seeing Lu Zhao's attitude, Li Yunzhao retorted, "Is it necessary for old mister to be so aggressive?" Lu Zhao's face was as cold as ice. "Zhao Yue is this old man's disciple? Shouldn't this old man seek justice for his disciple?" Lu Zhao's words deeply moved Zhao Yu. Bringing tears to her eyes, Li Yunzhao explained, "It's not that I don't want to say, but the imperial concubine who plotted against Princess Yunzhao has already passed away. I just wanted to handle this situation smoothly." Lu Zhao stroked his beard and stepped forward. "This old man tried to reason with you, explaining the principles of etiquette and righteousness. It's a pity you wouldn't listen." Li Yunzhao raised an eyebrow. Once bitten by a snake, twice shy, the lightning gang's strike from before still filled him with lingering fear. He lowered his head, his eyes probing Lu Zhao. "I was just careless earlier, and was struck by the lightning gang. How could I have survived deep within the palace for so many years without some tricks up my sleeve? I know the strength of the evil sky pavilion, but I am left with no choice but to resist." As he spoke, Li Yunzhao's majestic primal qi surged, automatically condensing into a protective aura. Prince Qi Qinjun felt extremely awkward. He thought, "After all, this is the godly capital. If two great experts begin to fight, it will cause a huge disturbance." To maintain peace in the godly capital, the army guarding the city will not mobilize. Instead, the imperial guards will suppress battles between cultivators. The godly capital is prosperous and full of hidden talents. Of course, many large-scale battles have occurred. If there were no army monitoring the situation, the imperial city would have been flattened by cultivators long ago. The most terrifying thing is the 10 Absolute Formation, a formation used to suppress cultivators, covering the entire imperial city. The existence of the 10 Absolute Formation is enough to deter all cultivators in the imperial city from acting rashly. Therefore, Qin Jun didn't want to see two great experts clash. Qin Jun continuously pleaded, "Please, both of you, quell your anger. What will happen if you alarm the imperial city?" Old Hong also tried to dissuade them. "Let's discuss this calmly." The shrill voice of Eunuch Li echoed, "My master is the current Empress Dowager, representing the face of the imperial family. If I lose, the imperial family loses." Ignoring the voices in his ears, Li Yunzhao continued to unleash his techniques. Lu Zhao shook his head, delivering a scathing judgment. Incorrigible, hopelessly foolish. He lightly flicked his sleeve, producing a card. Without any warning, a small, dark blue vortex shot out like lightning. The crowd held their breath, staring intently at the dark blue vortex, not daring to blink. Li Yunzhao's expression changed. The profound yin-yang qi surrounding him like coiling dragons was fully formed. At least this time he was prepared. Just as the dark blue vortex reached him, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Crash! Striking Li Yunzhao directly. He flew backward again, this time even farther than before. Even with more preparation and experience, the result was the same. Before anyone could even get a good look, bam! Li Yunzhao crashed headfirst into the wall of Prince Qi's mansion, making a human-shaped dent. Arms and legs splayed out. Li Yunzhao was embedded deep in the wall, not moving a muscle. The Prince Qi's mansion was completely silent. Everyone around was quiet, thinking but not daring to say a word. Wasn't Li Yunzhao all showy just now? Didn't he say he had some tricks up his sleeve? Isn't he supposed to be the Empress Dowager's top dog? How come he's so weak? Made of papier-mâché. Old Hong was thinking to himself. Could Li Yunzhao be a fake, with no real skills? Everyone was full of doubt, except Lu Jiao, who was calmly pondering. A single Lightning Gang card could only knock Li Yunzhao away, but not kill him. Just then, through the dust and smoke, Li Yunzhao was coughing non-stop. Lu Jiao stepped forward, continuing. "Old eunuch, if there's even a 1% chance you're plotting something, don't blame this old man." Qin Jun was the first to speak, breaking the eerie silence. "Eunuch Li." Qin Jun rushed to where Li Yunzhao was. Li Yunzhao's eyes were empty, his lips trembled slightly, and then he cried out in pain before spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He was seriously injured this time. Lu Zhen's judgment card triggered a 30% chance of severely injuring the target. Not bad luck. And he didn't even die. Lu Zhao stroked his beard while looking at him like nothing happened. All of Li Yunzhao's remaining confidence and arrogance had vanished, without a trace. He couldn't even stand, and collapsed to the ground. What top master, what #1 expert of the inner palace, Eunuch Li was nothing but hot air in front of the evil Sky Pavilion's masters. You're so strong, you're just trash, unable to withstand a single move from them. The world says Jilaomo is incredibly powerful, but they never give any basis for comparison. Qin Jun didn't know how strong Lu Yunzhao was, but he knew Li Yunzhao's cultivation, a man who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 8 great commanders of the divine capital, couldn't withstand a single move from the evil Sky Pavilion's master. One move decided the outcome. Qin Jun cautiously asked, "Eunuch Li, are you all right?" In his heart he was saying 1,000 times over, "Don't die in my mansion. If you die, Prince Qi's mansion is doomed." At the same time, Qin Jun wanted to curse him a few times. Not a bit of a strong man's bearing, just like a thin sheet of paper, fall when pushed. Li Yunzhao tried to slow his breathing, suppressing the blood churning in his chest. He took a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. After a long while, he finally opened his mouth and said, "Princess Pingyu has long gone to heaven, and she and Princess Yunzhao had a deep grudge back then." Ping Yue was momentarily confused, so she ordered me to deal with Princess Yunzhao's daughter, who is also your 5th disciple, Zhao Yu. Lu Zhao pressed, "Why did they have a grudge?" Li Yunzhao looked regretful. The two princesses were both in love with Prince Zhengxi, but Prince Zhengxi chose Princess Yunzhao. Later, Prince Jiangxi died in battle, leaving Yun Zhao alone, which is so regrettable. Lu Zhao noticed his choice of words. He said Prince Jiangxi, but never mentioned his name, Prince Jiangxi. Li Yunzhao replied. It is customary in the palace to avoid using their names. Lu Zhao didn't bother to investigate further, as he could find out with a single inquiry. Qin Jun, standing beside him, also bowed and said, I met Prince Jiangxi once. It was when he was setting off on an expedition to Lulan. This man was indeed a generational hero. I only knew that he was a man of standing, and a talented general on the battlefield. But I didn't know that he and Yun Zhao were lovers. Romance is a necessary part of life. Hearing this, Zhao Yu staggered backward. Senior sister Zhao Yanhe saw that she was uncomfortable, and quickly stepped forward to support her. Zhao Yu softly comforted. Senior sister's life is truly miserable. Lu Zhao was speechless. This little girl doesn't even know how to comfort people, she just pokes at their pain. But she's at least trying. Zhao Yun sat down and replied to Xiao Yannier, I'm fine. Li Yunzhao saw this and continued. Back then, I sympathized with Princess Yunzhao, so I boldly disobeyed Ping Yue's wishes. To cover people's eyes, I left behind the Han Dushuan Yinlong seal. Otherwise, how could Princess Ping Yu have let Zhao Yu leave in peace? I still believe that as long as she doesn't embark on the path of cultivation and lives happily as a mortal, this cold poison will not break out for the rest of her life. Speaking of this, Li Yunzhao paused for a moment. Later, I heard that Zhao Yu joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, and since then I have always been looking for an opportunity to detoxify her. Zhao Yanshare snorted and shouted. So you're saying you even saved senior sister Zhao Yue? About this, Li Yunzhao clasped his hands. I don't dare to take credit. The atmosphere became silent again. Lu Zhao looked at Li Yunzhao and said, This old man always persuades people with virtue. If what you say is not false, then this old man will spare your life. If this old man finds out that there is even half a lie, this old man will peel off your skin. Li Yunzhao trembled, his eyes turning pale. His position in the palace has always been high above, able to control the life and death of others, but now his own life is in the hands of others, and he can't help but tremble inwardly. But, Lu Zhao continued, the death penalty can be waived, but the living penalty is hard to escape. Li Yunzhao's face froze. You do have a sense of compassion, not delivering a fatal blow to Zhao Yue, but this can only save your life. Just then, the little eunuch standing in the hall suddenly clapped his hands. Clap, clap, clap. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Qin Jun, the old butler Hong Fu, and Lu Zhao turned their heads to look. Zhao Yu and Xiao Yanhe were also curious. The two girls also turned to look. Li Yunzhao respectfully knelt down and saluted the little eunuch. Greetings, Fourth Prince. Fourth Prince. The little eunuch had been standing behind Li Yunzhao from beginning to end. This ugly appearance and humble behavior is actually the current fourth prince. Xinjun looked surprised, completely unexpected that this person was the fourth prince who had just returned from the frontier. He immediately stepped forward. Greetings, Your Highness. The little eunuch stopped clapping and began to tidy up his clothes. He took off his eunuch hat and threw it aside, his entire aura becoming completely different from before, his features becoming clear. He didn't give off the youthful feeling that everyone expected, but rather a sense of vicissitudes and coldness. This was the quality forged on the battlefield, though. The one before them was the current fourth prince, Liu Ping. Liu Ping clasped his hands and said to Lu Zhao, Old Mister's methods are truly admirable. Liu Yunzhao is, after all, a six-leaf nascent soul realm expert. Yet he couldn't withstand even one of your moves. Lu Zhao asked. You are the fourth prince, Liu Ping. Indeed, this is I. Lu Zhao glanced at him. You want to stand up for Li Yunzhao? Lu Zhao sensed that the aura emanating from Liu Ping wasn't too strong. At least, from the outside, it wasn't possible to tell how deep his cultivation was, Liu Ping said with a smile. This prince has long admired old Mister. Just now, the two attacks on Li Yunzhao had greatly shaken Liu Ping. The Evil Sky Pavilion truly lives up to its reputation. This prince doesn't intend to stand up for Li Yunzhao. He deserves what he got. It's just, you gotta look at the owner before you beat the dog. Li Yunzhao is, after all, the royal family's dog, and this prince can't just not say anything. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and nodded. That's good.
This one's got some sense.
The reputation of the evil sky pavilion resounds like thunder in the ears. Even someone who has fought on the battlefield like Liu Ping is no exception. Li Yunzhao lowered his head, his face full of discomfort. Even though he was crushed by Lu Zhao's 2 moves just now, he didn't feel as uncomfortable as he did now. Now that even His Highness was saying this, it seemed that he couldn't escape this calamity. Liu Ping politely asked, "How does old Mr. intend to punish him?" Lu Zhao's gaze turned towards Li Yunzhao. "Do I need to report my actions to you?" Hearing this, Li Yunzhao broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale.
Liu Ping was startled, choked by Lu Zhao's words. This old devil is even more difficult to deal with than the legends say. Not only is his cultivation terrifying, but even his temperament is so bizarre. Old Mr. is too kind. Li Yunzhao is at your disposal. This prince would never dare to arrogantly interfere. Liu Ping took a step back, acting like he was just an outsider. Li Yunzhao frowned. "Your Highness!" Liu Ping glanced at Li Yunzhao and said, "This prince and Jiangxi prince jointly campaigned in the West. Although we aren't bosom buddies, we can be considered like-minded. Yet you've caused such a mess, this prince can't protect you anymore." Saying that, Liu Ping looked in another direction. Li Yunzhao froze upon hearing that. Immediately afterward, Li Yunzhao bowed before Lu Zhao. "Old Mister's cultivation is profound. This humble general is completely convinced. I am willing to accept any punishment you deem fit." Lu Zhao stroked his beard and nodded. "You know what's good for you? Very good," Lu Zhao continued. "This old man will cripple your cultivation. Are you willing?" Li Yunzhao's expression was extremely ugly. Destroying his cultivation was no different from killing him. He didn't expect Jilamo to be so ruthless. How could he be willing? Lu Zhao noticed the change in his expression. "You're not willing." At the same time, another Lightning Gang card appeared in Lu Zhao's palm, quietly waiting for Li Yunzhao's answer. If he still wasn't willing, then he'd just take out the Lightning Gang card and beat him until he submitted. Li Yunzhao broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, "How would I dare not be willing? It's just that I have something to say, and I believe that after old Mr. hears it, you will change your mind." "Huh?" Fourth Prince Liu Ping turned around, looking eagerly at the old eunuch. Liu Ping didn't have much of an impression of Li Yunzhao, because he spent all year fighting on the frontier. It was only after returning from the frontier that Liu Ping had a few encounters with him. The fourth prince recalled the scene from earlier. "Where did the old eunuch go?" "I went to pee, Your Highness," the old eunuch replied. "Oh, then let's go together." At that time, Liu Ping originally intended to get close to Lin Yun so that he could have eyes and ears beside the Empress Dowager in the future, but he didn't expect this Lin Yunzhao to have quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Liu Zhao spoke. "Speak," Li Yunzhao reported. "I have served the Empress Dowager for over 50 years. In the Deep Palace, the number of people the Empress Dowager trusts can be counted on one hand, and I am one of them. The Empress Dowager has an object in her possession that is definitely related to the evil sky pavilion." Huh. Lu Zhao's heart skipped a beat, remembering the ancient sheepskin map. The location of the heavenly writing first volume fragment was indeed in the royal palace. Could this thing really be in the Empress Dowager's hands? What a pleasant surprise. Seeing Lu Zhao's hand reaching out, Li Yunzhao almost peed his pants. Lu Zhao's eyes lit up. Lu Zhao patted Li Yunzhao's shoulder. "Continue," Li Yunzhao nodded. "This object is a wordless book. Back then, after old Mr. took away the imperial token, you exchanged it for the Empress Dowager." Cough, cough. After saying this, Li Yunzhao coughed violently to cover up the fact that he had used the wrong word just now. To slip up at this crucial moment was practically asking for death. Hong Fu was worried to death for him. To have such skills and still be worthy of being a palace attendant beside the Empress Dowager, he should be thanking heaven for its blessings for not being dragged out to be beheaded. Liu Ping interjected. "You dare betray the Empress Dowager. You'll be sentenced to death when you return." Li Yunzhao shook his head and said, "Your Highness has just returned to the divine capital, so there are many things you are not clear about. Please allow me to explain." Back then, after the imperial token disappeared, the entire royal palace was turned upside down in search of it. Only the Empress Dowager knew that this object was in the hands of the evil sky pavilion. The imperial token was originally managed by His Majesty, but for the past few years His Majesty has been feeling unwell, so he left it to the Empress Dowager to manage.
The token being taken caused the Empress Dowager to be anxious like a fire in her heart, so she sent someone to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Jiao originally wanted to say, "I have no impression of this matter at all," but suddenly remembered the missing memory fragment, so he remained silent. Saying too much is a mistake. Saying nothing is better. Li Yunzhao continued. Old Mister didn't return the imperial token but gave the Empress Dowager a wordless heavenly book. Lu Jiao suddenly understood. This wordless heavenly book must be the heavenly writing first volume fragment. Lu Jiao was too lazy to ask the reason, only saying, "Where is the heavenly book?" Li Yunzhao replied, "It's still placed in the palace." Having said this, everyone understood. Li Yunzhao wanted to use that wordless heavenly book to exchange for his cultivation. Coincidentally, Lu Jiao had long given the imperial token to Jiang Aijian. Jiang Aijian used it to open the royal treasury, so the key had returned to the royal family's hands, as if it had been destined by the underworld. Lu Jiao didn't turn his head and called out, "Zhao Yu!" Zhao Yu immediately replied, "Disciple is here. You are the victim. You decide his fate." Li Yunzhao heard this and broke out in a cold sweat. If Lu Jiao already knew the heavenly book was in the palace, he had plenty of ways to get it back, so there was no need to agree with Li Yunzhao. That's why he was giving the decision to Zhao Yu. Everyone looked at Zhao Yu, and she bowed, saying, "Master's belongings should be retrieved. After all, it was fate that he saved this disciple's life. If he's lying, there's always time to kill him later." Zhao Yan'er nodded solemnly. "That's right," Lu Zhu thought to himself after hearing this. "My disciple Zhao Yu truly lives up to my teachings. She's finally thinking of her master. Zhao Yan'er still needs more guidance," Lu Zhao asked. "Li Yunzhao, did you hear clearly?" Li Yunzhao immediately knelt and bowed his head, saying, "I understand. I will definitely deliver that item to old Mister." Li Yunzhao suddenly heard something that startled him. Too loud. Someone, at that very moment, from a building across from Qi King's mansion, a hidden weapon flashed with light and shot towards him. The target was precisely Li Yunzhao. The figure that fired the hidden weapon vanished as soon as it was launched. Li Yunzhao reached out and grabbed the hidden weapon. His face darkened. Qin Jun, witnessing this scene, thought to himself, "They want to take advantage of Li Yunzhao's injury to kill him." The hidden weapon was wrapped in powerful gang qi and pierced into Li Yunzhao's palm. Who knew he'd dare to catch the hidden weapon with his bare hands? Although he was injured, hidden weapons of this caliber were not nearly enough to kill him. The opponent clearly underestimated Li Yunzhao's abilities. Fourth Prince Liu Bi frowned and said, "Li Yunzhao, it seems you're not entirely trusted." Li Yunzhao turned to look at everyone, tossed the hidden weapon in his hand away, and said, "Don't be surprised. It's just some people who don't like the way I look and want to eliminate me. This has happened countless times." Lu Zhao's gaze landed on the hidden weapon on the ground. For a hidden weapon to be this powerful, it couldn't be a regular cultivator. The divine capital of Great Yan is truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Liu Ping's mental fortitude far surpassed ordinary people. He only glanced at the hidden weapon before laughing. At least a nascent soul realm, first leaf. How interesting. Li Yunzhao constantly looked around, hoping to find the attacker's location. He searched vigilantly while saying, "My life isn't worth much. If the Empress Dowager didn't trust me, I would have died long ago. How could I have lived until now?" As expected, a dark figure vaguely appeared in the opposite building. The person burst out of the window and quickly fled. Clearly, this person had been watching Li Yunzhao for a long time. Li Yunzhao was so angry that his voice became high-pitched. "That little rat is hateful!" His shrill voice, combined with his somewhat strange scolding, clearly showed the anger in his heart. Just when everyone was at a loss, Lu Zhu suddenly opened his mouth and called out, "Yanker!" Granny Lu opened her mouth wide and responded, "Disciple is here!" Lu Zhu Xiao ordered, "Catch him!" Granny Lu's one black eye gleamed with excitement. "Hee, disciple obeys!" Xiao Yan'er was extremely happy to be given such a task for the first time. The reason Lu Zhu assigned this to Xiao Yan'er was because she was extremely effective against rats like this. She had many life-saving treasures on her. Although her cultivation was only at the first leaf stage, it was enough to crush opponents of the same level. Xiao Yan'er lightly tapped her toes and soared into the air. The Brahma Luan bloomed like a ribbon of roses, and all eyes focused on her. Xiao Yanhair's figure disappeared, and then reappeared, wearing cloud-stepping shoes.
Using the 7 stars rainbow cloud step, golden green light shone in the sky. The little rat was also terrified. Li Yunxiao gulped in astonishment. This body full of treasures, this talent. Although he knew clearly that this little one was weaker than him, a sense of powerlessness arose in his heart.
Qin Jun and Hong Fu had lived in the divine capital for a long time and had seen many experts, but they had never seen such a genius. Liu Ping also sighed inwardly. So young, yet with such cultivation. Given enough time, how high will her achievements be? Unfathomable. After a moment of silence, Liu Ping regained his composure, clapped his hands, and said, "It's rumored that the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion are all outstanding talents. Today, seeing it for myself, I can truly say the rumors do not lie. Admirable! Admirable!" Lu Zhao said. "You talk too much, Liu Ping suddenly felt that, referring to himself as the prince in front of such a big shot seemed a bit arrogant, so he corrected himself. "I just want to get to know old mister." Lu Zhao pressed. "Get to know me," Liu Ping replied. "I just returned from Rongxi. There are many things in the divine capital that I don't understand. I enjoy making friends. It would be a pity if I couldn't share a cup of wine and discuss life with old mister, given his high cultivation," Lu Zhao said indifferently. "So you went to the Heavenly Sword sect?" Liu Ping was startled and quickly replied, "Old mister knows about this. Old mister's information is indeed very well informed. I did go to the Heavenly Sword sect." Unfortunately, Luo Jing was stubborn and insisted on setting up a life-and-death arena, ultimately dying a terrible death. Lu Zhao glared at him. "You knew about the events at Lotus Dais. And you also heard that old mister has a benevolent heart and has saved many cultivators. Now, the outside world is spreading rumors that old mister is a great benevolent person of our time, a living bodhisattva. Do you think I'm not a benevolent person?" At the same time, Granny Lu, Xiao Yanhair, had captured the assassin. Liu Ping broke out in a cold sweat and replied, "How could that be? How could that be?" Liu Ping waved his hands repeatedly. "Quite the opposite. If old mister isn't a great benevolent person, then there's no one in this world who is. Those cultivators would have died at Lotus Dais long ago." He felt that this conversation was not going well. That old demon wasn't easy to befriend, and it was very easy to offend him. The old coot is so cruel. He almost blurted out, "You forced these cultivators to say good things about you," even though he felt that this way of putting it was more believable, but he couldn't say it in front of that old demon. Liu Ping regretted coming here a little. At this moment, Xiao Yanhair grabbed a black-clad cultivator by the collar and kicked him. Thump! The assassin clutched his family jewels in pain, grimacing, his entire body trembling, not daring to move. System notification. Successfully captured a nascent Soul Realm target. Reward 200 merit points. Li Yunzhao glanced at the assassin and was shocked. "His Qi has been crippled." "This is," Xiao Yanhair reported with wide eyes. "Master, disciple is wronged. Disciple didn't do it on purpose. He wanted to run, so disciple could only break his Qi with one punch." Qin Jun and Old Hong were shocked. So fierce, using such terrible language, saying things that made people's hair stand on end. This was the youngest disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Xiao Yanhair stepped on the person's body and shouted, "Don't play dead!" Li Yunxiao, seeing this scene, had to admit that he needed to reassess the Evil Sky Pavilion's strength, abandoning all his previous misconceptions about them. Even if the old demon can't hold on, his disciples have grown up. Who can guarantee that the 9 disciples won't become the 2nd, 3rd, or even 9th old demon? And that little girl, Xiao Yanhair, kept stomping on the person. Qin Jun said, "I think 9th mister handled it very skillfully. Don't forget that these rats are always very cunning. This is the only way to prevent any risks." Lu Zhao nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Disciple has improved. This is a good thing." Xiao Yanhair smiled happily, her heart blooming with joy. "Thank you, master, for the praise. Disciple will definitely work harder." "Does something feel off?" Li Yunxiao and 4th Prince Liu Ping stood aside, speechless. Xiao Yanhair went to the assassin's side and said coldly, "Speak! Who ordered you?" The assassin didn't say a word, because he was lying motionless. "If you don't speak,
I'll take you back to the evil sky pavilion for my third senior brother, or rather, my fourth senior brother, to torture you. Fourth senior brother has many ways to torture people. The assassin quickly sat up, his eyes wide. He quickly took something out and put it in his mouth, closing his eyes tightly. He tried to chew on it. Soon after, the assassin's eyes widened, and he stuck out his tongue. Man, I'm dead. Zhao Yancher, Zhao Yu, and Lu Zhao are speechless. Is this guy always this extra? Li Yunzhao checked his pulse and said, he's dead. Zhao Yancher freaked out, staring blankly at her master, kinda accusatory like, dead already. What a scaredy cat. Zhao Yancher's eyes went wide. Master, I didn't kill him. Before Zhao Yancher could finish, Li Yunzhao said, he bit his tongue and committed suicide. There's poison in his mouth too. Guys like this live on the edge. Their heads are practically tied to their belts. They'll off themselves immediately if they're caught. Just then, a square-headed dude ran over, saw the candy on the ground, and popped it in his mouth. Yup, bit his tongue, he exclaimed. A killer wants to see the best of life before he kicks the bucket. Squarehead ran off, still sucking on the candy, muttering, so good. Lu Zhao shook his head and sighed. What a waste. Better if Zhao Yancher killed him directly. At least we'd get merit points. Damn it. Did I mess up the teaching somewhere? Qinjun's brows finally unfurrowed. Better dead than escaping. After all, I, Qinjun, invited Li Yunzhao here. He could only hope the fourth prince wouldn't punish him when he returned to the palace. Suddenly, Liu Ping shouted, someone, clean up. A guard rushed over from outside the courtyard, kneeling. Your Highness, clean it up, quickly. Yes, sir. The guard glanced at the corpse and dragged it away without a word. Li Yunzhao slowly stood up, looking at the sun high in the sky. It's getting late. I must return. He'd been out all morning. If he didn't return soon, the Empress Dowager would be pissed. Old sir, I'll come again to take my leave. Lu Zhao didn't reply or stop him from leaving Qi Manor. The fourth prince, Liu Ping, looked a bit awkward and chuckled. Should I be leaving too? Seeing Liu Ping's shameless, cheeky face, Lu Zhu thought of Jiang Aijian and said, You do resemble him somewhat, he almost said. No wonder you have the same father, but remembered Jiang Aijian's identity and kept quiet. Liu Ping asked, Him, forget it, better not to mention it. That Jiang Aijian's been MIA for ages. Last time we found him, Ming Xinyin contacted him, but now, who knows where to even look? He's so mysterious, appearing and disappearing, so annoying. Lu Zhao was personally in divine capital, and this Jiang Aijian, as a prince, probably wouldn't dare come here for fear of being recognized. Lu Zhao clasped his hands and walked back into the main hall. Liu Ping followed. Zhao Yancher asked curiously, The sun's already high, why haven't you left yet? He grinned. Leaving. Zhao Yancher thought the guy was a bit slow. My master doesn't need rest, probably. Liu Ping smiled and boomed, Old sir, in any case, I sincerely wish to make more friends. Please don't be too quick to refuse. Having a friend is always better. We'll meet again someday. He cupped his hands in farewell. Lu Zhao didn't stop him or even watch him leave. Lu Zhao had no desire to get involved in the power struggles within the palace. Lu Zhao had just returned from the border. His position wasn't stable. Many were watching his every move. The fact that he had to disguise himself as a eunuch said it all. Zhao Yancher scratched her head, annoyed, and said, Master, is he threatening us? Should I go catch him? Lu Zhao calmly replied, No need. She obediently said, Yes. Zhao Yancher returned to Zhao Yue's side. Seeing her senior sister still sad and thinking of her tragic past, Zhao Yancher sighed. Senior sister. Now that I think about it, I'm so much happier than you. Zhao Yue was stunned, not understanding anything. Lu Zhao knew Zhao Yancher was just trying to comfort her senior sister and pointing out that she was living in bliss without realizing it. But it still sounded a bit off. Outside, servants flooded the courtyard, cleaning and tidying up. Qin Shuo stretched as he walked over, saying, Father, haven't the guests left yet? Qin Jun said. Don't wander around. Go back inside. Qin Shuo clasped his hands behind his back and asked, Who was that man, anyway? Qin Jun turned his head to look at the main hall, then turned back and whispered, Someone your younger sister often mentions. Qin Shuo was struck dumb as if by lightning. After the courtyard was cleaned,
Qin Jun and the old steward Hong Fu entered the main hall. The old man clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Old sir, this humble one truly didn't know the fourth prince would follow him here. Please forgive me."
Lu Zhao's face darkened, and he pressed. "You don't recognize him," Qin Jun sighed, then honestly confessed, "The fourth prince has been stationed at the border all year round. He was a young man when he left, and now he's middle-aged. His appearance has changed greatly, and he was disguised as a eunuch, so I didn't recognize him right away."
Stationed at the border, Lu Xiao repeated.
If he was stationed at the border, why was he now imitating the other princes and forming factions? In Lu Zhao's past life, the person stationed at the border shouldn't be involved in court disputes.
Qin Jun replied, "It's for self-preservation. The fourth prince's military power will be stripped away soon. He'll be alone and helpless then. He doesn't want to harm others, but he still has to guard against others wanting to harm him." Old Hong sighed softly at Qin Jun's words.
"Forget it." Lu Zhu clasped his hands and stood up. "You behaved well. I've always been one to settle debts of gratitude and resentment clearly. Speak, what do you want?" Qin Jun waved his hands repeatedly. "This humble one wouldn't dare. This humble one isn't like those greedy cultivators. I definitely don't have the courage to covet or dream of anything from the evil sky pavilion." Lu Zhao said, "MN, go rest." Immediately, Lu Zhao shook his head slightly, turned around, and left. Zhao Yanhe and Zhao Yu also returned to their rooms.
Qin Jun and Old Hong stood frozen, unsure of what to say. After a while, Qin Jun, still dazed, asked, "Old Hong, did I miss something?" Old Hong comforted him. "Master, please restrain your grief." Seeing Qin Shuo standing there like a wooden log, Qin Jun turned to Old Hong and said, "Help the young master back. How can he inherit the family business with such cowardice?" "Yes, sir." At the same time, on Golden Court Mountain, Ming Xinyin carried Lu Lin and flew towards North Pavilion. On the way, Ming Xinyin shouted, "Pan Zhong!" Ming Xinyin threw Lu Lin towards Pan Zhong. "Fourth senior brother, you're back." Ming Xinyin ordered Pan Zhong, "Lock him up and seal his cultivation." Pan Zhong obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Ming Xinyin continued flying towards Divine Capital. It sounded like Pan Zhong did something to Lu Lin, who was screaming and begging for mercy. Flying halfway, he suddenly realized something and was shocked.
"Where's Master? How am I supposed to find Master?"
That afternoon, at Shi Manor, nearing the time of the appointment with Li Yunzhao, the old steward, Hong Fu, knew eunuch Lai would be coming again, so he stood waiting at the main gate, occasionally looking around and even running to the crossroads to watch. Just as the sun was setting, a familiar carriage came into view. Steward Hong Fu was overjoyed and quickly told the servant next to him, "Quickly, inform the master that he's arrived." The servant replied, "Yes, sir, I'll go immediately." The carriage drove up to Hong Fu and stopped. Li Yunzhao, with a less than pleasant expression, pulled back the curtain, stepped down from the carriage, and the steward immediately supported his arm. Eunuch Li Yunzhao looked up at Shi Manor and sighed.
"I've been keeping my end of the bargain, so I hope he does too." "Here you go." Hong Fu didn't dare to speak for Lu Zhao. "Anyway, the guys here, what happens next is up to them. Live or die, it's all fate. Rich or poor, it's up to the heavens." Li Yunzhao, holding a brocade box, followed Hong Fu into Prince Qi's mansion. Inside, Lu Zhao was casually enjoying a hot pot when Li Yunzhao walked in. Seeing Lu Zhao so chill while eating hot pot, Li Yunzhao didn't dare to act presumptuous, respectfully holding up the brocade box with both hands. This is the blank heavenly book one mentioned." Lu Zhao glanced at the brocade box. "Do you know what it does? If it were useless, why would they guard it until now?" Li Yunzhao replied.
"It's strange, but the Empress Dowager has suffered from headaches for years. By chance, she used this as a pillow, and within a month her headaches vanished. It probably isn't meant for reading, but contains a power like an ancient jade that can heal." "You're pretty good at guessing." Lu Zhao didn't confirm or deny his speculation, letting him wonder, and took the brocade box. With a slight flick of his sleeve, click, the box opened. The system announced, "Ding. Acquired a fragment of the Heavenly Book of Opening." It really is a fragment of the Heavenly Book of Opening. Holding the Heavenly Book of Opening fragment, Lu Zhao frowned slightly. "One part is missing." Li Yunzhao jumped, quickly explaining, "I absolutely didn't hide anything. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited until today. I've had a million chances to take it over the years." Lu Zhao wasn't responding to Li Yunzhao, just muttering to himself. The system interface says,
Heavenly Book of Opening fragment. So there's still one more part out there. Weird, did Old Devil Jean only give the Empress Dowager one part back then? Where's the last part? Damn. I don't have the animal skin map with me, otherwise I could check if there was a notification, but thinking about it now is useless. Let's go back to the Demon Heaven Pavilion to see. Lu Zhao spoke.
It's nothing to do with you. Li Yunxiao was startled, not daring to question anything, just standing respectfully to the side. Lu Zhao stored the Heavenly Book of Opening fragment. This thing's related to his next divine power, which will help him increase his strength, so he needs to keep it safe, Li Yunxiao said.
Then, the agreement between me and the old senior.
He was incredibly tense. If the old devil went back on his word, he wouldn't be surprised. Lu Zhao glanced at Li Yunxiao and said, "This old man always keeps his word. You've done well." Li Yunxiao immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
Li Yunxiao clasped his hands, requesting, "I have one more thing to ask. Speak." When I left the palace, I told the Empress Dowager that I was retrieving the Heavenly Book to return it to you. The Empress Dowager questioned me several times, and I couldn't come up with a good reason, so I had to use Princess Zhao Yu as an excuse.
The Empress Dowager really wants to meet Zhao Yu once. Lu Zhao glanced at him. Li Yunxiao fearfully explained, "Only the Empress Dowager and I know about this. I swear on my life to keep this secret." Lu Zhao was perfectly entitled to refuse Li Yunxiao for Zhao Yue, but when he looked at Zhao Yue, he clearly saw what she was thinking. Lu Zhao pondered for a moment, then called out, "Zhao Yue, disciple is here."
"It's your matter. You decide yourself." Zhao Yue was very touched. Since joining the sect, the disciples rarely got to make their own decisions.
She didn't expect that a matter of this magnitude would be left to her by her master. This made her extremely surprised. Zhao Yue didn't answer immediately, but thought for a moment, then said, "Master, disciple wants to go and see."
Lu Zhao continued eating while saying, "Then go."
Hearing this, Zhao Yu immediately knelt respectfully and kowtowed to Lu Zhao. Her huge, round talents were exceptionally stunning. Lu Zhao saw Zhao Yu's loyalty increasing rapidly and waved his hand. Li Yunxiao said, "I will protect her with my life. I'll make appropriate arrangements." Disciple takes her leave.
Li Yunxiao made a please gesture. Zhao Yu stepped out of the courtyard. Zhao Yu and Li Yunxiao departed. Only after the two figures had disappeared from sight did Qin Jun open his mouth and say, "Who would have thought that the lost child of Princess Yunxiao would become old senior's disciple? What a twist of fate." Lu Zhao took a sip of tea and said, "This old man doesn't care whose child she is." Qin Jun nodded in agreement. Old senior is right. Just as Lu Zhu was about to return to his room to comprehend the Heavenly Book, a servant rushed in from outside, flustered, saying, "Your Highness, there's a flying letter for you." Prince Qin Jun raised an eyebrow. "A letter for me?"
Such a big godly capital. If it's a letter to him from a colleague, then they wouldn't use this kind of method. Qin Jun opened the letter and immediately had a realization. The outside of the letter clearly read, "Not looking for you." Qin Jun immediately understood and hurriedly bowed and said, "Old senior, it's a letter for you." Xiao Yancher jumped up and took the letter.
"Let me..." She opened the letter and read softly, "Old senior, I'm at the sword burial mound. This place might have what you're looking for. Your disciple is really hard to deal with, haha." As soon as she finished reading, Zhao Yanyer knew who sent the letter.
Hearing this, Lu Zhu frowned slightly.
"Sword burial mound?" Qin Jun clasped his hands and said, "The sword burial mound is very close to the imperial tombs. I heard that it's a supremely yang place, hiding many treasured swords."
The imperial tombs are in a yin direction. The yin and yang are balanced, nourishing the treasured swords. Therefore, every 10 years, cultivators come to the sword burial mound to try their luck.
After hearing this, it was understood that Jiang Aijian turned out to be looking for a treasured sword. No wonder such a good thing can't lack Jiang Aijian. His love for swords is bone deep. Regarding swords as life. Lu Zhao didn't say anything, only clasped his hands behind his back and left the main hall.
"Respectfully seeing off, master? Respectfully seeing off, old senior."
Lu Zhao returned to his room and took out the fragment of the Heavenly Book of Opening. As soon as Lu Zhao's hand touched the fragment of the Heavenly Book of Opening, it transformed into specks of starlight, merging into his body. In just an instant, the fragment of the Heavenly Book of Opening disappeared.
Lu Zhao didn't sense any great divine power appearing. It seems that he still has to find the last part of the heavenly book of opening. Lu Zhao sat cross-legged, no longer thinking about these things, and entered a state of comprehending the heavenly book. Night fell, and the godly capital became completely silent. Below, a carriage pulled by a pig was running quickly on the road. Li Yunzhao sat at the front, driving the carriage. A figure in a blue robe was floating in the sky above the divine capital, a long sword on his shoulder. He also spotted a pig cart running towards the imperial city. On the streets below, Yu Shangrong smiled faintly, whispering, "Congratulations, junior sister." Then, he shook his head slightly. Looking towards the northwest of Great Yan, Yu Shangrong looked up at the crescent moon in the sky, muttering, "You're much happier than I am." Just then, an incredibly terrifying sword aura erupted from Yu Shangrong's entire body. A towering pillar of sword energy shot down, carrying with it a fierce gale that bombarded all directions. Sword shadows scattered across the sky like a flood, with a force like shifting mountains and filling the seas. The sword devil's destiny, those black sword beams, as if possessing eyes, darted towards the cultivators dressed in night-walking attire hiding nearby. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! They were startled, whoosh, and then screamed incessantly. "Ah, the sword devil. It's Yu Shangrong." Too late. A rain of swords fell from the sky, piercing their chests. Bodies fell from the rooftops to the ground without a shred of resistance. When the rain of sword beams stopped, all the corpses were settled on the ground. Whoosh! The Changsheng sword returned to its sheath. Yu Shangrong calmly looked down from above as if nothing had happened. He turned to look at Prince Qi's mansion, sighing softly, his voice tinged with resentment. "Master, oh master, Prince Qi might be seeing your brother's man. Why do you run around so recklessly?" He restrained the aura of his entire body, approaching to observe Prince Qi's mansion. If you didn't look closely, it would be difficult to detect a peerless expert floating in the sky above Prince Qi's mansion. Like an angel, Yu Shangrong didn't leave immediately but stood with his arms crossed, watching Prince Qi's mansion. Suddenly, Yu Shangrong was taken aback. Yu Shangrong's eyes were drawn to a blue glow. That blue glow was like a firefly in the night sky, or moonlight reflecting on water, shimmering vividly, appearing very unique. With the sword devil's knowledge, he couldn't recognize what it was. Curiosity drove him to fly closer, hovering above the roof. These blue glows were dense, like stars in the sky, like mist on the water, drifting out slowly. Yu Shangrong became even more curious. He approached gently like a feather, slowly descending onto the roof, suppressing the aura of his entire body to the extreme. Yu Shangrong looked at the blue glow drifting like mist before him, unable to recognize what it was. He had never seen it before. It was like a barrier force, but not quite. With each point of starlight drifting towards the horizon, Yu Shangrong couldn't help but reach out to touch it gently. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. "Who's sneaking around?" Yu Shangrong sensed danger, and his protective ki field opened in an instant. The blue mist of energy, like fireflies floating in the sky, suddenly condensed into a force that merged with the sound wave, striking towards Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong was surprised, but after all, he was a powerful cultivator, with a protective ki field that was always instinctively active around his body. Boom! Yu Shangrong frowned, his hands continuously launching palms, stepping on the void, retreating rapidly. Inside the room, Lu Zhao was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. When entering the state of comprehending the heavenly book, Lu Zhao could still roughly sense the situation outside. Especially where the spiritual light appeared, he was extremely sensitive. When Yu Shangrong touched it, Lu Zhao immediately sensed someone approaching. Recalling the assassin who appeared this morning, Lu Zhao didn't hesitate to call out, "Yan'ger!" Zhao Yan'ger jumped out of the room in surprise, running quickly to Lu Zhao's room, answering, "Master." Lu Zhu opened his eyes with a cold expression, instructing, "Go catch the thief and bring him back here. Remember to prioritize your own safety, don't chase too far, and return quickly." Disciple obeys. Zhao Yan'ger was very happy. She loved playing cat and mouse the most. Lightly touching her toes, Zhao Yan'ger leaped onto the roof. Looking around, She sensed the place where the vitality erupted, using the Tai Ching Jade Manual and 7-star rainbow steps with all her strength. In the blink of an eye, she was gone. Lu Zhao's soundwave technique and Zhao Yanhere's flying body alarmed Prince Qin Jun, causing him to rush over. "Old mister, what happened?" Qin Jun was restless, occasionally looking around. The divine capital was originally the safest place, but unexpectedly, so many moths rushed in. Since the old mister arrived, Lu Zhao's voice came out. "Everyone, disperse," Qin Jun respectfully replied. "Yes." Qin Jun looked at the roof helplessly, feeling uneasy, so he sent people to check all around and increased patrols. The old butler also ran over, worriedly calling out, "Your Highness!" The servants were already holding meat cleavers, loudly shouting, "Who dares to cause trouble at Prince Qin's mansion? Brothers, chop him!" Qin Jun immediately grabbed Old Hong's hand. "Shh, keep it down. Come here," Qin Jun whispered into Old Hong's ear. The roof, the door, and the windows of Old Mister's room were damaged by assassins. "Send people to check all around and increase patrols." "Yes." Old Hong quickly ordered people to increase patrols around. At the same time, Zhao Yanhe relentlessly chased the vitality fluctuations, her figure flashing on the quiet and dim streets. "Where are you?" Zhao Yanhe muttered to herself in doubt. She had the cloud-stepping flower, the Tai Ching Jade Manual technique, and the 7-star rainbow steps. Under normal circumstances, even if the opponent was a 4-leaf or 5-leaf cultivator, she could catch up. She didn't expect this person to run so fast. Remembering her master's words, she nodded slightly. "He must be a master. I won't chase anymore." Zhao Yanhe happily turned around to return. "Junior sister." Yu Shangrong's voice suddenly rang out. Zhao Yanhe looked up and saw Yu Shangrong stepping out of the shadows under the soft moonlight, his long sword in his arms, a faint smile on his face. Zhao Yanhe called out, Second senior brother." Yu Shangrong sized up little junior sister, and then praised, "Who would have thought that after getting the Cloud Song dance attire, little junior sister's cultivation would actually break through to the nascent soul realm? Not bad." Zhao Yanhe happily chirped, "You really are second senior brother." The clever little thing then asked, "Second senior brother, when did you change your profession to being a thief?" "Thief?" Yu Shangrong spread his hands out, looking at himself. "Do I look like a thief?" Zhao Yanhe smiled broadly. "Master told me to catch you and bring you back." Yu Shangrong chuckled softly. "Little junior sister, what's Master doing in Shendu?" Hearing this, Zhao Yanhe lowered her head, her little hands clutching a corner of the Brahmasi rosary, her voice tinged with affection. "Master wants to investigate 5th senior sister's background. 5th senior sister's so pitiful, I can't help but feel sorry for her." Seeing her melancholic expression, Yu Shangrong couldn't help but laugh. He didn't quite know what to say, but it just confirmed what he already thought. His little junior sister was a genuinely kind soul who treated everyone well. Seriously, what a sweetheart. Yu Shangrong asked gently, "Is Master well?" "Very well," Zhao Yanhe nodded. Yu Shangrong found it strange. The barrier-shattering talisman had been used up, so how could Master, the old codger, still be in such good shape? A few words popped into Yu Shangrong's head. "Last burst of glory before death. Dun dun dunn." Yu Shangrong smiled warmly. "Little junior sister, senior brother has things to do. You should head back early." "Okay, see you next time." Yu Shangrong chuckled and cupped his fist, then walked towards the end of the street. But instead of walking on the ground, he walked on air. Poof! He vanished without a trace. As soon as second senior brother disappeared, Zhao Yanhe scratched her head. "Something feels off, but I can't put my finger on it." She then headed back to Prince Qi's manor. Zhao Yanhe tiptoed around as if she'd done something wrong. She went to the door of Master's room and said softly, "Master, your disciple's skills are lacking. The thief got away. Please punish me." Lu Zhao's voice echoed from inside. "Don't blame yourself. If they could escape you, it means they're not weak." "Step back," Zhao Yanhe explained. "Master, I didn't expect second senior brother to change careers and become a thief. He's just so fast I couldn't catch up." Lu Zhao raised an eyebrow. The sneaky guy hiding on the roof just now was that scoundrel Yu Shangrong. No wonder she couldn't catch him. It's a pity he didn't get to deal with it himself, but there's no point in regretting it now. "Whatever," Lu Zhao continued. "Go rest. Your disciple obeys." Zhao Yanhe went back to her room. Lu Zhao was lost in thought. That scoundrel Yu Shangrong.
Why is he in Chengdu? He had always felt that the three, Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, and Si Wuyai, had always been on top of his whereabouts, being able to plan many escapes successfully. When he arrived at Jingmingdao, the four great guardians were there as stumbling blocks. In Anyang City, Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai gave gifts to the ninth disciple. He saw Yu Zhenghai's flying chariot on Lotus Dais. And now, he's met Yu Shangrong in Prince Qi's manor in Chengdu. All the signs indicated that someone was constantly monitoring his movements. Thinking of this, Lu Jiao closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the heavenly book.
The next day, inside Prince Qi's manor, Qin Jun led his steward, Hong Fu, to wait outside Lu Jiao's room early in the morning.
They waited for a long time, without hearing any movement from the room. Steward Hong Fu felt that something was wrong and said, "Master, could something have happened to the old senior?" Early this morning, the city garrison discovered many corpses nearby, suspecting they were assassins.
Let's wait a little longer,
Qin Jun thought to himself. Arbitrarily disturbing the old senior's rest is a decapitation-worthy offense. After a while, there was still no movement in the room, and the sun was already high in the sky.
Qin Jun finally couldn't stand it any longer and bowed as he called out, "Old senior." There was no reply. Qin Jun waved his hand, and then he pushed open the door and entered the room. Where was Lu Jiao's shadow in the room? The old steward also ran in and looked around. It was completely empty. Qin Jun was stunned. Where is he? Qin Jun suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted, "Quickly inform sect leader Yu and tell him that the old senior has left Chengdu and is likely going to the sword graveyard."
"Yes," the old steward immediately responded as he saw the old master panicking. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jiu stepped out of the room behind them and opened the door. The noise made Qin Jun and the old steward jump. Just as he turned his head back, Qin Jun and the old butler's eyes rolled back, their souls practically flying out of their bodies.
Lu Jiao casually put his hands behind his back, pretending to look into the distance, and said, "The weather is really nice today." The little Yanshare has her eyes closed shut, with arms cupped, and thought, "You guys are dead meat." Lu Jiao, just like a regular old man, relished the bright sunlight, then stretched his body as he casually strolled into the middle of the courtyard. Qin Jun and the rest widened their eyes, frozen as if they had been hit by a body-freezing spell, all standing there motionless. The only thing they couldn't control was the trembling caused by their fear. Lu Xiao's aged face remained calm, showing no anger, but this very attitude made them feel an unresistible feeling of despair. One that made them feel like crying, "Master, have a seat." Xiao Yaner ran up from behind and said while smiling, "Master, this disciple will be pound your back every day." Lu Jiao stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. "A child that is easy to teach. This little girl is being more and more understanding." Lu Jiao flicked away a few of his sun-dried sunflower seeds, then looked at Qin Jun with a side-eye and spoke. "Secret. A secret report." Qin Jun and Old Hong were in a panic, and thump-thump, Qin Jun could no longer hold it in, and fell onto his knees, and Steward Hong and the rest also kneeled after him. Qin Jun kowtowed repeatedly. Qin Jun wouldn't dare. This issue had to do with the life and death of the whole clan. When he answered, the tone in his voice was much higher. Lu Jiao probed, "What benefits did that scoundrel Yu Zhenghai give you?" Lu Jiao thought. Before he came out, he had thought that Qin Jun and Yu Shangrong had a relationship, but didn't expect it to be Yu Zhenghai. Qin Jun hurriedly answered, "Please, old senior, do not misunderstand. This junior and sect leader Yun are just friends." Little Yan here mischievously snatched a sunflower seed to eat, while Lu Jiao asked Qin Jun again, "Friends?" Qin Jun used force in every word he spoke. From start to finish, this junior does not have even a bit of intentions to scheme against the evil Sky Pavilion. If there is half a lie, may I not die in peace. Lu Jiao shook his head slightly. "What did Yu Zhenghai ask you to do?" Qin Jun broke out in cold sweat and said while having his head lowered, "To pass on the news from the palace and from inside Chengdu. This junior once received old senior's grace and definitely would not dare to betray the evil Sky Pavilion." Lu Jiao's eyes were sharp. "You received my grace, but go and repay that scoundrel." Qin Jun's mind went completely blank. Qin Jun and Old Hong were also silenced, not knowing how to respond. No matter what they said, it would be wrong. Lu Zhuxiao's words had caused Qin Jun and old Hong to shrink back in fear. The old butler, Hong Fu, pulled out a meat cleaver and bravely said, "This humble servant dares to say a word, and after saying it, I am willing to accept death as an apology." In truth, ordinary mortals like Hong Fu wouldn't usually attract Lu Zhu's attention, but this old butler was different. From the moment Lu Zhao stepped into the Qi King manor, Hong Fu had shown himself to be a man who knew how to advance and retreat, and was extremely perceptive. So Lu Zhao's impression of him wasn't bad. "Speak." The old butler didn't think too much, and hurriedly said, "The Yu sect leader absolutely didn't know that old senior would be coming to the divine capital. If the master wanted to secretly inform him, why would he wait until now? It's true that the master and the Yun sect leader have dealings with each other, but the master once said directly to the Yun sect leader that he would absolutely not do anything to harm the Devil Sky Pavilion, otherwise they wouldn't cooperate. In the master's room there's a portrait of old senior. If it wasn't out of respect for you, why would the master have placed it in his study for decades to look at every day?" Lu Zhao felt that this was a little weird. He was doing fine on his own, but to be thought of every day by a grown man was embarrassing. But Lu Zhao didn't reveal any expression on his face. He could squeeze more information out of Qin Jun's mouth. Old butler Hong Fu waved his hand to signal to a servant beside him, and the servant understood. That servant hurriedly ran to the study, and soon after brought the portrait over. He immediately knelt down and presented the portrait. He was so worried for his master that he slid across the courtyard, his knees soaked with red liquid, leaving a long red trail on the courtyard surface. This was indeed a portrait of Lu Zhu, but the old face looked more weathered, and the wrinkles on his face were more numerous. But the spirit and temperament were quite similar to the present. Xiao Yanhe took the painting, looked at it for a moment, and then said with a smile, "Master's painting isn't very good. It doesn't look like anyone." Lu Zhao's eyes turned to the postscript next to the painting. "Benefactor, the opportunity of heaven and earth, the spring of the 23rd year of Yangshao." Below was a poem that was super crooked. It was better not to look at it. Such a wicked disciple dares to say the words, benefactor. Lu Zhao casually waved his hand, and Gang Qi enveloped the portrait, causing the portrait to turn into fine powder and disappear in the wind. That subordinate was scared less. Lu Zhao coldly said, "Go back." Qin Jun, Hong Fu, and that subordinate were drenched in cold sweat and shouted, "Old senior, please forgive us." Lu Zhuju knew that Yu Zhenghai wanted to conquer the world. So would he covet the treasures of the Devil Sky Pavilion. But thinking about it, Hong Fu's words made sense. If Qin Jun had bad intentions, he would have informed Yu Zhenghai long ago. Why wait until now? Old Hong Fu continued to inform. The reason why the master waited until you left before informing Yu's sect leader was because Yu's sect leader once said 2 sentences. Lu Zhao was curious. What 2 sentences? Old Hong was frightened and hesitant. This humble servant doesn't dare to say them. Lu Zhao didn't say anything but just stared at Hong Fu. "You really know how to be a people person and are very perceptive, but that doesn't mean you're allowed to play games in front of this old man." Hearing this, old Hong broke out in a cold sweat and trembled. He held the meat cleaver close to his throat and shouted, "Master, I'm going ahead." The subordinate next to him quickly stopped him. "Butler, don't!" Qin Jun then sent a palm strike, knocking the knife away from old Hong's throat. Only then did Qin Jun open his mouth and say his first sentence. Yu sect leader said that he hoped old senior could enjoy his old age in the Devil Sky Pavilion. Xiao Yanhe was extremely curious and hurriedly asked, "What was the second sentence?" Yu sect leader's second sentence was that he hoped old senior would never remember those things again, the crime of betraying the sect. He is willing to take responsibility, and in the end he will return to dust. After Qin Jun finished speaking, he added, "Not a single word was missing." That's exactly what he said. These words left Xiao Yanye stunned, not understanding at all. What does that mean? In fact, Qin Jun and Hong Fu didn't understand what the second sentence meant either, but Lu Zhao understood the enormous amount of information hidden within. This sentence revealed 2 things. 1. Yu Zhenghai knew that he had lost a part of his memory. 2. Yu Zhenghai's betrayal of the sect had hidden circumstances. The entire courtyard fell silent. After a moment, Lu Zhao spoke. "That wicked disciple came to the divine capital. Hearing this, Qin Jun was drenched in sweat. Old senior, don't even mention this junior. Even if your 7th disciple used all his abilities, he wouldn't be able to get the sect leader to come and meet you. Xiao Yanhair asked with interest. Why? Qin Jun lowered his head and replied, This junior doesn't know either. Seeing that the atmosphere was much less stressful than before, Old Qin, Old Hong, and the subordinate immediately kowtowed and said in turns, Please forgive the Qi King Manor, Old Senior. Please spare the Qi King Manor, Old Senior. Lu Zhao raised his face, frowned, and said, This old man isn't an unreasonable person. Considering that you have good intentions in your heart, this old man can spare the Qi King Manor. Qin Jun and the group all kowtowed. Thank you, Old Senior. Received 15 people's sincere worship. Gained 150 merit points. Hearing the system notification, Lu Zhu calmly said, But I'm afraid you'll have to stay at the Devil Sky Pavilion for a while. The rest didn't need to be said. Qin had dealings with Yu Zhenghai like that, so of course he would know some things related to him. How could Lu Zhu let these clues go? Just as Qin Jun was shocked, he was tied up like a rice dumpling by the subordinate and Old Hong with bright red rope. Qin Jun also understood Lu Zhao's meaning and bowed his head, saying, This junior is willing to reveal all the information he knows about Yu's sect leader. At this moment, dozens of cultivators flew across the sky above the divine capital. Everyone looked up. According to the laws of Great Yan, except in special circumstances and for the troops guarding the imperial city, cultivators are forbidden from flying in the divine capital. Now, a group of cultivators suddenly appeared in the sky, flying in the air, attracting the attention of many commoners below. After all, this place was the divine capital, where experts were as numerous as clouds. The imperial city's band and the 10 Absolute Formation had formed an extremely strong protective force, which had been unbreakable for many years. Lu Zhao said, Call Yanhair. Have a disciple take him away. Xiao Yanhair excitedly asked, Is Master going to chase after them? Lu Zhao ordered, Prepare the carriage. Old Hong and the subordinate who were taking Qin Jun away replied, Yes, Old Senior! Immediately! Immediately! Old Hong understood Lu Zhao's meaning and immediately told the servants to prepare a good carriage. But this style seemed a little strange. The Qi King Manor's servants prepared the carriage and tightly bound their master and put him in the carriage. Fortunately, this was the Qi King Manor, and there were no outsiders in front of the manor. Otherwise, this matter would become a laughingstock for the entire divine capital. Qin Seng and Qin Rubing were totally stunned seeing their dad all tied up and dragged away. Qin Seng was freaking out, just speechless. Old Hong could only try to reassure them. Young master and miss, don't worry so much. The old master's just popping over to the Evil Sky Pavilion for a quick visit. He'll be right back. Qin Rubing mumbled sadly. Should have begged them to tie me up too then. That sentence had Qin Se, Qin Jun, Old Hong, and some random underling all scratching their heads like, what's she even blabbering about? Lu Zhu was driving the carriage, just cruising along. Inside, little Yanser asked curiously, Master, why aren't we flying like they do? Before Lu Zhao could even answer, Qin Jun, tied up like a mummy, awkwardly said, Ninth, mister, loosen up a bit, loosen up. It's not like he can escape anyway. Xiao Yancher pumped her fist, thinking, Ooh, nice idea. Qin Jun could only give Lu Zhao a pleading look. Lu Zhao said, Untie him. Xiao Yanhair flicked her hand, and a streak of primal qi sliced through the ropes binding Qin Jun. At this point, Qin Jun wasn't going anywhere, so tied or untied didn't really matter. Once he was free, Qin Jun clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you. Seeing Xiao Yanhair not even acknowledge him, Qin Jun volunteered an explanation. This is still the divine capital after all. The old mister probably doesn't want to attract too much attention. There are tons of fancy carriages like this in the divine capital. It won't stand out too much. Xiao Yanhair seemed to get it, giving a little nod. Before long, the carriage was out of the city. Stop, Qin Jun called out. The sword cemetery just opened, so there'll be lots of cultivators going in. We should keep a low profile. All right, Xiao Yanhair said happily. Qin Jun smiled and said, Let's go. Xiao Yanhair looked at Qin Jun suspiciously and thought, Why is this guy acting like he's more family than I am? Xiao Yanhair asked. Where's the sword cemetery? Qin Jun answered quickly. Northwest, 30 miles from the imperial city, behind the royal mausoleum. Lu Zhao looked towards the sword cemetery, knowing it better than Qin Jun. With Ji Tiandao's thousands of years of experience, Lu Zhao's knowledge was second to none. Seeing Lu Zhao didn't say anything, Qin Jun continued, Old mister, in the letter to you, he mentioned something hesitantly, then stopped. Lu Jiao gestured. Continue. Your disciple is really hard to deal with. Which mister is trying to mess with the old mister's informants? Qin Jun recalled the letter sent to Prince Qi's estate. Lu Jiao replied, You probably know better than I do.
Everyone knows which traitors the Evil Sky Pavilion has. How could Qin Jun not know? At the same time, Lu Jiao wanted to remind Qin Jun,
You know Yu Zhenghai is a traitor and you still work with him. Where do you put the Evil Sky Pavilion's founder? Qin Jun gave an awkward chuckle. Saying nothing, Lu Jiao put his hands behind his back and flew northwest. Lu Jiao wasn't sure which evil disciple was causing trouble, Jiang Aijian, maybe Yu Shangrong, Yu Zhenghai, or maybe Xie Wuyai. But no matter who it is, if they mess with me, I'll just take care of them on the spot. Without a word, Lu Zhao soared into the air. Zhao Yanxie was about to fly too, but saw Qin Jun still standing there. Stunned, she urged, What are you spacing out for? Master's gone? Qin Jun immediately took to the skies, hurrying, saying, Coming! Coming! No trace of a family had left. Qin Jun and Xiao Yanhe quickly caught up. After all, Xiao Yanhe was a nascent soul cultivator with cloud-soaring shoes, so her speed was top-notch, while Qin Jun was only a divine court cultivator. Discovering that Lu Jiao's flying speed was similar to his, he was deeply moved.
The old mister is even looking out for me with his flying speed. Sigh, I'm so ashamed.
The three didn't fly as fast as a nascent soul cultivator, but the sword cemetery wasn't far, so they arrived before long. They landed on a mountain range stretching for miles. Lu Zhao stroked his beard with one hand, the other behind his back. Looking at the mountains before him, Qin Jun said, It should be next to Xinyang Mountain.
The group walked along the rugged mountain path, and soon they heard a heated argument. Those dark web people are so annoying. The sword cemetery is open to everyone. Why are they blocking our path? Because they're demonic cultivators.
Don't forget, Dark Web's master Si Wuyai is the Evil Sky Pavilion's 7th disciple. I respect the old devil, but not Si Wuyai, he's just a traitor. At this time, Lu Ju and the others stepped out of the bend and saw the situation clearly. There were over 50 cultivators of various realms, from body tempering to Ocean of Qi to Divine Court, and even a nascent Soul Realm cultivator. It was Jiang Aijian. Jiang Aijian was squatting on a rock, looking scruffy, hugging his sword, and looking at the big rock blocking the road. Jiang Aijian flinched and fell off the rock. He quickly turned his head and looked back. Who recognizes me in this desolate wilderness? Am I really that famous? Then he tumbled to the ground. Ouch! That hurt. Oh, old mister. Long time no see, I've missed you, hey, little girl, you've gotten taller. Jiang Aijian put on his thickest face and welcomed everyone. Xiao Yanxie glared at him and acted like he wasn't there. Lu Xiao looked at the big rock blocking the road and asked, Why is it so noisy here?
Jiang Aijian pointed to the rock. Your disciple is blocking the road. Looking again, he saw a cave blocking the road. Lu Xiao asked, With your cultivation, is it hard to open a path? Cough? Jiang Aijian cleared his throat. I am a top figure among the 3 great sword maniacs, a master of swordsmanship, loved by all, blooming like a flower. How could I do such low-level things?
Lu Xiao stared at Jiang Aijian without blinking, making him tremble. Jiang Aijian surrendered. I'll do it, okay? Isn't it because I was waiting for you, old mister? I sent a letter. Knowing you'd come, Lu Xiao asked. In the letter, you said the sword cemetery has something I need.
That's right, Jiang Aijian nodded. The old mister told me to investigate the Evil Sky Pavilion's things, and I spent a lot of effort. If I hadn't investigated, it would have been fine. But I was shocked to find that the Empress Dowager has 2 blank heavenly writings from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Xiao glanced at him and said, Continue. That sly Jiang Aijian looked around cautiously. He is a prince, so it's not strange that he can find out these things. This confirmed Lu Jiao's previous speculation. In other words, the other blank heavenly writing was indeed in the Empress Dowager's hands. Jiang Aijian looked around, then stepped forward and whispered. The Empress Dowager had an illness, and later discovered that the blank heavenly writing could cure the illness, so she took one and gave it to the Supreme Emperor. Unfortunately, it was useless, and that heavenly writing was buried with the Supreme Emperor. Zhao Yanrier heard this and said in surprise, So you're planning to dig up your ancestor's grave for my master?
Bullshit, Jiang Aijian defended himself. How could I dare to do something so immoral? I'm here for the demon sword. Lu Xiao pressed him. Demon sword, he continued. Sword Cemetery is right next to the royal tomb, nurtured for years by the purest yang and yin energies. A peerless, top-tier sword is bound to have been cultivated in the Sword Cemetery. How could I, the leader of the 3 great sword fanatics, miss out on such a good thing? Hey, don't glare at me like that, Lu Jiao asked suspiciously. How can the royal tomb just let people dig around like that? Jiang Aijian waved his hand and said, The Sword Cemetery is the Sword Cemetery. The royal tomb is the royal tomb. Purple Sun Mountain faces the sun in the south and the shade in the north, stretching for miles, and to have nothing to do with each other. As soon as he said this, Jiang Aijian suddenly fell silent. He suddenly realized that the old senior in front of him had far more knowledge and experience than he did. He was just blabbing on and on like he knew everything, trying to teach a fish how to swim. Lu Zhujuju looked at Jiang Aijian and replied, The two really aren't in the same place, but they're on the same Purple Sun mountain range. Someone probably dug a tunnel through long ago. He scolded. You have the heart to watch this? This was meant to say that one way or another, you're still a prince. How can you just go and dig up your own family's tombs and act like it is normal? Qin Jun thought, what is this idiot's background anyway? Hearing this, Jiang Aijian was stunned. Lu Jiao continued to walk towards the intersection blocked by the large rock. The passing cultivators turned to look, saw an old man walking towards them, and moved aside. Lu Jiao's appearance was very different from before. Not only was his lifespan reversed, but his dress had also changed. Ji Tiandao looked scruffy and casual, with a fiery temper and no restraint. His clothes were simple and rumpled, while Lu Zhou liked to dress neatly. His clothes were always well-fitting and clean, looking every bit the dignified elder. Looking at Lu Zhao, it was hard for people to associate him with the #1 demonic fiend of the present day. The cultivators whispered. Someone else is coming. Looks a bit like a dignified elder. Maybe he has a solution. He looks familiar. Where have I seen him before? Can't remember. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, Clear it away. The people around looked at each other. Who is the old man talking to? Xiao Yan'er pointed at Jiang Aijian's face. Hurry up, me! Jiang Aijian was stunned, Xiao Yan'er shouted. Who else would it be but you? Jiang Aijian was on the verge of tears. Alright, for the sake of the azure demon sword soon to be in my hands, I'll endure it for now. Jiang Aijian flew into the air, spread his hands out, and with a wave of his hand, the dragon chant sword left its sheath. The youth holding the dragon chant sword looked quite badass. The surging quill radiated out. His imposing manner could suppress the heavens. The surrounding cultivators were all shocked and retreated violently. Didn't he just say he had no way? This aura is of the nascent soul realm. He's a nascent soul realm master. When the dragon chant sword left its sheath, a wisp of golden light coiled around the sword, forming a dragon-shaped sword queue. The entire sword queue enveloped the road. Jiang Aijian glared, both hands gripping the sword tightly, and then he swung it down fiercely. Boom! The sword quai struck the large rock, a long cut appeared, spreading out, and then the rock exploded into countless fragments. The broken rock scattered everywhere, filling the space with dust. All the cultivators activated their protective queer to avoid the flying rocks. After a moment, the dust settled. The entire large rock had been shattered by the dragon chant sword. The cultivators retreated a few more steps, gaping in shock. So strong, he's so strong. Even Xiao Yan'er didn't expect this thick-skinned guy to be able to unleash such a powerful move. It seems she had underestimated him all along. Jiang Aijian looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, and then slowly descended to the ground. Tough luck. My style is all about being overbearing. Jiang Aijian gently waved his hand, and the dragon chant sword voluntarily returned to its sheath. Qin Jun gave a thumbs up and praised. Young hero Jiang Aijian is skilled. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction and said calmly, Let's go. Qin Jun and Xiao Yan'er followed. Prioritize the elderly. That's right, prioritize the elderly. Seeing Jiang Aijian being respectful to the old man, the cultivators did not dare to underestimate him at all, Xiao Yan'er snarled, baring her fangs. You're the elderly, your whole family is elderly, scaring the cultivators into a panic, only daring to follow from a distance. After walking for a while, Xiao Yan'er saw that the cultivators were still trailing after them, and asked, Master, these people are really annoying. Should this disciple chase them away? No need. Lu Zhao stroked his beard, his eyes fixed straight ahead. There are many swords in the sword cemetery. Their cultivation levels aren't high. They can't possibly obtain the demon sword. On the contrary, if many people take away other types of swords in the sword cemetery, it can weaken the sword formation. Jiang Aijian burst out laughing. Very reasonable, old senior. You really are an old senior with vast knowledge. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Zhao Yanjie stuck out her tongue and made a face at Jiang Aijian. Sycophant. Blah 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 blah. Qin Jun also chuckled and asked, "Does old Mr. mean that the sword formations in the sword cemetery are all swords without owners?" Lu Zhao replied. "Swords without owners are easier to claim. If you want to destroy them, you have to expend a lot of effort." So that's how it is. I am enlightened. The cultivators behind heard the conversation of the group, their faces showing joy. Among them, a few bolder cultivators even said to Lu Zhao, "Old Mister is right. We need to be united in the sword cemetery. If we're united, everything will be fine. Our cultivation levels are weak. We only need swords of the same level as our cultivation. Old Mister is lofty and powerful. Use the good swords. It's a win-win for both sides." Another green-haired guy with red stripes called out, "Old Mister has a kind heart and generous tolerance. Unlike that despicable little man Si Wuyai, who only knows how to be selfish." Xiao Yanhe glanced at the cultivators, and then secretly looked at her master. Lu Zhao showed no anger at all. Since that unfilial disciple did such a thing, it was deserved that he got cursed at. Perhaps feeling that the old mister was amiable and approachable, the cultivators became bolder than before, and trailed after them without any fear. After a while, everyone arrived at the entrance of the sword cemetery. Ahead was the sword cemetery, but the entrance was blocked. Why would he do this? It harms others and doesn't benefit himself. Lu Zhao ignored their discussion and simply said, "Jiang Aijian." He was startled. "Huh?" Lu Zhao ordered. "Clear it away." Again, Jiang Aijian felt everyone's eyes on him, and the cultivators immediately cheered in unison. "Go for it! Go for it!" Alright, I'll do it. Jiang Aijian did a few basic moves, and cuts reappeared on the blocking stone. Qin Jun said, "Is he trying to stall for time? These large rocks can't stop cultivators. He must be doing this to buy time." As soon as Qin Jun finished speaking, the rock shattered. Jiang Aijian looked exaggeratedly like it was a piece of cake. Qin Jun was extremely surprised. How could the demon sword be so easy to obtain? Jiang Aijian said disdainfully, "You're right, but don't forget that he is the seventh disciple, Si Wuyai of the Evil Sky Pavilion." Jiang Aijian's words were like splashing cold water on Qin Jun's face. Jiang Aijian's words made Qin Jun panic. Jiang Aijian was speechless with this old fart. If he doesn't know how to make small talk, he should just shut the hell up. Lu Zhao said nothing, simply clasped his hands behind his back and moved forward, entering the sword cemetery. Xiao Yanhe immediately followed. The cultivators squeezed in too. After the group stepped inside, one sword tomb after another came into view. Each tomb was filled with all kinds of long swords, some big, some small, some long, some short. The cultivators' eyes lit up when they saw this. But Jiang Aijian shook his head. All low-grade trash. He was dying to see a demonic sword. In his eyes, the sword tombs before him were all like cheap makeup. Only the demonic sword within the sword formation was the absolute beauty in his heart, the treasure sword he always yearned for. Of course, Lu Zhao didn't bother with these mundane swords either. The four continued to venture deeper inside. The cultivators behind them also noticed this. After scouting around and finding no decent swords, they started complaining. Really just common garbage. The ordinary stuff still needs more nurturing. Deep inside the sword cemetery, the favorable conditions will nurture better swords. Jiang Aijian walked and chuckled. "Old senior, sometimes I'm really curious. Who exactly created such a massive sword cemetery, and what's their motive for making so many swords?" Lu Zhu calmly replied, "Sword tombs are simply places to bury swords. Swords have a much longer lifespan than humans. Over the years, people die, but swords accumulate. Some sensible folks collect them and place them together, creating sword tombs for refining and nurturing." Qin Jun also spoke up. "This sword cemetery is nothing. Rumor has it that the misty forest of Great Yan has a sword tomb containing 10,000 swords. It's where countless swordmasters, 7-leaf, even 8-leaf experts are buried. Their swords were all treasures that were hard to come by, so tens of thousands of swords were buried with them," Xiao Yanhe said angrily. "Bunch of psychos. It's not mental illness. I can totally understand them," Jiang Aijian said heroically.
When I'm about to die, I'll gather all my treasured swords and bury them together. No one is allowed to touch my swords. I'll set up a heaven-defying grand formation to protect them, and find 1,000,000 more swords to bury with me. I'll stand in the middle of the sword tomb, and see who dares to steal my swords."
Everyone stopped and looked at Jiang Aijian like he was a mental patient who had just escaped from the asylum. In the middle of a crazy boast, seeing Xiao Yancher and Qin Jun glaring at him, Jiang Aijian lowered his voice. Don't look at me like that. Just kidding, hee, just kidding. Lu Xiao just glanced at him and continued onward. "One of the 3 great sword maniacs. The reputation is well deserved," Qin Jun said. "The sword formation within the sword cemetery, the mausoleum, is the 7 absolute sword formation. Rumor has it that this sword formation was set up by a powerful cultivator who referenced the 7 stars falling pattern.
It has existed for who knows how many years?" Zhao Yanher asked curiously.
7 stars falling, just some exaggerated nonsense in the books.
But this sword formation is indeed very powerful. The 7 absolute sword formation prevents low-level cultivators from entering the core area of the formation, making it impossible to obtain the demonic sword. As soon as he said this, a miserable scream suddenly echoed from deep within the sword cemetery. Everyone looked towards the direction of the sound. "Something's happening!" The cultivators excitedly rushed over to take a look. Everyone quickly flew towards the sound, their speed very fast. Although the cultivators were tense, the thought of the good swords in the sword tomb made them extremely excited. Men die for wealth, birds die for food, seek fortune in danger. There's no easy way out. Lu Xiao also flew through the air. Jiang Aijian remembered Qin Jun's words and hurried to fly faster. He must get that demonic sword. If Si Wuyai really got it, he would never be able to get it back.
Jiang Aijian glanced over and asked with a smile, "Old senior, what's up?" Lu Xiao asked. Jiang Aijian wanted to say something but didn't dare to, so he just grinned and replied, "Nothing." Qin Jun was once again moved to tears.
"It's one thing to take care of me on the road, but even after entering the sword cemetery, the old sir is still so concerned about me. How can I not be moved?"
After a while, the 4 had flown deep into the sword cemetery and suddenly stopped.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of flying swords darted past. "There are flying swords in the air. We've reached the sword formation area." In the air, primordial energy flowed as if some special force was guiding the flying swords to soar.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many flying swords brushed past them. Lu Xiao remained calm as he observed.
"There are corpses." In the dim light, they saw the corpses of cultivators on the ground. Jiang Aijian rushed over and sat down to examine them. "Just died not long ago." Lu Xiao observed for a moment and then asked. "Darknet members," Jiang Aijian replied. "People from the Dangxin sect," Qin Jun asked with doubt. "Why is the Dangxin sect, who was supposed to be refining pills, running here?" Jiang Aijian grinned and said, "To be exact, not only the Dangxin sect, but also people from the Tianqi Dao, Henghua School, and 7-Star Villa are here. The sword cemetery rarely opens. How could they miss it?"
Xiao Yanher widened her eyes in surprise and asked,
"Master, is this demonic sword that good?" "A heavenly grade treasure." Lu Zhu thought the words heavenly grade were not enough to describe its value, and added, "The best of the best within the heavenly grade." A square-faced cultivator was thrilled to hear the words heavenly grade. Although it was vague, it was enough to convey the value of the demonic sword.
Whoosh, whoosh. More and more flying swords were scattered by the vibrating primordial energy. Jiang Aijian smiled.
The dragon's roar sword shot out of its sheath, emitting a dazzling golden light. Sword energy spiraling. Clang, clang, clang. Jiang Aijian knocked 10 flying swords to the ground. Jiang Aijian glanced at them and said, disappointedly, "Yellow grade." A cultivator observing something shouted. As soon as the dragon's roar sword returned to its sheath, the flying swords that were knocked down vibrated and wanted to fly back into the sword formation.
Jiang Aijian looked at the vibrating swords and muttered,
"Sure enough, they have to be destroyed. Troublesome." Just then, the cultivators behind them finally caught up with the 4 and suddenly exclaimed, "Yellow grade, haha, a yellow grade sword, I want it, at least I've entered." Taking advantage of the flying swords not yet flying back to the sword formation, the cultivators quickly rushed forward to snatch them. Very quickly, they were all taken.
Jiang Aijian nodded with satisfaction. It's good to have them follow, Qin Jun shouted. Those who got the swords, if you don't want to die, get out of here, the cultivators happily said. Thank you, seniors, Qin Jun pointed to Lu Zhao. Don't thank me, thank this old sir. More than 10 cultivators bowed to Lu Zhu. Thank you, old immortal. 12 of them respectfully bowed, earning him 120 merit points. The remaining cultivators weren't satisfied with the sword spirit stage, so they continued to follow Lu Zhu. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Tragic cries came from ahead once more. Lu Zhu calmly entered the sword formation area, activating his protective chi. The sword formation's damage level wasn't high. His chi could still block it. Zhang Aijian saw this and said, Old senior controls primordial chi with godlike skill. I'm impressed. Lu Zhao ignored him and continued forward. Before long, everyone reached the deepest part of the sword cemetery. The scene before them shook them, and the cultivators' jaws dropped as they cheered. Right in the center was a towering tombstone, its peak unseen, covered in dense inscriptions. The tombstone was suspended firmly in the middle of the sword cemetery by thick chains from all directions. We've struck gold this time. Struck gold this time. Scattered around the tombstone were countless longswords, of all shapes and sizes, long and short, big and small. In the sky, countless flying swords swirled around the tombstone, like a school of fish struggling in the ocean. These flying swords filled the sky and repelled any cultivators who approached the tombstone. Over 100 cultivators were hiding in various corners, their eyes still fiercely fixed on that tombstone. Lu Zhao frowned and said, Where's my stuff? He wasn't interested in these swords at all. Lu Zhao's goal was only to obtain the final piece of the Tome of Heaven's unfolding. The incomplete fragment, Qin Jun pointed to a small corridor in the distance. Go into this corridor, Xiao Yanhe also realized. It seems like this is the corridor leading to your ancestral tomb. Zhang Aijian was like, Always. The little ancestor's words could suffocate a person. But she's not wrong, Qin Jun said. How do we get through this? The 7 absolute sword formation is an obstacle. It'll be difficult to pass. Lu Zhao was thinking about this problem as well. There were a lot of flying swords in the sword formation, and their power was great, unless he used an invincibility card to fly through, but one card definitely wouldn't be enough. What if there were other traps in the corridor? Just at this moment, the cultivators hiding in the corners of the sword cemetery began attacking the sword formation. One leading figure pointed and shouted loudly, Follow my command, break down the sword formation. The newcomers, line up at the back. Zhang Aijian listened, confused. Then young master Zhang Aijian will show you. That guy is hopeless. Lining up to try their luck, you still need to line up to find a good sword. What kind of idiot is talking nonsense here? Qin Jun looked at the crowd and exclaimed, There are too many people here. The 10 great righteous sects alone have 3 sects here. They definitely get priority, and the smaller sects must unite even more. The orthodox sects always like to follow these ridiculous rules. But the final decision of who gets the spoils still depends on strength. A loud shout rang out, Attack! The one-eyed, square-faced cultivator commented, Sure enough, there's someone floating in the air above us. It seems he is the leader they elected to coordinate the attack. The flying swords in the sky of the sword cemetery flew towards the crowd again. Palm strikes, sword kui, Dao seals, Buddha seals flew out wildly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Zhang Aijian carefully observed for a moment and said, These guys are quite smart, like they're fishing. A lot of flying swords fell from the sky after a round of attacks. But very quickly, the airflow swept up many of them, and the long swords embedded around the tombstone rejoined the orbit, quickly circling in the air. The square-faced cultivator saw this scene and sighed. The person who designed the 7 absolute sword formation is truly a genius. Stop! The cultivator floating in the air suddenly shouted. Prepare to pick up swords! Qin Jun saw them dividing up the flying swords that had just been knocked down, and shook his head, saying, They're wasting their efforts. How could the designer of the 7 absolute sword formation not have thought of this? When the number of flying swords in the sword formation decreases to a certain number, the 7 absolute sword formation will definitely seize their swords. Hearing this, Zhang Aijian suddenly jolted. He hurriedly hugged Long Yin's sword tightly to his chest, thinking to himself, If I knew, I wouldn't have brought Long Yin here. I'm afraid I'll suffer a loss this time. Qin Jun smiled and said, Don't worry. The 7 absolute sword formation will prioritize seizing the swords that belong to the sword formation. At this time,
The cultivator, floating in the air, looked at Lu Zhao's group. "May I ask which sect you belong to?" Jiang Aijian replied. "No sect, no school." The cultivator curled his lips into a smile and said, "Then please move back. This is the 7 absolute sword formation. Don't regret it if you get hurt."
Xiao Yanhe heard this and was about to get angry, but Lu Zhu spoke up. "Let them go first."
"Yes," Xiao Yanhe retreated. "A bunch of simps who like to rush up and offer their blood. Let's just ignore them."
Old senior is wise, will act according to the situation. Jiang Aijian also took a step back and said, "This is very much in line with my style of doing things," Qin Jun said. "Be careful of the people from the 3 great famous sects. Their goal is probably that demonic sword as well." Lu Zhao stroked his beard and quietly observed.
At the same time, in the small bamboo quiet chamber, Si Wuyai was sitting when Ye Zhihang appeared beside him, bowing and saying,
"Sect leader, there's news from the Sword Cemetery. The old senior has entered the Sword Cemetery."
Si Wuyai suddenly opened his eyes wide, his brows furrowed. "Say that again."
Ye Zhihang was slightly stunned. This was the first time he had seen the sect leader make such a big reaction. Ye Zhihang honestly repeated, "The old senior has entered the Sword Cemetery."
Si Wuyai slowly stood up, his face stiffened. He didn't show anger, but everyone could feel that he was extremely furious.
Inside, Si Wuyai kept shaking his head. "Master, oh master, you've ruined my grand plan again."
Si Wuyai slowly said, "I intentionally had people spread the news that the Sword Cemetery had opened."
Second senior brother used force to forcibly open the entrance to the Sword Cemetery. The goal was to lure the righteous sects into it, and catch them all in one fell swoop.
A very difficult question suddenly flashed through Si Wuyai's mind. "But now, master, the old man has also gone in, so in order to complete the plan, do I have to kill my master?" Ye Zhihang didn't dare to interfere with Si Wuyai's judgment, so he could only silently stand to the side waiting for his orders. No matter what orders the sect leader gave, he would execute them unconditionally. Si Wuyai was silent for a moment, then said, "Is there any news of second senior brother?"
After opening the Sword Cemetery, Senior Sword Devil left. Senior Sword Devil doesn't like people following him, so he has disappeared.
Si Wuyai continued to ask, "What about big senior brother?"
Old Mister's making moves on the Zhengyi Dao, but he once said that if the sect leader needs anything, they can come find him. Si Wuyai thought about it and sighed. "I believe my 2 senior brothers feel the same way."
He then said, his face turning calm, "Abandon the plan at the sword graveyard." Ye Zhihang clasped his hands. "Understood. Your subordinate obeys the sect leader's orders." Just as Ye Zhihang was about to leave, Si Wuyai spoke again. "Who passed the information to master?"
Ye Zhihang reported. "One of the 3 great sword maniacs, Jiang Aijian, investigating his true identity."
Understood. At this moment, Si Wuyai had calmed down again, muttering to himself, "If we can catch this big fish, it'll be barely acceptable."
Inside the sword graveyard, the young man Jiang Aijian, who was just mentioned, sneezed repeatedly. Qin Jun spoke up. "It's cold in the sword graveyard, young hero. Are you all right?" Around the massive tombstone, the flying swords flew round and round,
while the group of cultivators were doing the same old thing. "Stop. Another round's over. Count the spoils." A cultivator standing in mid-air commanded. "A total of 50 swords, 20 unranked, 30 yellow grade, and 0 Xuan grade." "Not so lucky this time. Not even a single earth grade sword." A bald guy questioned, "Weren't we told that the sword graveyard nourishes a good sword every so often? It's been so long, and not even an earth grade sword." "What's up with that?" A guy with a goatee replied, "That's not guaranteed, you know. We've only knocked out 50 flying swords. Earth-grade swords are rare. How can we get one so easily?" The cultivator standing in mid-air nodded and continued, "Keep going." But the flying swords circling the tombstone suddenly flew in the same direction. Kang, kang, kang. The sound of swords clashing violently rang out, and as they flew past the sword tomb, they picked up a bunch more swords, forming a massive swarm of flying swords. The square-faced cultivator pointed and shouted, "7 rings of light are radiating from beneath the ground."
Qin Jun frowned slightly, saying, "Crap, the 7 terminal swords formation is activated. Only 50 swords activated the sword formation." These idiots, Jiang Aijian, was equally surprised, looking at the flying swords filling the sky, and said, The entrance to the sword graveyard doesn't open automatically. This old geezer was tricked by your disciple. Lu Zhao looked at Jiang Aijian with a hint of suspicion. My eyes and ears were all wiped out by people from the darknet. I was forced to come to the sword graveyard myself. Jiang Aijian pointed at the flying swords circling in the sky and continued. Sigh. I lost so badly in my first showdown with Si Wu Yai. Is that what he calls badly? Lu Zhao replied calmly. Just a bit of clever trickery. He wants to use the 7 terminal swords formation to wipe out these righteous cultivators. What a good plan. But the corridor in the sword graveyard is connected to the royal tomb. Even if you block the entrance to the sword graveyard, it won't do much. Jiang Aijian scratched his head and said, That makes sense. Qin Jun also spoke up. Perhaps there are traps set up at the other end of the corridor. That's why he dared to make such a plan. We'll know soon enough, Jiang Aijian said. The flying swords have gathered completely. The entire swarm of flying swords relentlessly attacked the righteous cultivators. Whoosh, 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 the righteous cultivators were scattered. The group of cultivators immediately sprinted outwards. The flying swords accelerated and pierced through the chests of the cultivators in the blink of an eye, killing more than 10 low-level cultivators. The rest fled for their lives. No good. The 7 terminal swords formation has been activated. Retreat quickly. Retreat. The flying swords were increasing in number, and their power was extremely fierce. Suddenly, a Dharma body appeared. Some cultivators with higher cultivation levels summoned their Dharma bodies and Genki to resist. Boom, 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 OMM. An enormous golden body appeared, blocking the way. It wasn't a Dharma body, but a golden body. All the flying swords that struck the golden body bounced back. Everyone turned their heads to look at the golden body that had appeared. The square-faced cultivator said, A golden body is a different form of a Dharma body, but in essence, they're not that different. The guy next to him, upon hearing these words, spoke up. Thanks for the popular science, Buddha Ancestor Golden Body is a Buddhist master. This golden body was clearly much taller than a Arhat's golden body. Venerable golden body is equivalent to a 5-leaf cultivation level. Bodhisattva golden body is equivalent to a 6-leaf Dharma body. And Buddha Ancestor golden body is equivalent to 7-leaf or even 8-leaf. And the golden body in front of them was actually a Buddha Ancestor. Golden body. They never expected to meet a Buddhist master in this place. Jiang Aijian had seen Lu Zhao display the Buddha Ancestor golden body at the holy altar of Runan City, and recognized it immediately upon seeing the golden body. Jiang Aijian turned his head to look at Lu Zhao and said, Compared to old Mister's Buddha Ancestor golden body, this one is like a little grandson meeting his grandpa. Qin Jun asked with suspicion, Does old Mister also know the cultivation methods of the Buddhist Zen sect? Know it? More than that, if old Mister calls himself second, no one in this world would dare to claim first. Jiang Aijian didn't hold back on praising his own side, and raised his hand and shouted loudly. Ever since he had personally witnessed Lu Zhao's Buddha Ancestor golden body, whenever he encountered a Buddhist cultivator, he felt they were too weak and lacked any real strength. It was the same now. Only, to the other cultivators, this Buddha Ancestor golden body was a typical Buddhist master. King, king, king. The flying swords that struck the golden body didn't cause any damage at all. They all returned, then charged again, gathering momentum. The master said in a deep voice, A bunch of useless trash, huh? The crowd was stunned. Why was this master being so vulgar? The master shouted again, Discard the flying swords. The cultivators obeyed like obedient dogs. Yes, yes, yes. With an expert here, how could anyone else dare to hold on to their swords? Everyone threw their swords away. Those swords were caught by a burst of primal chi and returned to the 7 deadly swords formation. The sword formation didn't continue attacking, but went back to its original state, endlessly spinning around the giant tombstone. If it weren't for the 7 circles of light faintly glowing on the ground, they would have thought these swords were being manipulated. After the 7 deadly swords formation recovered, the golden body of the Buddha also disappeared. All the previous efforts of those cultivators were for naught. They finally managed to get the flying swords, and now they have to return them all. With the Buddha's golden body gone, everyone's eyes were now focused on that master. Now everyone could clearly see his appearance, a skinny guy, wearing a gray monk's robe, looking like an old man in his 60s. But his spirit seemed very vigorous, so he's a Buddhist master. My bad, my bad. The crowd immediately bowed to him. Just then, Jiang Aijian suddenly laughed and said, "Kong Yuan, why do you look like this?" The monk slightly raised an eyebrow, his eyes sharp like knives, and looked towards Jiang Aijian. The crowd immediately exclaimed, "Master Kong Yuan! It's Master Kong Yuan of the Great Void Temple." The square-faced guy immediately updated the others with the information. The Great Void Temple is the leader of the 4 major Buddhist sects, always respected by everyone, but after what happened at the sacred altar in Runan City, the Great Void Temple's bad reputation has spread throughout the cultivation world. But facing this kind of master, the cultivators were just scared and didn't dare say anything bad. "Kong Yuan?" He glanced and asked, "You recognize this old monk?" Jiang Aijian calmly replied, "Master Kong Yuan, I can understand you wanting to disguise yourself as an ordinary little monk, but please put away the Buddha prayer beads. That thing is too eye-catching." The square-faced cultivator once again showed off his knowledge. It must be that when he was using his golden body earlier, the primal Ka activated the prayer beads, which is why people recognized his identity. Among the 4 great Buddha sects, only Kong Yuan has Buddha prayer beads. But this doesn't matter. Kong Yuan looked at the prayer beads on his body. Kong Yuan said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, this old monk doesn't need to hide anymore. This old monk must obtain the demon sword in the 7 deadly swords formation. I don't need anything else. I'll share everything else with you. What do you think?" How could those cultivators dare to bargain with a master? After all, this is a place where the strong are respected. That cultivator thought carefully, and besides, they didn't think they were qualified to get that demon sword. If someone could lead them to break down the 7 deadly swords formation and then snatch the other flying swords, that would already be a success, he said. "In that case, please, Master, devise a plan." Someone next to him added, "Master, you want to take the demon sword? We agree, but this sword formation is extremely strange. How do you plan to break it?" Seeing this, Jiang Aijian secretly shook his head. What kind of famous righteous sects are these? They all turn into cowards when faced with a tough situation. Kong Yuan looked at the sword formation and said, "This old monk has made preparations in order to get this sword. Those who aren't involved, or those who don't agree to let this old monk take the demon sword, can scram now." The square-faced, one-eyed cultivator spoke up. The word scram was extremely inappropriate for his status. As soon as Kong Yuan finished speaking, 2 people stepped out of the crowd of cultivators and left the sword ruins without a word. Jiang Aijian chuckled softly and said, "Oh my, that's really got some backbone." Kong Yuan didn't stop them. His eyes looked towards Lu Zhao's group. "Do you benefactors have any opinions?" Jiang Aijian immediately replied, "I do. Please speak, benefactor." Kong Yuan had never met Lu Zhao, and with the lack of light in the sword ruins, he hadn't noticed the old man standing next to Jiang Aijian. Jiang Aijian asked, "What if you can't break the sword formation?" Kong Yuan disdainfully replied, "This old monk had the courage to come here, so I also have the confidence to break it. But I feel like you won't be able to break it. If you can't break it but still insist on getting this demon sword, then your skin is really thick." Lu Zhao, Xiao Yan'er, and Xin Jun all turned to look at Jiang Aijian. Damn, Xiao Yan'er thought, this guy's really talkative. Kong Yuan was originally in a high position, the abbot of the Great Void Temple. How could he let others question him? He then replied, "If this old monk can't break this sword formation, this old monk won't compete for the demon sword anymore. But if even this old monk can't break it, who will?" Jiang Aijian said, "I don't know if others can break it, I just know you won't be able to break it." Kong Yuan glanced at Jiang Aijian again, and in the moment, their eyes met. Jiang Aijian felt a trace of killing intent and his heart skipped a beat. This is a Buddhist master. He quickly retreated, deliberately standing closer to Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao shouted, "Scram! I'm scramming! I'm scramming!" Jiang Aijian ran to the side, taking advantage of someone else's power, daring to use it on this old man. Kong Yuan ignored Jiang Aijian and turned to the group of cultivators, disciples of the Dengxin sect, 7-Star Villa, Celestial Master Dao, and Henghua Academy. Step forward. About 2 disciples stepped forward. "Please give your orders, Master. This old monk wants to see your true abilities. Don't smear the faces of your sect leaders." The 2 disciples looked at each other, shaking their heads and sighing. Among them, the strongest only had a nascent soul realm. The rest were all chi condensation realm and a few spirit refinement realm. How could they resist Kong Yuan? One shouted, "Then let's begin!"
The cultivators returned to their original positions again, summoning their dharma bodies.
Jiang Aijian couldn't bear to look at those pitifully weak dharma bodies, so he had to cover his eyes. Aijian, suggest that old senior act.
Lu Xiao indifferently replied, "Not in a hurry, let little Yanshi help master prepare the food." Lu Xiao was leisurely wanting to eat hot pot. While waiting for the hot pot to cook, Lu Xiao thought, someone wants to be cannon fodder. Lu Xiao is naturally happy to be the fisherman who benefits. Moreover, now is not Lu Xiao's peak period. It's better to save on the use of props as much as possible.
Kong Yuan glanced at Jiang Aijian. A killing intent flashed in his eyes and disappeared. He snorted lightly, his monk's robe fluttered, and a faint golden light appeared around him. Mirror platform. The square-faced, one-eyed cultivator exclaimed in shock. He had seen the mirror platform several times. The most recent time was when the Buddhist monk, Jing Yan, a disciple of Wu Shenyan, performed it on the lotus platform. But Kong Yuan's mirror platform seemed much stronger than Jing Yan's. A radiance emitted from Kong Yuan's body, and at the same time, a circle of light radiated out from Kong Yuan as the center. All those surrounded by the circle of light received the auxiliary power of the mirror platform. The cultivators who felt the power in their bodies increase were all extremely surprised. Several cultivators felt the strength in their bodies increase. "Yes, I feel like I'm invincible. Attack!" They hit their palm prints and Daphio seals several times stronger than before, and the momentum was overwhelming as they struck towards the flying swords that were circling around the tombstone. Clang, clang, clang. Kong Yuan was very satisfied. Cultivators from the 10 famous sects are indeed much stronger than cultivators from small sects. Under the auxiliary of the mirror platform, the strength released is even stronger. The effect is very good. Clang, clang, clang! This strong attack caused the swarm of flying swords to be dispersed, falling to the ground. And the previous scene happened again. 7 circles of light, radiating light, began to appear. Jiang Aijian asked suspiciously, "Old senior, what are these 7 halos?" Lu Xiao, having set up a massive hot pot, replied, "Number 1, Tianshu. Number 2, Tianxuan. Number 3, Tianji. Number 4, Tianquan. Number 5, Yuheng. Number 6, Kaiyang. Number 7, Yaoguang. From number 1 to number 7 is the head. From number 5 to number 7 is the tail. Combined they form the Big Dipper." Lu Zhu laid out all sorts of food. Veggies, shrimp, squid, fish, eggs, noodles, and finally a plate of seafood fried rice as a super practical example. Jiang Aijian looked stunned. "I get it, so that's what it is." With food examples, how could I not understand? That little rascal Xiao Yaner was too busy eating to pay attention, let alone understand. She's even more of a glutton than old Zhu. Xiao Yaner turned and asked, "Jiang Aijian, what does it mean? I don't get it." Jiang Aijian looked at the 7 halos. "Don't ask me, I'm just pretending to understand." Qin Jun then chimed in to explain. 7 stars descend to earth, meaning 7 stars falling to the ground. In order from 1 to 7, they are Tianshu, Tianxuan, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and finally Yaoguang. When these 7 halos combine, they'll create terrifying power. The square-headed, one-eyed dude piped up. Those flying swords that were knocked down earlier seem angry, constantly attacking the cultivators. Swoosh, swoosh! The guy next to him asked, "Has Grandmaster Kong Yuan made a move yet?" Kong Yuan snorted coldly, his hands constantly forming hand seals, the entire space filling with vibrant colors. At the same time, he turned his head and commanded, "What are you waiting for? Take advantage of the distraction and rush in. Stop the 7 stars from falling." The cultivators looked at the flying swords scattered on the ground, shining brightly, and at Kong Yuan's group blocking the 7 swords. They were instantly excited and immediately charged into the area of the 7 stars descending. "Let's go!" Everyone was practically losing their minds. "Earthgrade! Earthgrade! This is an Earthgrade sword!" A cultivator picked up an Earthgrade weapon in the area of the 7 stars descent and screamed with excitement. "There are more over there! Here!" All flying swords radiating light. "Head towards where the 7 stars are falling. There are more swords!" "Save one for me," shouted the guy with the 2-toned hair. Let's go pick up flying swords too," added the square-headed guy. With someone leading the charge, the rest of the cultivators rushed in.
a scene of utter madness. They had no idea they were walking straight into danger. Kong Yuan snorted coldly. His eyes and smile became even more sinister, and his palm strikes suddenly stopped. Immediately, the flying swords swirled around the tombstone, and 3 circles of blood suddenly appeared beneath the group of cultivators. Sensing something was wrong, the force of the attacks weakened significantly. The Mingjing terrace disappeared, and the flying swords in the sky immediately turned around, heading towards the group of cultivators inside the area of the 7 Stars descent. The cultivators standing outside, holding their swords, were completely dumbfounded, stunned. The flying swords in the sky immediately attacked the group of cultivators inside the area of the 7 Stars descent. The cold, heartless swords piercing through their bodies. Everywhere was a bloody mess. The square-headed, one-eyed dude and his gang were utterly terrified, mouths agape, watching the cultivators in the 7 Stars descent getting turned into pincushions. Xiao Yanhair even had to turn away and cover her eyes. Covering her eyes and still managing to say, "That's horrifying! It's seriously messed up!" Meanwhile, Jiang Aijian, not having eaten properly for days, just kept stuffing his face, not giving a damn. The square-headed dude shouted in terror. Especially the area where the 7 stars fell, the cultivators are basically getting turned into beehives by the sword swarm. Lu Zhao calmly watched the scene. Perhaps the memories and experiences of Ji Tiandao were too extensive, making him completely numb to the situation. No longer surprised, Lu Zhao continued to eat while watching the show. This attack took the lives of over 30 cultivators, and those who managed to escape were covered in wounds. One person glared and questioned Kong Yuan. "What the hell are you doing?" Kong Yuan placed one hand in front of his chest and said, "Amitabha, to obtain the demonic sword, the 7 stars must be quenched with blood, so naturally, sacrifices must be made." This old monk admires their courage, and after returning to the Great Kong Temple, this old monk will definitely chant sutras for their salvation. Kong Yuan's actions infuriated everyone, but it was too late. The cultivators were riddled with holes, but in Kong Yuan's eyes, a sinister glow appeared. "This old monk gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it, so don't blame this old monk." The square-headed cultivator pointed and yelled. The 7 stars descent is nourished by fresh blood, so the energy is gradually expanding. The halos are constantly widening. Fresh blood is flowing in streams beneath the ground, like meridians winding in all directions, forming a block of energy that has connected the 7 absolute sword formation. Xin Jun cried out in alarm. "The 7 stars descending has been activated. There's no time to get out, old senior. What should we do?" Despite the urgency, old Xin Jun still gathered up the food first. Gotta have strength to cultivate. Then, Qin Jun placed all his hopes on Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao looked at the cultivators. The cultivators were desperately fleeing. "Get out of the 7 absolutes formation quickly. Run." The aura on Kong Yuan's body gradually changed. Kong Yuan looked at the 7-star pattern on the ground and the sky torn apart by the flying swords, and softly said, "Amitabha." The sound waves rolled out in all directions. Such powerful sonic attacks. Those with lower cultivation levels had their scalps numb from the shock, and their blood churned. Lu Zhao was completely unaffected. The extraordinary power of the Book of Heaven effectively suppressed all kinds of sonic attacks, leaving him untouched. Someone couldn't bear it anymore, and angrily said, "Kong Yuan, what exactly do you want?" Kong Yuan replied grimly, "You will become a part of the sword tomb." The square-faced man broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, "Who would have thought that a generation of eminent monks could become so sinister and cruel?" The swarm of flying swords in the sky attacked the group of cultivators again. Their protective dharma bodies and kia were activated, creating a magnificent scene. Clang, 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 the swords, like a storm of pear blossoms, pierced into them. The area of the 7-star pattern expanded, engulfing the entire tombstone. The flying swords no longer circled the tombstone, but converged on the cultivators, aiming to take everyone's lives. The flying swords also whizzed towards Lu Zhao's group. Jiang Aijian raised his hand. A stream of qian blocked in front of Lu Zhao. "Senior, let me go and stop them, master." "I don't need your protection." "Damn it!" Xiao Yanhair shouted loudly and ran in front of Lu Zhao, wielding the Brahma wheel, knocking the sword away. The sword bent 90 degrees and fell to the ground. Jiang Aijian couldn't help but laugh and didn't compete with her.
Lu Xiao didn't care about these things. Where they were standing could avoid most of the flying swords, and he himself was at the divine court realm, so he could withstand this level of attack. But the cultivators of the 4 great famous sects were in trouble. The flying swords deliberately attacked them. Those who were unlucky were pierced 3 or 4 times, and the luckier girls had their clothes torn apart. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, the tombstone shook continuously. Kong Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily. My chance has come. He lightly tapped his toes and leaped up, dodging the swarm of flying swords. His entire body erupted with black and purple energy. Kong Yuan's figure appeared above the tombstone and struck down with a palm. Boom! The black and purple energy struck the massive tombstone, and cracks appeared on it. The inscriptions on the tombstone suddenly lit up. The square-faced man exclaimed in horror. What kind of weird energy is this? Jiang Aijian raised an eyebrow. So, the demonic sword is inside the tombstone? Lu Xiao hadn't expected this either. Kong Yuan stood above the tombstone, looking down at everyone. His eyes fell on Jiang Aijian and Lu Xiao. The swarm of flying swords continued to attack the cultivators frantically, while Kong Yuan stood there safely. Seeing the black energy constantly emanating from Kong Yuan's body, Lu Xiao transmitted his voice, demonic Zen. Kong Yuan's gaze immediately shifted from Jiang Aijian to the old man beside him. This voice transmission was not something an ordinary person could do. Kong Yuan had never met Lu Xiao, and the light was insufficient, so he didn't recognize him. Kong Yuan said, such refined power. This benefactor is truly amazing. Lu Xiao's sound waves spread in all directions, reaching everyone's ears. The demonic Zen cultivators I know is Zuo Jinchan, the second seat of the Demon Slaughter sect, also the only one who has reached the nascent soul realm in demonic Zen. Kong Yuan shook his head, saying, how can a mere Zuo Jinchan be compared to me? I cultivate dual Zen, the #1 demonic Zen practitioner in history. Everyone was shocked. Lu Xiao picked his teeth and calmly said, then I'd like to see how you break the 7 absolute sword formation. Kong Yuan's heart skipped a beat. If it were just Jiang Aijian, he wouldn't be worried. But suddenly another expert appeared with a voice transmission, so he couldn't help but be wary. Spotting his gaze, Lu Zhu pressed, want to be the fisherman who benefits. The prayer beads wrapped around Kong Yuan's hand flew over his head, and his kia blazed like fire. His eyes filled with murderous intent. He raised both hands, glanced at Jiang Aijian and Lu Zhu, and said, the 7 stars are open, please begin your journey. Amitabha. He swung his palms forcefully, and the spinning prayer beads flew out. The Buddha prayer beads were a very special weapon, able to be used as hidden weapons, and also for defense. This weapon required the user to have extremely high cultivation, unlike swords or sabers, which only required extreme training in attacking methods. The prayer beads emitted black light and shot out like shooting stars. Whoosh, whoosh. The cultivators were struck by the prayer beads and screamed, run quickly, or you'll be left with nothing. These prayer beads are too strong. Let me, Jiang Aijian stepped forward. The dragon roar sword flew out of its sheath. Let him go. Lu Xiao saw Zhao Yanyer fidgeting and called her back. Yes, the granny obediently listened. Jiang Aijian leaped forward. Lu Xiao thought to himself, even that little girl is rushing out. Does that mean my safety relies on that useless Qin Jun? The light of the dragon roar sword shone brightly. Jiang Aijian's figure flickered in the air, turning into several after-images. The bright golden sword key shot out, clang, clang, clang. The dragon roar sword struck the flying Buddha prayer beads, which slightly retreated. The monk Kong Yuan seemed to have anticipated this. Seeing the dragon roar sword in Jiang Aijian's hand, he praised, a good sword. Jiang Aijian smiled and flew into the air. The other cultivators were struggling to resist the attack of the swarm of flying swords. The strong air currents and ki were suffocating them. They could only watch Jiang Aijian fly past. Kong Yuan lightly tapped his toes and stepped into the air, standing upright. The lower half of his body was jet black, and the upper half was bright. The square-faced cultivator exclaimed in panic, dual Zen! Heavens! Any cultivator with some knowledge knows that water and fire cannot coexist, yin and yang cannot exist at the same time. But Kong Yuan of Great Emptiness Temple can actually combine dual Zen.
What kind of talent is this? There have long been rumors that Kong Yuan of Great Emptiness Temple was in closed-door cultivation, and that his cultivation has advanced extremely quickly. Now it seems that he really has progressed greatly. The crowd looked at Kong Yuan with admiration,
each and every one of them stunned. No wonder monk Kong Yuan dared to cultivate dual Zen at the sacred altar. Even if the sect leaders came, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Squarehead spoke up. Unless the old devil Lu Zhu from the evil sky pavilion takes action. Kong Yuan's cultivation is advancing rapidly, but he still doesn't dare to seek revenge on the evil sky pavilion. He's probably afraid that only the old devil can deal with him. It's a pity this is Sword Cemetery. How could the old devil possibly appear? Lu Zhao frowned, thinking to himself. The current trend seems a bit odd. It's one thing for small sects to worship the evil sky pavilion, but now even the righteous sects are placing their hopes on the evil sky pavilion? What the heck? As Jiang Aijian flew into midair, a golden ceiling pattern appeared on the upper half of Kong Yuan's body, while a jet black ceiling pattern appeared on the lower half. Boom, 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 boom. Jiang Aijian's sword techniques rained down like a storm, all illusions, with every sword image piercing the ceiling patterns. The cultivators watching the scene gaped in astonishment. So strong. Is this how strong experts are? Kong Yuan said in a deep voice. Dual supreme ceiling patterns. Suddenly expanding like a spring, it forced Jiang Aijian back. Gotta dodge. Jiang Aijian suddenly realized that the old monk's defensive abilities were terrifying, so he decided to avoid the brunt of the attack. The cultivators began to murmur again, seeing the two ceiling patterns, one wide, one narrow, one loose, one tight, as if they had been practiced 100,000 times. Boom! Jiang Aijian raised his Longyin sword to block in front of him, stopping the dual ceiling pattern. His whole body was shaken backward by the ceiling patterns. Ouch! Knowing he couldn't land safely, Jiang Aijian called for help. Little Yanner, darling, catch me. Thud! Jiang Aijian fell to the ground in a clumsy mess, his whole body aching. If not for the protective ki dissipating most of the attack power, the dual ceiling patterns would have caused him internal injuries. Little Yanshi just stood there with her arms crossed, laughing and saying, "Serves you right." On the tombstone, Kong Yuan still floated in mid-air. The cultivators discussed again. One move with the ceiling patterns had pushed back Jiang Aijian, which pleased him greatly. But his attack did not stop there. The Buddhist prayer beads scattered in all directions, flashed with cold light again, and attacked once more. No way! Jiang Aijian's eyes widened. Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, he flipped backward, retreating to the rear. He hid behind the old man Qin Jun. Little Yanshi immediately turned and shouted, "Go!" Jiang Aijian waved his hands repeatedly and grinned to cover up his embarrassment. "I can't beat him. I've tried my best. I'm no match for him at all." The old man Qin Jun thought. Anyone with eyes could see that this guy wasn't using his full strength, not even his avatar, and he says he tried his best? He can only fool that little Yanner girl. The Buddhist prayer beads flew back, merged into one, and returned to their original form as a string of beads, resting quietly on Kong Yuan's neck. Little Yanker snorted, placing a thick layer of qi in front of Jiang Aijian, and said with a fake smile, "This monk is not simple. I didn't expect his ceiling patterns to block my Longyin sword. I'm afraid we'll have to let the old senior take action." "Master." Little Yanner glared at him with disdain, then turned to look at her master with pleading eyes, wanting to fight. Lu Zhao thought, although she has many defensive treasures, Lu Zhao was not at ease. Jiang Aijian wasn't going all out, but from their brief exchange, one could see that the old monk still had many killer moves he hadn't used. If he could seize an opportunity to launch a thunderous strike, Lu Zhao's group would suffer a loss. Lu Zhao shook his head. Forget it. Hearing this, Kong Yuan grinned triumphantly. Is it too late to come to your senses now? This old monk has said it before. This Saiyan mystic sword will definitely belong to this old monk. Lu Zhao responded softly. Entering the devil path of Zen is not true. Zen, Kong Yuan continued to cast his skill. Zen that kills people is good Zen. Only this old monk in the world has cultivated dual Zen. Lu Zhao shook his head and sighed. This old man thought you had some earth-shattering means to destroy the 7-star sword formation. It turns out I overestimated you. A prop card in Lu Zhao's hand lit up. Humph! Kong Yuan was startled by this statement. Old man, stop talking nonsense. You're about to die, and you're still running your mouth.
This day next year will be your death anniversary. Even the old man Qin Jun and Jiang Aijian were taken aback. Just as Lu Zhao took out the deadly strike card, buzz buzz buzz, the huge tombstone suddenly shattered, and pieces of stone rained down. The square-headed cultivator exclaimed again. The tombstone is broken. Under the influence of a strange energy, the dense inscriptions floated in the air, making a buzzing sound like mosquitoes. The 7 halos shone even brighter than before. When all the rubble had fallen, a giant bronze sword floated in the sky. The inscriptions began to converge, like embroidery, with scarlet lava and flames merging into the giant sword. Black smoke billowed. The giant sword seemed to have been activated by these inscriptions, and the sword body trembled slightly. 8 surrounding chains shot out, locking the sword body tightly. The cultivators were stunned, staring at the scene before them. So these 8 chains are not used to hold the tombstone in place, but to lock up the giant sword. A giant sword was bound by chains, emitting a powerful aura. Seeing the demon sword appear, Kong Yuan, floating in the air, excitedly hugged his head and laughed. This old monk's patience has finally paid off. Ha ha! His laughter echoed throughout the sword cemetery. Lu Zhao had intended to kill Kong Yuan, but when he saw the giant sword, he stopped. Lu Zhao frowned. This sword seems strange. Buzz. The giant sword vibrated violently, as if trying to break free from the chains. Kong Yuan shouted, "Get out! Get out!" He rushed towards the giant sword, with his powerful protective kia. This old monk will not be polite. With that, he struck a palm towards the giant sword, while his body lunged to grab the demon sword. The ki swirled around the demon sword, sensing the invasion and provocation. Suddenly, Kong Yuan was incredibly shocked, his eyes glued to the giant sword. Boom! The inscriptions flew out in all directions. Kong Yuan's eyes widened as his whole body was hit by the inscriptions, sending him flying backward. At the same time, the 7 killing sword formation emitted a dazzling light. All the swords in the sword graveyard were summoned by the demonic sword, gathering and flying towards it. The square-headed cultivator kept analyzing the situation. Whoosh, 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 the sky is full of sword shadows. Kong Yuan didn't expect the demonic sword to be so difficult to subdue, and immediately cast the double-binding seal, Rumble. The swarm of flying swords switched to attacking Kong Yuan, while others attacked the cultivators from the 4 great righteous sects. Casualties had already begun to appear. It was an indiscriminate attack. The square-headed cultivator was also grazed by a flying sword. He cursed, "Holy moly, it's not safe here at all." Witnessing this scene, Jiang Aijian exclaimed in surprise, "What a terrifying sword!" Qin Jun sighed. The energy accumulated for so long, once it erupts, it's truly terrifying. At this moment, the flying swords surged endlessly. Xiao Yanhe hurriedly used her qi to block the flying swords. She shouted, "Old baldy Kong Yuan is having the worst time, serves you right. Is this old monk really that strong?" Jiang Aijian never expected the double-binding seal to be able to withstand so many flying swords. Clang, clang, clang. The chains were being cut off one by one. In an instant, all 8 chains were completely severed. The one-eyed, square-headed cultivator exclaimed in horror, "The demonic sword is free." The energy of the inscriptions converged. The blade flashed with a cold red light. The whole demonic sword trembled slightly, then flew high into the air. All the surrounding flying swords avoided it. In this critical situation, Kong Yuan continued to circulate his energy. Whoosh! The demonic sword pierced through the air and stabbed towards the monk Kong Yuan. Kong Yuan's eyes widened as he looked at the demonic sword. The binding seal expanded in all directions. Rumble. The demonic sword was briefly stopped by the binding seal, but it only paused in mid-air for a moment before continuing to stab forward. Jiang Aijian excitedly said, "This is the demonic sword's territory, and it's enhanced by the 7 killing sword formation. It looks like Kong Yuan is out of luck this time." Just as Jiang Aijian said, the demonic sword madly attacked the monk Kong Yuan, as if it contained inexhaustible power within it. Clang, clang, clang. Kong Yuan had no choice but to fight the demonic sword with all his might. Kong Yuan gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Demonic Zen Buddhist seal." All the moves were unleashed on the demonic sword, but it seemed like he was just scratching an itch, with no effect at all. That nosy, one-eyed cultivator exclaimed again. As time goes by, the demonic sword's power is not decreasing, but getting stronger and stronger. Finally, the golden body of Buddha appeared. The golden body repelled all the swarms of flying swords. Only the demonic sword still boldly found loopholes in the golden body of Buddha. No way? Even the golden body of Buddha can't suppress this demonic sword? Jiang Aijian swallowed hard. If that's the case, how could he even dream of touching it? The square-headed cultivator continued to shout. The golden body of Buddha is struggling to suppress the demonic sword, which means Kong Yuan will lose sooner or later. Whether it's a Dharma body or a golden body, it consumes a lot of power and cannot be used for long. Sure enough, in the instant the golden body of Buddha disappeared, the demonic sword pierced Kong Yuan's body with terrifying speed. Thump! Kong Yuan's eyes widened as he looked at the demonic sword, his eyes filled with disbelief. This old monk, unwilling. Kong Yuan fell from the sky and landed on the ground with a thud, then lay still. The Buddhist prayer beads in front of his chest emitted a very faint light. The square-headed cultivator was still live commentating. The expressions on everyone's faces changed drastically. Kong Yuan is, after all, the abbot of Da Kong Temple, a double Zen seventh leaf. How could he be killed by a demonic sword? What the heck is going on? No one could believe this scene, but the obvious truth before their eyes forced them to believe it. One person shouted, "That sword seems to be staring at us." Swish, swish, swish. The demonic sword swept past each cultivator. The whole space was shrouded in red. The cultivators screamed wildly. I'm dead. What about you guys? Me too. Wait for me. I'm gonna sell salt too. The demonic sword successfully crushed its opponents, swaggeringly changing its direction of attack. Compared to Kong Yuan, the cultivators of the righteous sects were pitifully weak, killing one with a single stab. In an instant it created a scene of blood and rain. Seeing this scene, Xin Jun worriedly said, "Senior, continuing like this is not a good idea. Sooner or later the demonic sword will turn to deal with us." Xiao Yaner chimed in. "Serves these people right. When they besieged Gold Ingot Mountain, they were just as fierce as this demonic sword." Lu Zhao observed this scene and muttered to himself, "The people of the four great righteous sects are enemies of the Demon Sky Pavilion, so it's a good thing for the demonic sword to clean them up. Otherwise, they'll be idle and unite with other sects to besiege the Demon Sky Pavilion again." People from the minor sects scattered in all directions, perhaps because their cultivation was too weak, so after the demonic sword killed a group of cultivators, it suddenly turned and flew towards Lu Zhao's group. Jiang Aijian choked on his words. Heck, this demonic sword knows how to choose strong opponents to kill. Qin Jun squinted and said, "A sword is just a sword. Maintained by the formation, it doesn't mean it has intelligence. I suspect someone is controlling it from behind." The demonic sword still emitted a very strong red light, as if it wanted to take everyone's lives. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and nodded. His eyes surveyed the area, but he didn't notice anything. The young Jiang Aijian clenched his weapon, ready to fight. At this moment, Jiang Aijian stomped his foot and leaped into the air. Dragon's roar, the sword in his hand clashed powerfully with the demonic sword. Sparks flew everywhere, chi currents intertwined. One person and one sword exchanged several blows. Jiang Aijian didn't gain the upper hand. Lu Zhao observed the fight for a while and thought to himself, "If this continues, the result will be no different from Kong Yuan." The young Jiang Aijian was resourceful and economical with his energy. Then the young man chose to retreat. Jiang Aijian shook his body and rushed to Lu Zhao's side. He wiped the sweat from his face and said, "Can't beat it, really can't beat it, unless we can break this damn sword formation." With her fiery temper, Xiao Yanyer couldn't hold back any longer. She stepped forward and leaped into the air. The celestial silk robe bloomed. "You're too weak, you should let me go up instead." Instantly, she and the demonic sword engaged in a fierce battle. Granny continuously used the cloud-treading boots combined with the Brahma silk to fight the demonic sword for 360 rounds. What a fiery battle. But after fighting for so long, they were still evenly matched. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Aijian shook his head and sighed. It's not wrong for a girl to be competitive, but she's too reckless. He turned to look at Lu Zhao, who was calmly standing beside him, and flattered him. "Senior, you seem very confident. You must have a way to break the sword formation, right?" And in Jiang Aijian's eyes, after observing the situation for a while, he seemed to have figured something out, and grinned. "You have to break the 7-kill sword formation to control this demonic sword, otherwise no one can escape." Facing the eager hope of the young man Jiang, Lu Zhao calmly poured cold water on him.
I don't have a way to break the formation. Jiang Aijian scratched his head in embarrassment. Don't joke around like that. I'm easily excitable. Who does that to people? Lu Zhijiao still calmly replied, believe it or not, it's up to you. After saying that, the old man Lu Zhao still stood comfortably observing his 9th disciple's battle with his battlefield experience. Qin Jun observed for a while and also discovered the problem and spoke up. The formation I of the 7-kill sword formation isn't here. You can't break it. Jiang Aijian clutched his head and wailed. I'm done for. Is Jiang Aijian's lifetime of brilliance going to be destroyed here? My dream of burying 100 million precious swords hasn't been realized yet. Boom! Clang! Clang! The demonic sword continuously attacked, and the 2 streams of qi around Zhao Yanhair's body were shaken, forcing her back. She staggered and almost lost her footing. Once again, Zhao Yanhair was about to rush up but was stopped by Qin Jun. Don't rush up anymore. Your cloud-woven feather garment needs to be replenished with energy. If you keep rushing up, your life will be in danger. Leave it to me. Qin Jun circulated his cure to protect his body and rushed up. The demonic sword didn't care who was who, and stabbed towards Qin Jun. Boom! Qin Jun only had divine tribulation realm cultivation. He instinctively mobilized his ki, and in an instant, the demonic sword shattered his protective ki. The old man Qin exclaimed in panic, ouch, that hurts! Qin Jun's entire body flew backward and crashed to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood. The young man Jiang Aijian ran over to support him. Hey, are you alright? And that square-headed cameraman who was giving live commentary kept eavesdropping. The old man Qin Jun, his mouth full of blood and his whole body trembling, still struggled to say, help me take care of my wife and children. The demonic sword floated straight in the air. Its ultimate target was Lu Zhao. The girl Zhao Yanhair also rushed over anxiously and shouted, Master! The young man Jiang Aijian also didn't know what to do and shouted, Senior! Lu Zhao frowned and thought to himself, he's been thinking about how to subdue this sword or how to break the sword formation, but he didn't expect the demonic sword to target him. Lu Zhao helplessly looked at the demonic sword and then said calmly, back off. The young man Jiang Aijian was shocked by this sentence. Jiang Aijian flew to Qin Jun and helped him sit up, and then they both dodged to the side. Zhao Yanhair also took a few steps back. The old man Qin Jun and the young man Jiang Aijian winked at each other and gave a thumbs up for their excellent acting skills. The girl Zhao Yanhair was speechless. Then everyone retreated another 10 meters. Lu Zhao stepped into the air and flew up. The demonic sword finally buzzed, pierced through the sky, and stabbed towards Lu Zhao. The tearing wind speed of the demonic sword made everyone terrified. But the old man Lu Zhao was as calm as a cucumber. Boom! The demonic sword stabbed into Lu Zhu's Buddha golden body. The 10 zang tall Buddha golden body didn't know when it had appeared. The crowd looked up. Even the cultivators from the small sect struggled to look up. Before their eyes was a Buddha golden body, even taller than a tombstone. The square-headed cameraman once again opened his mouth wide to comment on the battle. Lu Zhao stepped forward in the air. The Buddha golden body also moved accordingly, arriving in the middle of the 7-kill sword formation area. No matter how frantically the demonic sword attacked, it couldn't shake the Buddha golden body even slightly. At the same time, the swarm of flying swords in the 7-kill sword formation seemed to have sensed a powerful enemy, so they tried their best to attack the Buddha golden body. A dense swarm of flying swords blocked everyone's view. The 10 zang tall Buddha golden body didn't budge at all. The cultivators began to feel dizzy and lightheaded. 10 seconds. Lu Zhao only has 10 seconds. Lu Zhao was very puzzled. Where is the formation on? The cultivators were kneeling on the ground at this time. Too strong. This is truly the Buddha golden body. Another group of female cultivators knelt on the ground, their eyes wide with shock, as they looked at the huge golden body in front of them. Who is this? Who is this person? Meanwhile, Lu Zhao regretted in his mind. What a pity. 10 seconds is just too short. The moment the Buddha's golden body dissipated, the demonic sword and the swarm of flying swords immediately surged forward. Boom! Thousands of flying swords surrounded and pierced through. Suddenly, another Buddha's golden body appeared, smashing the flying swords into pieces that fell scattered to the ground. The cameraman was once again shocked into gaping wide. The young Jiang Aijian also had his mouth agape, his eyes bulging as he stared intently at the Buddha's golden body. Jiang Aijian praised endlessly.
The golden body can freely contract and expand. I'm impressed. Damn it, I'm seriously impressed.
The old man Qin Jun was also momentarily stunned.
As for Xiao Yanhe's grandma, she seemed unfazed. Oh my, they're already making a fuss over this? This is nothing yet.
Lu Zhao seemed to have found a method, and in a flash, several dozen flying swords fell to the ground. Unmoving, clearly completely damaged, Lu Zhao raised his right hand.
In the palm of his hand appeared the exquisite, compact, nameless sword, its entire body radiating a faint red glow. The square-headed cultivator grimaced again.
Lu Zhao held the nameless sword, his face stern as he uttered, 10 seconds is enough.
Masters exchange blows in an instant, let alone this demonic sword, which has no intention of dodging.
Lu Zhao gritted his teeth and frowned, his eyes wide with determination. Then I'll meet force with force.
Lu Zhao shifted and pounced towards the demonic sword. The cultivators widened their eyes at this scene. The Buddha's golden body moved forward, and people could only see the upper half of the golden body, while the lower half was obscured by the dense swarm of flying swords.
The demonic sword rushed straight at Lu Zhao, surrounded by an extremely dense red demonic aura. Lu Zhao's sudden shift caused the swarm of flying swords to be smashed and scattered all over the sky.
The demonic sword's fighting spirit grew stronger and stronger, the sword body vibrating as if welcoming its opponent. The nameless sword in Lu Zhao's hand streaked across the demonic sword's body. The two swords collided with a bang. Centered on the point of impact, a burst of light suddenly expanded, erupting from the vibrating primordial energy like a hurricane and scattering in all directions. Lu Zhao didn't look back at the nameless sword in his hand, because he could sense that the nameless was still perfect, undamaged. He stared intently at the demonic sword in front of him. The timer on the system interface was also counting down. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Time's up, he thought to himself. The Buddha's golden body dissipated, and everything became quiet again. At this moment, the demonic sword stood still.
The group of cultivators in the sword tomb widened their eyes, looking at the man and the sword locked in a stalemate in mid-air. Apart from submission, they understood nothing. But what they could be sure of was that the Buddha's golden body was much stronger than Kong Yuan. Much stronger. This also meant that there was a high chance that the demonic sword would be subdued. The long swords stuck all over the ground were the treasures they dreamed of, and the fear brought by the demonic sword had disappeared. The squarehead exclaimed with round eyes,
"All the flying swords of the 7 absolute sword formation in the sky have fallen, stabbing straight into the ground. Some have been broken in half and shattered into segments. Some places with elevated terrain are densely covered with swords, looking like a hedgehog's back." The demonic sword was undamaged, but strangely, it didn't continue to attack, but hovered in front of Lu Zhao. The sword body trembled slightly, emitting a strange pink aura. The tip of the sword, which was originally pointed directly at Lu Zhao, was now angled away, its target changed to the nameless sword in Lu Zhao's hand.
Faced with this situation, Lu Zhao couldn't help but frown. Lu Zhao thought to himself, if he used up all his damage immunity cards and still couldn't suppress this demonic sword, what should he do? After contemplating for a moment, Lu Zhao suddenly remembered. Then the only way is to use the last peak state card.
The squarehead's 2 underlings whispered to each other incessantly. "Those swords all over the ground. Should we pick some up?" The other looked around and replied, "I think we can. Seeing this as a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity, it would be a real pity to miss it." Meanwhile, the squarehead shouted, "1 sword per person!" What the hell are they doing locked in a stalemate? What can be determined is that the Buddha's golden body is much stronger than Kong Yuan, which means there's hope of subduing the demonic sword. The demonic sword trembled again. The auras seemed to become stronger and more violent. The demonic sword's eyes blazed with a strange blue light, as if wanting to swallow everything. It put on a ferocious expression and uttered, "You, Lu Zhao," slightly lifted his right hand, and the nameless sword emitted a faint red light. Lu Zhao raised a finger, taunting the demonic sword.
However, to Lu Zhao's surprise, the demonic sword actually retreated instead of rushing towards him as usual. Jiang Aijian was also startled by this scene. He stared wide-eyed at the demonic sword. The demonic sword also cried out, "Back off!" Jiang Aijian exclaimed in surprise. As the leader of the three great sword maniacs, I want to announce something. Xiao Yuanhe and Qin Jun silently looked at Jiang Aijian. At such a crucial moment, what brilliant idea does he have? While everyone was waiting, Jiang Aijian praised. Dragon's Roar sword can only be ranked second. That senior sword is the most beautiful. In front of their eyes was the image of Lu Zhao flying in the midst of swirling auras. His right hand holding the sword pointed directly at the demonic sword. Lu Zhao opened his right hand, and the blue demon surged out. Lu Zhao launched the sword straight towards the demonic sword. The demonic sword was a little surprised to see this scene. Lu Zhao looked at it suspiciously for a moment, then waved his hand, and the nameless sword flew over. The demonic sword dodged backwards again. Lu Zhao thought to himself, I didn't expect that the demonic sword would actually cower here. The nameless sword flew back into Lu Zhao's hand. Lu Zhao nodded slightly. The collision just now didn't destroy the demonic sword, but it did scare it. The squarehead observed the situation, not missing a single detail. However, he still felt confused. This is a bit strange. Seeing this as a good opportunity, Lu Zhu thought again. If the demonic sword is so afraid of the nameless, then let the nameless collect it. Lu Zhao threw the nameless sword out. The nameless sword floated in the sky, surrounded by gang qi, multiplying from 1 into 2, from 2 into 4, from 4 into 8. The squarehead grimaced at the sight. Sword gang appears all over the sky. Although the intensity of the gang qi wasn't strong, the demonic sword felt extremely threatened. The flying swords within the Seven Wonders sword formation immediately trembled. As if summoned by the demonic sword, the flying swords rearranged themselves in a flash, then soared up at top speed, aiming straight for the nameless sword. The rain of flying swords summoned by the demonic sword rapidly descended upon the nameless sword, like a giant eagle trying to swallow a tiny hawk. The two storms of swords collided, creating deafening and mind-numbing sounds. Lu Zhao quickly retreated. He was prepared for the worst-case scenario, and, if necessary, he would use another damage immunity card, but the reality proved Lu Zhao's worries were unnecessary. All the flying swords summoned by the demonic sword attacked only the nameless sword. Continuous sounds echoed, and after a fierce struggle, a massive halo appeared around the nameless sword, blocking the swarm of flying swords. The swarm of flying swords could no longer approach the nameless sword. The square-headed, O-eyed, U-mouthed guy exclaimed, "Where did that giant halo come from?" Yeah. A huge shield of light stopped all the swords. All the flying swords were thrown backwards, clattering to the ground. After releasing its unique energy, the nameless sword returned to its original appearance. Floating in the air, its entire body radiating a faint red glow. Clang, clang, clang! The falling flying swords made a shattering sound. The low-quality swords couldn't withstand the power and were destroyed on the spot. Some of the higher-grade swords lay trembling on the ground after falling. What happened next made all the observing cultivators feel a gut-wrenching pity. Every sword that collided with the nameless sword developed cracks or even broke in half. Not a single flying sword moved anymore. The cultivators stared in disbelief, asking, "What kind of sword is that? Besides the demonic sword, no other sword is worthy of being its opponent." Jiang Aijian's eyes shone, wishing he could throw away his Longyin sword. At this moment his eyes were only on the nameless sword. Lu Zhao was also very surprised. The sharpness of the nameless sword had far exceeded his expectations. The demonic sword lunged forward again. Lu Zhao mobilized his primal qi, controlling the nameless sword to meet it head-on. The square-headed guy watched the power of the nameless sword and sighed repeatedly. 3 clashes, and the demonic sword was repelled. I didn't see it wrong. The invincible demonic sword has lost this time. It's not as lucky as before. The sound of the two swords colliding echoed continuously, and the demonic sword fell. It struggled to stabilize itself. With the Seven Wonders sword formation destroyed, and without the 7 flying swords, the Seven Wonders sword formation could no longer be deployed. Hope flickered in the eyes of the cultivators. Although the low-level swords were damaged, the better ones were still intact. Clearly they were all good swords, and they didn't need to waste time sifting through them anymore. Qin Jun sat up straight. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of suspicion, as he looked at the Seven Wonders sword formation on the ground.
Without finding the formation core, how could the Seven Wonders sword formation be destroyed? This is ridiculous.
Qin Jun looked around for a while but didn't see anything particularly strange. He had to look up at the nameless sword. Jiang Aijian was like a man possessed. His eyes were blankly staring at the nameless sword, drool running down his face. His grip on the Longyin sword in his arms loosened, and it even fell to the ground. Yuan Seer reminded him, "Brother, you dropped something." However, he didn't pay attention and kept muttering the name of the nameless sword.
Lu Zhao had retracted the nameless sword back into his hand. He was still observing the demonic sword. Just then, BOM! The demonic sword fell into the center of the Seven Wonders sword formation, its entire body shaking. The square-headed guy wondered what the demonic sword was trying to do.
The Baiwen inscriptions on the sword floated into the air like a swarm of buzzing bees. This Baiwen energy, Lu Zhu was doubtful, but he didn't immediately retrieve the nameless sword. Instead, he quietly watched as each Baiwen inscription flew towards the nameless sword and disappeared into its body.
Lu Zhao blurted out.
Xiao Yuanjie and that old geezer Qin Jun opened their eyes wide and exclaimed in unison,
"This is..." The one-eyed cameraman and his lackeys behind him couldn't take their eyes off the scene unfolding before them. Meanwhile, Jiang Aijian, the encyclopedia, froze, his mouth agape, his eyes sparkling with hearts, and couldn't help but exclaim with emotion, "The demonic sword submitted?" So many years of accumulated energy, and it was all snatched away by that old senior.
The square-headed cultivators were also shocked by this scene. He grabbed the microphone and continued to narrate the events. "The strong prey on the weak. The world of swords is simpler than that of humans. The winner takes all. The loser is always in the wrong."
The demonic sword had submitted. Who would have thought the result would be like this? The demonic sword lay trembling, its Bwin inscriptions continuously merging into the nameless sword. The dense Bwin on the steels, numbering in the thousands, now rose like a plume of black smoke. The nameless sword, gaining Bwin energy, continuously spun in the air. Lu Zhao suspiciously looked at the nameless sword. Since obtaining it, Lu Zhao had only experienced its sharpness. After absorbing the energy of the Baiwen, would the power of the nameless sword increase again? After a while, the nameless sword stopped spinning. The demonic sword lay motionless on the ground. The Baiwen inscriptions on it, and on the stecles, had been completely absorbed. Lu Zhao stared at the nameless sword, and could feel the halo around it turning fiery red. Then, Lu Zhao held the nameless sword and felt something was different. After examining it back and forth 7,749 times, Lu Zhao felt like it had gotten thicker. Lu Zhao wondered, what's its grade now? Did it level up? Lu Zhao didn't have a clear concept. He raised his hand, and the nameless sword flew back into his palm. With a thought, the nameless sword turned into a rock, then a mace, then all kinds of weapons like blades and spears. Then it turned into a lump of dung in Lu Zhu's palm. Lu Zhou clicked his tongue and thought, it's a pity that the weird Baiwen only appears around it when the nameless sword is in its sword form. The nameless sword is clearly much stronger in its sword form than in other forms. The old man pondered for a long time and finally said,
this weapon has not yet reached its full potential, but it's not the right time to study the nameless sword.
Lu Zhao retracted the nameless sword and looked around. It was completely silent, even terrifyingly so. Lu Zhao, enveloped in golden light, slowly descended, feeling melancholy in his heart. This time, he wasted 2 damage immunity cards but didn't gain a single merit point. He looked at the Seven Wonders sword formation, which had completely lost its light, and was no longer acting strangely.
Lu Zhao walked towards the demonic sword.
When the Baiwen escaped from the steels, the 8 giant chains also shattered, scattered on the ground. Only a few long swords that hadn't been destroyed remained on the ground. Of course, the swords that survived this battle were all treasure swords. Not far away, the injured cultivators struggled to get up and kowtow to Lu Zhao, each one putting all their strength into it, making booming sounds. The square-headed guy, tears streaming down his face, kept thanking him. "Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior." Red Hair stammered in a daze. "Thank you, Grandmaster." Another one kowtowed until his forehead touched the ground.
"Your grace is like that of my parents. Please accept my bow." The system then updated, received sincere worship from 15 people, gained 150 merit points. Hearing the notification, Lu Zhao was a little speechless. Looks like this old man has to keep doing good deeds for a while. The cultivators from the 4 great sects were all dead, and the survivors were all from small sects. Lu Zhao approached the demonic sword. Just as he was about to activate his primal qi, the monk Kong Yuan suddenly sat up. Floating in the air, a double Ksitigarbha seal appeared. His eyes widened as he looked around, and when he clearly saw the situation, his face was filled with disbelief. What happened? How long has it been? The 7 absolute sword formation is gone. The demonic sword is lying motionless on the ground. His head ached a little, and memories flooded back, his mind a mess. He looked around, and after a moment his eyes landed on Lu Zhao and the demonic sword on the ground, and he was completely confused. He remembered that while trying to seize the demonic sword, he was seriously injured by it and fell. Fortunately, he had a Buddha bead protecting him, which prevented a fatal blow. "It's you!" The surprise on Kong Yuan's face slowly turned to anger, and his aura fluctuated again. Lu Zhao chuckled and said 2 words. "Kong Yuan." Kong Yuan went crazy again, clasping his hands together too hard. This old monk's things, no one can touch. I don't care what method you use to break the 7 absolute sword formation, but this demonic sword, this old monk, must have it. Lu Zhao, take this! And then he roared. Lu Zhao was actually happy that Kong Yuan wasn't dead. The square-headed cultivator continued his live commentary. Kong Yuan had no idea what had happened after he fainted, and he didn't know why old senior seemed so expectant and happy about Kong Yuan's survival. Kong Yuan placed one hand in front of his chest and said, "Old benefactor, this old monk is grateful that you broke the 7 absolute sword formation, but such a precious sword can only be taken by the worthy." The double Ksitigarbha seal flickered with light. Lu Zhao put one hand behind his back and held the nameless sword in the other, saying softly, "This old man has said, meditation is meditation, and demonic is demonic. Demonic meditation is not true meditation." Kong Yuan felt that these words were a bit harsh and mumbled, "Are you teaching this old monk how to cultivate?" Kong Yuan laughed, a look of disdain on his face. "The demonic meditation of the Zuo temple is just child's play. How can it be compared to this old monk's demonic meditation? In this world, only this old monk has cultivated demonic meditation. If this old monk claims to be second, no one dares to claim to be first. The 2 beams of light from the double Ksitigarbha seal are the best proof." Facing Kong Yuan's confident assertion, Lu Zhao calmly observed him for a moment. Then Lu Zhao stuck the nameless sword into the ground and shook his head. A frog at the bottom of a... Well, it's really tiring to talk to this blockhead. Lu Zhao paused for a second and said each word distinctly. "This old man will teach you what demonic meditation is." Kong Yuan felt uneasy, and he thought to himself, although the old man in front of him doesn't generate primal qi fluctuations, he makes him feel a very obvious sense of threat. The surrounding cultivators all frowned, and the square-headed guy kept wondering, who exactly is this old senior? He can actually compete with Kong Yuan, a Buddhist internal fight. He stared at Lu Zhao in front of him and muttered to himself, remembering the huge golden body of Buddha. At this moment, they immediately associated it with the Buddhist people fighting each other before. A few days ago, news spread in the cultivation world that the Tiangshuan Temple and the Dakong Temple had a conflict, and the Dakong Temple sent people to crusade against the Tiangshuan Temple. Later, no one knew what happened, but the 4 great divine monks all died, and the Tiangshuan Temple disappeared in the cultivation world. To this day, no one knows what happened. The current situation is clearly a Buddhist internal fight. Lu Zhao raised his left hand, his palm facing forward, and a beam of light appeared in Lu Zhao's palm. Rotating counterclockwise, Lu Zhao stood upright, his arm extended forward to form a palm pose. A small palm print appeared, the minor fearless seal. Kong Yuan was dumbfounded, a look of contempt on his face. This is what you call true demonic meditation. In Kong Yuan's eyes, Lu Zhao was just doing a trick. Before Kong Yuan could continue speaking, the palm print in front of him had become extremely large, enormous, a giant palm reaching several zang highs. Kong Yuan was suddenly startled, and he retreated continuously, with the double Ksitigarbha seal, his face terrified. At the crucial moment, the square-headed cultivator once again used his strengths, and he continued to commentate and comment very enthusiastically, his voice hoarse from shouting. The square-headed guy said that the minor fearless seal had instantly transformed into the great fearless seal, and it was a black great fearless seal. When other cultivators saw this scene, they were all so shocked that their jaws dropped. Damn it! Another dual cultivating Buddhist cultivator! When did so many experts appear? Where is the heavenly principle? Kong Yuan, who still believed in his own lousy strength, shouted, "The great fearless seal can't do anything to this old monk. This old monk will immediately unleash the golden body of Buddha." Boom! The great fearless seal became even bigger again, and the golden body of Buddha now looked like a tiny ornament in the middle of the giant black palm print. The square-headed guy and Kong Yuan both had blank eyes because they couldn't believe what they were seeing. With a loud bang, the whole world became quiet again, only to see that Kong Yuan seemed to have left without even closing his eyes. Lu Jiao glanced indifferently at his black palm print that was gradually disappearing. The system announced, "Ding! Killed a nascent Soul Realm target. Gained 1,500 merit points. If this continues, Lu Jiao will soon run out of points to buy cards. A fatal blow, but this Kong Yuan must be killed." Qin Jun and Jiang Aijian kept blinking in disbelief, while Grandma Xiaoyanhe didn't even bother to look because she felt that everything was too easy for her master, and it was boring to watch too much. The cultivators were as still as death. Lu Jiao murmured indifferently, "No loss, no gain." All eyes were wide as they looked at Lu Jiao. Everything happened so fast, in the blink of an eye. Jiang Aijian was completely stunned, and his Longyan sword fell to the ground with a clatter. Xiao Yan'er kicked him. "Hey, your stuff fell again, don't litter." The square-headed guy shouted in shock again. Kong Yuan, the number one in the 4 major Buddhist sects, the abbot presiding over the Dakong Temple, the number one dual cultivator of Buddhist meditation from ancient times, is just gone. Seeing this, Xiao Yan'er said disdainfully, "That's all he's got, and he dares to call himself the number one demonic meditation master, HMPH, what a fool." Jiang Aijian came back to his senses, quickly picked up the Longyan sword and hugged it in his arms, wiping it with his sleeve. Old Senior doesn't make a move, but when he does, the world submits. I, Jiang Aijian, don't admire anyone, I only admire Old Senior. After the black palm print disappeared, a string of Buddhist beads fell from the sky. Ding! Retrieved the Buddha bead, it needs to be refined again before it can be used. Lu Jiao waved his hand lightly, and the Buddha bead flew into his hand. The cultivators hurriedly kowtowed again. "Thank you, Old Senior." Lu Jiao thought to himself, this is considered an unexpected joy, but it's a pity that Lu Jiao didn't receive any merit points for worship this time. Lu Jiao didn't pay attention to them, and instead turned his eyes to the demonic sword, and waved his hand lightly. The demonic sword lying on the ground flew into his palm. Lu Jiao gripped the demonic sword tightly, slowly sensing it. An icy, bone-chilling aura emanated from the demonic sword, truly not an ordinary item. Lu Jiao narrowed his eyes. The demonic sword trembled slightly, unsure if it was out of fear or trying to escape his control. Just then, a bizarre sound suddenly came from the distant corridor. Creak, creak. Everyone turned to look in that direction. The demonic sword continued to tremble. Without the blessing of the bin script, the power within the demonic sword had weakened considerably. Lu Jiao ignored the commotion in the corridor, focusing solely on using his primal qi to suppress the demonic sword in his hand. Jiang Aijian grinned at Lu Jiao, stuttering, Senior, I. He clapped his hands together while speaking, secretly coveting that demonic sword. As if sensing Jiang Aijian's thoughts, Lu Jiao gave him a side-eye. "You want it?" Jiang Aijian scratched his head awkwardly. Lu Jiao, while holding the demonic sword, thought to himself, "This demonic sword is huge, reaching half a person's height, and it's also very wide and thick. Having lost the power of the bin script, the demonic sword looks extremely ugly. The sword's body is rough and jagged, no longer smooth and shiny as it once was." Lu Jiao didn't care about the demonic sword. His intuition told him that the biscript's energy was the essence of the demonic sword. The demonic sword without the biscript was like losing its soul. It no longer had any allure, Only a sword-collecting fanatic like Jiang Aijian would love it so much. Lu Xiao loosened his grip and tossed the demonic sword away, the demonic sword flying towards Jiang Aijian. The youth was initially surprised, then overjoyed, grabbing the demonic sword tightly and striking the sword's body with several hand seals. The last remaining bit of Biscript power completely dissipated into thin air, and the demonic sword became completely still. Jiang Aijian beamed from ear to ear.
Thank you, senior. Not just 5 years. I'm willing to follow you as an attendant for another 10 years. Jiang Aijian looked at the demonic sword in his hand with satisfaction. Xiao Yanhe and Xin Jun didn't say a word, just looked at him with disdain.
Creak, creak.
The sound from the corridor grew louder and louder, and the group turned to look at the surviving cultivators, who showed no sign of leaving. Xin Jun said in a trembling voice, "That corridor leads to the royal mausoleum. It seems to have been opened up a long time ago."
Jiang Aijian took out a rope from his chest and tightly bound the demonic sword to his back. He looked ecstatically happy. The happiest thing in his life was getting what he wanted. Jiang Aijian said awkwardly, "Senior, how about we come back later?"
Lu Jiao frowned, displeased, and snorted. Jiang Aijian waved his hands repeatedly. I'm going right now." He couldn't let others rob his family's ancestral tombs, could he?
Qin Jun looked at Jiang Aijian strangely. This person's style is truly bizarre. How could he snatch even this kind of thing? Qin Jun had heard of Jiang Aijian's reputation, knowing him to be extremely afraid of death. That corridor was full of dangers, so why was he willing to go there? Wasn't he afraid of being stabbed to death?